hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Well, hello there. Good morning. Brand new day here at the craft store. We've got a cracking day ahead of us. Kicking things off bright and beautiful, as you can see here. What an array of gorgeous colour. I'm talking bright and beautiful. I've got the lovely Natasha with me this morning. Guess what? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Look at you, cutting away.
Oh, yeah. Never stop, never stop. Yeah, I changed my mind completely on what I wanted to demonstrate.
Doesn't that always happen?
Quick.
I love it. Now, we've been busy with regards to these fabrics already, so I'm going to take you through everything so as you know what we've got available to you, because not only have we got the gorgeous fat quarters beautifully laid out in front of me, we've got these amazing half-metre bundles as well. So let me take you through one of the items that's already proven to be very popular, which is this bundle across the front here. So much so that it actually topples off the edge of your screen. You've got 15 fat quarters within this bundle. You're looking at a saving of £8, but these are beautiful brand new fabrics, bright eyes as you can see, and there's certainly a bright and kind of beautiful fabrics here. Florals in here, you've got small little prints with these as well. It's one of those ones where a little really does go a long way. I mean, check this out. Just showing a little tiny piece of that fabric being used there alongside some of the others. You don't have to worry about matching colours and making sure that you've got all array of purples or all pinks. It doesn't matter. They all look beautiful together. This is a key thing with these, Natasha, isn't it? It's almost less is more sometimes with some fabrics.
These are big, bright, retro vibes here from Anna Maria Horner. She's an American designer. She's been around for a long time now. She's got a really good history with all these kind of fabrics, and so what she brings is very identifiable as Anna Maria Horner. You know, you really know that it's her fabrics when you see them, with her very distinct colour palettes, and so she brings this bright vibrancy with kind of a, like I say, a retro vibe to it. But
gorgeous.
Every scrap counts. They're just 2.5-inch squares. I'm going to show you how to use them with the quilters grids later. Okay. But you can use tiny little bits. I'm busily fussy cutting one of the beautiful poppies.
Well, this is what you've got, large areas areas as well, haven't you, which you can do exactly that with.
And you can either have it as the main event, or as we're about to make here, you can have it as a highlight.
Okay.
And then, you see, I like a surprise lining.
Ooh.
So then when you open up, you've got one of those fabrics.
Ooh, wow.
There. So it's just...
That's good.
And I
like it.
I like that pop of...
It's a bit of a surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, so or you could easily have it round the other way and have it as the main event with something contrasting across. It's entirely up to you how you want to use them. But we've got the Moda grunges on, which are so beautifully
and I spied that inside this little bag as well.
That, to make that later, yeah.
These are beautiful.
There.
Now these are fabulous. Obviously, when you're looking at blenders, you're looking at a kind of like a solid-ish colour. In fact, I'm going to turn this inside out just to show you, because I think we've got all the makings.
Yes, that's my demo trick. Please don't use
No,
that.
shan't lose it. I just want to turn it inside out just so as you can see these fabulous Moda fabrics. Now, we have got these available. They've got that grunge element to them, but they are still brilliant as your blenders, because you can see you've got the purples in there, different tones of the purples, a little bit of the cerise coming through, a bit of that lighter tone. I've got lots of choice with regard to those. They're at the bottom of your screen. You choose any two of those in your pick and mix for $14.99. So absolutely beautiful colours in there. But can I draw your attention to this beautiful PU that we've got at the bottom of this particular bag, because we've got that available on the show as well. Give you a bit of a summary early on, because it always gets busy with this particular one. You're getting both of these, and they are huge pieces, big old pieces that you're going to be able to use to make your bags. For $9.99, you're going to get both of these, and they're both the equivalent size there. So really good sizes with those ones. $9.99, absolute bargain. I don't know how you've managed to do this at this price.
Yeah, I like to sniff out a bargain for you, but
Okay,
this is
yeah,
I mean, you can dressmate with these, you can craft with these, you can do all sorts of things with these, but it's pewter and copper, and they will be cut to order for you.
So we've seen these in kits before, haven't we? You've put little bits of these in kits.
I bring them occasionally. Actually, no, I don't think I've ever brought these two to wear.
Oh, it's the quilted one I'm thinking of. Yes.
So the quilted PU we've had before, but I've never brought this type to wear. But we seem to now be finding lots of different weird and wonderful fabrics to go with, and it's just finding a fabric that's going to emphasise and complement what we need to wear. And this is another saving grace that you've got in your hand there. So we use this.
This is a brilliant idea.
The pink, and it's a quilter's grid, so it's a fusible grid. So those little squares, those little 2.5-inch squares, did I sit and sew those individually? Did I, Eck? No. I fused them onto the grid, so I knew they were perfectly in place. You don't have to be a patchworker to use it. It's
very
clever.
Faux
Patchwork, and it's very, very clever, and I will show you how to make that later. Whether you do, you see, this is just using the scraps left over from when I made the bigger bag. So the other week, I brought you sort of this, and that's with the quilter's grid, and we did it with the Tula. And this is the sort of thing that you can easily do with it, but you don't have to be a quilter. So if the thought of matching points and things like that scares the living whatevers out of you, you don't have to worry about that anymore. We've got it covered.
Now you are going to get a metre of this. I don't imagine it's delivered on a roll like so, but this is just a way of showing you.
Well, it's just to say that I haven't cut it yet.
Yes.
So if you want more, I have people buy this
metre,
because some people want it for quilts, because you can do entire quilts with it.
Good point.
It's just like an interfacing, a gentle interfacing. So if you did want to do a whole quilt and you wanted to buy multiples, I will cut it to that length.
Perfect. $9.99 per metre, so it's up to you. Just increase those quantities and you'll get a continual run. So 987-326, but don't forget to get those gorgeous fabrics involved as well, because they are absolutely spiffing. Love them. 10% of the stock is gone.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good word, spiffing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I haven't used it in a while.
Not used enough.
It's definitely not. Now, you are getting all of these 15 fat quarters. I mean, these are beautiful. The amount of things you can be able to create with these, Natasha, is incredible.
Oh, sometimes it's overwhelmed when they arrive, and I don't know where to start, because there's so much possibility there. I mean, in the past with Anna Marie's, because the colours link so beautifully through, you know, I've done big rag quilts and things like that with them. We've got the rag quilt that we did last time up here. Cushions, book cushions, all sorts of things. This morning we're going to start with a clutch bag.
Oh, okay.
Or tablet holder.
Good point. Yeah, it could be either. But these just show, I mean, these are just happy fabrics. These are fabrics that are going to look absolutely amazing, whatever your home decor is. Whether you use them in the house, whether you use them in the conservatory, taking that into the garden, maybe for the cooler evenings, it doesn't matter. They look absolutely amazing. And again, it's one of those ones where you can just use a little bit and use it with other fabrics that you've got, solid fabrics that need a little bit of excitement maybe, then this is something that you could potentially be doing. Now, with regards to these, sorry Katie, what was that, darling? I can show you in their full size. Shall I pull one of these out? Let me just grab hold of this beautiful one at the end here. There you go. Now, are we looking at American size fat quarters? I need to ask with these as well.
If it's, this is coming from Free Spirit is the house that this comes from. So yes, they will be 18 by 22.
Perfect, lovely. Because I know a lot of our viewers like to know that. And look at that. I mean, that would make an amazing. I mean, obviously we're looking at fat quarters, but if you are considering things like the half meters, I'm looking at that thinking, what an amazing border on a quilt.
Well, border on a quilt, but also Anne-Marie Horner has a history in dressmaking as well, and dressmaking design. So I could really, you know, when you look at some of the other ones that we've got by the half meter, you know, skirts and things like that would
definitely
are absolutely up there. And these big prints on bags, beautiful, look phenomenal.
Absolutely gorgeous. Again, fussy cutting if you're wanting to take those elements out, use them in their entirety. Now, fat quarter obviously very useful when you're working with regards to your quilts. Love those as well. Those poppies, beautiful. But of course, half meters can be even more useful if you are creating things for dressmaking. So do make sure you're checking those out as well. So if there's something that you particularly like, then you can hone in. And we've actually got more choices with regards to those. But let me just finalise the details for you with your fat quarter bundle. Details on your screen there. 925608. You are going to get all 15 of these. Absolutely beautiful. Talking extended delivery with regards to these ones, but it's only the 18th of July, which, you know what, will be here before we know it. My goodness, that is rather scary. 2 flexi buys on this one if you're wanting to spread the cost, making it a very affordable £26 as your first payment, along with your post and packing. But please be warned, already 10% of the stock has gone. Incidentally, if you want to go for a couple of them, you can. You don't have to go just for one of those. So if you are thinking of a larger project, then I would certainly consider going for a couple of them. Now, everything else we've been chatting about is on the website, so you can find everything that Natasha is going to be working with. We've got some amazing patterns there. You've got that quilter's grid featuring there, that fabulous faux leather. Don't forget to check out the quilted PU as well. That is there as well. Beautiful fabric, some brilliant inspiration, by the way, of some gorgeous books that we've got there as well. And of course, you do need a sewing machine. You could pop the Britannia into your basket at the same time. Now, this is our book of the month, and this is a pretty, I mean, look at that. Beautiful designs there. Books are always an inspiration. It's the way I taught myself to sew, to be honest. So, yeah, if you've got a good book, then away you go. That's the key thing. And at $14.99, very affordable. Any questions? By all means, do get in touch at studio@thecraftstore.com. And Natasha's back with us at 10 o'clock as well. So, of course, we've got another show with her, which I'm looking forward to that one as well, because I know we're going to learn loads.
We've got 10 and 1.
Oh, 10 and 1. Well, it's different, isn't it, later?
It is different later.
We've
got all sorts going on today. All sorts. So today I wanted to show you this, which is, we haven't done this before, this is fabulous pouch or clutch.
Okay.
It's entirely up to you. And this came about actually because of coming to and fro and needing to bring either a laptop or a tablet or something with me. And also, you know, travelling with kids. And they have devices, don't they, now? And just how to keep them safe when they are on the move. So I wanted to bring something, and when I originally did this, it was just before Father's Day, so I did it in the cork. So it works really nicely in the pleather as well. But it was about bringing something that had, here we go, this is it in the pleather. So this is it in the copper. So bringing something that's a little bit different with a little hint of colour coming through it there, and then when you open it up, kapow, you've got that real hit of intense colour. So this sort of hints at it, and then you get it, and the copper just really bringing alive all of these kind of colour tones that Anne-Marie Horner likes to use all the way through. But equally, you can also use cottons as well. That's absolutely no problem at all. And this is a great one if you are unsure about zips and things like that. It's just an easy, quick, simple, easy make.
Wonderful.
In the pattern, what I've done for you, because I know that's the other thing, is that everybody's electric stuff is different sizes. So if you just want to make it as a clutch that will fit some tablets, there are all your cutting instructions there. If you want to personalise it to your device, then fill in the gaps here. Measure and fill in the gaps your own device, and then you will have your own measurements for your own device, so it's tailor-made exactly for you.
Perfect. Love it. There you go. Now, that is one of 46 options that you've got with your pick and
Yeah.
mix. So let's start off with option 1. No, we're not going to go through them all. They're all on the website, and they're always under that item number, so you can revisit that at any time. You can choose any 2 of those for $11.99. So if you fancy adding that one in, then by all means, please do so. So what do we need to know first?
Well, I'm looking at how to get the most out of my... I'm always looking at how to get the most out of my fabric. Now, with this fat quarter here, it's the big poppy design, and actually the way that the fat quarter fell was that I've got one really big one that's going to use. So when I open up, I'm going to have this as the back of my pouch, so that when I open it up, this is what you see. It's going to be just this beautiful array of colour as you see it, and slightly offset as well, because sometimes you either go centre or you offset, don't you? You've got, you kind of got that choice. You either split it into thirds, and this is sort of sitting in 1/3 there, or you go centrally. Which leaves me with this, and you know, I might be able to do something with that, but actually this space here, yeah, I can absolutely use that for sort of the other lining of the pouch. So it's how do I best use my fabric for what I want. So I'm just going to trim this back and get this to the size. Now I have mixed my interfacings with this, very much so, because what I wanted was to have it so that it had enough oomph to retain its shape and not be floppy, but also I really wanted it to be soft so that it would be protective as well. So on one side we've got H640 and on the other we've got Styleville, so it's going to protect any kind of screen that you might be putting in there as well. I just need to double check my measurements because they have momentarily disappeared from my head. There we go.
I'm not surprised with 46 patterns.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and unless I make it like on the day or the day before, I can't always remember everything, and you know, yeah, I just can't remember everything. Hang on, what can I say? I can't remember everything. So, yeah, and it's up to you, but this could also be, you know, you could have it so that this is the outside. Now, the lining for the inner bit, it doesn't matter really which direction that goes in, because you're not going to see a lot of it. It's only if you sort of pull it. So if you do pull it open, all you'll end up seeing is some of the floral. So I'm not too worried. That's just a piece of fabric that, you know, it's keeping that colour. Now, I am going to use one of the grunges for the outside.
These are amazing.
So these are amazing. They're like the ultimate blender. They're from Moda, so you know that they're going to be fabulous quality. But if I just put that next to there, what you can see instantly is that you've got greens, you've got teals, you've got turquoises in there, you've got this distressed look, even down to the colour, but all of the colours in here are reflected in here, which is just phenomenal. So to have all of these different greens blended throughout is so beautiful to have. It's just great. So I'm going to have this on the outside, which is going to blend beautifully with that, and then we're going to choose a hit of colour for the little strip to go across. So we can really mix and match things up as much as we like.
Now, to be honest, when you were choosing that grungy blender, to be honest, you sport for choice, because there's so many other fabrics, or the colours combination, should I say, from that particular range that would have worked equally well with that poppy. I mean, you could have gone for one of the purples, one of the pinks, that gorgeous kind of golden orange that you've got in a more of a coral type as well. Pale tones, deeper tones as well. And it's a pick and mix again. You can choose any 2 of these for $14.99. Again, on extended delivery, so again, I'm guessing the 18th of July with these, but it's a case of when it's gone with these. So if you like that look, that kind of faded look, absolutely amazing. It's going to look brilliant. fabulous as a blender, fabulous as a base as well. So if you're looking at doing anything like machine embroidery or decorative sewing, that this is a nice one to work with. And again, it would look amazing for bargellos and things like that.
It does look amazing for bargellos.
Yeah,
we've done star quilts and all sorts with it. It's one of our go-tos.
Yes.
And the beautiful thing about it is that you don't have to have that exact match. Anna Maria Horner, her colour palette is it's more of an unusual one. It's not necessarily mainstream colours that you would get everywhere. So actually being able to have those fabrics that are going to work so beautifully, I would really stock up on those colours that just work beautifully with it.
Busy for those ones, 724526. You're liking your half meters today because we are busy for the pick and mix for all the fabulous fabrics behind me as well. So we've actually got more options of those than we have with the one day, not the one day special, sorry, the bundle, the 15-piece bundle that we've been chatting about. Thinking ahead of myself, not till 8 o'clock, Hayley. Now these, when they've gone, they have gone. You've actually got 22 options. We're looking at an additional 7 options up until where you've got those kind of little squares with that bright pink in there. Those ones are new ones that we've just come up to. Now we're looking at gorgeous fabrics that you are getting within your one day special. So not one day special, it's still not the one day special, Hayley. How much you try and convince yourself it's not the one day special. But this is a bit, oh, there's that poppy. Isn't that amazing? Absolutely gorgeous. So if you're wanting all 15 of those beautiful, kind of the last section that we've just looked at, we have got them in the fat quarter bundle, but that was just to introduce you to the half meters as well. And these are, I mean, look at that. Where's Hayley? Where's Hayley? Where's she disappeared to? I'm still here. Don't worry. I'll pop back in. No, there you go. So if you're wanting any of these, whether it's the fat quarters, whether it's the half meters, whether it's your mode of grunge, just get it into your basket. But don't forget those additional bits and pieces that Natasha's working with as well, because we've got those available. So how are you getting on over there, dear?
I am good. I'm just cutting my last little bit here, and then we're going to have a look at how this goes together, because it doesn't necessarily go together quite how you think.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
So yeah, surprise in there then.
There were lots of different ways to do it, but yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to put the H640 on the back.
Okay.
Okay, but we're going to put it on the lining. And what I would say is go a little bit, I've cut it slightly smaller. Again, this is all in the instructions. And I'm going to leave slightly more of a gap along the bottom. And then we're just going to fuse that in place. And then we'll go right sides together and we'll stitch that, but we're going to trim the top so that it's got a very, very slight sort of point, like an envelope. It's basically like a folded envelope, this one. But this is a beginner make, especially if you use the cottons. Like, the way to make it slightly more advanced would be to go with the PU.
Now, while Natasha's just pressing that, can I introduce you to these 7-day savers? We've got some amazing deals that are on offer up until Sunday morning, so kind of just over the middle of the week, so you've still got a few days to take advantage of these. But this is a brilliant bundle because you're actually getting your 2 different sizes of your rotary cutters, so perfect for your regular cuts, your 45mm if you want to do some little fine detail, your 28mm there, and you're also getting your blade sharpener. And this is a really clever device because what it actually means is you can sharpen your blade. So it's not just a case of that you just change that blade over. You can actually pop your blade in there. You keep your fingers away from it and you're literally rotating, and that will sharpen your blade as you go as well. So that's included. Brilliant value bundle there, £19.97. But you need to take advantage of this while you've got the opportunity. It is a 7-day saver, which means at 8 o'clock on Sunday morning it will go up by £6 to £25.97. Now it's worth every single penny of that price, to be honest, but I know you, and you shop like I do. Why would you want to pay any more than you need to? So get involved with this one as soon as you can. And of course the beauty is you could add it in alongside any of those goodies you're adding into your basket from this show. 903953 if you fancy getting hold of those. Lovely. Are we all pressed?
Do with one of those.
They're brilliant.
Well, actually, I've got one.
Size.
I've got the sharpener, and I've lost it, and I've got a little nick in my blade, so it's just missing. So when I do a full run of something, there's always just the one thread every wheel rotation. It's so annoying.
And it's nice as well because you can see there you can actually use it for the 2 rotary cutters. That it's almost like somebody's thought about it. You've got your 28mm that you can use to sharpen. Well, you can sharpen in this as well as your 45mm as well. So yeah, very clever little set, that one.
So I am marking here just an inch down, I've marked my centre point,
Okay.
and then an inch down. I've put my 2 fabrics right sides together. So we'll then basically be ready to go and stitch. Like I say, this is one of those ones that is super simple to do, and I made, this was one of the things I did for my dad for Father's Day, because it not in florals, you know, but I did it as a tech pouch, if you will.
Oh, okay.
But then in the florals, it makes just a lovely pouch, because, you know, some of us are going out.
I know.
It's amazing.
Proper
out. In which case, go out in style. That's what we like. If you want to pop a few clips, let's get some clips. If you want to get a few clips in, just to hold everything in place, then I would. It's entirely up to you. One of these is going to be your friend as well, to press out corners. It's just little basic things that make our life easy. Hayley, we like making life easy, don't we?
But at the end of the day, the fun is in the sewing and the making something. It's not in the kind of the trickiness that makes it a little bit difficult to get it together. But I love this nice simple design, but very effective, showcasing the fabrics, which is what it's all about, isn't it?
It has to be, and for me it's about that surprise pop.
Yes,
I really, that's what I really like. Now then, have I turned my machine on? No, I have not. That is going to help, isn't it? I'm going to leave a big turning through gap at the bottom.
Okay.
Sort out my wires down here. And that's why I've left slightly more at the bottom. Let's hope, I didn't check that. Oh gosh, I'm on a really long stitch. Let's start that again, shall we? So the last thing that I sewed with this was with the PU.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In which case, lengthen your stitch.
Right.
Okay, so the last thing that I stitched was all the way around all of those layers, which is why I would say, you know, lengthen your stitch, because there were a lot of layers. As you can see, I didn't actually put a walking foot on, but you can if you want to when working with the PU.
Now, talking of PU, that faux leather bundle, you're getting both of these pieces, which I think is phenomenal value for me. You're paying less than a tenner, and they're big size pieces. So these are always very useful if you're using them, maybe alongside the fabrics that we've been chatting about. So if I can introduce this one to you, have a little look at that. How amazing does that look? Beautiful fabrics there, and that gorgeous base at the bottom there. Now, rapidly approaching 20% of the stock has gone. You're getting big pieces with these ones. So 2 pieces, one with that gorgeous kind of copper tone that you've got, which is beautiful, and it's fabulous to sew with. Don't worry about this if you're thinking, oh my goodness, how do I stitch with it? Couldn't be simpler. It's got backing on there. You just use it in the same way as you would any fabric. I mean, you can see there, you can even hem it if you wanted to, so it's not something that's difficult to work with at all, but it's beautiful and gets a fabulous effect. We're also going to get the pewter in there as well, both of them for £9.99. Amazing value. And don't forget, if you're wanting to create it's sliding away. Can I fold it up before it disappears? Don't forget, if you're wanting to create those even squares that we just saw, don't forget this, because this is the first time we've actually been able to see your quilter's grid with this one. Now, it's not just about working with your quilts, to be honest. That's what Natasha's used when she's actually created that fabulous little bag there, to get those perfect squares without worrying about quilting the fabrics together. Well, she will show you how to do that during the course of the day, because she's here for 3 shows in total. This is the first one. We've got another one at 10 o'clock. Last one at 1, is it, today? Yeah.
Yes, at 1 o'clock we are bringing you the first time that I think we've ever done at the craft store, and that is a block of the month. So you can join us every month, and over the next 9-10 months we're going to be creating the most incredible applique quilt.
Beautiful.
From Lisa Chandler, who brings us all the fabulous fabrics. So all I've done here is stitch around, chopped mid corners to reduce bulk, and then we just turn it inside out. So already that's the back piece done.
Oh, okay. Look at that.
I know, and this is where you go, yep. Yep, that's the one. If you've got a corner former, then get that in there, and then just give it a little press as well. So this is how you will make the front pouch as well. With the front piece, I'm going to use some Styleville Fix, which is, you see, I don't know about you, Hayley, but when I was learning, the thing that always bamboozled me was interfacings, and waddings, and I never knew what to use, and I never knew what did what, and they felt like an expensive mistake if I got it wrong. So now, as we go, what I will always try and do for you is explain what I've used and why.
Yeah.
Okay, so so H640 is a fusible interfacing, and that's what I put on here. That's going to give it a little bit of body. You can see it's got a little bit of body there, but the Styleville is going to give it. It's much denser. It's a dense foam, but again, it's fusible.
Lovely.
Before we get there, I'm going to fold these over. Now you can press those so that they form. I'm hoping that when I stitch these that they will go into my seam allowance, but to kind of cheat base them in place, let's get our glue pen out. If you're an English paper piecer, then you may well have a Soline glue pen. They were designed for English paper piecing, but I based zips and all sorts with these. They're really handy, good piece of kit to just have, and that's just going to hold that for me so that I don't need to put in lots of pins.
Wonderful.
And things like that. I do love a good cheat.
Well, it helps, and sometimes pins are very useful, but also they can allow your fabrics to pucker when you kind of get to a pin, and it's kind of getting it balanced. So yeah, I'm all for that.
It's one of those things. Now the other thing that we need to do is decide what we want as the band that's going to go across.
Yes.
So we need to find ourselves a contrasting fabric, and you know, audition your fabrics. That's perfectly okay. So you see, this is going to come down and tuck into whatever we put across there, and that obviously is going to have a line of that across it in a minute. So that's how it's kind of going to look. So what do you think?
I kind of like that. I like the way that it's picking out the kind of that pale blue in there.
Yeah, it's got those
idea.
colours, and then when we open that up again, you've got that repeat of these colours going through, but you've also got that deeper blue. So because we are buying into a range, you're buying into colours that go and work together. So you can pick whatever you like with complete confidence that it's going to be okay. So let's just make that band very quickly. Let's hope that I've got enough.
And I suppose the beauty of this particular bundle is, I mean, it's all from the Bright Eyes range, so you can see there that you've got so many different choices. So after the fabric that you've chosen as your lining, you've actually got another 14 that you can choose for your band, really.
But
so
that's just
plenty of choice.
You know, if you've used bits in another project, you might just have just a little strip like this left.
Yeah.
In which case, great, throw nothing away. I'm a big advocate of never throwing anything away. Now, this needs to be, it's about 14 and a half. If you want to make it a little bit longer, because I'm gonna put a little seam allowance. I'm going to fold over a little bit on the end so that I don't have any raw ends showing.
Right, yeah.
But it's going to tuck in. This is, you'll get the idea. Let me press this. We're going to press this like we would do binding. So it's going to get pressed in half. Then we'll open it out, fold it into half, and have these raw edges come down to there, so
all
that none of your it's just, yeah, they will all be neatly tucked away. But I'm going to just take that to the pressing mat and
Wonderful.
do that now.
And we've got that gorgeous fabric in your 15 fat quarter, so that is the one that Natasha's working with to create that band. But it's so beautiful. This is a nice one that you could use, incorporating it as a lining. Brilliant one as well, because if I just show you with this one, because you've got quite a small repeat on there, if you're wanting to use it just as a binding on something as well, you're still getting the essence of the flowers there. You can still recognise what they are. So even if you are just in the smallest amount where you're seeing that, then you don't have to worry. I love this one next to the side of it because you've got all those grid work there. So if you want to do a bit of kind of cheat quilting, then you could do that quite easy. You could even stitch along those edges there to give that faux stitch in the ditch look. And then maybe the poppies, if you're not sure about that purple, you've got the pinks in there with those as well. So that's the same fabric, well, similar sort of fabric with the poppies on there, but a different style, obviously a smaller, a repeat design. Again, the purple version of that. I mean, there's so many different combinations. And that's what Maria Horner does. She brings in a kind of a base design in a variety of different colourways. So again, the one that you're looking at here, we've got that one coming up a little bit later on. Rather than the green backdrop, you've got more of a purple backdrop. Again, that fabric that we just saw Natasha working with, beautiful poppies featuring there, as you can see, slightly different colourway, and that is the beauty. You've got choices with regards to a bundle like this because they're all from the same range, so they're from the Bright Eyes range. But you will have repeats of patterns. Now, repeats of patterns where you've got the same print, even though it's in different colours, they will naturally come together because you've got the same design. That's the connective between those two. But then you've got the connective of colours. So with these, there's so many different beautiful colours that it might be that you're going for a fabric that's got a lot of interest going on. There's a lot going on with this one, but then there's lots of other colours you could pick out. So you could be picking out your cool tones with your blues if you wanted to. You could go with those warmer tones, even things like your mustard tones. So whatever you've got in your stash, or if you look into those grunge fabrics, because you've got so many different fabrics in there, you could very easily find something that's going to coordinate with that one absolutely beautifully. Oh,
fabric that I would patch my daughter's jeans with.
yeah. Oh, you see
Or
it?
put a little detailing in. I think
Yeah.
it looks lovely with denim.
Beautiful.
Really
Yeah.
lovely with denim.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, busy. Halfway through the hour, introduce these brand new fabrics to you. But we are rapidly approaching 30% of the stock. Now, we always know how popular fabric shows are on a Thursday, so we had good quantities of these ones. So for me to actually tell you that at 7:30 in the morning, that is a little bit scary. And also, 7:30 is kind of the waking hour for many of our viewers. So we tend to get busy around this way, this time of day, because lots of you are joining us. So if you have just joined us, we're looking at the most amazing bundle, American size fat quarters. You're getting 15 of them for £51.99. They're on extended delivery, so we're just looking at the 18th of July with regards to these. But these are brand new fabrics. Now, these are beautiful. We've got a selection of 15 here. If you're liking the look of these and you're thinking, well, hang on, fat quarter isn't quite big enough for my needs, at the bottom of your screen, oh, sorry, no, those are grunge. We have got them available as a half metre pick and mix as well. And this has been another popular way for you to get hold of them. So all the ones that we're looking at are available as half metre pieces, but there are an additional 7 as well. So if you're wanting to get hold of your gorgeous fabrics, then these are beautiful. And of course, it might be dressmaking that you're looking at, because that's what Anna Maria Horner is known for, her beautiful fabrics that are used so often in dressmaking. So the first 15 that we're looking at here are replicating those fat quarters that we've just seen a few moments ago, but on a larger scale. Beautiful fabrics again, and you'll see there they look absolutely amazing, and definitely a consideration. Maybe you want to do things like your sashing, your borders, your binding. I mean, those little repeat prints, absolutely perfect for those. Now, as we move over now, from this point on, from here to the end, these are an additional 7 that we have got available that aren't in your fat quarter bundle. So it might be that you like the look of it. See, that one, I'd fussy cut those and make them into little chickens. Or umbrellas.
You know, you're not the only one to say that. Whereas I just
Yeah.
want to make a barket tote, like a really simple, simple tote. We might do that later. Just if you've never ever made anything and you just want to have a little bag that you can pop in another bag for when you're out and you've bought too much.
Definitely.
And you need to whip out another bag. There it is. We might have a look at that later, see how time goes.
So any 2 of those, you're looking at £14.99. You can go for repeats if you're wanting to go for a full metre of those, you can do. But 631308 if you're wanting those. Now, the beauty of these is they work so well with a plain. So the pleathers, call them pleather, your faux leather, if you're wanting to actually work with these are brilliant, because you've got both of these coming to you for £9.99. These just lend themselves so well. I mean, look at that. Isn't that amazing? Creating that design, and sometimes it's kind of you just need something to break up. There's so much going on with those gorgeous colours that sometimes you just need something to break it up a little bit. So that is the perfect way for you to do so. Let me show you these pieces because they're huge, and a quarter of the stock has gone. So you've got your gorgeous pewter. Woo! I got it. So here you go. That's your pewter. But it's beautiful. It almost takes on a different look, depending on how the light hits it. But then you've got your copper tone. So again, you're covered for all eventualities. If you want something a little brighter, then there you go. You can see that gorgeous copper. Or the pewter, if you're wanting something to... Sometimes the darker tones, some of those fabrics have kind of got dark elements in there, so you might want to highlight those. But to be honest, whichever you go for, you're going to be able to create something absolutely amazing. Whether it's a little bag like this, whether it's a larger tote bag, or whether you're just using it as an accent. It could be a border that you're running finger crossed. Natasha's working on a fabulous clutch at the moment. She's chosen a fabric as that band, but it is something that you could do quite easily with your faux leather, and you wouldn't be using an awful lot of this one either. So £9.99 if you're wanting to get hold of these. Brilliant to work with. Don't be afraid of sewing with it. Stitches in the same way as you would any fabric. Absolutely beautiful, and you can see there you can fold it. Just be mindful, don't pin it, because the little holes you will see, but look at that, absolutely beautiful. 533600 if you're wanting those, £9.99. Now again, we're talking about extending the usability of your fat quarters, then why not add in these gorgeous grunge fat quarters? Now no, these are half meters, I do apologize. So you're choosing from these. They are absolutely beautiful, and again Natasha's chosen that gorgeous kind of sky blue that you've got there. Almost looks like it's got clouds on it. Beautiful combination there. Bright tones, more muted pastel tones in there. Almost love it's like an earthy tone that you've almost got with that mustard and that coral. But just be aware with regards to these, once they've gone, they have gone. That is the key thing. And I think that was the same with the fat quarter, wasn't it? Yes. Did I mention that? I'm not sure if I did. But we still got it, so I'm forgiven. For the moment, anyway. So yeah, if you wanted to get hold of your Moda Grunge, details are on the screen there, 724526, and teaming it up with your half meters that we just looked at those beautiful Anna Marie Horner. They are at the bottom of your screen. They're the ones that are behind me. So Natasha, how are you getting on over there?
All right, so we've done the same as we did with the other, but just with the other lining, and that is stitch round, leaving a turning through gap. I've left a generous turning through gap.
Okay.
I've snipped the corners, taken the bulk out, and then we are going to turn that through. And you can see this is a stiffer interfacing. It's got quite a rigidity to it, which is what I want, because if you've got a screen, you want that extra protection. If you're using it just as a clutch for going out, as you can. Then this is the bit that's going to hold all the shape together. And there was no point in using it for the back, because otherwise it wouldn't have folded so easily over. So it's getting the right interfacing for what you want to do. But of course, all of these things are entirely up to you. So we'll give that a press. But once again, I will be if you don't have it quite enough fabric when you come to turn that over, then slip stitch. You can absolutely do that. You can stitch those together by hand to make that happen. So I'm just going to give that a little press.
Wonderful.
And then we're going to look at, oh, and by the way, I also, while you were chatting, stitched 2 lines of stitching down here.
Okie dokie. Okay, because that's going to give it a little bit of rigidity, I think the word is,
bit of
isn't
oomph.
it?
We all need a bit of oomph, don't we? Especially this time in the morning.
Don't we just? Now, of course, Natasha's working and she's been cutting her fabrics. I'm sure you'll have spied using a rotary cutter. So if you are thinking about getting into your quilting, or just in general, we've got a 7-day saver. What Natasha's working with isn't actually a quilt. So please don't think rotary cutters are just for quilts. Many of us tuned into a series of dressmaking shows not so long ago, and lots of the people on that show were actually using rotary cutters as well. And you've got a variety of sizes. So dependent on the size, depends on the layers that you can cut through. 45 mil is the most common. It's kind of the middle of the road one, so it's a nice starting point. Then if you've got your finer detail, maybe you're doing a little bit of fussy cutting, then this is going to be a perfect one for you to work with your 28 mil. And both of these, you can get those blades sharpened, or you can do the sharpening yourself, should I say, with this handy little rotary blade sharpener there, keeping your fingers safe in the process as well. Now this is one of our 7-day savers, so it was launched at 8 o'clock on Sunday and will run right the way through till this Sunday, 8 o'clock, but 903-953 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Brilliant value for money. Now, something else I need to tell you about that we've got on the show as well. We've launched our book of the month, and this is a new thing for me because I didn't know we even did it, but we do. So this one, we're looking at Frisian white work. It's not a craft I know much about. I need to buy this book, don't I? I need to sit it and read it. Now, this is our book of the month there, £14.99. You are saving £3 on this one. And if you fancy getting hold of that one, then please do so. Book of the month, 640651. Definitely worth adding into your basket. And incidentally, when you start adding all of these gorgeous things into your basket, then of course you can spread the cost if you find your basket goes to £60 or more. And apparently, we're, within that book, we're looking at embroidery that dates from the 1600s. So there you go. I missed that one. Don't know where I was when it all happened, but there you go.
Me both. I think I was asleep that day. Now, so what we've got is your back piece. You've got your front piece. Okay. And then you've got this. Okay. Now, you can see that is very, very generous, but this isn't how this is going to go right now. I tend to go, and again, the placement is entirely up to you. Pop it in there, but then what you want to do is fold it over, pop a clip in it,
Okay.
and controversially, maybe take it round the back.
Oh, okay.
And this is what I mean, it's not quite made how you think it's going to be made. So just line everything up and put your clips in place to hold all of this together. Make sure you've got, and so then, that 3-inch mark, pop that in there. So there will be a little bit, that's okay, that's all right. And but make sure that you put it in enough. All these details and all these measurements are in there. There. Put that in just a little bit further.
Lovely.
There. And then it's just a case, just making sure they're level, of stitching around.
Oh, okay. That's
And
nice
it's
and
done.
easy. And it's all finished then?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So that's what I mean. You know, if you want to, and you want to then stitch all the way around there, then you can. There's nothing. But actually, I don't think that I need to. With the pleather, I did.
Yes.
Because it's almost bouncy and spongy. But with this, with a good press, that's going to retain its shape anyway.
Yes. Yeah.
So all we need to do, and just before you get stitching, you know, just make sure that you are happy,
isn't it? Yeah.
you know, and that actually, yeah, that band will come around and do that. There is just one thing that you want to watch when you start sewing, and that is that it doesn't catch on your machine. I had this happen
Okay.
the other day. In fact, I'm going to just increase my stitch length a little bit. Because all it did was can you see? It's just oh no, you probably can't.
I
Just
see.
catching
So
on the edge of my machine.
So you just need to make sure that that's tucked away.
And all that
Right.
did was just push that down. So I just had
Yes.
to unpick. But you don't want to have, which was fine. But you don't want to have to unpick and re-stitch.
So just be aware.
With pleather, if you can avoid it.
There we go, stitching down there, all come together. And top tip there, as Natasha shared with us there, when you're going through multiple layers, and of course you've got even more layers because of that strap that's in there as well, just extend your stitch length. Makes it easy for your machine to work and carry that fabric
It's just
through.
if you think how a stitch is created, the needle's got to go down. When it's got to go down through more layers, you need that length to then pull up and come across, because by the time it's gone through the layers to come back up through, it needs that extra length to then come across and down.
Yep.
So it's not that visually the stitches are going to look particularly much longer. It's just it's just the anatomy of the stitch.
It is. It's the science behind it, and you'll often notice it on things like jeans. You'll see that there's a longer stitch on there because, again, that kind of fabric is thicker and a little sturdier than some others. But yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, again, make sure that that loop is lying flat as you come back up. And again, if you are in any doubt, pop a walking foot on. So now we've got,
Look at that. Isn't that
got our,
pretty?
yeah, so you'll be able to put your tablet or whatever you want
Yeah.
to put in there. then you'll be able to close it. And I will just give that a press to put that fold
And I bet you can
in.
play around with that design and almost make it reversible if you wanted to.
Exactly what you can do. And then all you need to do is just pull the that to the front.
And there you go. Beautiful. I love that. It's like a little cloud in the sky there. Thank you, Natasha. And all done in the hour. How amazing. And that was from cutting the fabrics as well. So if you're wanting the pattern with all the dimensions, all the instructions, then it's in that pick and mix. There's 46 options there. So you're going to need to choose a second one to work alongside it. I think that's going to be the tricky bit. How do you narrow 46 options down to 2? Well, the thing is, you'll probably revisit. So keep a note of that item number. $11.99 will get you any 2 of those. And there's all sorts of different projects in there. So whether you're into your bags, whether you're into your gifts that you're wanting to make, then I'm sure you will find something that will work for you. And then talking about fabrics working for you, my goodness, you are spoilt for choice during this hour. We've got some amazing fat quarters. If you have just joined us, we're looking at a brand new range from Anna Maria Horner, a beautiful designer that creates the most incredible fabrics, as you can see here, bright colours, some more pastel tones within there as well. So it's going to work with other things that you'll have within your stash, but just really happy. It's called Bright Eyes, and you can see there are lots of bright fabrics with these, and you've got 15 fat quarters for just £51.99. They are amazing value for money and absolutely incredible quality wise, as well as pictures as well, and design should I say. A third of the stock has gone, so lots of you liking these, lots of them adding into your baskets as well. We've got another hour with these at 10 o'clock, so we are going to see more from them then. So it might be an idea for you to get hold of yours, and then you know you can sit back and relax. And the beauty is you can make so many different projects. We've got some amazing things around the studio, but we've got projects like this, just little bags where the fabric does the talking. This is the thing. It's a happy fabric where you could be just using this, creating this, using some of those scraps left over from your other projects. Those pieces that are a little bit too big to throw away, but a little bit small to really think of what you can do with them by themselves. So this shows you that it doesn't matter which of those fabrics you put next to each other, they work together beautifully, because of course that's the thing. Anna Maria Horner has got the most amazing eye for colour, as you can see. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of your fabulous fabrics in your fat quarters, the details are on your screen, but we have got them available as a pick and mix as well. If you're into dressmaking, then it might be you wanting those larger pieces, so we can help you with those as well. You've actually got more options, because you've got your 15 options that we've just spoken of with your half meters, but you've also got an additional 7 with these as well. So there's loads and loads of choice. Now, once they've gone, they've gone, and that's with regards to the half meters and also your fat quarters as well. Now, there has been a sellout with regards to the half meters as well. So which one sold out, sorry? Bossy Mini Evening. This first one, third one, 1, 2, 3, that one. Oh, okay. But it's in the fat quarters, so if you do like that one, then you can still get it in the fat quarters as well. But when they're gone, they've gone. And we haven't got huge quantities of some of these. So if you like the look of one of these, like that gorgeous green there, I mean, it's a small repeat on there, but if you're thinking of making like a little sundress or something like that for a little child, then that is a beautiful one. Again, a beautiful one that alongside it with the pink there. Now, right the way through these, until you get to this particular one, these ones are all in your fat quarter bundle. From this point onwards, these are additional. There's another 7 that you can see here, and these are available as your half meters. They're not in the fat quarter. I do love these. I think these are going to be a really useful one to work with. So yeah, if you're wanting to get a hold of those, perhaps in addition to your fat quarters, maybe you want to get the whole range, well, you can do. You can get your fat quarters with the details obviously at the bottom of your screen, and then add in those additional half meters as you go. 631308. Now, if you added both those in together, then it ends up being a flexi order, which means you can spread the cost over 2 payments. So I would suggest, if you are spreading your cost, then add a few extra goodies into your basket while you are there, because they are useful fabrics as they are, but of course adding additional fabrics extends the usability, and I think that's the key thing with regards to those. So if you're thinking of your faux leather, then we have got 2 fat quarters. They're big fat quarters. I'll show you these in a few moments, and they are just a useful fabric to work with. I mean, Natasha, they just have that little bit of style, don't they? Beautiful.
They do, and I was really careful about which colours I picked out as well, because with this range that Anna Maria Horn has brought us, that you've got those mustard earthy tones going through there, which is why I went with the copper, but you've also got those purpley deeper sort of nocturnal shades in there as well, and that's when I think the pewter really comes into
and
its
it kind
own
of
with those
emphasises, because
purples.
sometimes you've got kind of like dark outlines of certain areas, and it kind of highlights those. Now let me show you the size of these, because they're very generous size pieces with these.
Well,
Natasha.
they've come, because you can use them for dressmaking, they've come off a dressmaking size bolt, which is your 56 inch, so it's half of that, and then obviously your 20 inches, because they're UK fat quarters.
Beautiful.
So they're done off a half metre rather than a half yard.
Love it. So you can get both of those, £9.99, 533600. And then, of course, the little bag that I showed you, Natasha has worked with this fabulous grid, and I can see it in her demo area, so you're going to learn more about this one. So that is going to allow you to create those perfect squares that we saw on that little bag a few moments ago. You're getting a full metre of this on. It's the first time that we've seen it by the metre, but if you do want to go for more as a larger piece, then you can do. Natasha is going to cut this to order, so a 987326 if you want it, £9.99. Don't forget about your Moda though, your Moda Grunge. Oh, you definitely want to be adding this in. It's absolutely beautiful. Something a little bit different from your solids. I mean, solids are so incredibly useful, but I like solids with personality, and that's what you've got with these. 11 brand new today's, and these are gorgeous. Again, extended delivery the 18th of July again, but these are amazing. I think you'll want a little bit of all of these actually. $14.99. That item number there, 724526, will get you any two of those, but again, it's while stocks last with these on. We don't always keep them in stock on the website either, so if you're thinking, oh, I'll keep a note of that item number and I'll pop back in a couple of weeks, then you could potentially miss out on these, because it is a case of we've got them for the show and a little while afterwards, but that's it, they may well disappear. We can't keep everything on the website, it's too much.
They were picked for the show as well, the colours were picked. So Moda Grunge do such a vast array, it can be quite mind-boggling. So I know that when they put the shows together, really careful to pick out the ones that absolutely go with those fabrics, and again, you know, that little extra investment to get an interesting plain that's going to go with your Anna Maria Horner means that actually that feature fabric that you've loved and bought goes even further. It's just you always need it. You always need it.
You have to be quick with regards to that. I think we've already lost one of those options as well, but they're all on the website. So flamingo, I'm wondering which one. I'm guessing it's that kind of one towards the end, isn't it? Nice fabrics, like those ones. Anyway, 4 minutes we've got, Natasha. What did you want to share with us?
I'm going to need my pouch, because you've got all my prep in there. I could go no further. The layout, my grid.
Tried to smuggle it out, but she caught me.
I saw. Nothing gets past me. Right, okay, so we're going to have a go at making this. This is generally, whenever I use the quarters grid, there's always a little snippety bit left over, and I hate waste. So that was why the advent of this came about, because then I'm not wasting my fabric, I'm using every single little scrap, and I'm also using up whatever I have left of my quilter's grid. Now, every fabric that I was given, I chopped little 2.5 inch squares in, and you can just use your grid to line everything up. So mix and match them through, do whatever you need, and it might be that you're that you've got, you know, sort of 1/2 inch increments, and that's absolutely fine. It's just, what I would say is use that grid to line the base up, and then every now and then when it does hit an upright, just line it, keep it all in place. So you will then be pressing these into place. So I always build it up on a pressing mat, because otherwise I get everything exactly how I want, and I do play about and put things in different places, and then I have to move it to the pressing. So my top tip would be, build up your seam on your pressing mat, and that, I mean, I can see that absolutely fine through there. It's not a bother. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to go 5 across. Look, there's that little spotty
cute
number.
Fabric, that one. I like that one.
Yeah, you're quite right. It would make a really cute little girl's dress. Absolutely. And then all I'm trying to do is put a fabric that is going to contrast in tone. So I'm going to put a lighter one beneath the darker one and just try and mix it through a little bit.
And I like these as well because, I mean, these fabrics, often you might make a plain shirt but want to showcase the collar or the cuffs, so you could use one of these beautiful fabrics maybe as a design feature.
I like to highlight a little bit with dressmaking and things like that. It's all there for the taking, isn't it? And again, I hadn't noticed that I had these golden tones until I put it next to the golden leaf. And this is part of the one with the birds on. In fact, there is the other part of the bird there.
Cute.
But it's a different
feel
for the fabric because you know, when you are cutting them up, there's a bit of one of those bowls which could very easily be made into birds. And I haven't been precious about how I've cut these. You can see they're a bit rough and ready, but it's fine because if I were having to sew these on the machine, you know, individually, I would have made so sure that they were absolutely spot on 2.5.
That's the key thing.
But I haven't had to with this. You know, this one's a bit longer than it possibly should be. It doesn't matter. It really, so don't, you know, there's no, at no point is there any need to worry or get yourself in a tiz about it.
And Natasha, just to warn you, we're down to the last 30 seconds of the hour, so I know we're not going to get this project completed because I know you could, but not that good. Can't make it back in 30 seconds.
We're going to carry it through into the next hour.
Lovely.
So this is just your starting point. So your starting point is then to get your iron and press those in place, and then we'll trim back. So when we come back after the break, I will have done another one of those, pressed them, trimmed it back, and we'll be ready to go.
10 o'clock. So, yes, we're revisiting Natasha's little bag that she's making at 10 o'clock. I'm going to be joining you in the next hour for the one-day special. I can officially say it now. And then we've got the most incredible hour with Wow. And then back with Anna-Maria Horner.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies, that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's 8 o'clock, so of course that means it's a bright, fresh look at our current one-day special. And if you're not aware of one-day special, it's a deal that we launch at 6 o'clock every single evening. It's a fabulous deal that we bring to you for just a period of 24 hours, which means you have to get it while you can. Because sometimes those deals do sell out before we get to the 6 o'clock the following day, which means we sadly have to say goodbye to it. And we are talking about an amazing company who regularly contribute to us here at the craft store, and they bring us amazing deals. They also bring us all the information that we need by the way of the fabulous Sam, Sam is joining us via Skype. Good morning, Sam. How are you doing?
Hi Hayley, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And I love it that you've brought us yet another amazing deal. And I believe this is one of the best deals that we've seen.
Yeah, so I mean, the caddy is always a popular, you've been working with the craft store now for some time, and the caddy is always, you know, the number one product with yourselves. And you are right, I mean, the price that we touched on price a little bit yesterday, but I prefer to go on about kind of the quality of the product and what it will bring, you know, to you at home once you get it there. I think the fact that you do get the 4 individual caddies, so at the moment, obviously you've got it locked together as one fixed unit. And one of the best features of the product is the fact that you can just use it on its own as a set of 4, a set of 2 maybe, and then with that wheelbase added onto the bottom of that stack, it just makes it very portable when you are using it around the house, or if it's, you know, kind of outside in your workshop or wherever it may go, the wheels make it a lot easier to move about.
Now, they're always generous sized pods that we've got within here, and of course you've got that lock-in system there, so you've got the little hook-in system that goes into the back of you. You can do your caddy holder, so to speak, as you can see here. The beauty is you can change these around, Sam, so they're really easy to personalise to your own needs.
Yeah, and I think again that's what people really do like about the product, is it isn't a fixed system. You know, it is a modular system. You can kind of swap and change containers around. If you only want to take one container with you, you can do that. So I think, you know, you've got multiple options whilst using this storage solution, and that's really how we see it. It is definitely a storage solution, and it is going to make kind of keeping your crafty stash tidy. It's going to be a lot easier to find the items, but also, you know, you're going to find just tidying away a lot more simple with using our products as well.
And it's also finding what you've already got, because that is the key thing. I know many crafters out there, and I know many DIYer, many homes, in fact, will go out and buy things that they've already got tucked away, but they just didn't know where they were. So sometimes it's quicker to go out and buy another one, or sometimes you've even forgotten that you had it in the first place. And the beauty is you know exactly where everything is. Now, I love this interlocking system, and so many people will invest in their first set of Deflecto with something like a one-day special, and then they come back and get more of them, don't they, Sam? Because it's kind of just a system that you add to over and over again.
Yeah, and again, I think that's what proves really popular, is that, you know, if you're just starting out kind of with your, you know, in your craft arts and craft journey, then, you know, you can, obviously this stack that you're going to get is a really, you know, good start. And as soon as, you know, once you kind of get a little more into it and you end up buying more and more items, which, as we know, there seems to be an endless amount of varying different things that you need for certain projects that you're working on, and this storage really does grow with you as you increase your own kind of stock levels of things that you need to complete your you know, your task that you're working on.
Well, this is the key thing, and the deal that we've got is amazing, because usually you're buying the caddy system, so you're kind of buying what you can see there, where you've got your 2 tiers with obviously all your different pods in there. So within the one-day special, you're actually getting both of those, but then you get the bonus edition of the wheels. Now, the wheels aren't available by themselves anymore, so this is an amazing deal where you are getting the savings. That's the key thing, because you're giving us savings with each of these duos, but then those are carried forward, so you've got an additional £15 saving. So that pretty much means that the wheels are included as a bit of a bonus. So
yeah, and I think, you know, I think when you actually break down what you are getting, I think one thing that we do have comments back with our products is the fact that how much stuff you can actually get in there. So think, you know, you see it as 4 units and that wheelbase, but it's not just the 4 units. You're also getting 16 individual canisters and 4 of the medium-sized canisters. So, you know, you really are getting a lot of product for your money within this bundle.
You certainly are. Absolutely amazing. So that £50 saving is in addition to those savings that you're making on the individual pods. So overall, you're actually saving a £39 saving, which if you look at the bottom of your screen is not far off the cost of a set of those 2 caddies. So that's why it's such an amazing deal. And so many of you have been taking advantage of it. That was that half the stock gone, did you say then, Kate? Oh my goodness. So yeah, and I think this is the thing. We regularly see Salmon Deflecto here at the craft store. So when you are investing in this, you will be watching the shows, looking out for the one-day specials, checking the schedule and adding to this as time goes on. I certainly need to add to mine. I've got a lot of these already, but they are the perfect way for you to store all your crafty goodies, and I will be showing you that in just a few moments. But if you're wanting to get hold of yours, you have got 2 flexi buys on this one. £39.98 will mean you will get all of these on their way to you, and all with that one item number 187719. Now the deal that we've got on our screen, Sam, I mean, it's unlikely that we're going to be able to see this deal again, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and I think because we touched on a little bit kind of yesterday, and normally I wouldn't come on and say about kind of giving the story of why prices are going up. But I think it's well publicised at the moment in regards to the issues that we are having regarding shipping. Just the general cost of goods is getting more expensive.
Yes, that's true.
And we always like to try and give the craft store the best value we can. But I think kind of one of the discussions we had prior to the show, with the guys that do the purchasing for yourselves, is that we're struggling to maintain our pricing levels, which obviously means we're going to have to pass on those costs to yourselves, which ultimately means as consumers, and we're all paying more for items now because of whether it be Brexit, whether it be the pandemic. Cost of goods are going up. So you are right. This probably will be the last time that you will see this product at this price with yourselves.
Yeah, and I see it across the board, whether any area where you're working with something where plastics are involved, then yes, definitely the price has gone up. Now, of course, do your own research. We've done a little bit of research here, and we think we are bringing you a very keenly priced bundle, with the details of which are on your screen. But as Sam said earlier on, it's not just about price, it's about quality. It's about the usability and the accessibility that you will have to what you've already got within your craft room. We've got some amazing reviews, and you can check out these reviews. I mean, we've just taken a little snapshot of them. There's loads and loads on the website. You can go to the Deflecto web kind of brand section to browse some of those. You can see here, time and time again, 5-star reviews over and over again. That is the beauty of this. It's a product that many of you will have invested in, potentially initially with that one day, especially. It's such an amazing deal that it's one of those ones that you'll give it a go, but then you will add to it time and time again. You can see here some absolutely amazing reviews. Love it. Some of the ones that I've got printed off in front of me. Great product. Easily moved with, of course, because you've got the wheels. You don't always get the wheels in with the bundle as well, and I know there has been a time when we haven't been able to bring the wheels to you, so get them while you can. You've got your trays that are going to lift on and off as needed, and that's again very important, featuring one of those reviews. Excellent, very sturdy, easy to move around. Each compartment holds more than you think it will, and we'll reference that in a few moments. Seen this storage system a few times and thought I didn't need them. How wrong I was. I definitely need it more now. I have everything in one place, and with it being easy see-through boxes, it makes it easy to find what you're looking for. And I think that's the key thing, because I've actually got the equivalent of 2 of these sets actually on one of those wheel bases. Now, I'll talk to Sam in a few moments about being mindful of how much you've got in there, but you can see you can fit absolutely loads within these ones. So I've split mine into the 2 halves just to show you, because the one that you've got over here, which has got the wheels on it, that's the one that is the equivalent of your one-day special. But I've actually got a second set which is exactly the same. But if I just take one of those out and just show you the kind of things that you can pop in. Now this, the footprint of this, and the footprint is kind of the area that it takes up. You can see it's a little over an A4 sheet. I've got an A4 sheet of paper here, so you can see it's not taking up a huge amount of area. Now mine is actually kept in a bit of a recess that I've got behind my craft room door, so it's taking up a bit of what I'd call dead space. There's nothing else I could put in there, but I've got so much stored in there. This is one of the kind of setups that I've got. This one is kind of the cake making section, for the want of a better phrase. These, incidentally, these little business card holders fit in brilliant. You can fit in 2 of those. So there's a little bit of a hack from me. But we've got to look at that. That's how stingy I am. Even if we've lit the birthday candles, they go back in the box for another birthday. I'm frugal, what can I say? You've got your bundle here as well. In this particular one, what have I got in here? Oh, I've got some of the cake pops sticks in here. I've got some of the little silicone moulds there for when I'm going to do my Christmas cakes and things like that. Icing nozzles there and that. There might be things that I don't necessarily use every week, but I know where they are. The dust is away from them. I don't have to wash them every time I use them because they're rattling around in a kitchen drawer gathering dust. Then I've got elements here. What have I got in here? Oh, this is one of my little finds. It's a unicorn. Look at that, unicorn horn to go on a cake. Make a fabulous little cake there. Then I've got more of my cutters in there. So again, they're all things that I know I can use over and over again. And you can fit a lot in here because you've got flexibility of some products as well. You can fit things in that are much larger than you would necessarily go for. So that one is kind of my cake making. And I'm right in thinking, Sam, with regards to these, they're not food safe, are they? So you can keep food products in here, but they need to be in their own wrappers. Is that right?
Yeah, that's spot on. So the products you wouldn't be able to keep. I don't know. Say, I think we had someone emailing us saying, "Can I store nuts in them?" Which was an odd request, but we had to answer it. And you are right; they're not food safe. As long as it's in its own kind of package, its own parcel, that would be fine.
I love it. Another scenario, and you'll have seen this one because I did actually when I come on and do my Handmade by Hayley shows. This is where I keep all my fabric cuttings. So with my dies, I've got my quilting dies and they cut out different shapes of fabric. So what I've got in here, this is literally using my scraps. So I'll sit and have a cutting session and then I'll put them into the pod. So I've got my rectangles there. I've got my half square triangles, my large ones there in there. I've even got, and this shows you because when I actually come to the craft store and I do a show, I literally can pick this up and I know I've got everything I need in there. I've even got my rings there that I use to display the quilts when we come onto the set here. So they've always got those. So straight away I know, and this is the thing, I can pick that up and it's got everything in there I need. How often have you picked up a bag and realised that you've forgotten something, whether you're going off to the caravan or you've gone off on holiday in a trip and you can't necessarily just pop back and pick things up. So always useful in that one. So that is kind of fabric elements, and these are literally what I'm surprised they're not covered in dust, to be honest, because they have been behind my door. So let me pop that one on top of that one and we'll bring in another one to share with you. So what have we got in this one? Oh, this one's glitters. Well, actually we'll pick up both at the same time. Be mindful of how much of a weight that you've got in these as well. I've just picked up both of these together and I know there's quite a lot of weight. So weight wise, Sam, what sort of things do we need to be mindful of?
I think you're probably looking at around about I'm going to say 18 kilogram, which I will double check, but I think we normally have a little video that we give you to share, and it gives you the weights on there. But I'm sure it's around about 18 kilograms. So I always kind of reference it as a small child that we tested the handle to withstand that sort of weight.
I love that. Oh yes, it's about as heavy as a child. I usually go for the bag of potatoes scenario, but I like your style. Now this one is kind of my glitters, and I like to keep things kind of in their little sections together. So here I've got glitter paints, I've got glitters just in their pots, in their packs in here as well. So I know that they are all in here, so I can come to them at any time, whether it's a small pot of glitter I need, whether it's a large pot, I know exactly where they are. The one that I've got underneath, so all the time I'm opening up those interconnecting arms there, popping it onto the next pod. So there you go, that can lock in place using those, so I know it's not going anywhere. These kind of lock in as you go. Keep those tiers together, which means that you can pick them up. Now there's a lot of weight in there, so this is a set that probably I would have on my wheels and I wouldn't necessarily pick them up like so. With regards to these ones, what have we got on this one? Oh, paints. So here, I've got all my indigo blue paints. Look at this. Now of course you've got the depth, so you can kind of stand these up. Now incidentally, this actual pod that we've got here isn't part of the one day special. It's a larger pod that we do have available. It's a useful one to get hold of because I've actually got some dressmaking scissors in one of these somewhere as well. In fact, I can just spy it on my wheel. So let me bring it in the other one because this is how it comes to you. So let me move that one and pop that one in there. So it's a large pod, as you can see. It actually takes up 3 spaces on your deflecto. So if you think of each one of these smaller ones being one pod, it's kind of the equivalent of 3 of those spaces, as you can see. But I like this one because it comes with a little tray. So you've got the ability to keep little bits in there. It could be jewellery findings and things like that. But then you've got your larger areas. So if you've got longer things like your scissors, then you can pop those in there, and they're all brilliantly stored away. Now, half the stock of this one has gone. It's one that will work with your Deflecto system, as you can see with regards to your paints there. And it's a perfect addition because, of course, you can use that for some of those items that may be too long to fit into your kind of your 2-pod section. You can add it in with your order. You've got your flexi order, haven't you? So why not? It actually works out at £6.50, absolutely bargain. So I would definitely go for one of those. But your 2-pod caddies, again, wow, we've got wow coming up after the break. All my embossing powders in there. You can even put things like your ink pads. They'll fit in there neatly. Even got your kind of re-inkers alongside them, so I know exactly where they are. They're all in there as well. But it can be anything you want. Mine is very much crafty, because obviously that's what I use mine for. David's got some of these in the garage. He uses them for all sorts of things. He's got like raw plugs in there and screws and bolts and electrical bits that I really know nothing about, and I've got no desire to know anything about them. Now, rapidly approaching 60% of the stock has gone. What have I got in this one? So you can see what an amazing amount of storage you've got in here. I've got magnets here for all my bags and things that I'm making. I've got my zips featuring in here, and those are my endless zips. So yeah, it's quite a big piece of zippage, as you can see. There's loads in there, so I keep those in there as well. What else have I got in this one over here? I should have checked these out, really, shouldn't I, before I'm showing you? I've got belt, little kind of buckles in there. I've got more magnets. I've got split rings in there. There's absolutely loads. And if you consider just how much space this would take if I was to lay it out on the table, but all it's doing is taking up that space of the equivalent of a little over an A4 piece. That is the beauty of this, and that is however many tiers you go up. Now, I've actually got 8 of these sitting on the wheelbase. It's probably a few more than you meant to. But the reason I do that, and I'll show you this, can I stand up in a moment? Because I'm going to layer this up, so I'm going to clip this together. And I'm going to bring in the ones that I've got on the table as well. Because when I'm working at the table, I like it to be around that height because I can easily get to things. But then what I do tend to find is when I'm at home, because space is of a premium, then what I will actually do is have it much higher. So if you're a crafter that likes to stand when you're crafting, then again, you can use this in that way. You can literally put 2 lots of your one-day specials together. Obviously, you'll have an extra set of wheels, which you'll always make use of. They'll always be useful to go for. Just make sure they lock in there. So you can see this is actually quite high. Now, be mindful, because with this one, obviously, this is simple physics. The taller it gets, then the more wobbly it'll be. And that's the key thing. Yeah, I don't know if that works for everything, but there you go. But you can see that now. I'm probably about 5'3", 5'4", something like that. So that is now kind of at my hip height there. So if I was working, demonstrating an exhibition or one of the shows that we have here, you can see everything is just at the right height there. Now, obviously, the weight that you've got in with this, I wouldn't necessarily transport it. Obviously, if you're going through a car park, then you're going to get the rickety-rackety that you've got with the tarmac. So I would decant that into 2 pieces, which is why it's useful when you've got those extra set of wheels if you're going for 2 of your one-day specials. But you can see there's a lot of storage in there. But over and over again, as I've said, the footprint is a little bigger than an A4 piece. That is the thing, and I have all of that, and this is literally behind my door in my craft room with all that storage. That could take up several shelves if I was actually doing it in a traditional way of putting things on shelves, but absolutely loads. Now, I've shown you mine. Are you going to show me yours? Because I know lots of you have been sending in your pictures, and that's exactly what Laura's done. Oh my goodness, you've trumped me, you've got so much more. I need to up my ante with regard. Oh, it's Anne, I do apologise. Yes, I like this. This is looking good. So again, it's a modular system. It's a system that you're going to add to. You might start off with your one-day special, but you will soon find that Deflecto caddies like to have friends. And mine have got a lot of friends, I have to say. They need more friends though, what can I say? So if you're wanting your one-day special, the details are on your screen there. You've got a £15 saving, but that's in addition to your regular saving that you're going to be getting with these that she's been carried forward. So you're actually saving £39 in total, which if you look at the bottom of the screen, that would get you 2 of your caddy systems for pretty much that price that you're saving. So it is a phenomenal deal. The wheels themselves, if they were available, you'd be looking at £14.99. So the deal on your screen, again, that additional £15 is like you are paying, getting those included. But it's a brilliant bundle. You're getting 4 of those layers. Have I got 4 on there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I have. I have to count every so often because I don't want my tower to get bigger and this one to get smaller. That would be a travesty, wouldn't it? If I suddenly found that I'd got extra ones taken home with me. 60% of the stock has gone. It's a popular one. It is always a popular one-day special. And it's one of those systems that if you've not invested in it yet, then please do so. The one-day special is a perfect way for you to try it at a phenomenal price. This is one of the best prices that we've brought to you. And I certainly would encourage you to perhaps start your Deflecto passion with the one-day special. Details on your screen. Don't just take my word for it. Look what it can do. There we go. So as Sam quite rightly said, you saw on your screen there, 18 kilograms is the maximum weight, which a couple of newborn babies, maybe a small toddler, if you're going by the Sam scenario with regards to your comparisons. Now, it's been a very busy hour. Lots of you getting involved, and it's really good to have your company. As I say, if you'd like to share pictures of what you've been using your Deflecto for, then do get in touch at studio@thecraftstore.com. But another popular item that we've got on the show is something that I'm going to be sharing with you in a few moments. Those fabulous magnetic sheets that we've got for you there. These are a brilliant deal. Now, over half the stock has gone of these. You're going to get 18 in total, so it's 3 packs of 6. They're phenomenal value for money. And I have to say, Sam, I mean, this is something that's very, very useful to have in your craft stash as well, isn't it? I mean, a lot of people use them for, obviously, things like fridge magnets, but things like die storage as well.
Yeah, I think the we did this offer last time we were on. I think which was I mean, as you know, we're not on that often, probably every few months. And it just went so well that it made sense to kind of bring it back. And I think you are right. Magnetic craft sheet is just a really popular addition to have to your. I guess I guess you can't class it as storage as such, but it's just a way again of keeping things tidy, and it does that really well.
Well, I know lots of people that will actually take their magnetic sheets and actually put them onto the wall. So their regular dies that they use, and they would kind of stick that to the wall, and they would literally throw their dies and they would stick on there. The thing that I love about your magnetic sheets is something that we don't often see is where you've got that white backing, which of course turns it into a crafting project then, because of course you can see here loads of ideas, using them, maybe creating frames with them and putting pictures on your fridge, making games with these as well. It turns them, like you say, into a craft product. And then of course you've got your die storage over the side here as well. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I think with the white, that was the reason why we did the white backing on the product, was just to give it a point of difference. And what we found is that people were using it, as you said, not just for storage as such, but actually to create something from it, as well as just storing your dies on there.
Definitely. It's a really good weight as well. You can see there the stability. I mean, that white almost makes it even more stable. The beauty of this as well, if you've got your dies, if you're storing your dies on here, why not cut out some of your dies and actually stick those elements on here? Maybe use a little bit of vinyl, self-adhesive paper, and that way you know that you're not missing any of those dies when you actually come to using them. So it's almost like a quick reference point. Now, you are going to get 3 packs of these. So you've got 6 sheets in there, 18 in total. Works out at just 66 pence per sheet. My goodness, that is amazing value for money. Cut them down if you want to. You can cut them with your scissors, cut them with your dies as well. Obviously, be mindful of the intricacy of your die, but if you're looking at simple shapes and you're looking at potentially steel rule dies, then you shouldn't have any issue. And I know there's a lot of electronic die cutting machines out there, things like your Cricut, things like your silhouettes, that you can actually cut these out as well if you're wanting to. Brilliant crafty project. I love these as a little idea for the kids. But yeah, make yourself some frames with these. A brilliant way for you to put photos on your fridge. So you get all 3 of those. As I say there, actually you've got another one tucked away there. Let me do it like there. Oh, that's why I'm stood here doing this and not kind of floor managing, because I can't make it look pretty. But £11.98, brilliant value for money, and I would certainly pop that one into your basket. Now, can I tell you about this caddy system that I've got here? Because this is something that I didn't realise I needed until I got it. And it was kind of, we had it on one of the shows, and I looked at it and I thought, oh, that was quite interesting. And yeah, okay. Not sure it will work for me. My goodness, nobody is taking this away from me. It's one of those ones that once you've got it, you would not part with it. So let me explain to you. We've got the details on the screen. It's your multi-stack storage, £17.98. The thing that I love about this is actually kind of like a 3-part system. So it comes apart. So you've got your different tiers. Then obviously you've got your top layer that we've got here with all the caddy system in. And this is a brilliant one. Again, I mean, Sam, this is such a useful system to have, and it's all part of that kind of Deflecto initiative, really, when it comes to storage.
Yeah, I think we like to, we like to concentrate on keeping those containers clear. So, I mean, you've gone another level and you've labelled the containers as well, which is really organised.
Well, that's not me. I'm not going to lie. My daughter went into the craft room, saw it was such an atrocious mess, and tried to get me organised. That's kind of how the story goes.
So I think with this one, with those clear, the clear drawers, you can still see what's inside. The fact that you can, again, we like to try and keep it that you can actually remove the canisters as well, so you can take that drawer out. So if you've got that on a shelf over the other side of the room and you want something out of there, say you want your quilting clips, you can just take that whole drawer with you, instead of having to, just take a few items out. The fact as well that it's got that open top, again, just for your, for your items that are slightly taller or for just things that you want to keep in eye shot of you. It's just a good, useful kind of 3-tier multi-stack system to have, whether it be on your desk, whether it be kind of in your workshop, on the shelf. Yeah, it's definitely a favourite of ours.
And mine too. And I love it because you've kind of got like a recess on each one of these. So when you look at them, you may well have noticed kind of like a little channel running through. And the channel sits perfectly with that element that you've got there. So that will sit on the top. It goes into the recess. I'm not quite sure where the sticky tape came from, but there you go. It's used. So you can pop that on there, so that's going to stay nice and sturdy. You've got your larger drawer. Now in here, this is where I tend to keep things like my rotary cutter, additional blades, all sorts of bits and pieces get thrown in there. So it might be things that get thrown in there that I need to sort out at a later stage. But the beauty is, if it works for you better the other way around, then you can do that. The system is so interactive, you can move it around to exactly what you want. And the beauty is, if you do want to, you can actually wall mount it as well. So you've got the little elements there. Doesn't come with any screws, but obviously find your own screws, and you can actually put this onto your wall if you wanted to. But the bit that I love the most is this top part. Now mine is absolutely, whoops-a-daisy, crammed with all my sewing stuff. So I've got pins in here, I've got the phone charger in here, I've got my little sharps container there for anything that gets broken. I've actually got, now this is something that I've got in addition, you don't get this in here, but it does fit in neatly, and it shows that you can actually actually fit any of those pods from your one-day special in there as well. This is actually one of the pen pods. I don't know if you've got them on the show today, but I always find it very, very useful. So they might be on the brand section, but that fits in there quite neatly, like so. You've got these elements at the back here where you've got these different sections. So this is where I tend to put things that I want easy access to, quilting rulers. I've got some of my Handmade by Hayley squares in there. I've got bulldog clips. I'm not sure what that is, but it's probably in there for me to find a use for at a later stage. You could put things like your threads in there if you're wanting to. I've got a spare pair of glasses, walking foot. There's absolutely loads in here, but again, this is something that when I come to do my shows here at the craft store, I can pick this up and it's got everything in it I need. That is the beauty, but I don't have to stack it. I can literally have it side by side if I wanted to as well. So you don't have to have it set up in the way that it shows. You could have it like that if you wanted to. It's whatever you want it to be. That is the beauty. It's interactive. You can play around with it and put it into whatever way you like. But yours sadly won't come cram-packed full of goodies like this one. This is working it, isn't it? Having all of these things in here. But at £17.98, it is a welcome addition. I need to get myself another one of these because it's such a useful thing to have. And you can see, I think mine's fit for bursting, so I definitely need another one. 059292. If you're wanting yours, just £17.98. You've got £12 saving. And it's one of those elements that we've got from Deflecto. They bring us such a wide range of storage solutions. I think that's the key thing. And here are some of the others. Brilliant ideas, things that I hadn't even thought of featuring that little bit of video. And I think that's the thing, it shows that the Deflecto range is just so adaptable. I think that's one of the key words. Now we've got something else to share with you where you're getting two elements, two storage caddies with this one. You're larger and you're smaller with these ones. A brilliant saving on this one of £10. And these ones, very useful. Now Sam, I have to say I love the idea of these, and I'll explain why I love these in a few moments. But again, storage in so many different ways. This is a lovely little set. I love this little caddy that we've got here as well, Sam.
So this is one of our kind of newer release products. I think it's probably this year that this one's been available. Proves really popular. It's got the carry handle again. So we like to try and make all of our storage portable. So if it's easy to maneuver around, it just makes it a lot easier to use. And even down to like some of the design features on it, the fact that the handle folds, nice and flat means you can actually sit something on top of that. The fact you've got storage in the lid as well with those snap tight kind of levers at the front. We've embossed a ruler on the top of there as well. Now it is in inches, so not everyone works in inches, but at least you have a reference there for a ruler. And then the two catches on the side of the product is what locks the lid together. And what I really like with this is that the lid fully comes off. So it's not one of those ones that pivots out, the lid completely comes off. You've then got the single tray storage in there as well. So, whether that be for paintbrushes or, I don't know, maybe needles, cutting knives, different things that you want loose in the bottom of the storage unit itself. And then you've still got a really good amount of storage at the bottom. And I think, obviously it isn't crystal clear, but it's kind of got that opaqueness about it where you can see in, so you are going to get an idea of what you're storing on there. Obviously, when you get yours home, you can take that label off and it enable you to see even more clearly from, with the front of the product. And then so basically this is a 2 set, as we've mentioned. This is the smaller version, which is still a really good size, and then you're also getting the larger version of this product. So you can just see that this is like the big brother of that small version there. It's got the same features, the snap tight lid, storage in the lid, the ruler embossed on the top of that kind of closure there, the handle that folds away nice and flat. It's got that same really strong clasp locking mechanism on both sides. And again, with this product, the lid completely comes off. You also then have that really handy storage tray in there again, which we've touched on with the smaller version. Then you also get a really good amount of storage in the bottom. I think when you get these 2 products home, I mean, we say mini storage. It's not really a mini storage. It's still a good size, and this larger version really is. I mean, that's a perfect example there. You've got some A4 paper, so it really shows you the depth and the size of the product that you will be getting.
And I love this because if you do want to keep your A4 paper in it, you can do. I will advise you not to pop that in because obviously there's not enough space for fitting that in, but we're going to find a use for that one, I'm sure. But then if you come back and you put your lid in place, and you can see there you can keep your papers in there, and it's a nice way of storing them. You might have kind of like an indexing system with regards to them as well, but you can literally lock that down. Oh, hold on a minute, let's just move it in a little bit there. There you go, lock that in place, and again you've got somewhere where you can keep your papers, and then, as I say, you'll use this in another scenario, I'm sure. But yeah, it's a good price for the 2 of these coming together, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, as we touched on at the start of the show, the products that we bring to market are good quality, but we also like to offer good quality and good value as well. So I think when you do get this product home, you aren't really disappointed. You are getting 2 of them as well. And I think if you were to kind of, I think there's lots of storage on the market, but there's not lots. It's you might have a clear.
I love that. And we've got a sneaky peek of Sam's robot impression there, as I'm sure that you heard there. It's a very good impression, Sam. I'm impressed. But what Sam was telling you is this fabulous duo that we've got here. You've got your large storage system and your smaller, very similar in design, but obviously different with the capacity. But the beauty is you are getting both of those together. And I love this. This is such a neat little handy project here that you could have in here. I mean, there's room in there. For me, I'd be thinking my rotary cutter could fit in there. I could put additional blades in there. I've got place for my bobbins. It could be that you're doing a little bit of English paper piecing and you need everything in one place. Well, there you go. You could store it all in there quite easily. And the beauty is you get it with the larger one, which, as we mentioned before, storage capacity wise, if you're not keeping the tray inside it, you can actually store your A4 paper, and that shows you just the size of that. And it is a really useful one to go for. So if you fancy that one as a duo together, and of course the ability to spread the cost if you're wanting to pop it inside your one day special, then you can do. And you can see there the details on your screen there, £38.98, 078209. Incidentally, you may notice the post and packing on some of these items being quite considerable. They're big items to ship to you. Please become a Freedom member during this hour, because that means that you can take advantage of many of these items with no additional post and packing. So if you're going to be paying close to £7, £8 with your post and packing anyway, makes sense to become a Freedom member. The details are at the bottom of the screen, 888. It makes sense, even if it's only for the calendar month, because it's what you're going to be paying out anyway. You might as well take advantage while you've got the opportunity. So you can add that in at the same basket at the same time as adding all those goodies into your baskets. And move that over to the side as I introduce you to this. Now this is a brilliant one. Straight away we're looking at paint saving with regards to these, and you've got your multi-compartment caddy as well. Now Sam, I'm going to kick things off with this one, because this one has proved to be such a popular one with so many of our viewers and guests alike. I mean, this is a really clever little caddy. Are you there, Sam?
Yes, sorry. So this one with our kind of paint saver, the reason that we refer to it as the paint saver is you would notice on the inside of that lid, there's that rubber seal that runs all the way around the edge of the product. Now, what that does, it gives an airtight lock actually on the product itself, which once clamped down, obviously prevent your paints from drying out. You've got that removable plastic clear tray in the top as well. So, I mean, that, you could take that out and use that as a mixing palette, and then once you come to give it a clean, you haven't got to try and clean the whole thing at once. You can just take that
yeah.
mixing palette out, and then you've got that benefit as well.
And then, of course, you've got that base there where you've got all those different compartments in there. A nice bright white, so you're going to get true representation of the colours that you're mixing. And as you quite rightly say there, if you're using things like your watercolour paints, then obviously they can dry within there. And you've got that ability to kind of reactivate them with just a little bit of water. But you are getting all of those elements coming together in that one fabulous paint saver. And I know many, and I just love this. It's just so easy to carry. I mean, look at that. It's like a little clutch bag. Very easy for you to perhaps pop in the pocket of your bag. So if you are going off and you're doing your painting, maybe painting scenes that you're seeing out and about, nice and easy. But it doesn't stop there. You're getting that, but you're also getting this multi-part compartment as well. Again, that familiar little kind of rocker with regards to the closure of this, Sam.
Yes, the reason we bundled this was we were trying to think, you know, if you're kind of new to a hobby, you know, obviously painting being this and the hobby that we're discussing here, that paint saver will actually fit in the bottom of that single tray storage unit. So the reason we've kind of put this together is if you imagine you've got your paint saver, you'd be storing your brushes in that single tray. Maybe you've got some paint tubes in there as well. And then once you've done all that, you can kind of put it in this single carry case and then store it away nice and safe. And I think
clever.
Which is really I think it just works really well as a bundle, especially if you're just starting out. You've probably just started to get a few brushes, a few different paints, and this product would be a really good addition to that.
And that's perfect as well, because with your paintbrushes, I mean, you've got the full length there, so plenty of scope for you to keep your paints in there. And I love that idea. I didn't even consider the fact that that would sit in the bottom there beautifully. Still giving you plenty of space there, so if you do want to keep that in there, like you say, Sam, you could put your little pots in there, you could put your tubes of paint in there if you're wanting to. And of course, you can actually keep some of your paints and reactivate them when you are ready using this fabulous little paint system here, which I think is such a clever idea. All coming together. Love it. £19.98. That's almost like a gift price, isn't it? So if you've got somebody that you're thinking of buying a gift for, very affordable way for you to get hold of an absolutely brilliant little set there. So do consider adding that one into your basket. It's a nice set, as you can see there. Really, really useful. Lots of elements there that you are going to love with regards to that one. So if you fancy that one, the details are there on your screen. And 786906. £19.98. Some really affordable prices. Don't forget, these are things that you'll be able to use over and over again. Now, this is a nice one because if you've got things like jars or bottles that you're wanting to keep upright, then this is brilliant. Makes a fabulous cupcake stand as well. Just saying. At £9.97. The beauty of this one is it flat packs, so it locks together and you can take it apart and use it. So if you are going off to somewhere, maybe you are doing craft fairs and things like that now, then you can use this. And it's adjustable, dependent on where you actually put those different tiers. It's kind of got like a spoke system that you can put them wherever you want to sit. You can see there's like a little hook system in there as well. 616-826 if you fancy that one. Just less than a tenner. Brilliant value for money. And you've got a £5 saving. That's quite a saving when you're looking at that price, isn't it? Like that. Got some good savings in this hour. Now, another very popular item is this Painter's Companion. And again, this is something, again, I've got this set because the thing that I loved with this one is the paint bucket. This is brilliant. Again, a very clever idea. And it's all about the design. Now, it doesn't come with paint brushes, but the reason that these are here, I mean, Sam, this handle is ingenious with regards to your paint brushes.
Yeah, so I think as we kind of touched on before, as a brand, we like to try and add kind of neat little touches to different things, and something like a handle quite often gets overlooked. So with the handle, you know, we tried to think, well, how can we best utilise that space when that product is in its position now? So we decided to come up with a way of resting your paintbrushes. Now, one of the things that we've kind of, especially for me, as we've learned along the way, is Paola had said her dad is a keen artist.
He is, yeah.
Apparently you have to dry your paintbrushes horizontally is what he's told us. So we'll take his word for that. And that's why we've got that design, that design there. So, and I think also if you are painting and you just want to rest the brush down or something, it's a good secure space, a secure place to rest your brush on there.
Definitely.
You've got three really deep cleaning wells as well.
And this is brilliant because you've actually got the little bits at the bottom there. So if you do want to really clean your paintbrush as well, and you want to kind of agitate them, you kind of got that kind of ridge area there, so you can agitate them when you're cleaning them. But you've also got your 3 different components for your water. So obviously, as soon as you put your paintbrush in there, your water's going to get dirty. But it's almost like you can wash your brush, then you can rinse it, and then if you really need to give it a good clean, then you have got that final pod that you've got in there. And again, another little storage rest that you've got at the end there as well, Sam.
Yeah, so we see that one as yeah, I guess that's like the drip tray, really. It's designed to drip back inside of that well. And if you do buy more than one of these and you're storing them, obviously when you haven't got paint in them or water, they do interlock together as well. So if you did have 2 of those, they will sit inside one another.
I love it. Really deep, well, very, very sturdy handle on there as well. And yeah, quite rightly, as you say there, they all stack together beautifully. It comes in your paint saver as well. So, of course, we did have a little look at this a few moments ago. I've got the packaging here showing how you can actually put your paints in there and obviously store and save those paints. So you're not going to waste any of those paints that we spend quite a lot of money on, don't we? And if you have just joined us, it opens up. You've got a fabulous kind of element there where you've got all your colours that you can pop in the bottom there. And you have got your removable tray, which you can take out for washing. So if you're wanting this one, then that details are on your screen. That again, incredibly affordable at £15.98, £295,529. And again, pop that in alongside your one-day special. A very affordable way. You can spread the cost of this one as well. But again, Freedom members don't pay any post and packing on your orders. Make sure you take out that membership. So if you fancy that one, do get that one into your basket as well. We've been talking about all sorts of different fabulous things, and something else that we spend a lot of money on are things like our pens. Now this is a brilliant storage system, and this is one that I know many of our guests here do work with, because it gives you the ability to actually use all of your pens at the same time. You can transport everything in one place. Now, I've forgotten how many. Is it 80? Is it 40 in each set of these ones, Sam?
No, actually, you get 80 in each. So, I mean, it's 160 markers in total you can store across the 2 products that we've got here.
This is brilliant, and I know so many of our viewers have invested in these, and so many of our guests. I mean, Paola's got these on her little trolley that she's got. Brilliant idea. I mean, the lid there, straight away, I mean, that lid is protecting whatever's in there.
One of the things that, you know, certainly surprised myself, and maybe this is because I don't, as I've mentioned before, I'm not particularly creative. I don't do arts and craft as a hobby myself. And I was surprised at how much actually markers can cost. So, yes. I mean, the way I look at it is, if you've got 160 markers, you've probably invested a fair amount of money to get that many. So to me, it just makes sense to make sure that you're looking after them and storing them. But also the fact that you can use this, you know, on its side, you can also lay it out so that this product, and the reason it's called the accordion is because of the way that it's hinged together and the way it separates. So again, if you've got that, you know, on a shelf above where you're working, you can have it lay out in front of you. But then also, it's got the carry handle in the lid. It's got that clear top. So when you are finished doing whatever project you're working on, you can very easily tidy away quickly, lid back on so it's nice and safe. Then you can put it out of sight. It's nice and easy to carry around the house, or whether it be your workshop, or if, you know, you're going out to do some drawing.
I love it because, again, you put that lid on there, you take it on your travels, but then you've got so much choice. I mean, it is literally an accordion fold, as you can see with that one. So if you did want to lay it out, maybe you've just got a windowsill as a space for you to actually work with, we can lay it out and have it the full length with regard to those if you want it. And you can stack the other one on top of it, and then when you are ready to actually go off on your travels, then all you need to do is literally pick it up, bring it together, and then it will sit neatly within that carry case. Put the lid on there, like so, and then away you go again. I love it. You're actually getting 2 of these, so if you fancy getting hold of these ones, you've got a £10 saving on them. 2 flexi buys are £20.99, 088849. So if you fancy the idea of getting hold of these, it'd be interesting to see if yours do this when you get them home. I love it. I never tire of watching that. But it's such a useful system. And that kind of goes for the whole of the Deflecto range, because they've got style in mind when you actually work them, because they look brilliant. I mean, the fact that you've got the kind of the same colourway going through the continuity, but it's the practical applications that you've got with these, potentially with your craft, but it doesn't have to be your craft. It will work with so many different areas. Now, of course, we're talking about the one-day special, so let me just move that one out of the way for the time being, because this is your one-day special. You are going to get 4 of your tiers for your storage capacity, and you are going to get your wheels as well. Now, the £15 saving on your screen is the equivalent of the wheels by themselves. We haven't got them available at the moment, but £14.99 is what you'd normally be paying for those. But then you've got your 2 caddy systems. Now, you're actually saving on this one in addition to that £15. So you've got savings that are carried forward from the duos, because these are normally available as 2s. So you've got 2 of those duos. In fact, let's bring those details up, because if you're thinking about getting additional ones, you might want these details. But what I'm going to say is, please don't use these details. Go for an extra one-day special, because you're going to get more of those, and you're going to get some extra wheels. So £39.99, that's what you'd normally be paying for this. So let me just show you. Let me just take this off and show you. So if you were paying £39.99, that is what you get, which is incredibly useful. It's something that's amazing, and I would recommend it until the cows come home. Brilliant value for money. But the deal that we've got for you is where you're going to actually get 2 of those. So you've got £12 saving on one of those. So here you've got 2 of those. So you've got £12 saving for that set of 2, a £12 saving for this set of 2. So you're looking at £24 saving. But then you've got an additional £15 saving, which is the equivalent of that wheelbase there. So this is why it's such a phenomenal deal, and why it's proven to be so popular. And it's one of those systems we regularly see here, not just when we have a Deflecto show, but when we see our crafting guests come in. Many of them will work with these, myself included. This is mine to the side of me here. And it's one of those systems that you will add to. And I think this is a key thing. I mean, when you see the orders going out, Sam, I mean, you must see quite a few of these going out, because I think people might just initially try a one-day special just to see if it is as good a system as we talk about. But then after that, I bet you see some huge orders going out.
Yeah, so we actually dispatch all of their products from our facility in the UK in South Wales, and you quite fine is that we'll see the same address recurring, which is really nice to see. Obviously, it shows that once that person's got that product home, they really like it. They wait for it to come back on with yourselves, and then they're purchasing it again. So a repeat purchase is always really nice to see. And some of the size of the parcels that we send out, I mean, I think it was, did you say it was Anne that had about, I don't know, 20 of them stacked up in a picture?
Yeah, it was Anne,
earlier
yes.
on. I mean,
yeah.
We've actually sent a pallet. We sent a pallet of caddies out before. So it was literally, and we couldn't do a parcel big enough, so we had to send it on a pallet to one of your customers. So it clearly is a product that's well loved, and I think the reason for that is the fact that if you buy it today, and you see it back on again in 12 months, you can just add to it. We're not changing the design of that caddy, so it enables you to kind of, as your crafty stash grows, you can grow your storage as well to keep it all neat.
And the beauty is, I mean, you can access it at whatever level. So if, for instance, you've got this stacked up and you're thinking to yourself, oh, I need something at the bottom there, well, it doesn't matter. All you need to do is literally release those clips, and that will allow you to have access to wherever in this tower that you wanted. So you literally unclip those, and then you can access that particular section, even if it's the very bottom one. Now, each of these tiers, you are going to get 4 of your single pods, as I tend to call them, because you've got that single area there, and then you're going to get 1 of your doubles, and which is useful because it's slightly larger, that particular one. Yeah, you're going to get all of those. So in here, overall, how many of those caddies are we getting then, Sam? You'll probably know quicker than I will.
So you get 16 of the single canisters.
Wow.
And 4 of those medium-sized canisters as well.
I love it. Absolutely brilliant. And as I said before, I mean, I utilise mine over and over again. I'll just bring in a couple of the tiers that we've got from here. So here you go. So this is my sewing one. We've seen this regularly on air. So this isn't kind of put together for the show. This is literally something that I will take into the kitchen with my die cutting machine and my dies, and I will cut out my scraps of fabric. So at a later stage, I've got these. But it could be a case that I'm just going, I don't know, off somewhere, round to a friend's house, and I just want to take those with me. Well, I can do. And then I can kind of bring in another pod and pop that one in its place if I'm wanting to swap those around. So that's the beauty. It really is an interactive kind of collection. Now, I'll show you some of the others later on actually, because we're coming towards the end of the show, but rather than kind of separating them all up, it all locks together. Now I've actually got the equivalent of 2 of the one-day specials here. Obviously I've only got 1 set of wheels, but the thing is I have got so much tucked away in their storage. I've got threads in there, I've got needles, I've got paints, I've got glitters, all in one place. But the thing is, it doesn't take up a huge amount of area. It's kind of the equivalent of an A4 sheet. When you look at the capacity of one of these, it's not far off the size of a piece of paper. So there you go. All of that storage going vertically rather than horizontally. You've got the clear pod so you can see straight away where things are. And the beauty is it's not just you knowing where things are. If you're using them in your home, like we've got with the cake decorating stuff, Phoebe's making cakes when I'm away, then she knows exactly where everything is stored. There is so much that you can actually keep within these. But the price on your screen, it's unlikely that we're going to see a price like this again. The cost of plastics has gone up, as we all know, and that is the key thing. The deal that we've got on the screen is not going to be around forever, so take advantage while you have the chance there. 187719 if you're wanting this one, £79.95, but 2 flexi buys if you're wanting to take advantage of it. It's a brilliant deal. You're going to get obviously the saving of £15 on top of the £24 saving that you're saving on each of those 2 sets there. And of course the wheels, you can only get them now within the one-day special because they've sold out by themselves. Now, one of the useful caddies that I find, in fact, I don't know what I've done with mine, I'll show you later on, but here you've got the storage system, which is made up of your 3 pods with regard to this. Now, I should be able to find it relatively easy because it is in here somewhere. I'll find it in a second. So here you've got your 3 pods. So within this one, it's going to take up 3 sections. So if I bring in my caddy here, you can take those out and I can bring that in its place and pop that in. So it's taking up that side there. Beauty of this one is you've got your small tray there, so if you're wanting to put things like your jewellery findings in there, you can do. And then you've got your larger capacity, which you can put your dressmaking scissors and your pinking shears, whatever you need. But do consider adding one of those in because it is incredibly useful. And I know it's one of the ones that many of you have been adding in. Works out an extra £6 on your flexi buy, so I would certainly think about getting hold of one of those. And I have to say, it's been really good having your company. We've had a very, very busy hour during this hour. Sam, it's always popular. Another busy hour. It's kind of no surprise, really, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, for me, I always get a little nervous before we do a one-day special because I think, oh, you know, the last one was so good. Will the next one fall flat? And, you know, yet again, we're kind of on our 3rd hour now, and yeah, it's brilliant. So I guess, you know, thank you to everyone that purchases the Deflecto product. We're a global business. We make good quality product. We sell it across the world, and ultimately it's good value. If you're sitting on the fence, go and have a look at the reviews. We can't please everyone on the planet, but I think the majority of the reviews that you will see on the craft store are positive ones, and that's kind of it for me. Thank you.
Well, we will see you back at 12 o'clock, so thank you for your company, Sam. But you need to be quick. 2/3 of the stock has gone off your one-day special, and Sam quite rightly says, check out those reviews. We've got people ordering this on top of previous sets that they've gone for, so it does make sense to go for it. One-day special, leaving that on your screen. Now, of course, one of my Deflecto systems was jam-packed full of wow embossing powders. Well, you can fill yours up in the next hour. Then we are back with the amazing fabric for Anna Marie Horner. And then we are on country walks.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything's perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Lee from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the craft store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the craft store.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Good morning. I hope you are very, very well here at the craft store. Well, we have got a treat for you. It is wow embossing powders, of course it is, and it is a fabulous, well, we have got a fabulous counter full of new todays, and we have got a returning all-time favorite as in the form of a guest, the incredible Marion Emerson. And how are you doing, Marion?
I'm very good, thank you.
Now, Marion, we have been friends for a very long time.
A long time, yeah.
And I know, that you love crafting, you love all sorts of colors, but I remember when you got involved with Wow Embossing Powders, how you suddenly took embossing powders to something, well, truly wow.
Well, me and our design team as well.
Well, true.
Yeah.
Of course, we need to mention the design team, but I love that how you work within a team, but of course you make sure that everything is beautiful and everything works together. Lots of sparkle.
Yeah. Oh, lots of sparkle. Yeah, you got to have sparkle.
And of course, beautiful colors that are brand new as well. Now, we have brand new collections of colors that I believe they have been inspired by the design team that you mentioned.
Yeah, we said to all of our design team, does anybody want to come up with some powders or stamps, stencils, etc. And we gave them a theme, and then they run with it. And yeah, well, the results are what you see in front of you.
Now, of course, they are absolutely gorgeous. And when you're seeing the samples as well, they are incredible. Now, we have it's a pick and mix. You're choosing any two of the trios. Now, the trios, so you are getting 3 pots of 3 different colors, right?
Yeah. So, and they've all been designed so that they work together. They'll work on their own as well, but they'll all work together as well. So, yeah.
So you can mix them out as well.
Yeah.
You can do even more blends as well. Look at that. So this one is Moonlight by Natasha Davis. It's a member of your design team, of course.
She is, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you are getting Grey Sky at Night, you're getting Midnight and Twilight. Then Cocktail Party by Joe. That is Fruit Tangle. This one is Midori Spice and, of course, Blue Diamond. Then we have Pinkalicious by Jogan. You made me blush. Yeah. Oh, I love that. That's so nice. And I'm blushing. Fiery Fun and Bubblicious. Love that. Love the names as well as the colors. And then of course we have got Winter Dreams. And I'm going to tilt it so you can see the glitter in here. Rosy Cheeks, Icicle Teal and Powdered Snow by Martina Manger. And then we have Put on the Glitz, which I believe that white glitz is the new colour, right?
It is, yeah. We've teamed it with 2 of our existing colours, red glitz and green glitz, which are absolutely top sellers. And it just works so beautifully with it.
And of course the white glitz is one of your creations.
It is, and it's really special.
It is. When we saw it, I went like, wow. Now the most popular one is Moonlight. Now, of course, 10% of the stock has gone already. That's gorgeous. Look at that.
pulling out the glaze, which is that one, right? Pulling out the glaze.
Yeah.
So red glaze is in here. You can see 10% also gone. Oh, I love that. And I love that the embossing powders make colour so much easier.
Yes. Yeah.
And the sparkle and the finish you are getting is just so good.
It's non-shed then, isn't it? So people that love glitter but don't like the mess of glitter, embossing glitters are just perfect because once they're heat set, that's it, it's set in there.
Absolutely, yeah. And also the other thing we can look at, because I love this one. This one is, of course, from Moonlight, which is one of my favorites. And I will tell you why, because it's like it has confetti in it.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't, but it just kind of has, or the moon, truly looking at the sky at night. I love that.
They're beautiful.
Gorgeous. And of course, you can use it in different ways as well. I love. You know, we could be looking at samples all day long because they are absolutely stunning, and you can see the glitter even onto the white. This one is, of course, is not winter
That's
dream.
the winter dream, yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous.
And then one of the stencils behind, and the stamp set as well, actually.
Approaching 10%. Yeah, they actually look gorgeous. Now, is that applying the one embossing pad onto the embossing folder?
That's what it looks like. Yeah, Kate done that, one of our design girls. She hasn't told us on the back how she's done it, but from my experience, I would say she's inked through on an embossing folder, run it through the machine, and then put the powder on.
That is gorgeous. Now, I need to remind everybody to check out their baskets now, because pulling on the glitz, approaching 20% of the stock. I have to say, because it has got the red, I'm just so, I just love it. But of course, the white glitz is a brand new colour created by our Marion. £17 and 50 pence is your price. Remember, you're choosing whichever two you want, so you could go for pulling on the glitz and Moonlight. Those would be my two favourite ones. Now, if you, of course, you put them together, £17 and 50 pence. Remember, if you want more than that, you can go. It's just another option to go for them. 764-400 is your item number. Pick a mix means you create your own collection. Now we have brand new stencils in here. Now we have got two different options to go for. You can go for all 5 brand new ones, which will have the details on the left hand side of the screen, or if you want to choose your own 2 favorites of the stencils, details at the bottom of the screen. But I believe, of course, if you are like me, you want to have the full collection. Now, I love how the 3 at the bottom, they come with the masks,
They
right?
do, yeah. When we got these done, I said to the person that was doing our stencils for us, can you please include the masks? Don't throw them away, because they're so useful.
They are. So basically, we're getting what I call
It's like
a
you're getting
2 for.
two, exactly, yeah.
And in this case, you are getting 3 for.
Yeah.
Because you are getting 2 apertures,
Yeah.
you're not getting it. And I have to say, I absolutely adore that snowflake, because it's almost like a snowflake, but it's also like branches.
It's stunning, isn't it? Verity done that. It is just beautiful. Well, they're all beautiful. I really had trouble knowing what to demo with, because I just wanted to use absolutely everything, but there isn't time for everything.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly, yeah. But I love it's a 6x6 stencils, aren't they?
Yeah.
But still, I love the smaller cards, and they still feel beautifully, because you have got so much detail onto that.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, if you like those sentiments, we have them also brand new on the show. White on white, look at that, with texture paste or embossing powder, you could do that.
I think Verity's done that one. She might have wrote on the back what she's used.
So yeah, she's used a snowflake stencil, white glitz, embossing powder, and Peace and Joy sentiments. Yeah. So
so that's the white glitz, yeah.
So the white glitz gives you that depth.
And can you see the little tiny shards in there as well?
I'm going to say something. This is even. In real life, this is incredible, the texture, because I thought it was texture paste and then the embossing to achieve
it's really
that.
hard to tell, isn't it, on the camera? Yeah.
It's like, oh, look at that. Oh, look at these gorgeous backgrounds in there. And then I'm going to show you a couple more of the backgrounds, because the background stencils are absolutely gorgeous. I love the way that clean and simple cards.
And they make a quick card as well. If you're doing Christmas cards in particular, you need, well, in my eyes, you need to do them quick, because we've all got so many to do.
Yeah.
you know, so it's just like, yeah,
Oh,
you just
look
want
at
something
this.
simple.
Look at this one. Of course, this one is the confetti star. Look at that. I love those ones. And then look, I love that. Now, where's the mistletoe?
That's one of the sentiments on Verity's stamps. It's brilliant, isn't
Very
it?
flirty, I would say. You know? Wishing you a magical day as well, of course, that one. And look at these gorgeous trees as well. Now, approaching 10% of the stencils. And now, remember that you can go for the full bundle, all 5 brand new ones. I see that there are 5 stencils and 3 masks, so it's actually much more than 5 stencils. However, if you prefer to select, so maybe you just want the stars and the snowflakes, you could do that. Now, if you want the confetti stars, they are the most popular ones, so I would be quick to check out those baskets. Remember, pick a mix, bottom of the screen, 547278 is the item number for all 5 ones. Now, you have a £3 saving, £23 and 25 pence is what you are paying for all 5 stencils and the 3 masks. Now, we have those beautiful stamp sentiment bundles that we have got in here. Now, again, you have got the option to go for all 7 stamps in here, or you can go for a pick and mix. Now, if you go for the full collection, of course, you will get an extra discount because you're saving £3 and 67 pence. Marion, this is so very you and I, isn't it? This collection. I love the fonts.
Oh, they're beautiful. So the ones with all the sort of like the main word and then the small sentiments with them, they've all been done by Verity, and they go with the ones that she done for us a few months ago that matched a confetti circle stencil and confetti heart stencil. And then I've done some bigger, bolder ones that I've got to say, the one you're holding up, the card you're holding up right now, Verity, her fussy cutting skills are unbelievable.
I mean, to do that kind of offset line, you know, is so, you know, amazing. 10% already gone off the bundle. Is the most wonderful time of the year. I mean, the simplicity of this card, and yet the design element is all down to the sentiment.
That was so quick and easy to do.
But that's what we want for Christmas. Like,
exactly.
You know. And I always say one thing is, people always wonder, how can you command a higher price for your cards if they are selling them? Now, I always think that if you achieve simplicity, you cannot go for those people that spend more money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's like that. But also, can I ask, can they be used for cards to sell?
Absolutely, yep. Yeah, we have an angel policy, so we don't want you to reproduce just the actual image and then sell that. We want you to... Exactly,
So as long as it's a finished project, they can sell it. So imagine this, making cards like this, very quick and easy. You can make a set of 10, selling, you know, and then of course because that's what we want. Is like a lot of people want, you know, something quick and easy that kind of delivers really gorgeous elements. Now, of course, this features the stencil, right?
Yes.
I love that.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
And what is the embossing?
So that's actually using the mask. So she's put the mask of it down and then inked around it and then embossed on there.
I love that embossing. And look at, you know, one of the things I will say again about embossing powders is the opacity that they have. Like kind of well, I mean, obviously the opaque ones, there are some that are translucent, but what I mean is that those ones that you want an intensity of color, you are achieving, and that 653436 is your item number. Remember, that is for all 7 brand new stamps. You are saving £3.67 for these, £33 and 8 pence. Now, if you wanted to pick and choose, you can then go for the pick and mix, in which you're choosing 2 of them, £10 and 50 pence, 869 655 is your item number. Now, these ones were the A7s. We have got another bundle of brand new stamps by, of course, Wow Embossing Power. Wow. Now, of course, we have here the A6 in size. You can go for all 4 of them, or you can again pick and mix to any 2 of them. I want them all. I love these ones. Again, you have got the Modern Winter Forest. Now we have got the Snowy Christmas, which is the one that we are seeing, Natasha Davies. Again, those snowflakes.
Am I allowed to say this is my favourite one?
Of course you
I
are.
love them all, but that one I used so much I don't know, it's just got so much use, really got lots of use.
I absolutely love it. I mean, look at this. And also, I love that you have included the Hanukkah in there, because you know, you don't always need it, but when you need it, you need it.
Exactly, yeah.
And then, of course, we have got lovely ways of using the snowflakes. Then we have, of course, not only the snowy Christmas, we have also the modern winter forest, which...
That's beautiful.
I love that.
I know. I've got a demo, I think, in the afternoon show where I'm just doing that, but with the Winter Dream colours to show you, because that looks quite bold when you see it in the black there, but oh, it's just beautiful in soft colours.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Look at that.
Look at the sparkle.
It's just incredible. I love that. Now, of course, that is the modern winter forest. Then we have got the abstract triangle, which now this. I love it so much because I think it's a Christmas tree.
Exactly. As soon as I saw that, as soon as Natasha done that, I was like, that's Christmas trees.
But also, it's not just a Christmas tree. It's also...
It's good for masculine.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah,
angles. And I work kind of also on jelly plates as well to create,
goodness,
you know, face lines in there randomly.
Yep.
You know, partial printing as well. You know, there is so many possibilities. And then, of course, you can have it as a Christmas tree in there. 10% of the full bundle has gone. Now, of course, bunting.
So Jo Hart, one of my friends, done these two cards you've just held up. So she made the triangles into trees, and but she went. So I saw it and thought of trees. She saw it and thought of bunting instantly. Yes. And it's like, it's just fabulous when you can get one thing and use it for so many different things.
Absolutely. It's amazing.
Yeah, that was me doing trees.
I love that.
Just a little strip. And it just instantly turns it into a tree, doesn't it?
It is absolutely glorious. I love that. And then the final one is a sparkling present, of course. That is fabulous for Christmas, but also for birthday as well.
Oh, and even for new baby. Again, it just goes across the board. It's just beautiful.
And I love how in the card it was that... You know, it's a larger stamp, you can always trim it down.
Yes.
Now, if you want yours, £27 is your price, you're saving £3. 250937 is your item number. Now, we have got also a fabulous end of cold offer, and that's when you go to check out your baskets. It asks you, how about this? Now, of course, we have the amazing brand new embossing glitters, Hope and Positivity. Now, Hope and Positivity has a lovely story, which we will reference in a little bit. But you also have the Wow Embossing Powder, you know, opaque bright white, the ultra high. Now, these ones don't have any extra PMP, so even if you're not a Freedom member, whatever you are checking out your baskets with, if you add them on, it's just £2.75. Now, Hope and Positivity is that glorious lilac iridescent with glitters. And it has that special name, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. So basically, for legal reasons, we're not allowed to say too much.
Yeah.
But one of our customers, John Bailey, is doing 5 kilometres every single day for a year to raise money for charity.
Wow.
So we decided to do a colour.
Yeah.
We've called it Hope and Positivity, and the proceeds, well, we're doing we're not even allowed to say the percentage. It's all so much red tape, so sorry.
No, you're doing great.
We're doing a percentage. We're going to be donating. We're allowed to say at the end how much we've donated. But yeah, so it's John Does 5KM is his Instagram page, and you can go check him out. Amazing.
I will say one thing. It's great that it has got that Hope and Positivity story behind it, but also the colour itself is absolutely stunning. Remember, it's when you check out your baskets, you know, you can have it there. Now, we have got to, I need to give you an update because the embossing powders, now the Moonlight, 30% of the stock has gone, and look at that. It's just 3 beautiful colors, absolutely gorgeous. Now, of course, pulling on the glitz, which is the one that features the gorgeous red and the green, and of course the white glitz, which is the brand new color. Now, this one, 30% as well of the stock has gone. Remember, it's a pick and mix, so if those two were your favorites, make sure to put them on your basket, check out your baskets, and don't forget the Hope and Positivity when you check out. Right, talking about positivity and beautiful colors, what are you going to show us?
Okay, so although a lot of this is all to do with Christmas,
yes,
I'm actually going to show you a non-Christmas card.
Perfect.
because it's nice to see things, you know, you look at things and think, okay, well, that's a Christmas thing, but yeah, no, we can use things in other ways as well. So specs on.
Yeah. And also, I love the way that Christmas elements can be used all year round, because that means that versatility is important, but also, you know, Christmas, I think nowadays is like, it's great to invest in it, but it's great to invest for a long time, like all year round.
It's getting your money's worth,
Exactly.
isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so I've done a little cheat on this one, so I've
Ooh.
gone ahead and done a little bit so as not to bore you, but just so you know, I've actually taken a piece of cardstock. I'm not even going to use all of this. I've taken the stencil and I've gone round and I've done each colour, and I just turn the stencil each time so I
Love
get
that.
this background. Okay.
It works, it's so effective.
Well, even
Suddenly-
that just on its own just looks really nice. So then I'm going to take my stencil again. It's just, and the thing is, although I'm lining this up, it doesn't really matter if I get it wrong, because there's no right or wrong to it. So let me just move my little...
the stencil is very busy as well, approaching 20% of the stock for that. Remember, you are getting 5 stencils and 3 masks in that bundle with a £3 saving. Now, remember to check out your baskets, and don't forget that hope and positivity at the end of the checkout process. There it is, the 5 stencils with those 3 masks in there as well. So for me, I see it as 8 actually elements into that bundle rather than 5 stencils. And stars, Marion, it's such a great element for you are a star.
Stars are just forever, aren't they? And so many uses. One thing I did want to point out, we got a little hole made in the corners.
Right.
If you're worried about that coming out on your design, just put a little bit of washi tape over it. But it's purely so that when you're getting a collection of these, you can then just hang them all up, and then they're easy to get to and easy to find.
So you are using a sponge to dab the
So I'm
wall.
just taking the sponge into the pad and then I'm just dabbing it on. And to be honest, don't beat yourself up. If you miss a bit, you can just go in afterwards and redo it.
And
so I'm just gonna...
Is it the one embossing pad that you develop with you know, with Wow to make sure that it stay sticky? Is it like a couple of days or something like that?
Yeah, basically 48 hours I done a test on it for. And it was just, just brilliant. Stephen Richard come up with this. What's the word?
A formulation.
That's
formulation.
The one. And it's not wet, it's sticky. That's probably the easiest way to describe it.
So the viscosity and the stickiness kind of grabs the embossing powder up to 48 hours, basically.
Yeah, so basically I did it in my studio against Versamark, and I just went back 48 hours later and poured embossing powder on. And sure enough, it stuck to our one. And a little bit stuck to the Versamark one, but not completely, not the same. And in fairness, it will work differently at different times of the year, so it depends on, you know, how hot it is. Yeah, exactly.
And of course,
But
by
it's
the way,
fantastic.
of course, Marion is using not only the well embossing pad, but the embossing tool as well, which has got 2 speeds. Many of us here at the craft store is our go-to embossing heat tool. Now, of course, if you wanted, we have got an essentials pad, which of course comes with both the embossing pad and the heat tool, and as well, of course, the starter kit with all 6 of the essentials embossing tool, embossing pad. Now, you were saying, Marion, that of course this is a perfect starter kit for as a present. It's a perfect one because you are getting all the essentials, and of course all you need is actually cardstock, because then you don't even need. You have just shown that you don't even need a stamp.
No.
I mean, it's great to
buy
have
the
them.
stamps because they're gorgeous.
exactly. But you know.
No, but that's the thing as well, and it's like looking at this. This is just using one powder with some inks and the stencil, and it lifts it from how it originally was. It's just just beautiful. Okay. So I'm just going to die cut a circle out now. So I always do it big because then I can choose where I want my circle cut. I could also just do it straight in the centre and then cut round that, and then I've got another card that I can use. So I'm going to go on this one, I'm going to go there, I think. So let's just run that through. And then I'm just going to show you a little technique that I like to do to make a little background on a card. So let me just throw this.
Now the stencils bundle, of course, that Marion is using, you know, but that is over a quarter of the stock. Grab yours by checking out your baskets. And of course, you have got all 5 stencils and those 3 masks, and of course, you can use them whichever way. I love, you know, it's funny because the stars ones I love, but when you just rotate it, just makes it like, wow. I'm now thinking, of course, in all sorts of Christmas colours, on sorts of darker cards as well.
Well, like we said, even with new baby cards, so you've got, like, you know, different shades of blue, different shades of pink, and
Can we give a shout out to your grandchildren?
Oh, making their television debut, Sienna and Sophia, bless them.
Oh, that's so good.
Okay, so now I've got, this is just a blank credit card.
Yes.
Yeah, just a same sort of thing as a credit card. And I'm going to use Grey Sky at Night. This is a piece of our the WOW card. I make all my cards from our WOW card. So this is the A4 cut exactly in half and then folded over tent style. Yeah, and then I've just done this a little bit smaller.
You are one of the first ones that I saw in the UK using tent fold.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, it was mainly I've done it because of shows.
Yeah.
Because when you have something on a wall and it's like that, it's going to hang down. When you have something like that, it then starts opening. So yeah, it just sort of works. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my, let's call it a credit card.
A spreader.
A spreader. I like that.
Spreader.
I like that.
Wow.
And then I'm just going to do lines, and they don't have to be fussy. They can just overlap. It really doesn't matter.
So basically you are creating lines, right?
Yep.
But random lines.
Just random lines. And you can see the actual ink on there. So I think, right, okay, that's...
if you lift it up a little bit towards the camera, maybe we can see it a bit.
I'll give it a little...
well,
can you see
put
that?
it in bottom
It's hard, isn't it?
Probably will be.
It is hard.
I can see a little bit of him.
I'm just going to...
Oh, I like that.
I know. It's like, it just makes a really quick background.
But that can also show that the embossing ink, the WOW embossing ink pad, is just almost like a medium rather than just an ink that you can use.
Yeah, that's a really good way to describe it.
A medium, a mixed media medium.
Yeah.
Just go for it.
Okay, you'll notice I heat from underneath. You'll always get a smoother finish if you heat from underneath. Doesn't mean you've got to. If you prefer to heat from the top, then you do that. You do whatever you're more comfortable with.
I usually apply the heat from the top because I just...
It's the way we've always done it, isn't it?
Then I remember you explaining how... Is it because then the heat travels through the paper, so it gives it a more even coating?
So it melts from the bottom up, so it grabs it, and it just... You can actually see when you do it, if you do it from underneath and then you do a bit on the other side on top, you get like bobbly bits on top. So, yeah, you just get a nicer look. Okay, so now I'm going to use a wooden word.
Yeah.
I was going to use congrats, but as I was setting my demo up this morning, I broke it.
Okay.
As you do.
It happens.
Embossing on wood is absolutely brilliant. If your powder is opaque, and all our powders have a little O, OM or T for translucent, then you don't need to colour this. If it was translucent, I'd want to colour this white underneath so that I get the true colour come through.
So you can use white underneath it and then a translucent over the top.
Absolutely. You could paint it in white, you can ink it in white, emboss it in white. But with a translucent, if you want that true colour that it is, you want to show it, you want your background. Let's just take that off. This one I will heat from the top.
Okay. Yeah, because of course the MDF wouldn't travel, the heat wouldn't travel from the bottom up.
Some do.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it depends on the thickness, but I also think that is dependent on our gun as well. Gun, I shouldn't call it a gun, a heat tool. Because of how powerful this is and the heat that it produces, it will go through. It goes through like thick chipboard. Wow. So I can do that from behind as well.
And it has got 2 speeds, doesn't it?
It has,
so there, you would use the second speed, the stronger speed?
I always use the second speed. Usually the first speed, if I'm drying paint and things like that, or vellum, if I'm using vellum, then I'd usually go for the first one, but most of the time I use number 2 now. Oh, let's just get your little... Hold that in place. Look how quick that goes.
I love that then. I mean, it never gets old.
So pretty. And do you know what's really nice as well? You can leave it just like that because that just looks gorgeous. You could actually do another layer, or you could put, I mean, it's glossy anyway, but if you really wanted to gloss it up, the clear gloss that's in the kit, the Essentials kit, you could put that over the top as well.
The clear gloss,
Yeah.
And that will
that just gives it more of a gloss, And you can build it up as well.
So we can make it into like a really raised effect if we wanted to by just adding more layers.
Yeah. So I went ahead and put a little foam, I'd already cut out a foam circle just to raise that up. So I'm just going to put some glue on that. I don't know if I mentioned actually, I just went straight into it. I was using Fiery Fun from the Pinkalicious. Sorry.
Pinkalicious, of course, that's Fire and Fun. That's gorgeous.
A gorgeous colour. They're all gorgeous. It's really hard. Really hard.
And of course, Pinkalicious has You Made Me Blush, Fiery Fun, and Bubblicious. Love those ones. All 3 of them are. This is like, I love that because it's a kind of champagne brunch sort of colour.
Yes, yeah.
That's what I kind of thinking.
So Jo is our design team coordinator. Fabulous lady. They're all fabulous. And she's from Australia.
Oh.
So her cocktail party one is inspired, I'm told, by the cocktails that she drinks.
Wow.
Because I'd never heard of any. I don't drink anyway, but I'd never heard of any of those. So yeah.
Sounds like we need her in our lives. You know, with all these new cocktails.
Have you heard of those?
Oh, let me see. I mean, I'm not a very big drinker
Midori Splice.
Fruit Tingle, Midori Splice, Blue Diamonds. No, I have heard the Blue Diamonds, but the real Blue Diamonds, not this cocktail. So.
What, actual diamonds?
Yeah. Oh. I don't know what that says about me, you know. Well, it says that I'm not very good with my cocktails. I'm, you know, sort of good with my jewellery.
Right, I'm not going to hold that up because it will fall down because I've just glued it. But yeah, there you go. So
gorgeous.
Although they're like on a Christmas theme, that doesn't have to be Christmas.
Love that. Love that. And of course, thank you, Marion. We will be rejoining you in a second while you reset for your demos. Now, you are loving the trios, the brand new trios. Remember, they are all brand new colors, well, brand new sets, rather. And now, you pick and mix any 2 of those trios. Now, there is only the putting on the glaze is the one that only, there is only, so how can I verbalize this? All of the colors are brand new except pulling on the grids. That would be the ways. Now, so let's go. Moonlight. Now, approaching 50% of the stock has gone. I absolutely love that. This is by Natasha and Davies, and of course, one of the design teams. Can we give a shout out?
Do you know what? I just want to say to Natasha, well, actually to her children, Tabitha and Izzy, you must be so proud of your mum because she has done amazing, and we're really proud of her as well.
So,
all of them.
Tabitha and Izzy, a big hugs to you, and Natasha, you be proud of your mum. They are absolutely stunning. I want those embossing powders. Now, of course, we have got the cocktail party with the Fruit Tingle, the Midori Splice, and the Blue Diamond. Look at the sparkle you're getting on all 3 of them. Then we have got Pinkalicious, You Made Me Blush, Fiery Fun, and of course Bubblicious there there as well. And then we have, of course, Winter Dreams. Now that has rosy cheeks, icicle teal, and powdered snow. It has this iridescent with teals and whites coming through it. It's a beautiful, beautiful selection. 30% of the stock has gone. And of course, putting on the glids. Now here, all of the other ones are completely brand new colors. Here we have got the brand new color white glids, but of course the red glids and green glids is absolutely stunning. Approaching 40% of the stock has gone of these ones. Now, if you wanted to go for Winter Dreams is one of the ones, this could be what you are creating. I absolutely love, look at that. I love the way that you can use embossing powders to create your own glitter cardstock without having to deal with the, the shed of the glitter as well. And you can create, look at that, still on Winter Dreams in here. And then let's move on to, this one is Cocktail Party. Again, absolutely gorgeous. Love that one. And then, of course, we have got here, this one is Twilight and Midnight, so you can see in here the gorgeous colors that you can then put them onto other mediums as well. Now, of course, if you want your pick and mix, remember you are choosing whichever 2 trios you want. £17.50 is your price. Love that you are getting all three, three that are meant to work together, designed by the design team, so that you know that they're put together by crafters that use them day in and day out. 764400 is your item number. Now we have also a brand new bundle of stencils. Now it says 5 stencils. I see it as 5 stencils, 3 masks, so you're getting a lot more for your money. They are 6 by 6 in size, but I mean, it's funny because I saw these stars and I was like, oh, it's great, but just by how it has been designed, that you can twist it around and then you can create that overlapping of stars, create the perfect background for not just Christmas, but also congratulations, you are a star, graduations, somebody who has got a new job, a new house, a new baby. Approaching 30% of the whole bundle has gone. If you want yours, add it to your baskets and check out. I also think, I'm going to say it, we have got a fabulous show coming up with cardio. This would be amazing to put the stamps into them as well, or maybe on the stencils. Mix and match your projects, mix and match your techniques, mix and match your mediums, and of course with them warm embossing powders, you can dab it onto the card and then of course sprinkle the embossing powder and create a stunning project. I love how you can cut into it as well. Now if you wanted to go for the stencils, just a couple of them, for instance, if you say I love the stars, I love the snowflake, you can go for the pick and mix, which is at the bottom of the screen. Or maybe you want the snowflake and the tree, then that's a possibility as well. £10.50 for 2 of them. However, of course, the saving is when you go for all 5 of them with a £3 saving. £23.25 is your price. 547278 is your item number. Now, we have got a bundle of A7 stamp sets, and they are glorious. Photopolymer, so you have got a fabulous impression as well. You are going to be able to use all sorts of inks as well in here. Love the mixing and matching of these. And also, there are words in there that are not just for Christmas. You are getting, of course, all 7 if you want to go for the full bundle with the bigger saving. However, you can go for the pick and mix, so you can choose 2 of them. Now the most popular on its own is the have yourself a little Merry Christmas, Merry Little Christmas. Look at that, and that handwriting that I recognize as well, it's just glorious from Marianne. But look at the Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the one I love, from me to you, from across the miles, wishing you happiness this season. There are innies and outies as well. Kind of, you can put it on the inside of the card as much as you can put it on the outside.
Using like the Verities ones at the front, and then just to stamp one of the bigger ones on the inside.
I love that. I really love it. It's the season for mince pies and mulled wine. It's the season to be jolly. It's the season to be with loved ones. It's the season to spread cheer. Now, where is the mistletoe? I love that one. Christmas, merry, happy, wishing you, of course, from our family to yours, have yourself a Merry Christmas, sending warm wishes, wishing you a magical day. Now, that's a fabulous one for all year round. Yes. Wishing you a magical day for your birthday and so much more.
Anniversaries.
Yes. Or graduations, weddings, you know. Winter wishes and snowflake kisses. Joy, spread joy this season. Wishing you peace, love and joy.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
And I love the simplicity of the fonts as well. I love how they kind of work together and mixing and matching. Of course, you can fussy cut them or keep them on their own. It's up to you how you use them. You have got a massive saving there as well. And of course, £33 and 8 pence is your price for all 7 of them. But remember, you can pick a mix, choosing just 2 of them for £10 and 50 pence. 653-436 is for the full bundle. Now, we have got the largest stamps here, of course, completely different, so you can go for both stamp bundles and not get one single repeat. But here you have got 3 background stamps that are absolutely phenomenal, which, of course, the Christmas, the Mother Wind for us is more of winter, Christmas, but all the others can be used all over. Now, a Snowy Christmas, also a gorgeous sentiments, but the most popular one on its own is, of course, the abstract triangles. I'm with you there. I just think it's a very, very popular one, because you can use it as bunting and all sorts of different ways. But of course, you have, if you go for the full bundle, you have the presents as well, the sparkling presents in there. And I love the way that the design team has kind of trimmed them off a little bit here. So you have got, you know, it's not just the full size stand that you can select a little bit of spotlight. £27 for all 4 of them, or £15 for 2 of them. Now, of course, the saving of £3 is when you go for all 4 of them. 250937 is your item number. Now, on the website, you will find everything that we have seen, of course, the craftstore.com, including the, of course, the essentials there with the wow embossing ink pads that we talked about. You're getting a duo for $11.98. Now, I recommend, if you haven't ever tried wow embossing pads, go for that. Or maybe you want to a new upgrade onto your heat gun. There is the essentials as well. That's a fabulous present as well for somebody, because, well, I do have a fair amount of embossing heat tools, and I can tell you that the wow embossing with that 2 speeds gives you the control that you want. Maybe with certain materials, like Marion was saying, vellum, you wanted the lowest setting and the highest setting for everything else. Right, remember, if you want just the heat tool on its own, we have it, £21 and 60 pence is your price, 347047 is your item number. But of course, the essentials, it includes, of course, those 6 embossing pads, as well, embossing powders, as well as embossing pad and the pen as well. £6 and 46 pence is the saving. £36 and 63 pence is your price for that. 022772 is your item number for this. It's essentials. It's kind of also an upgrade for many of us that maybe we have been using, you know, kind of sort of other tools, and we are not quite happy. This is a good way to get the results. Right, and Marion, you are ready.
I am. I've just actually swapped out the demo that I was going to do, because I'm looking at the time and I'm thinking, I'm really hoping I'm going to get the next 2 done. But if I don't, I just wanted to show you this one. It's going to be a bit messy, so I'm going to do it in a box. I should have mentioned this to the producer. Sorry, Kirsty. So I'm just going to lay that in a box, and this is just showing you, one, how it works as a mask. So you could put it on and then ink through and then put your powders on. But loads of us have got sprays. Yeah, so Love Our Eyes ink sprays, so it's just really good for that as well. So I'm just going to give them a good shake, and I'm hoping, okay, I just see that you can get in there. Just give it a spritz, and then obviously got to have a bit of that colour on there. I'm going to go a bit gold over the top, and then you just want to gently lift it up, and then let me just get this out of the way. This you could actually lay down on your card, and well, I've just done it on paper just to dry it, but so look at how crisp that is. It is just so beautiful. Let me just move this out of the way. And then on end of call, we've got the opaque bright white.
Yes, we do. Now, can I say, I love how this snowflake has got the circle in the center, so it's perfect for a sentiment.
Absolutely. I'm going to put a snowflake in there. But yes, it is perfect for a sentiment. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to take, let's put it in my lid because then I can grab it easier.
Okay.
And I'm going to sprinkle some around and then just start heating from underneath.
We have a question. It's like when you put it over the reactive dye-based sprays, will it grab a little bit of the colour?
Say that again. Speak up a bit, sorry.
Sorry, I'll ask the question when you don't have the Hina. Of course, remember to check out your basket. Marion is using this stencils bundle here, which includes, of course, the snowflake. Now, if you wanted to go for the snowflake on its own, you can do that. Well, not on its own, with another one, a duo, you can do with a pick and mix. Also, you are using the opaque white, which is an end of coal. So when you go to check out your baskets, it asks you if you want to go for
and it's ultra high, opaque white, so it's a much thicker powder, so you get that texture sitting there. It raises up, it's beautiful.
You can see there. Oh, I love that.
It's great for snowy backgrounds. It's also good for beer froth, things like that. Teddy bears.
Not to drink, not to drink. You know, let's be very clear. Let's not drink the embossing powder. We do not recommend this. No. By the way, the embossing powders, the Moonlight, over half the stock has gone. So if you want the Moonlight, do check out your baskets. And of course, putting on the glids, over half of the stock has already gone as well. Back to you, Marion.
Okay, when you get your card curling up like that, it's purely because of the water content, and bear in mind I've just put all this on there, so don't worry, it will actually flatten out. All right, so if you can see, I've just put little bits of the white on. Let's just give that a wiggle, and then hopefully you can see it on there, and it just adds a nice dimension to it. So I'm just going to throw that back in there. And then let's take one of the Snowy Christmas. What colour? I've done Grey Sky at Night on there. What should we put in there? Oh, choose a colour, Paola. Choose a colour.
Oh, choose a colour. Oh.
Now, bear in mind it's that colour.
Yeah, well, I would go for either, no, I would go for Icicle Teal, maybe, from Winter Dreams. I think that would work.
Where's my Icicle Teal? I've lost my Icicle Teal.
Oh, then you could
No, it's here, sorry. Sorry. Hadn't even got them out. They're my favourites.
Well, the reason
I just didn't want to share, that's what it was.
Exactly. I mean, we can say it. Now, whenever I think of Marion, immediately there is a colour comes in my mind, which is, of course, that beautiful teals, aquas, turquoises sort of family. So, of course, this one, Icicle Teal, I thought that was the best one. Winter Dreams with rosy cheeks and powdered snow.
Martina's done an amazing job on that. Really, really beautiful. Yeah, I haven't got a lot of Icicle Teal left. Where I've been using it. I just love it.
I mean, the sparkle also, because...
Oh, the sparkle's amazing, yeah. We're really fussy what we put in our powders. So one thing to know, all our powders have been treated to be anti-static.
That's a very
our
good
jars have as well. So we never recommend you decant them. We don't want you to put them in a Tupperware pot, or, you know, other ones are available. Because anything plastic is just going to put that static straight back in there. But also we're really fussy on our glitters. We use the highest quality glitter that you can get, and you can always tell because it doesn't burn. If you're using a cheap glitter and you heat it, it will burn.
That's very good.
So makes a difference.
And of course, if you are going to apply heat, you want it not to keep the sparkle, and you can tag it.
And the best way to tell if it's done is as you're heating it, so I can see there's a little bit, just a little bit dull just there, which means I haven't done it. So if it's shiny and sparkly, you've done it. It's always best to underdo it. You can go back and do a little bit more.
Because if you overdo it, it kind of gets absorbed.
What happens, if I carried on heating that, it would then just start getting flatter and flatter, and it would go into the card. Then the card will turn yellow, then it will catch on fire, and then the firemen come. And we're like...
Well, I mean, if you want to get the firemen,
there's always a plus side.
You know? Please.
please do be very careful. That's a very extreme way of putting it.
Exactly. Oh,
yeah.
But I'm sure it's happened. Like,
if you want to see firemen, just go to the fire station.
Exactly, exactly. You don't need to ruin a card.
Exactly.
Okay, let's just stick this on here. Just got that lined up.
Oh, I love this one. Oh, I love that. Of course,
Just
that is
so
using
simple. So, and then I'm just using one of the sentiments, which I've forgotten to get out, which I will grab it, but I'll let you carry on, and then hopefully I can get my third demo in, and just put a sentiment across.
Well, we have got about, we will have about 7 minutes when we come back.
Okay, perfect.
Like that. So just making sure that we get that third demo in. But make sure to check out your baskets. Now, remember, we have got brand new colors here for you. Brand new embossing powders from Wow Embossing Powder. Now, I love how we have now brand new colors every time that, you know, we have the finishes, but from Wow Embossing Powder. Now, I hope he doesn't mind me saying, you know, our Mr. Phil Martin, he just likes the best, doesn't he? So he, you know, he works with the best companies, Wow Embossing Powder being one of them, because he gets that result. This is what we want as a crafters. Natasha, being one of the design team, has created this perfect blend of colors. Now, Moonlight, approaching 60% of the stock has gone. Now, if this is one of your top pegs, make sure to add it to your baskets. It's like looking at the stars at night. It's the perfect one for backgrounds. It's the perfect, oh, look at this one. Look at this. This is the galaxy, isn't it? It's looking at the stars. I love that you can then mix in with some glitters as well if you wanted to add them. Because think about embossing powders as mediums to add color and a sparkle. Then we have another option by Joe Howard. It's of course the cocktail party. We have got Fruit Tingle, Midori Splice and Blue Diamond. Then we have got Pinkalicious. Now you made me blush with those beautiful pinks with iridescent glitter. And then Fiery Fun. And then we have got Bubblicious. I love that. I love the names as well as much as the colors. Then we have got Winter Dreams, Winter Dreams, not Dreams. Winter Dreams over half the stock has gone. Now this is of course Icicle Teal, which is the color that Marion just used. Rosy Chicks is a beautiful pink, a cool pink with glitter, and of course Powder Snow is that white with iridescent glitter. And then finally, putting on the glitz, 60% of this option has gone with red glitz, green glitz, and of course the white glitz, which is the brand new color from this bundle. Every other color in the whole collection is of course brand new. So make sure to check out your baskets and grab beautiful powders. £17.50 is your price for 2 of those pick and mix. 764400 is your item number. Right, Marion, we have got about 5 minutes left.
Okay, right. So just a really simple Christmas design using those beautiful snowy Christmas stamps and the hope and positivity. One thing to mention, when you're using glitter embossing powders, always give them a good shake. Yeah, so mix it all up in there. So I'm just going to go in with the centre one first of all and just stamp that down. Get my powder on. Once my powder's on, I can leave that on there and then come back. Could come back tomorrow, the
and of
next
course,
day.
that's Hope and Positivity, which is an end of cold offer. If you want that, no matter what you're going from the show, you can add it on when you check out your baskets. I think it's £2.75 for that embossing powder. And remember, that is a charity-related embossing powder, so Marion explained it really well. So it's a lovely story as well behind it.
It is. I couldn't do it. Could you? I couldn't do 1
day.
5K for 1 day, let alone every single day for a year.
I mean,
it's crazy.
It's one of those ones that if you start doing it, obviously it gets easier, but I don't think I could do for a year, especially with the English weather, I might say. You know, that's the thing.
What are you saying about our weather, Paola?
I love it. This is one of the main reasons I love this country, genuinely speaking, but still.
And there's us all trying to get over to Mallorca.
Yeah, well, you know. I'd rather my parents come and visit while it's safe.
Oh, definitely,
because then I don't have to deal with the heat in Mallorca right now.
Yeah, that's true. Worst problems to have, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I've just used the Rosy Cheeks and the Hope and Positivity.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to add a little bit more of that Hope and Positivity just to balance the colours out.
Yeah.
Let's just... I've got a wobbly board, sorry.
I love that every, like you're showing how no matter what sets we are going, if we add that hope and positivity is going to work, but also, on their own, you can mix and match. Do you blend that then once that you have them, like you can do ombre effects as well, can you not?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, they're beautiful. In fact, I think our blog has just shown, I think it might have been yesterday or the day before, an ombre effect. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, you need to go and check out the Wow Embossing Powder blog.
Because this is another thing that I remember, like most crafters, we all fall in love with embossing powders, but you you and the design team, of course, in Wow Embossing Powder, showcase that there are so many more techniques to do with the embossing powders.
Oh, honestly, there is so many. It's not just about embossing. On shows like this, I often show just embossing, but I like to show a few other ways of using it as well, because there are people that are beginners out there that have never used it, and this is just the perfect way to use it. But yeah, you can put it on absolutely anything that isn't going to melt. So acetate, as long as it's heat resist double-sided tape, wood, as you saw there, glass.
Somebody are using onto leather as well.
Yep. Yeah, I would actually powder it first, and I would probably use heat setting number 1 just to be careful. But yeah, that would just work beautifully. Okay, so just done a line in that, and then I'm just going to quickly go in with the Twilight, and then this little one, and this time. So again, I'm mixing my inks with my powders. It doesn't have to be.
And can you mix? It doesn't matter if it's dye based or ink pigment based.
Doesn't matter. I mean, these Catherine Paula ones, to be fair, they are dye based, but they actually stay wet long enough to get your embossing on. Yeah.
So as long as they stay, wet, you can then use embossing.
Yeah. So you're just thinking where you're going to put your sentiment. In this case, I'm going to put it over there. So again, they're just, you could have like you and your friends over, and one can be doing all the hope and positivity ones, one can be doing all the rosy cheeks. Do you know what I mean? You can just keep going and make a load. So I'm just going to...
I mean, so far you have shown us that you can put embossing powders with the stencils, you can use them with credit cards to create those lines, on MDF, onto paper, stamping. There's so many possibilities as well. Now, Marion, you are going to be back again at 2 o'clock with us.
Yeah.
Now, of course, do make sure to check out your baskets, and don't forget the Hope and Positivity when you're checking out your baskets, or an end of call when you can give us a call. Marion, we have got seconds to go.
Well, I'm just going to say it's done.
Ta-da! There it is. I'll post it. Thank you so much, Marion.
Thank you very much.
Can you give us a sneak peek of what demos are you going to do?
Oh, gosh. Yeah, they're under there.
Under there.
It's a surprise.
Well, we love surprises when they're good. And, of course, Marion always delivers good surprises and good inspiration. Now, of course, make sure to check out your baskets with the brand new embossing powders, whether it's the stamps or the stencils. Remember, there are different ways of getting them, not forgetting that end of call offer with a Hope and Positivity. Stay tuned here at the craft store, because we have got more inspiration here on this Thursday with fabrics. Natasha and Haley next here at the craft store. Well, it is Anne-Marie Horner fabric launch, and then we have got Country Walks with Cardio at 11, and a Stackable Solutions one day special at 12.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps.
So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Are you struggling for ideas or need a little extra creative inspiration as you start your crafty preparations for Christmas 2021? From Thursday the 1st of July at 6 p.m. to Tuesday the 6th of July at 6 p.m, we'll be bringing you the Craft Store's festive Flextravaganza event. Tune in and be inspired by a fantastic selection of your favourite crafty experts who are guaranteed to get you in the crafty Christmas spirit. Also, as an early Christmas treat from us to you, if you add at least £5 worth of any items to your shopping basket during the event, either online or on the phone, you will qualify for our festive Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offer. This means you can spread the cost of your entire order over 2 equal monthly Flexi Buy payments, offering you a more cost-effective way of shopping with us. Flexi payments for everyone. So get ready for Christmas 2021 by tuning in to our festive Flextravaganza event from the 1st of July at 6 p.m.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new.
Well, hello there and welcome back. Oh my goodness, aren't we having a fabulous day here at the craft store? Well, it is set to continue because we've got an amazing hour with some beautiful fabrics. Now, you may well have joined us early this morning, 7 o'clock, bright and early. We introduced these brand new fabrics to you, but we're revisiting them, and we've got lots to share with you during this hour. So I'm going to tell you about everything that we've got coming. We've got those fabulous fat quarters, 15 of these with the deal on your screen there. Anna Maria Horner, absolutely beautiful designs. And these are part of her brand new range. Bright Eyes launching with us here. Absolutely beautiful. And you've got 15 American size fat quarters with these. Just need to do a bit of housekeeping. Dispatches on the 18th of July with regards to these. But you may well have noticed these are fabulous fabrics, just like the ones that we've got behind us. So there's lots of different ways for you to get hold of your fabrics. But these are beautiful. And of course, we've got somebody with me who's going to be demonstrating these. And indeed has been showing us how to work with these throughout the first hour. Lovely Natasha.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, and you've been busy with these fabrics. There's all sorts of things going on.
Yeah, well, Anna Maria Horner tends to work, as so many designers do, to her own colour palette. She's got the colours that she loves and her ranges fall within those colour palettes, which means that if you have previous ranges, this is going to sit beautifully within those colour palettes. So it's safe to mix and match them, yes. And it means that your fabrics just go further, which we love. So yeah, we've got past things here, new things here, all sorts going on.
I love it, and I love this example here, showing you how all of those fabrics come together so beautifully. And I'll be telling you about these additional fabrics already, but let me give you the housekeeping with regards to the deal on your screen. Lots of you got involved early on, and so much so. What was the update? Sorry, Katie. Over a third of the stock has gone. We had big quantities of these because we know just how popular they are, and the details are on your screen there. 925608. If you wanted all 15 of these, then those are the details that you need. It spread the cost over 2 payments if you wanted to. £26 makes it a very affordable way for you to get hold of these, with that first payment going out of your account today along with your post and packing, unless you're a Freedom member, where naturally your post and packing is covered. And then on the 18th of July, these will be winging their way to you, and then creativity is at your fingertips. That's the thing with these beautiful fabrics. Now, you've probably noticed behind me some of these fabrics featuring, in fact, all of them are featuring with some extras, because we've actually got an additional 7 fabrics to share with you. So many of these you will see, obviously we're looking at, there's a bit of a gap there. I think there was another one. Oh, okay, right. Now, some of these have sold out. So once they've gone, they've gone. So the website is the place to go where you'll find all of them. But up until the point where you can see those circles there, now the next one with the squares and the circles, this is where we start getting into new waters, because we've got 7 beautiful designs here which aren't featuring within your fat quarter bundle. So it might be that you're going for your fat quarter bundle and you're adding in a couple of those that you're seeing there. I love those kind of cup shapes there. I was saying earlier on, they look like mushroom canopies, or could be umbrellas or chickens. There's all sorts of things you can do with those. Now, there are a few sellouts, so do check out on the website, as I say, and you're going to be able to choose any 2 metres of those. Not 2 metres, 2.5 metres of those, sorry. Giving you a full metre for $14.99. Very affordable way to get hold of true quality when you're looking at fabrics. 6313080 if you're wanting those. But it's not just stopping there. We've got some amazing moda for you, and these are beautiful. You can see that gorgeous distress finish that you've got with these. So it's a kind of like a grunge range, as you can see. We've got 11 options with regards to these. There's loads within the set, but these ones have been chosen because they are perfect for the show that we're bringing to you. We've got 11 brand new colours adding to that range. So if you want to check out the whole range, then do have a little look on the website with the details there. 724526. Again, 2.5 metres coming to you for £14.99. And of course, as you saw there, that range absolutely perfect to work with. Wonderful set here. But the Bright Eyes range, which is the one that we've been talking about, which is the one that Natasha started a project in the last hour. If you did see that show, it was just before 8 o'clock. She was showing us how to take 2.5-inch squares, very easily placing them down and creating a fabulous little kind of project where you're making the fabric yourself. Now, this was done using a fabulous grid, which we'll be sharing with you in a few moments. Natasha's going to explain this more to you. First time that we've seen it by the metre. It has been as part of kind of kits previously. So if you've invested in it and you wanted some more, well, now you can. You can buy it by the metre. It doesn't have to be just 1 metre. You can increase that quantity, and a complete length will be sent to you. 987-326. And since we're talking about the little bag, let me introduce you to that fabulous fabric that's been used at the base of this one. And this is something that was very, very popular during the last hour. It's a faux leather, and it is fabulous because you are getting 2 huge pieces. You're getting that gorgeous copper tone, but you're also going to get the pewter as well. Now, 30% of the stock has gone. Let me show you the size of these pieces. They are huge. Massive.
So you can use, if you've got my contrast bag base pattern, you can use it for the bag bases. Okay. You can use it for all stuff. It's really, really versatile. It's a weight that can be used for dressmaking, down to all your different crafts. It's really good fun, and actually die cutting with it as well. Yeah. And then using that as a kind of an applique is really good. So it's, you know, mixed media across all your crafts.
And it's not one to be afraid of when you're actually stitching with it. You can see that it just behaves just like a regular fabric does. So if you need to hem it or turn it over, then there's no issue at all. Just fold it. Obviously be mindful of pins, and also pressing it. Just be mindful of how you're actually working with that, because you don't want to have that contact from your iron going onto the surface itself there. But 2 huge pieces for just £9.99. That gorgeous copper and that fabulous pewter. You can see we're busy for these ones. 533600 if you are wanting those. But of course, I mentioned the little bag and the way that Natasha got started with this one in the last hour. So I think we're going to go over to Natasha. Website's place to go if you are shopping for any of the things that Natasha's working with. You'll find there's loads there. Incidentally, the patterns, 46 options. My goodness. I wonder what the collective noun is for patterns, because that certainly is it, isn't it?
Lots. Lots.
Definitely. Oh, excuse me. And then, of course, if you're wanting that quilter's grid, that is there, along with many of the other things that Tasha's working with. If you need a sewing machine, we can help you with that. All of this can go into your basket at the same time. And, of course, if you are spreading the cost of any of those items, you can do. And Freedom membership's a good idea during this hour. You've got some brilliant deals. Where do you want to pay, post and packing on many of them? Freedom membership will cover it. And I'll tell you about the 7-day savers in a little while as well. Some brilliant rotary cutters. So, Natasha, over to you, my dear.
Haven't you? Thank you. So, the grid is fabulous. It's called Quilter's Grid, and it is, here we are, squares printed onto, it's just an interfacing, that's all it is, but a fusible interfacing.
Okay.
So it's not going to add a lot of bulk or anything to your project, and you can still use extra interfacing. So you can still use your H640 with it, you can still use your Styleville fix with it, or your Bozels or anything like that if you wish. But what it allows you to do is it allows you to put your squares absolutely where it needs to be without going squiffy off in any kind of direction, which is just brilliant. So with your 2.5-inch squares, or if you've got little offcuts from projects, you know, where you've done a half square triangle or something, and then if you sew a 1/2 inch away from that stitch line, then you've got yourself a second half square triangle, all those sorts of things, you can then use those offcuts and fuse it onto here, and then I'm going to show you how easy it is to get absolutely perfect points, because that's what people worry about. As soon as you start thinking about quilting or anything like that, people worry about their points being perfect. True. But you can use it on larger sizes as well. So these are 5-inch squares.
That's
upside
nice.
down.
Oh my goodness. We are so busy for these fabrics, Natasha. 40% of the stock has gone now.
Yeah. So, I mean, this allows you to get a great big blast and a great big hit of colour with there. But look at those points, you know, they're perfect. And I haven't had to do anything difficult with this. All I've done is fuse my fabrics down. So at the start, no, at the end, the end of last show, I started to look at how to use smaller pieces, because sometimes people worry about using smaller pieces. Do they have to be more accurate? And all those things that we tell ourselves are going to be difficult, but it really isn't, and it doesn't need to be. So the first thing that you're going to do is trim back the backing. Now, you do obviously need to be careful when you fuse that you don't gunk up your iron or anything like that. So when you've cut away the excess, if you do then want to, just take it to your iron and then just give it another good firm press.
No problem. It's given me a perfect opportunity.
Then do. Yeah.
You were using the rotary cutter there, and of course when you're cutting, to get accuracy with regards to your cuts, then rotary cutter is the way to do it. This is a brilliant bundle. It's one of our 7-day savers, so you have up until Sunday 8 AM to take advantage of the saving that is on your screen. You've got a very useful 45mm rotary cutter, which is your middle one. You've got your smaller one, which is 28mm, perfect for finer detail. If you're doing intricacy, cutting out dressmaking patterns as well. And you've got this most incredible sharpener, which is very clever. It allows you to sharpen the blade for both of those sizes without getting your fingers involved. Really clever device. But you pop them in there and you literally turn it around and it will start sharpening them. Brilliant idea. £19.97, 903953. It's worth adding in alongside the fat quarters because they are phenomenally busy. I can't believe that a moment ago I was telling you that was it a third of the stock has gone, and then 40% of the stock has gone. Phenomenal value for money and a brilliant range. You are loving these. Fat quarters, really usable sizes, so whether you're using them in a project or cutting them up and using them for quilts, but the elements that are left over, that's what Natasha's working with, the bits that she's got left over from previous projects. So it's almost like you're making something out of nothing, which my other half would say I can do that all the time, but there you go, you can do it in fabric now. 925608, 40% of the stock has gone. This is the second live hour with regards to these, and it's the only opportunity you'll get to see these live. So if there's any questions you want to ask, make sure you're getting involved. Studio at thecraftstore.com should you want to get involved. And this is the thing, I mean, these are the kind of fabrics, Natasha, that people will know Anna Marie's work. They'll know that the beautiful colours and beautiful fabrics work so well.
Anna Maria has a really distinctive colour palette and a really distinctive style about her. So she is one of those people that iconically you know that is Anna Maria Horner's work. She just is. Yeah, she's got that flair, and it comes from, you know, she's got a design background. She's actually got a fine art background as well. Then she was brought up around textiles with her gran knitting and quilts that she used to snuggle down under, and then her mum dressmaid, and so she's been around that creative kind of family anyway. And then she got into the dressmaking side of things, so the larger patterns are perfect for dressmaking and things like that, and bags, all these sorts of things. She's had such a journey with fabrics and design work. She does so much, and at the moment she's doing up a house, and you can follow her on Instagram and see what she's doing with that. So, you know, she's got all of these ideas, as well as being a mum to like 5 kids.
Wow.
5 or 6. I mean, she's
busy lady,
amazing. Yeah, so complete respect to her. She is like superwoman. I don't quite know how she does it, but she does. So yeah, no, she's phenomenal. So once we've got our little squares on here. And as I said earlier, I haven't stressed about cutting these perfectly. I haven't made sure, you know, I haven't cried if they haven't been 2.5 inches, because, you know, sometimes we go, oh, well, it's a little bit out, so I can't use it. No. Use it. As long as you line it up on the grid so that you know that you're going in straight lines, you're going to be okay. It's all going to be all right. So then you fold over, and again, using that grid to give you, you see, look, so I know that when I fold that over, I'm folding it, and that's all good on that grid. So that's what you want to use to make sure that everything is where you need it to be. And then you just stitch 1/4 inch. Okay.
That's clever.
And then you fold over your next bit, and this one is actually on the line. So I'm folding on that line, going back here and stitching, again, my 1/4 inch.
So is it 1/4 inch that you're using with each of these?
Yeah, because that's traditionally what quilters use, is that 1/4 inch seam allowance. So that's all I'm using, is just what I would use if I were quilting. But the thing is, I'm not worrying about matching points or anything like that. I'm not sticking myself with pins anywhere, because it's all fused. Otherwise, if I was working with tiny, tiny scraps of fabric, I would be a mess. There's no doubt about it. But I like to be able to create things that are going to be accurate and easy. So again, I'm using that line as my fold line. So again, even if, you know, I overlap with my fabric a little bit or this, that and the other, I've still got my grid to fold by and use that for my accuracy. So even if, you know, say my fabric came up 1/8 inch too short, it's okay, because it's still going to be within that seam allowance, and it's fused down, so it's got less chance. So it is, you can use up your imperfect scraps, and that's what I really like about it. So then the next thing you're going to do is get a pair of scissors with a long pointy point.
Sounds good to me.
You know,
pointy pair of scissors.
Yeah, pointy sharp pair of scissors, and you're going to just run that along the fold line, because you want to press these seams flat. So this takes a moment to do, but that's all right.
It's worth doing.
Well, you would press your seams one way or another anyway.
That's true.
So you may just as well open these out, and because you're not looking to match points or anything like that, it doesn't matter which way this, you can press the seam open, and that's going to give the best effect in the front.
I love it, and it's
Absolutely,
brilliant, because
for sure.
you've got the opportunity to buy this by the metre now.
I've never managed to do that before.
And with regards to this, if people decide to go for multiples, you're cutting it to the length that they've ordered.
It's for, so on these, I know sometimes it's really confusing to know what's coming from home.
Yes.
But so the PU and this is coming from me, and that I will cut that in a continuous length. With the fabrics, they're coming from the supplier from abroad, and they do that cutting. So if you're buying more than one unit of the fabrics, they will be cut, expect them to be cut in those half units. But if you're buying the quilter's grid, that is coming from me, and I will cut that to however long you want. So if you wanted to do your very first patchwork quilt, and all you would need to do is fuse your squares onto there, fold them over and stitch, then you can do that, and I can, you know, I can cut that. And this is really exciting for me, because we've never brought this to wear by the metre. We did a ½ metre with the lazy quilter's bag instructions, but then you know, you couldn't do more than one bag. And it's just, I wanted to give you the chance to get more, because it's been such a popular one on my own channel.
Now, when you get yours home, if you've not worked with it before, just be aware that on one side it'll feel a little rougher. I don't know whether you'll be able to see there, but you've got kind of little, almost like pinpricks worth of adhesive. So it is a fusible adhesive. So that is the side where you're going to be putting your fabric on there. And of course, the beauty is you can put your fabric on whatever size squares you want. So if you're wanting to work with your 2.5 inch squares, you can do. If you want to make it 5 inches, whatever size you like. But it's such a clever technique, folding it alongside that grid, right sides together, stitching 1/4 inch in, and then obviously, just as Natasha showed us, we were very busy for this. So the size that's a rough side, that's where you're going to put your fabric. You're going to place it down, you're going to iron it in place, and then you're going to stitch it on the other side. But over half of the stock has gone. £9.99. You're going to get a metre of this one. Obviously, this is on the roll, so this is showing it in a greater length, but it shows that if you want to go go for multiples, then you can do. Won't necessarily come on a roll, but it means that you are going to be able to get those larger pieces, which is what lots of you are doing. As Natasha said, it's not often that we've seen this here. In fact, it's the first time. We've seen it in kits, but not by the metre. So the details are there, 987326, but 60% of the stock has gone of this. Natasha, now that people have seen it in action, it's just flying out.
It is one of those things that when you see how easy it is to use. And actually, I mean, I can show you. So last time I was here, this was one of the samples that we had. These were leftover charms from a cave charm pack.
Nice.
And that was...
I recognise some of those.
Yeah, so that was 9 on the front, 9 on the back, 2 on the base. So I've even used it on the base. So that's one sort of size. I call that the bucket bag, if you like.
Can it fuse to any fabric? I mean, is there any fabrics that you should avoid?
Well, I mean, so with like if the fabric is able to be pressed,
okay,
then that's just it. So like with the PU, you would struggle. So I would just baste it in place if you needed it to be. But if you wanted to go an extra one across, then then suddenly you've upped the size of your bag considerably. And on the show, we did one taking off that top and that size for my son's lunch bag. And he's absolutely loved it. And in the instructions, it tells you how to make your own handles if you don't have leather handles to add on.
So with the fat quarters, I know they're American size fat quarters. So what are the measurements again on these?
18 by 22.
18 by 22.
So it's a half yard, because Americans use yards rather than meters. A fat quarter for them, in this country, it would be metric, so it'd be half a metre cut into. It would be a metre cut into quarters, but for America they use yards when they measure fabric, so it's a quarter of a yard.
I'm just thinking how many of those 2.5-inch squares you're going to get from these. You're going to get loads because, well, if you're looking at, you'd be looking at 5-inch squares, you're looking at 3 across, aren't you, because it's 18, so you get 3, so that's actually 4, so it's 4, 8, 16 you're going to be getting with your 2.5-inch at least, and then obviously the run across it.
But you see, Haley, all I did was take
such a long way.
Yeah, it was take a few of the fabrics, and I cut my 5 inches first. So, and I took however many 5-inch squares I needed first.
Wow.
I made sure that I had 2. I had 1 left over of each of these, and cut them into 4. And then I have 4 2.5-inch squares, so that what I'll have when I make this into a bag with you this hour is that I will then have a matching wash bag or whatever it is to then go with it, because I've used exactly the same fabrics but just in miniature. And for once in my life, I'm going to look like, I've got things sussed. I'm coordinated.
She's on the phone line, so apologies if you have got yourself caught up. It's causing a stir now. 70% of the stock has gone of this one. $9.99 is going to get you a full metre. It's got so much versatility. You've got your fusible webbing on one side, so you're going to fuse your fabrics in place and then start stitching. Do not be without this one. I would suggest for every 1 metre you're going for, add another metre in, because it's something that when you've used it, that first metre might be just an experimental metre. $9.99, it's worth it, isn't it? It's not a lot. It's less than a tenner. But I think the thing is, when you created with this, you'll think, oh gosh, I wish I'd gone for more, because it's one of those things. It's such a clever idea. 987326. Now, of course, the fat quarters gives you the opportunity to get 15 different styles of fabric in your project. So it might be that you're just making your squares up from these. So taking a 5-inch square, as Natasha's done with that larger piece, a square from each one of these, you could be making a sizable piece of fabric to give you an amazing result. But over half of the stock has gone. It's a busy hour. We were busy this morning at 7 o'clock, but it's early. Lots of you won't have joined us during that particular hour and are joining us now. So absolutely beautiful. So these are the 15 of the elements, should I say, from the Bright Eyes range. It's a beautiful range. You've seen here, you've got delicate florals in there, but across from those strong, bold elements as well. It's a beautiful mix. It really is of different fabrics that you're going to use in lots of different scenarios. You've got elements that you could fussy cut. These beautiful large pieces, you could quite easily just cut around those, applique them in place if you wanted to. Then you've got some of the other fabrics, the smaller repeats. As we work our way across, you'll see smaller repeats till you get to these lovely little kind of ditzy elements that you've got there. And this one's perfect. I'm just going to move over and show you, because if you're wanting to use this one as a binding, the repeat of that is so small that you could fold that over and you're not losing any of those elements you can see with regards to that. So sashing, binding, actually, I mean, that would be a good one, wouldn't it? That's almost like your grid in one go. There you go. You don't even need to stitch it. You could do a bit of faux stitch in the ditch with that one if you wanted to. But yeah, busy for that fabric, busy for the fabric bundle, busy for the half meters, and very busy for that grid at the bottom of your screen as well. Approaching 80% of the stock has gone now. Just to refresh your memory with regards to the grid, this is the one that's causing quite a stir now. 80% of the stock has gone. Natasha's been working with it within her demonstration. We knew we'd be busy as soon as you saw and realised just how useful it is. And that's what lots of you are doing. You're placing your orders for this one now. So Natasha, I can hear you busy stitching away there.
I just wanted to show you. So when you have done your first round, and look, the second round is... So we've done that round and we've pressed the seams open.
Okay.
We then repeat, just going the other way. So we've got these.
I see, yeah.
So you just repeat and stitch down there, cut it open, so that then you end up with that
how
effect
neat
on
that
the back.
is.
Yeah, but look at the front, Hayley, because
Yes.
that is where there is every single point is perfect.
This is a real confidence builder.
Well, it is, and you know what? I've been quilting for years, and I don't think I would still be able to make those points meet. But this is also a thing of: do you have 2.5-inch strips, design strips left over? Because there's no reason. I mean, these are short squares. She says, pointing out the total obvious. But there's no reason why you can't fuse your 2.5-inch strips. I remember when I very first started sewing, I realised I couldn't actually sew a straight line. I was trying to do yards and yards and yards of 2.5-inch strips, sewing them together.
That's why we say rotate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it would go off because naturally there's a little bit of pull or give either with yourself or the machine. But if you fuse it onto this, you don't get any of that give because it's you know, it's a non-woven backing there, so it gives you that stability, which means that you don't have any of that pressure at all, which I think is just fabulous. It's an absolute winner for me.
It is.
I do like
it. Down to single figures with these. I was meant to let you know that it is limited in stock for immediate dispatch, but sadly I let Natasha carry on because I mean the passion behind this is absolutely amazing. Single figures. If you're wanting yours for immediate dispatch, this is the key thing. 987326. Pop it in your basket straight away, and it'll be winging its way to you. The meter for £9.99. If you want multiples, then please just increase your quantity. As Natasha has said, you can, and you'll get a complete piece. So if you've got a quilt that you're making, bed-size quilt, you could use that quite easily. With regards to the width,
it's soft.
Are we talking 60 with this?
I think it's
a wide piece.
I think it's 90. I have a fit here. Here we go.
I'll take this end. There we go. Whoops-a-daisy. So where am I? Sorry, it's technically sold out. That's what I was meant to be telling you. So that's 24, taking you up to that. So 24
So 24
inches.
is over half a metre anyway.
And then you've got another, I've done it from the wrong end, 24 and another 12 inches. So you're looking at a yard wide, yeah? 6 wide.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So, you know, it's a sizable chunk.
It is. It's back on extended delivery. It's sold out for immediate dispatch, but it's only a week extra, so it's still worth getting hold of. It's because, Natasha needs to get some of this in, and as quick as it's going to come in, it's going to go back out again, because already, 8th of July, not too long, but already 20% of the stock has gone.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's as quick as Natasha can get it, you are ordering it basically. So yeah, be quick though, because how long that extended stock will last, I don't know. So back over to you, Natasha. So you're doing kind of your verticals now.
Yeah. So whichever way you start, you're going to end up doing the other way, and it just, for me, it's the easiest way to get those points absolutely perfect, and it is something that people worry about. If you are someone that will berate yourself heavily for not perfectly matching your points, and you know, I don't mind how my points look, but you know, it's nice when it does come together.
And sometimes, I mean, people take a lot of pleasure out of piecing their patches together, and we're not taking away from that. You can still do that. You can still get the sense of achievement from that. But sometimes it is a case that you want something, a quick and easy project that you don't necessarily want to be taking a lot of time over, but you still want that accuracy.
Do you know, I tell you what it is for me as well. It's if I'm gifting something for someone, I don't want them, because you know, sometimes there is that thing of, oh, it's homemade. So there'll be some people that love the fact that love and effort has gone into it, and then there will be those that look for sort of an error in it because it's homemade. And I want to be able to show them that actually homemade and handmade can be absolutely beautiful. And, you know, and that those points, when I press that open, every single one is perfect. And you saw those squares were not, they were not
clever.
They weren't carefully cut. And I did that on purpose. It's not that I can't cut, you know, good squares. I absolutely can. But you can also get the little 2.5-inch charm packs.
You can.
They're absolutely delightful to work with.
Sorry, what was that update? Over 30% of the extended stock, my goodness. And thinking about, I mean, home decor, you see lots of these kind of fireside chairs and footstools that have done with patches of fabric. And I know we see them in the glossy magazines and we kind of look at them and we drool over them because they look so amazing. But they look as if they'd be difficult to achieve. If you've got a footstool or a little chair that's got a base on it, you could quite easily be making your own fabric to reupholster that very easily and getting that precision. I think that's the thing with this. It's about the precision and taking the pressure off you getting those points right. It's all done for you. And of course, we're talking about squares with your 2.5-inch or your 5-inch or even your 10-inch. It doesn't matter, but it doesn't have to be. It could be your strips, it could be rectangles, it can be whatever shape. As long as you're working with that grid work, giving you the possibilities of stitching horizontally and vertically, you will get those pristine stitch outs each and every time. Now, can I very quickly mention about the fabrics as well? Because lots of you are adding these into your basket because, of course, Natasha's been working with them throughout. Rapidly approaching, my goodness, rapidly approaching 60% of the stock. Don't forget, as we entered the show, we were looking at a third of the stock having gone. So nearly double the, well, more than double the amount has sold during the course of the hour. It's been busy, busy, busy. Lots of you taking advantage of this. Lots of you taking advantage of the grid, and you get taking advantage of the half-metre pieces as well. So there's a lot going on in this hour. Don't forget to add in those other little bits and pieces as well, things like your faux leather and also your 7-day savers with those rotary cutters as well. There's lots of bargains to be had. All done?
Yeah. And actually, I probably should have saved that to show you, but my foot, it's just sailed over that pleather. Some pleather is really sticky. With pleather, it's PU leather. I just shorten it to pleather. But that foot just sailed over it. It was half on, half off, and it just went down. And all I've done is just stitch my my seam back onto there,
nice,
just to hold it, hold it in place. And that, you know, that's the outside of that done. If I wanted to do a little tag like I've got over there, then all I would do is fold that into the middle and then take it to my machine. And again, if you're going through layers of this, then do elongate your stitch and either use a donkey or start part way on. By a donkey I mean a little piece of thread that goes kind of before it.
So effective. It's amazing.
Yeah,
so easy. I mean, that's one of the things that people would worry about stitching. Multiple layers as well.
Yeah. And you know, this isn't even with a walking foot on. With a walking foot, it's, you know, it's even easier. But gosh, it's not. I guess what I wanted to show is that it's not sticky like some. You know, you'd worry. And then just trim your ends, and that's good to go for your for a little tab.
It's like a little hanging loop.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And you know, you can just then base that in place, do it that way.
Oh yes, yeah.
Because then you'll stitch it around, and I would just base that in place. Now, so now I'm going through what, 4 layers of it, and a layer of. No, it's not even a problem, is it? So then, if you want to add on your zip, now I have actually written these up as an instruction. I'm not sure if they're on the show yet because I sent them through. I sort of managed to get them finalised quite late last night, so I don't know if this is going to be.
What's it called? This particular one.
This will be PU wash bag.
Okay, cool. And you can see there's the loop that Natasha's just talking about, capsulated within the side seam, as you can see there. So I'm guessing you kind of make the one side, you attach your PU there, and again you're doing the same on the other side there, and obviously you've got your zip coming in together. And that's the beauty of this. I mean, the instructions that Natasha puts together, I mean, she's done 46 patterns that are on the website, so there's a lot to consider on there. So have a little look. Don't forget, any of those patterns that you're looking at will allow you to utilise that grid, and that's the beauty. It could be a larger tote bag that you're making, it could be the tablet case you're making, it could be the cushion for your tablet. Whichever project you're making, basically you are creating your own fabric. That is the beauty of working with that grid that's at the bottom of your screen, and turning it into whatever you like. Now, talking of that grid, we've got another update. Rapidly approaching half the stock of the extended has gone on. We've got a lot of that because we basically just pinned Natasha down and said we need it all. So if you are wanting all the grid. So if you're wanting it, then obviously there's not a bottomless supply of that. It's going to have to come to a point at some stage. But you just make sure that you're getting it as soon as you can, and multiples of that, because we don't know when we'll see it back again. So, pop in the zip in. Is this something that we need to be nervous of?
No. I've got a cheat for this as well. Do you know what? Hey, I've spent far too long being worried about doing things, and then there comes a point where you actually have to get on and do things.
Yes.
So the best advice that I ever had was to use wash away quilters tape.
Okay.
And it's just perfect. It means that, or your glue pen, your sew-line glue pen, and it just means there's no need to put pins into your zip, because that was always the thing. I was always stop, start, pin, pin, ouch. Was basically my zip experience. But in the instructions again, you know, and also I could never remember the sandwich. With the zip in the middle, how it went. Now, I've used a longer zip here, and I will trim that back, but it just means that I don't have that awkward bit of part way along having to move the zip out of the way.
Yes.
If it's not even in the way to start off with. And then you would change to a zipper foot. I won't have time to do that, so I will just merrily go with this. But the ideal is your zipper foot, because otherwise it doesn't love it as much.
I love it. Now, the fabric that Natasha's been working with throughout has come from our fat quarter bundle. Obviously, she's working with a solid at the moment. It might be that you're going for some of that grunge fabric alongside these, because with these you have got 15 beautiful fat quarters, all coming from Anna Marie Horner's beautiful Bright Eyes range. You can see here they are gorgeous fabrics, full of colour, full of excitement. I think that's the key thing. But also there's elements in here that you're going to look at and you're going to think, wow, what am I going to do for that? I'm going to showcase that one off, turn it into a flap, whereas you're with some of the others you might think that's going to be a perfect little addition to just finish off that quilt that I've already got in progress. That is the beauty of this. You have got the option to get hold of all of these together with a huge saving. You're saving £8 on these. You've got a flexi order, 2 payments, which means it's a very affordable way for you to get hold of all of these fabrics, but over 60% of the stock has gone. Lots of you can add in additional things as well, and this is the thing, you can add in any of those additional things we've been talking about. So if you're wanting to go for the grunge that we spoke of, you can add in 2 half meters. It works out at £7.50 if you're adding that in. Might be that you're adding in that quilter's grid. Works out as an extra £5 if you're adding that in. Might be that you're going for some of the pleather that we're seeing in action as well. Again, that's another £5. So that's the beauty of this. You can add anything into your basket and spread the cost of those items as well. It's almost like you're making your own little sewing kit really with these, isn't it? Choosing those different elements coming together, and that's why I love shows like this, because everything has been put on the show with a reason in mind, and I think that's the beauty of this one as well.
So then I've just top stitched down to make sure, because we've all had that anorak, haven't we, where the zip's stuck on the fabric. So that's just stopping that fabric going anywhere near that zip, and then you just repeat that to the other side and put them right sides together.
Beautiful.
Open the zip before you stitch around. I did box the bottom. You don't have to. If we're talking about boxing bottoms, I'm going to show you this on the bag.
Okay.
Because once you know how to put that zip in, you're pretty much done. Okay. But I wanted to show you how to also use the grid on a much larger project as well. Wonderful. So if you're happy for me to skip
now,
across.
Katie is very curious. as to why you need to open the zip. It's because if you keep the zip closed, you haven't got anywhere to
Can't
turn
take
it
it through.
So
Ask me how I know many a
you've got
time.
beautifully made bag, but you'll never see the right side of it if you don't open that zip.
No, quite. So this is going to be a really big tote bag.
Okay.
It's going to be huge. This is just one side of it, and then I've got my other side done
look
here.
amazing.
So I've done, and it's a big statement
And this
piece.
is just scratching the surface of those fat quarters.
Do you know? It really is. It's just a couple of 5-inch squares off each. Now I'm going to do the base.
Okay.
Okay. Now the base is going to have a boxed bottom. What that means is that it's going to be roomy. So let me show you here.
So is that kind of the base that you have on a bag that will kind of just sit flat on the surface?
So here, yeah. So that is your bottom there.
Okay.
And it's boxed, so you can see when the bag is stood up, it's slightly narrow at the base,
Yeah.
but it's roomy. It's got room at the side,
Yes.
rather
Yeah.
than just being flat.
Okay.
So that is boxed out, and you'll see why. And you would do this with the pouch that we were just showing. So with any of the sizes, and the instructions for the Lazy Quilters bag tells you all the different sizes and how to achieve them. But the thing with the base is to just go one square less than you've got along there. So I'll find 3 little squares here, and again, hang on, let's spin that around because it's use every scrap. Use every scrap.
60% of the stock of the extended stock. Don't forget, it's sold out once. So if you have just joined us, this is ingenious. It's going to give you the ability to create perfectly pieced pieces, as you can see here, all squared up without any huge amount of skill. Sorry, Natasha, but I'm just.
But no, but that's why
it's
you know
cheat,
it's,
isn't it? It makes it easy.
I'm not proud. I'm quite happy to have that as the thing, and I'm now going to fuse that. So if you missed this earlier, I would normally layer this up on my mat, ready to press.
Okay. And the grid that Natasha's working with, it's the first time that we've had this available to you by the metre, and lots of you going for multiple metres. It's a fusible, it's kind of interfacing. It's a stabiliser that's going to go on the back of your fabric. On one side you'll feel the roughness, and you'll get the little tiny, almost pinpricks of adhesive that are heat activated. And that will fuse to your fabric. So on that kind of pippy side, that's where you're going to put your fabrics. You're going to iron it in place. It will fuse to that backing, and it gives you the stability for you to then stitch with, and that's the beauty of this. That's where the stage that Natasha is at. If you have just joined us, just get it, because everybody else is getting it as well. If you don't get it, they will. But over 60% of the extended stock has gone. And go back and watch the show, because of course you can go back and watch this show for up to 60 days, and it's so easy to work with. And you're going to do similar with this piece?
Yeah. So I've got my 3 in place there, and again, exactly as we did before, just fold over and stitch down. And again, fold over, stitch down on the other piece. And that's your base done, so you can just trim that open, and just in pressing it open, you're just giving yourselves absolutely perfect seams, and just taking down any bulk that there might be. Because obviously you're not having to perfectly match your seams anywhere along the line, you don't have, normally you would press your seams to one side, wouldn't you? Just to make sure. I'm just going to press those open.
And it's squares of any size, to be honest. So it could be squares or rectangles, your strips, quite as Natasha said, 2.5 inch strips. Maybe you've got those in your stash.
But also, Haley, I don't know about you, but sometimes I look at a quilt and it's got a really intricate border, and I just think, I don't know how I could do that. It's like it's really, really small, but there's no reason why you can't do really intricate strips. And then apply that to a quilt that you've already got. There's no reason why you can't use that. So now what I've got, sorry Hayley, it's coming your way, is 1 bag top, 1 base, and then another bag top there, and that is my bag outer.
Right.
So all I'm going to do is find the middle in the old technical way there.
I love that.
Yeah. I'm
Nice
going to
and
put
easy.
it right sides together with that
and of
centre
course it's on the
seam there.
seam, yeah.
So that's super easy as well. I'm going to take it
clever.
across to my machine and I'm going to just stitch that down.
So easy. I mean, this is the thing. If you want a confidence builder, if you're just getting started with your sewing and you just really want a project that you can create and say, I made that, then this is the way to do it. And of course, you've got Natasha's patterns there, so if you do want to invest in a pattern to help you along the way, you can do. But ultimately, you're making your own fabric, and then that fabric is coming together to create whatever you've chosen to make. It's such a clever idea, this.
It's really clever. And then you place that. And again, you can either find the centre or you can just align it with the other outer bag pieces. And then you are just going to stitch that down in place, and that then is going to act as the template for your lining and any extra interfacing that you want to use. Okay.
So again, and it's all straight stitching. This is what you do in this one: 1/4 inch seam, and then straight stitches. You don't need a fancy machine or anything like that.
You don't. No, you absolutely don't. And all of my patterns can be made. I started off sewing on my grandmother's 60-year-old Singer, and everything that I do, I make sure. And sometimes on my Natasha Make shows, I go back and I use that machine just to show. And I've stitched this PU on that machine before when I did my dog poo bags with it. And,
it's a glamorous world we live in, isn't it?
such a glamorous. But anyone that is a dog mum will have at some point put their hand in their pocket to find, you know, a doggy poo bag. So it means you can clip it onto the lead. Anyway, and the pattern's on there. So now you see what I've got is my 2 bag outers, and what I can then do is use this to then absolutely use this as the pattern to either use extra interfacing if I want it more bulky, and you can see the difference that different interfacings make. So this one here has just got H640, so it's lightweight. And that's absolutely fine. That's great for what I needed it for. This one that I started, I just got to sew the handles on. This one, as you can see here, that's far more rigid. That's got Visaline, Styleville fix.
Yes, yeah.
So that's far more rigid. So I can just put the hand in there, but you can see that's going to absolutely maintain its shape, totally and utterly. And the thing with it is, you can work with it 2 ways. So this is the Styleville fix. If I whip this out of the way here and I pop this under here, what we can actually do is fuse it directly onto there and then just cut it out from there.
Okay.
It's then super easy to do. So the Styleville fix has got like almost a glittery side and then just a soft side. So the one that you can feel something on is your fusible, and you can see it's quite a dense foam. I gave up just cutting bits off. I just unroll it now. And so, you know, you can place that on. And you buy this by the metre or the half metre or however much you want, and then you're just going to fuse that directly onto there, and you can do that. Now what I would say is either use some steam or use a pressing cloth, and that's just because of the flow of the glue in there. So if obviously steam, so if I can activate the steam on this, so steam obviously increases the temperature.
Yes, yeah.
And so the increased temperature increases the flow of the glue and the adhesive as it goes. Yeah, I mean, I've done it many a time without any steam and it's been absolutely fine. But if you just want really, really nice, even, then you might want to activate some steam. Often we can't use steam in the studios because it sets off the fire alarms and the fire eggs, as our poor floor manager's just looking at me going, please don't set everything off in here. And they do look nervous and anxious, and I totally get that.
And all of those pieces, well, the pieces that Natasha's worked with, I've spied a couple there that are from our half-metre bundles, the ones where you've got the little cups featuring there. But if you're wanting, the majority of them, to be honest, are within your 15-piece fat quarter bundle, $51.99. You might want to add in some of those new additional ones, because within our half-metre pieces, you have got the ability to get all 15 that we've looked at, and there's an additional 7 on there, including those cups that you can see there coming through to about there. Those are the ones that aren't in your one-day special from this point across there. So I would suggest, not your one-day special again. I did it again. Can't believe it. Because it's that deal. It's that kind of deal, isn't it? It's like a one-day special kind of price. So with your fat quarter bundle, if I was personal shopping for you, I would say go for this bundle, take advantage of that £8 saving, and then add 2 of those half metres in. Maybe go for a couple of them that aren't included within this bundle. And then that way you're kind of maximising it. You've got 17 different styles of fabrics in there, but 2/3 of your stock up for these have gone. My goodness, we have had a very, very busy hour. Lots of you taking that bundle and also adding in additional bits. Some of you going for those half metres in addition. Some of them going for the Moda grunge. Lots of you adding those in, and also, of course, that grid. I mean, that grid just caused such a stir. My goodness.
Yeah, no, it really did, and that's great because, you know, I'm very aware, and I hate doing it. It's like when people have conversations about people that you don't know, bringing stuff to wear that I'm using in addition and not actually bringing it with me. So I'm going to try and rectify that. So then all you need to do is just trim it back. And like I say, you will then use this as your pattern for your lining piece.
And when you're doing your regular cuts there, I can see you're working with a 45mm rotary cutter. So our 7-day saver is a useful bundle having the 2 sizes.
How big have you got?
We've got 45mm and the 28. So,
nice. Yeah, so 28, I do a lot of circle work.
Yes.
And so I would, curves
perfect.
is where I would absolutely go with that. And always.
You've also got the ability to actually sharpen your blade as well. So that is something. I know we regularly say, oh, don't throw your old blade away, use it for your paper. But on this one, if you do have the situation where you do need to sharpen your rotary blade, because you want to get a few more cuts out of it, then this is the way to do it. And it's brilliant because without your fingers making contact with the rotary blade, that's the thing. I mean, it can be quite a nervous thing, but you've got that little kind of part in the middle there, and that rotates round and it sharpens your blade in both of those 2 different sizes. So you're getting the tools, you're getting obviously the rotary blades that they come with, but then the ability to sharpen them before you even start looking at getting more of those blades. So I love that idea with these ones. So yeah, if you're wanting those, get them before Sunday, because on Sunday morning at 8 o'clock they are going to go up in price by £6. At the moment they're a 7-day saver, so you're paying just £19.97 for those. 903953. Oh, there's lots of cutting action going on over there.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm nearly done, and I'm just aware of the time. How long have I got? How much time have I got?
Wonderful. Now, with regards to this one, obviously, a nice sharp pair of scissors for those intricate elements that you've got there. And cutting in.
Yeah, I have been in with rotary cutters in there before, but you don't want to overcut.
Now, with regards to this, the fabric's absolutely amazing. We've still got those available for you with the fat quarters. Just as I think there's an issue with Natasha's mic, so we're just going to check that out for you. So here you go, 15 fat quarters within that bundle there. £51.99, 925608. Those are the fabrics that Natasha is working with. You can see there you've got an £8 saving with those. 2 flexi buys, £26. I think we're okay. We're back with Natasha now. You've got about 7 minutes left.
Okay, all right. So use this now to then dictate the size of your lining. So if you've got a ½ metre of your grunge,
nice.
Yeah, how beautiful would this be? And you will do... I mean, give it a good iron, right?
Okay.
Give it a good press so it's nice and what have you. But
You've got 11 choices of that, or 11 new choices, should say, with that grunge. I think we've got some of the previous ones on the website as well. I don't know how that works. I know we've got them, just been showing you some of the grunge ones, but have we just been featuring the new ones in this show? There are others that are on the website, I think, potentially, yeah. So if you're looking at those and you're thinking, yeah, they're all very pretty and they're very pinky and they're very purpley. If there's other colours that you like, check out on the website, because those are just the new ones that we've been sharing with you during this hour. There's loads of others on there, so if you've got a different kind of feeling for colour, then do have a little look at those.
And then literally just use this as your template for your lining. I mean, it is as simple as that. And then how you sew your outer, you will sew your lining, but just remember to leave a turning through gap.
Yes.
That's the only thing. And again, get in there with your scissors. You will take time. I have, what, 5 minutes?
Probably, yeah, there or thereabouts, yeah.
Okay.
In fact, go on, we'll spoil you. 5.5 minutes.
Oh, treat me. Look at that. Amazing.
Now, you're back with us a little bit later on, so
I've got
something
a little bit different.
1 o'clock. So what's happening at 1?
So at 1 o'clock, I am bringing you the very first in a 9 or 10 week, it depends if we do a separate one for binding and everything else, series of a block of the month.
Okay.
And if you've never heard of a block of the month and you're like, what is she talking about, which is fair, I'm very lucky to be the UK distributor for Lisa Chandler fabrics, and they are absolutely beautiful. And we've got some of her fabrics on the show later as well. She's an incredible Australian designer who has an absolute love of all things flora and fauna. Ooh. And she's created the most incredible quilt, which is all applique, and it's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So if you want a bit of a change of pace and you want to do some hand stitching, join me. I'm going to tell you now, I am not an expert in applique, so I'm learning with you, and Lisa's teaching me remotely from Australia, and then I'm passing it on to you. So even if you've never tried applique before but you love the look of it, and I will show you the very first ones that I've done and how very quickly I've got better at it as I go along. So it's a whole learning process, and by the end of it we'll have 9 different floral blocks.
Lovely.
With embroidered parts in between, and it's just absolutely stunning.
Oh, that sounds exciting. That's
so
1
that's
o'clock this
1
afternoon.
o'clock. In fact, I've got the quilt here. I'll show you. In fact, there you go. This is the quilt.
Give us a tease.
Go on.
Wow. Oh, look at 3-dimensional applique.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's 1 o'clock.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, you definitely want to get involved with that hour then.
And we're starting with this block here.
Oh, that's beautiful.
The clematis, so that's what we're doing.
Lovely.
Right, we digress. So,
only got about 3 minutes left.
Box bottoms, fold it in half, and that square, here it is, okay? So when you've stitched down that side, we're going to look at this, and this is how you box the bottom, and this is what you would have done with your pouch as well, your wash bag.
And shall I show you that on the finished bag there, just to show, because that's the bit that Natasha is stitching. Obviously right sides together, she's working on that, so it gives you those lovely sharp corners that you can see there. And I love the fact that they are perfectly sized to work with the bag that you created earlier. And if you have just joined us, then do get hold of the grid that we've got, that fabulous grid by the metre, because it will be invaluable when you're creating beautiful bags like this and you're wanting to get that realism of that patchwork going on here. So the bottom of the screen, it's only $9.99, and yeah, you can watch the shows back and actually see that in action. But the key thing is making it quick and easy. And Natasha's worked on this bag. Literally, she's done the fabrics earlier on, but she showed us how to do that. So we were quite mindful that we didn't show you that during the show, but we showed you how to do it at the beginning of the hour with the smaller pieces. And the smaller pieces, just to illustrate that, you can use that same grid to create your smaller pieces if you're wanting to. I'll show you the grid before we say goodbye to you, but it means you can use it in loads and loads of different ways. So those box corners.
So all you're going to do is pull both the sides apart until they're flat.
Okay.
And then you just stitch across.
Perfect.
And that will give you the shape. And that's all you do, is just creating that square. Now on the wash bag, obviously you don't have that square, so you would cut an inch square.
Okay. But it's all in the instructions. If you're going for the wash bag, then yeah, you don't have to worry about that. But the thing is, get your grid. The grid is the thing that's going to allow you to create your perfect fabrics. Sold out during this hour. It's now an extended delivery. We kind of guessed that would be the case. But 2/3 of the stock of that additional stock, you're looking at, where am I? That's probably about Thursday of next week. It's only a week to wait for yours. And in fact, Natasha will get it to you sooner if she can do. But that's just to allow her time to actually get it in, get it all cut up, and obviously on its way to you guys. But so many of you taking advantage of it, and lots of you adding it in alongside these beautiful fabrics that we've been chatting about. And they are beautiful fabrics. There's a second hour that we've dedicated to these. It's the Bright Eyes collection from Anna Maria Horner, and as you can see there, they are amazing fabrics. Fat quarters, 15 of them in this particular hour, $51.99. But of course the beauty is you can go for half-metre pieces of not only these 15, but we actually have an additional 7 that you can choose from, and those are available, and they've been hanging behind me during the course of the hour. If you want blenders, then do check out those Noda blenders that we've got for you with that grunge range. We've got 11 brand new colours adding to the existing range as well. And Natasha, we're down to the last kind of 30 seconds of the hour.
It always
15
happens,
seconds.
doesn't it?
Oh, do join us. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you so much. Join us at 1 o'clock and we'll be chatting about that fabulous quilt. I can't wait. It's going to look amazing. See you a bit later on. So, looking forward to this one. Wendy's here. Country Walks with Cardio. You're going to love it. Then I'm back with a one-day special before we come back and join Natasha for her block of the month.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Well, good morning. If you're just tuning into the craft store, well, welcome. It's great to have your company. What a great hour to tune in because, of course, we are talking about cardio and amazing stands, brand new bundles, of course, brand new stands for you, the Country Walks. Now, of course, we have the amazing Wendy here with us. Hello, Wendy. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. You?
I'm really good. Always excited with cardio because, to me, you know, stamping is great, but then you have taken stamping into different possibilities, lots of possibilities, isn't it?
It's mainly because I get very bored, so I like to be able to change things up quite frequently. So with this range, because they're all sort of individual little stamps, they all build a scene, they can all tell a story.
And I love that, build a scene, and so many different scenes and so many stories to be told.
And so many ways to change them up as well. So we were saying earlier, I know you're launching Christmas later, but we've got a range of stamps that can do all of that. So you can start with a spray spring, into summer, into autumn and into winter. So they're very multi-use.
I love that. I love the whole seasons in there. And the cardio, they are photopolymer stamps, aren't
Yes.
they?
Yeah.
So, and you have been doing this concept for quite a while, but these are brand new stamps, right?
Yeah, this little collection here is all brand new, yeah.
Wow, well, let's imagine that. And of course, it mixes and matches with other collections that you may have from cardio. If you have been a kind of a crafting alongside cardio before, or maybe you are brand new, it doesn't matter. We have got a lot of testimonials of people who had never stamped before, and cardio was the first step because the images are just amazing. Now, this first bundle, of course, is Country Walks. Now, you have 63 stamps in total. And I have to say, the family tree is one of our favorites.
Yeah, we've just been speaking about that. There's so many ways to use this, because you can use the tree on its own, but you can also use the little root system that it's got with it to create a little burrow underneath for the little animals to go into. So it's very, very cute.
It is, and I love the way that you can do a spring tree, like you can see in here, that kind of, or a summer tree. Look at those gorgeous, beautiful animals in there.
This is
and then the
our
roots.
first design team member who's made this one. This is Laura's card, and she's done some beautiful samples for me today as well.
Gorgeous, and I love that sort of underneath the roots and underneath the surface. It's just so evocative, that image. We will go for it as well through some ideas as well. Then you are getting as well the on the fence, which you can see there with the chicks, the scarecrow, and of course you have got the hares, the pheasants, and of course the cat. Now, it's so gorgeous. Then you have got the fields a day in there as well. Oh, gorgeous. Now, I have to tell you that already over 10% of the bundle has already gone. The individuals now have already gone, technically sold out before the hour. Make sure to check out your baskets. Field florals being the fourth stamp set. I love this set so much, Wendy, because we have things like very evocative, like the root system, the trees, that kind of a strength, but also beautiful florals.
Yeah, and what I like about the tree is it's nice now to have an extra dimension, because not only you've got above the ground, you've got below the ground now, which is really, really cute, and I love it.
I love that. I love that we were talking about all these sorts of ideas about doing the the roots, how you say, deep roots hold the soil.
Yeah, like family ties and things like that. But you were also saying about people who are self-isolating. It's a great card for that as well.
Exactly, because I thought that that kind of element of hibernation, going under the ground, and somebody who has to, last year, you obviously, had to quarantine when I went to Spain. I understand that sense of, sending a hug to somebody who is self-isolating means a lot. Now, we are very busy for this bundle. Approaching 20% of the stock has gone. You are getting 63 stamps. That means that you can build all those different stories, all those different, images in here as well. Love that you are getting the mice, the hare, you are getting, of course, the little stories, the fences in different ways, the foxes, so many images to play in. And the hedgehog is just adorable as well. And look at this one, the field florals in there as well. And I love that if you want to make a spring card, you can do it with these ones. And now, if you want to go for this bundle, 913600 is your item number. 20% already going. Now, it's going very, very quickly. Please make sure to check out your baskets. Now, 4 minutes in, and 20% of the stock has gone. Now, grab yours, check out those baskets, £4 saving, £35.96 is your price. Now, lovely, amazing stamps. We have got other brand new bundles, but we want to join Wendy for the first demonstration of the hour. So make sure to check thecraftstore.com. There you will find all the different elements. So busy that already the individuals have now gone. Now we have got 2 other more bundles as well in here. So we have got the tiny trailers, and of course we have the tattered trail, and then we have the berries duo set as well. Perfect. Now, I would strongly recommend to add the 4 majestic rods, because that makes the stamping with the smaller stamps so much easier and so much faster. Do check out everything on the website, but over to Wendy. Now, how do we start?
So what we're going to do is the little family tree here. So we're going to do this one. And what I'm doing, I'm starting to put the yellow in because I want the yellow to sort of emanate through the tree. So the light that we can see, I want it to be coming through the tree at the, the little hole in the tree where the animals are getting in and out. So we're going to put some yellow in first, and I'm using Distress Oxides, which everybody will know is a little bit new for me because I don't tend to use anything but my Versacolour, but because I want to spread this scene out a little bit more, I'm going to use these because they do spread quite far when you use them, and they blend lovely.
Now, I have to say some things. Sorry, Wendy. Approaching 30% of the stock of the Country Walks bundle has gone. Make sure to check out your baskets there.
So I've just used a bit of scattered straw, and I've put a little bit of spice marmalade in the middle just to give it that warmth. And then what we're going to do, we're going to start to add some of the other colours. So I'm going to use a little bit of shabby shutters. And what I've done, because sometimes you need to let this ink dry before you stamp over the top of this, I've actually pre-done one. So we're going to just show a little bit of this colouring technique. So you can work on a glass mat as well, but because I've got limited space and so many bits and pieces out here, we're literally just going to work on the paper that I've got. So you're basically just filling this gap. Now, I've got this piece of paper under my fingers here, because if you sort of put your fingers into the Distress Oxides, it starts to react and you'll leave little finger marks in there.
It's the oxidation.
Yeah, and sometimes you've got moisture on your fingers and things as well. So that one was shabby shutters, and I'm just going to put a little bit of old paper on there as well, just to tone this down.
All right.
And then what we'll do when we've done this, we'll move on to the one that's already I've let dry. So once we've done that, I'm going to turn this around and we're going to start to add some colour for the top as well. So we're going to go back to the yellows, and then later on we'll add some more browns, just to sort of, it really gives it that autumnal feel.
Approaching a third of the stock of the bundle with the Country Walks Stamps collection has already gone. Grab yours. Remember to check out your baskets. And of course, you are getting 63 stamps in there. Gorgeous. I love how you started putting colour into the card. These will work as well for our journaling, to tell the stories.
Yeah, and there's so many stories you can tell with these stamps as well, isn't there?
I was thinking, of course, with that gorgeous roots, it's just so original as well. And of course, you can create the story of, the couple of the stories coming into it.
And what I like about that tree is you don't have to use the root system. So I've designed it in such a way where if you want to use it, you can. And if you don't want to use it, you don't have to. So it's entirely up to you how you do it.
And you're using brushes. Is it because it's
I find these help me blend this ink a lot easier. Yeah. I know I'm sort of getting a bit older. I have a few shoulder aches, so the less pressure on there, the better, really.
Now, if you are looking for blending brushes, do check out the website at craftstore.com.
So I'm just putting a little bit of texture on here as well. So I've got a little bit of brown, just to add a little bit of dimension. Okay, so what we're going to do now, I'm going to move on to the one that I've already done, that's already dry.
Okay.
And I've spritzed this as well, because one thing you can do with the Distress Oxides is add a little bit of water to them, and it'll give you that little bit of texture. So on top of here, we've just added a little bit of texture. And I'm just going to use a little bit of removable adhesive on the back of these masks here. And then we're going to start to stamp.
So you have taken photocopy paper, torn it apart?
Yeah. And that's all that is. So it's nothing complicated at all, just a little bit of copy paper.
Yeah. By the way, can I just interrupt you 1 second? I just need to mention the tiny trails, because we haven't even looked at it. And, they are very, very busy. Now, approaching 40% of the stock has gone, and we haven't even looked at it in real life. $11.99 for both stamp sets, 356028. Sorry about that,
That's
Wendy.
okay. So I'm going to stamp the tree in first. Now, I would usually use 2 colours, but I've absolutely forgotten, so I'm not going to worry about that. I usually use 2 different tones on here. I'm going to pop this tree somewhere in the middle. So hopefully, because I did this one earlier, this should be fairly dry. And I'm still stamping in my Versacolour, because for me personally, I prefer the effect that you get with the Versacolour rather than the Distress Oxides for stamping. So it's quite a big stamp, so we're just going to make sure that we get... And there we go. So there's our little stamp. So now what we're going to do is add in these little roots. So you've got one for one side and one for the other.
They also look amazing for under the water, under the sea.
You could, yeah.
Algae.
Yeah, so
love
many
that.
different ways, isn't there, really, to use them. So now we're just going to roughly sort of fit this in. And again, doesn't have to be perfect, so don't feel like this has to be. They're very, very forgiving, because you've got the little branches as well that you can sort of fill in with the roots as well. So you don't really have to worry too much about lining this up perfectly. So
You're
this is
using black now, right?
This is a dark brown.
A dark brown.
But it's quite a new ink as well, so it does tend to look quite dark. But you could easily use, later on we're doing a Christmas version of this.
Oh.
So you could easily have a nice sort of Christmas design as well. So you can see this doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. At the end of the day, the roots anyway.
Look at that.
Okay, so next thing we're going to do is use our little bit of paper.
Right.
And we're just going to start to do our ground space here. So I'm going to take it about there. And then we're going to start to add some more colour. So just use a little bit of the green.
Well, by the way, of course, the tree is the family tree stamp set that is included in the country walks, as said. Now, of course, that is approaching 40%. I don't have the stock of the really busy for the really busy show, so do check out your basket.
So I've coloured over my roots, but I don't mind that. Can you see, because my ink's not quite dry, I'm blending in some of that root system, but I'm okay with that as well. So it doesn't have to be absolutely pristine down there. Okay, so once we've done that, we can then remove the paper. So we've now got our ground line in, and then the other piece of paper we can use to mask out, and then we can start to fill it. So because that will mat in all the other little bits and pieces that we've got. So I'm going back to my Versacolour.
Okay, yeah.
And we're just going to start to ink up some of the little grasses. And these are going to go just across the top here.
Okay. Perfect.
And then we can use some of the little flowers and things as well, just to fill in. So this is actually from the one with the little path in. Oh dear. Was that me?
No. Well,
could be all the shaking around I'm doing.
I think is the bunnies that have
that's it.
They're having a
That's
little
it.
bit of
That's
fun.
what it'll be, yeah.
It wasn't. Yeah.
So just work across the top like that with your grass.
So quickly. And is that one of the reasons that you like to use the Versacolour? Because then you can do second, third generation.
For backgrounds and things like that, I'd still use the little ones for that. If I'm doing small areas, it's only because we're sort of starting to do bigger areas in card, it would take a bit longer with the Versacolour. Not saying that you can't actually do it, but it would just take that little bit longer than normal. So you can see these little pegs make this so easy, because I'm literally rotating that stamp in between each and every sort of stamp that we do. So we've added some little flowers. So the next thing we're going to do now is start to add some of our little animals in the bottom here. So we've got our little hedgehog, and I'm going to try and use two colours on him, even though he's small. So he's sort of hiding down here, and we can add some little berries. I mean, really, it's just your imagination. It's sort of how many ways you can actually mingle these together is just ridiculous, really.
Look at this.
Okay, so let's put him
You're
in down
using
there.
even the lid from the ink cartridge.
Yeah, I'd keep all of my little lids and things for this sort of thing. So even when you've sort of got to a point where you're not getting any more ink out of them, just keep hold of those for for the little tiny stamps that you're not going to rotate. Anything else I would sort
Use
of put,
the rods,
use the rods for any florals or anything like that.
Oh, look at
Now what we've got is a little hanging mouse as well, so we're going to do a little hanging mouse from up here. But the little hanging mouse can hang from the scarecrow. There's so many ways to sort of mix them. So we're going to put this little one here. And then what we're going to do is add in some of the little berries.
Okay.
So you can see why I get a bit lost sometimes. There's so many stamps in the collections. So we're going to have some little berries. And we're just going to dot them in. And then we've got some little tiny branches. So if you want to sort of extend, you can actually have them hanging down here for the tree, which we'll do in a second. So I'm sorry, this is quite a long demo because we've got quite a lot of different stamps
I love it
in
because
here.
you're building the scene, the story,
So-
and you're showing how everything coordinates. And of course, if you want the berries, we have got a duo set on the left-hand side of the screen for them.
Well, this is sort of a little autumn store, so we've got little apples going on in here as well. So let's put a little apple in. So they're all sort of collecting everything that they need. But there are so many stamps.
But that's the beauty of it. Having more stamps of this the style means that you can build more stories, more scenes, every single time different.
So let's just get some of the little branches. So if we wanted to sort of extend the roots here as well, then what I'm going to do is just ink up a little bit of this root or hanging branch, whichever way you want to use it. And can you see how we can just extend all of these, and we can have them coming in to here, so you can put little things hanging from them. I think this would be really cute with some of the little lanterns that we've got as well. You can put a little lantern underneath there. So let's just, it's very, very delicate, so you can add in some beautiful little tiny bits and pieces here.
We're having an incredibly busy show. Please make sure to check out your baskets, of course, even for the trails one. The trial set very, very busy for that one as well. Over 50%, 60, sorry, over 60% of the stock has gone $11.99 for them. Sorry, Wendy. That's okay. Just want anybody to miss out.
Don't worry. So what we're going to do is use some of these hanging branches now. So this tree is designed so that it looks like the tree's going off the page, but you have these little hanging branches that actually come down over the top. So in the picture, it just looks like a tree that's sort of going off the design. So you don't have to sort of, again, don't
really
worry.
Think that having that new dimension of the under the earth and you know, and
I'm being
the
greedy,
surface.
really, aren't I? Because it's like above the ground isn't enough now. We need to go underneath as well.
And but I think it's perfect for thinking about cards for autumn, winter, that hibernation, that kind of getting warm.
Definitely.
But also the situation we are living through it as well. It's absolutely
Well, I didn't actually think about that until you mentioned it this morning, but it might have been there in the back of my mind somewhere.
It might have been, because I think throughout this year we have learned as well the value of being home and safe and being with the family, the loved ones.
Definitely.
And also sending those warm wishes to people out there that may have to be, you know, taking care of themselves at the minute. So.
Yeah.
And that kind of goes throughout as well, sending like get well soon. It doesn't matter what time, hopefully a new normal is going to come soon. But
fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still, we will have to send get well soon.
There's our little finished card. So what we've done is added some of the little trailers in at the top as well. And then I forgot my brown. Oh no, I haven't. I've got my brown. So we're just going to add some little dots just inside these little flowers, and it just sort of brings those back up to the surface again there like that. So it makes those little flowers pop. And then if you want to, on the little apple and the little berries, you could also add in some little bits of glossy accents as well. But there we go. So there's the one we did. This one we've added a little bit more colour to, but you get the general idea there.
And of course you can see like one is kind of more lilac-y, the other one is more, and they look different, yet they are both stunning. And imagine all the different ways. Thank you so much,
very
Wendy.
Welcome, very
of course,
welcome.
while Wendy resets for her next demonstration, it's always we get very excited when Cardio is here in the studio. Why? Because you know, you might be like Kirsty, our producer. She's a brand new. Well, it was like a few months ago. Was a brand new stamper for her art journal. The first stamp set that she got was a Cardio one. So that, and then we were talking before the show, and was like, it's so easy to use. You don't have to be an expert stamper. However, of course, you can grow with them. This is the beauty of getting 63 stamps in this bundle, because they are scenes that you build up. They are scenes that you create, stories that kind of build up. Now, approaching 60% of the stock has gone already, and we are not even halfway through it. Now, this is an amazing stamp set because you are getting all those images. For me, the star of this bundle is, without a doubt, the family tree. The ability to create a tree above ground or below ground, to say about the kind of the family roots, the root system, the kind of the friendship as well. Like maybe you want to send a card to somebody, it's like, you know, to a friend. It's like, you hold me strong, you know, you make me stronger because their friendship is rooted very deeply. And that sort of sentiments as well. Imagine about this whole situation we are living through it, sending sentiments with this. But it's all about the stories you can tell. It's all about the images that stand beautifully. It's all about the cat and the chicks. It's like the cat is going talking to the cockerel, or maybe the pheasants are kind of walking by and kind of having questions to the scarecrow, or maybe it's the hare that is jumping across. Love as well the different proportions that Wendy gives us with cardio, because you can be in the same buildings. So for instance, you're thinking, I want that fence on the background and the foreground, or I want it in the background. You have in this set both options. Now you can see the hair there looking at, is it a hello? Is he or she saying hello to the scarecrow? Or maybe you want to kind of say those sentiments to something else. But you can see in here, so we have the background fence there, which is where it'll take me a while, but I will get there. You can see the fox having a scene, and then you have got the other fence in the foreground. This is the thing about cardio. You are creating your own scenes. You can go straight away with the simplicity, or you can grow with them as you go through. If you're thinking of art journals, you can create those stories, and you can create the kind of, maybe the hare goes into a journey and then discovers the scarecrow, and having those different proportions allows you to do this. Photopolymer stamps, so you know the quality, you know that you're going to get this perfect impression, and you can use any inks that you have already at home. Of course, if you want to be like Wendy, maybe Versacolor will be the one for you, or Versafine or Oxide. It's up to you how you build them up. £35.96 is the price for this bundle. However, if you're a Freedom member, you have got a further discount. Now you only pay £32.36 today, and that's the delivered cost. Now you're saving £7.60, and the rods fell off. And 913600 is your item number. Actually, talking about the rods, we have got them at the set here. Now, as Wendy was mentioning, these make stamping so much easier, especially if you are rotating the images, especially if you're adding the berries to a kind of a wreath or leaves as well. Now, you are getting 4 of them. You can say different widths in there. Now, you have the ability to put 2 in each, well, 1 in each either end, so you can rotate them as well. £12.99 is your price. You're getting the shorty and of course the other 3, which are the longer kind of, and if you can hold a pen, you can hold them and stamp with them. 781058 is your item number. Now, another brand new bundle that we have for you here from Cardio, again extraordinarily busy, is the trails. Now, this is the tiny trailers and of course the tattered trail. Love how you can create that tree, suddenly bring it to spring. Maybe you want to do a weeping willow. Isn't it just gorgeous, a weeping willow? So kind of that reminds me of those leaves coming and falling. And of course you have got the butterflies in there as well. But approaching 3/4 of the stock has gone. If you want this bundle, do check out your baskets now and don't miss out. I mean, I love that it works on its own. Like you could say maybe it's a journey, it's kind of, but also works so well with the country walks as well. It's kind of a scene setter. It kind of gives you the grounding into your scenes with Cardio. And remember, one of the beautiful things about these solid stamps is that you don't need to spend that time coloring in. You're stamping with color, and therefore once that you finish stamping, that is done. Now, approaching 80% of the stock is really busy. Please do not miss out. $11.99 is your price. We are only been 24 minutes, and and we have got another hour. Make sure to check out your basket. 356028 is your item number. Now, if you like to create wreaths, if you want to create kind of scenes like kind of involving, or if you want to make even the underground that Wendy was creating with those berries, this is the stamp set. Love this. Very it's just because it's really difficult in Spanish. We don't pronounce the V or B any different, so it's very but very no.
Very
there it is. And sweet strawberries, I can pronounce that. $11.99 is your price. You're getting 18 stamp sets, and even if you just go for them, you could create beautiful wreaths with them. So it could be maybe your first foray into Cardio. And of course they are the Majestics, which work beautifully with those Majestic rods because you can rotate them quickly and easily. Right, very busy across the board. Now, the trailers, the tiny trailers, and of course the tatter trails, over 80% of the stock has gone. It's going very, very quickly. Please make sure to check out your baskets. Right, it's very busy, always is with Cardio, because they are extraordinary beautiful stamps. Wendy, I think you're ready.
I am ready, yeah. So this is the one we're going to do. We're going to do a Christmas version of this one now. So we're going to do this little blue version using the family tree, but not using the root system so much this time. But this is sort of a very, very similar card, but we've also added in the little pathway here, so the little tattered way, and we've also got the little poppies from the field florals as well, which are absolutely beautiful. So it just shows how you can change these up by putting things in, leaving certain things out. So we're going to start using the background, and I have already pre-done one of these like I did earlier with the other one. I don't actually think we ended up using it at the end of the day. I think we just went straight on with it, didn't we? But so I'm adding a little bit of tumbled glass, and it's just over a little piece of torn paper like we did before. What I do when I use the torn paper, because I find the edges are quite sort of fragile on the paper when you tear it, I make sure I put the adhesive right on the very edge so it holds it in place better.
It's such a good tip, because sometimes I do struggle when it moves a little bit, and then
and you
it's
get
not
little
such a
gaps,
show.
so it just sort of helps
yeah.
with that really. So this tumble glass is a beautiful sort of icy wintry colour, which I love, but I think it just needs darkening up just a little bit. So we're going to use a little bit of the broken china as well.
Is it to intensify?
Yeah, it just gives you a little bit more sort of intensity right at the bottom edge near where you're going to be doing your stamping. So again, because I think this needs to dry properly before you stamp over the top of it to get the best out of your image, I tend to sort of would leave that to dry. Or dry it with your heat gun. So we have actually done another one.
Sorry to interrupt, Wendy. I'm really sorry. We are very busy. So the tiny trailers and of course the tattered trailers, now it's limited stock right now. Please make sure to check out your baskets. 90% of the stock gone. If you don't want to miss out, do check out your baskets. Back to you, Wendy.
Okay, no worries. So we're going to add in our little family tree, but this time, like I said, we're not going to add in that little root system that we've got. We're just going to keep the tree on the top and perhaps use a couple of those little branches just to give the idea that there's some roots coming up above ground level as well. I really can't wait, because before the show I don't have as much time to sort of play as I like. I usually play sort of afterwards. So we're going to just pop this little tree in about here. So I do it in such a way where the tree is actually going off the top of the page. If you wanted to sort of put it lower down, then there's nothing stopping you, just sort of taking a little bit of that colour off the top. And then you wouldn't actually see sort of a defined edge there. You could just finish off with the branches and the leaves and things like that. So there's our little tree in place now.
I mean, the detail.
It is very, very, very pretty. I really do like this one. So we're going to pop our paper back in place. In here, so I'm just going to line that back up. Again, doesn't have to be exact. I like to be able to see a little bit of a line there, because it means if I stamp over the top of that, you're not going to see that white gap afterwards. So it's just to sort of make sure that you've filled that in, So we're going to put our little hair in first.
By the way, we have got some news as well about the tiny trailers. Now, they have technically sold out. If you have it in your baskets and you check out now, you will have a immediate dispatch. We have got some on extended delivery, which means that, of course, it will be dispatched from Monday. Today is Thursday, it's Monday, so it's a few days to wait, but it's not long, considering that it's the weekend in the middle. Back to you, Wendy, sorry.
No problem. So what we've done, we just stamped our hair in place there. So we're using browns with the blues. I think the browns and blues work really, really nicely together. And then what I'm going to pop in is some of the grasses from the field florals, and again we're just going to stick with the browns. So I really love brown for Christmas with the blue. So if you don't want this to be too dark, then you can always take some of this colour off and then just go over the top. Now the trick is to sort of keep stamping, so you let it sort of blend out. And it gives a really, really lovely misty effect.
It's this gorgeous element in there as well. So they're saying as well in my ear, and I will say, especially when it's in the background, it looks like a little bit of a Christmas wintry trees in there.
Yeah. So I'm going to put some dark ones in. So I'm going to use the small ones out of the tattered trail as well. So you've got a small sort of set of grasses as well that you can pop in here. So let's just do a few. It's so simple, but it's a really, really pretty little card. So you can see when we take this off now, we've still got our little roots underneath here, but we've got a bit of blue coming through the tree. Now that's okay, because you could have it so it was just sort of completely see through the tree. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add a little bit of brown just in the background here. So I'm just going to use a smaller brush, and we're just going to use a little bit of the brown. And we're just going to sort of take some of that blue away here. So again, doesn't have to be a lot. And it's not actually something that you have to do, but for me, just a little bit of that blue.
That's just...
I mean, you could mask it, but I'm not sort of one for a lot of faff.
Well, and also the snow gets a little bit, you know, it's not always pristine white.
No, well, I like it because it gives it sort of a drift look.
It does. It does.
So we're just getting rid of some of that. So now it just looks more dark. And then what I'm going to do is pop the little mouse in here as well. So the little mouse we used before, we're going to just have standing up just in front here.
And all the images that you have used so far in this card are from the country walks, which, by the way, is 2/3 of the stock has gone. And I love how you're building one single card. Well, you have got already two, just with country walks. It's just amazing.
It is, and the thing is, it's like I was saying to you before, there's so many things I haven't yet done with them. I've only done what I've done. There's probably, if I carry on playing, there'll be so many different sort of approaches to using them. But I just love this family tree so much.
And I love how, even though it's solid stamps, you know, you still get so much detail, especially on the tree trunk.
Yeah,
you know, the bark.
we do sort of try our best to get as much sort of detail into these stamps, like you say. So, and a lot of the time as well, there's pretty much no outside edge to them, or hardly any, so it makes it a lot easier, especially if you're a new stamper and you tend to over ink a little bit, which I do. I'm very messy, I'll admit it, but you don't sort of get the edges when you stamp, so it's a really nice way.
Would you say if you tend to over ink, would a smaller block help for that? Or?
I think you should really have a block that's not too much bigger than your stamp. In fact, that's why I love to use the little rods. Because we've got small stamps, you're very unlikely to catch any edges if there were any. But like I say, on ours, there pretty much isn't anything for you to catch on there.
You and the rods, details on the screen for them, $12.99 for all 4 of them. And I love how you use them doubles. You put a you can put a stamp in either side, you know, and just hold it.
Well, I do, because I don't tend to look through them, to be honest. You could if you really wanted to, but you can see quite clearly where your stamp is at all times. So we're just going to put a little bit of glitter on here. Nearly forgot about the glitter, but you can't have Christmas without a little bit of glitter.
It's kind of the Christmas-fire.
Definitely,
the glitter.
Definitely.
Is it just iridescent glitter?
Yeah, this is just an iridescent glitter, yeah. Now, it will stick to sort of everything that is wet. So it's a bit kind of sparkly everywhere, but you'll get the idea.
We are approaching 70% of the stock of the beautiful Country Works stamp set, of course, Wendy is using. And look at that. I mean, look at the finished cards that you made. It just, and so quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. I mean, you can create the most lovely cards using only a handful of stamps and a few minutes.
And one single piece of white card.
Yeah.
That's all you need, of course, the stamps and the inks. Grab yours. Thank you, Wendy. We'll
You're
let
very
you
welcome.
to reset the next demonstration. I love the cards because it's a concept that makes it a plain piece of card, white card. You are adding the dimension by adding all those gorgeous backgrounds and adding this stunning, absolutely stunning, major, bold images in there. You can create scenes in which the country walk, you go into a country walk and you see all this wildlife, and this is reflected in those stamps. The fact that you are getting 63 means that you can have all those stories, all those variations. For me, though, it's kind of looking at the little flowers and the little mice. You can tell like they are having a play in there with the butterfly as well. Don't forget that as a Freedom member, £32.36 is all you are paying for a brand new bundle. Now, of course, £7.60 is your price, your savings, sorry, for as a Freedom member. Now, what you are getting, look at this. I mean, I really, the hair, yeah, that one, Joe, the one that you had at the director. I just kind of see a preview because I love that card. So, yeah, that one, that's such a good one. Look at this one. I love that. A Christmas card where you're thinking winter wishes. Not everybody celebrates Christmas, but every winter comes for everybody. And I think celebrating the warmth at heart, in the heart, and the warmth at home. This is kind of in the roots is in kind of going in there and kind of staying safe as well. But the scenes going through the countryside, and there's nothing more beautiful than seeing the wild animals there, the fox, and this is having a play with on the fence, looking at the hares like thinking, oh, these foxes, they are just ridiculous, aren't they? Oh yes, dear, yes they are. You know, you can hear the voices, the conversations, and you know, you don't have to be silly like me, and you kind of have a proper conversation about it. But look at the wildflowers. We are not just talking autumn, we are talking spring, we are talking about celebrating weddings in there on your wedding on your special day with that beautiful heart, because you have flowers. Look at this one here for you. Is of course the butterflies entertaining the cat. Approaching 3/4 of the stock has gone. It's all about those beautiful sentiments, the warmth in here as well. It's for Christmas, it's for autumn, it's for spring, it's for all year round. It's all about the countryside, the beautiful wildlife that inhabits in our English or Scottish or British or worldwide countryside, of course, with these beautiful animals. But look at this stunning image in which the tree is the masterpiece. It's not only underneath the ground, under the ground, but also above ground. So all that I love the kind of mystery of life as well, with the roots holding strong no matter what the storm is. Now, if you want your bundle, over 3/4 of the stock has gone. 913600 is your item number. Now, we have got also another brand new bundle from Cardio. Now, this one sold out earlier, and which means that it will be dispatched from Monday. Today is Thursday, so considering that's the weekend, it's basically waiting 4 days, so actually 2-3 working days. And you know, you will have these amazing tiny trailers and tattered trails. I love the image of setting the ground, setting the stones for the hare, for the foxes, for the scarecrow, to adding some dimension in the foreground. And of course you can see the dimension, the kind of perspective as well. Very busy as well. And now the extended delivery is approaching 10%, of course, gone. Remember, it's only Monday and today is Thursday, so not long to wait at all. Now, of course, you are getting the tiny trailers, which means that you can create even more into your tree, kind of creating that spring look or summer look. 356028 is your item number, $11.99 for the price. And then, of course, we have got a final brand new stamp set from Cardio, which is, of course, the berries duo. So you're getting the berries and the sweet strawberries, gorgeous elements that you can then bring into the scenes, or of course create your own different wreaths as well. $11.99 is your price. 911708 is your item number. Now, of course, eager for the third demonstration of the hour. So Wendy, where are we up to?
Okay, so we're going to do a little country scene now. So we're going to put the little path in as well. So something similar to this one. They're never exactly the same, but I quite like that. I don't like to be doing exactly the same thing all the time. And of course, by just changing a couple of little elements, you can completely change the card, especially using colours. So what we've done, I've masked out the top and we've put some green underneath here. And now I'm just adding in the yellow for the sky. So I've masked out the bottom with the other side, and we're just adding some yellow in there as well for the top. So already this is slightly different because the previous one hasn't got the yellow at the top. But again, it's entirely up to you how you do it. So I'm going to put a little bit of the spice marmalade on here as well to give it a little bit more warmth. Right. And then we're going to add a little bit of pink in here as well. So it's nice to be able to sort of change this up. So this one is Kitsch Flamingo, and just a little bit of pink.
Lovely,
it's gorgeous with the yellow. You wouldn't automatically think that these would go well together, but they really do.
And also, you wouldn't think necessarily to use Kitsch Flamingo, which is a paint, into a background.
But they're lovely. They do build lovely colours. Yeah. Okay, so we'll leave it there. And I haven't got another one pre-prepared, so this is a little bit damp, this card. Okay. So I did sort of dry it off in between, but it just depends sort of how dry this is. So let's just blend this line a little bit more. And I've left it a little bit paler just down here because this is where I'm going to put the path. So just this section here is a little bit paler than the other. So let's take the little fence. We're going to put all these little details in first, and then we will just sort of build on top of this. So I'm going to use 2 colours. So we're going to go in with a little bit of bark.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ink up the whole stamp with this one. And then to add a bit of more dimension, we're going to add a little bit of pine cone in there as well. So I'm just going to go pick up on those edges.
And of course that is from Country Works, which by the way is 80% of the stock gone, approaching 80% of the stock gone. Grab yours, check out your baskets.
Okay, so what I'm going to do as well, I'm just going to take off a little bit of this colour. So just with my finger, I don't want that to be too harsh at the bottom. So we've just taken off some of that. And then I'm going to pop this in about here. Now I'm hoping this is dry enough that we'll get a nice neat impression from this, but we'll see. And if not, plenty of ways to fix it, so I'm not really too worried. Okay. And there's our little fence. Now I love this fence because it's not perfect. It's got bits of paint chipping off it, so it's quite a sort of rustic looking. But you can see it's a little bit paler at the bottom here, so we can just fill over this later. So I'm going to put some backgrounds in now. So I'm just going to pop this little piece of paper back. And we're just going to add in some of the little greens. And then our little scarecrow as well.
And of course, these ones are part as well of the bundle.
They are, yeah.
I love that. It's not only there's, I'll say it, there's a lot of quantity in terms of stamps, like there's 63, but also the different variety of images.
Definitely. There are so many, and it's like I say, you could go on forever and a day. You know, doing so many different images and mixing all the stamps together that you'll do so many things that I haven't even thought of yet.
I was thinking, you know that you do your beautiful wreaths with your, you know, strawberries or flowers and things, but this could be also a kind of a foliage coming down as well?
Definitely, yeah. Even the other one, the hanging one that's on the family tree, I've done that coming up instead. Yeah. So again, it's just really how you see it. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. 80% of the stock has gone. Remember, 63 stamps that are. You love the different ones that you can see them there. Of course, the family tree being a standout image, but then of course building the scene with all the others that you are getting there.
But it's like I'm using the scarecrow now. We could just as easily put the little scarecrow under the tree.
Yeah.
Again, and the little scarecrow has got the little birds that sit on the top of him as well. So again, it's just how you decide to use it.
And you could add some white glitter on the shoulders.
Definitely,
as well.
the snow on his shoulders as well, because they don't just disappear at Christmas, do they? They're still around. Yeah. So let's put him in just off the page here. And again, I don't tend to sort of look too careful at the other cards, so it's never going to be the same.
But that's the beauty of it, isn't it? To have the ability to go a little bit
just to change it up a little bit. And you could also add some detail to him if you wanted to. But I love this mixed tone that you get, you know, instead of just having one solid colour. It just gives it that little bit more dimension.
You don't worry about contamination of the inks?
No, because I always use my palest ink first and then go over with a darker one. So any pale ink will just sort of disperse into a dark ink. The other way round, it would be a bit of an issue.
So that's a good top tip. It's always a start.
Yeah, so paler first, like we've done there. So we've gone on with the bark, and then I'm just going to edge a little bit of this one with the pine cone as well, so you get a darker image. So I'm going to take this away now, I think, and we're going to add in the little rabbits. The first one, we're going to pop about here, and then the other one's going to be looking up.
Oh, look at this.
But just that different tones on there are just absolutely beautiful.
I mean, can I ask, is it a hare or a rabbit?
They're hares. But again, it's up to you. Okay. If you, because I mean, I don't think hares actually burrow underground. But who's to say? The rabbits when they're underground. They are hares, but you know.
But also, you're kind of thinking, we were talking as well about how much, you know, they are whimsical in a way of what you kind of project into them, but they are not cute, so therefore you can...
They're a nice mixture of the two, aren't they?
And you can bring those stories, like kind of magical stories into them, you know?
Definitely.
It doesn't matter whether hairs don't go under or not, it's just...
So this is our basic scene that we've done now. So what we're going to do is start to add in some other little bits. So I don't want the full path on this one. So all I'm going to do is ink up the first 3 of these little pathways. And it's fairly easy to do. And if you get a little bit on that 4th one, not that it's really going to matter, you can just wipe that off. I like, because I'm using green underneath, I like to put a little bit of green on here as well, because it gives it like a mossy look as well. And then we're just going to pop this just underneath where these rabbits are sitting. So just about there. Now this has got a grass edging, which you can use with or without the path. So it also has these, so if you want to follow the path, you can. Or you could use these separately on their own to create like a grassy verge, which we've done on some of the samples as well. But what I'm going to do is just to fill this now with some of the grasses. So I'm going to use some of the small one, and we're just going to start to fill in this space and then put some flowers and things in there as well. So don't be frightened of sort of adding plenty of these in. And you know we did before where we took some of the colour off the bottom? That'll just help it to blend in a little bit easier without leaving a hard edge. So don't be frightened. It does look a bit messy at first, but the more you tend to add in, the better this is going to look. So I'll try and speed this up a little bit. But we're just going to fill the whole of the bottom of this card. And then we can add in some little flowers. Now I love this effect that you get. It almost, I mean, Laura is very, very good at this on our design team now, who's on our cardio group page. She does some beautiful, beautiful cards, as do they all. So if you want some inspiration, that's a good place to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I was thinking, it's just like, I very much doubt that you can mess it up with your beautiful stamps.
It is quite hard. And even if you feel like you've done something that you don't like, it's very easy to rectify usually. You know, there's never a need to, I've done plenty of things where I thought, oh, that just doesn't work, I don't like that. But I've carried on till the end and ended up producing something that I didn't expect, but that I quite like.
And I always think that with your, I mean, the beautiful samples are one piece of card, but I'm always thinking, well, if you mess up a little bit, you can always punch it out or die cut it.
Definitely, I have done that a few times as well. In fact, there's a card with the one that people seem to like, the black. Yeah, that one. And that one, obviously, I'm not throwing that away.
Yeah, but that's a really good way of
That's
showing
what I'm saying,
that
you can
even if
end
you
up.
think that you have messed up parts of it, rescue those bits. And I would have thought that, you know, also you can create a smaller card, so you would have 3 cards in here as well. That's such a good way.
I don't like to throw anything away.
Nothing.
Especially not if you've created it yourself, because it's just a happy accident. It'll turn into something else. Right, so we've sort of covered all our card now, so you can see the little pathway in there as well. And then what we're going to do is add some of the little birds and the little mice into here.
Okay.
So we have some tiny, tiny little birds that we can then sit onto the scarecrow.
Okay.
So let's take them up there like that. And just sit them. It's a good job I've got my glasses on today.
Look at them.
So we can have one right at the top, up there like that.
Oh.
It's so dinky. I absolutely love doing it. So let's put one. You can even sort of say, okay, well, let's have one sat on that rabbit's ear up there like that. So you are in complete control over what you do. And then we'll have the little mouse. We've got a tiny version of the bigger one that we had hanging before. Let me make sure I'm getting him the right way up. And then we can hang him just from the little scarecrow's arm, just like that.
So cute.
So, in this one as well, we've also got our little cockerel and our little chick.
Little chick.
So we're going to add the little mummy bird in, and a little bit of brown on the bottom, just for a little bit of texture. So we're going to pop this one just on top of the fence. But you'll see on some of them we've put the cat in there.
Yeah.
It's entirely up to you what you want to use in there. And we're going to do the chicken brown so he stands out. Now I don't want him too tall, so I'm actually going to just take off the legs. And we're just going to sit him just on the fence like that.
That's so cute.
So you can create whatever you like.
And I was thinking as well, this would work really well as a gatefold card as well.
Yeah.
So you can have part of it in one side, part of it in another.
It
so
would
the
be
fence kind of
beautiful.
opens as
Yeah,
well.
beautiful, yeah. So with this one, I'm going to use the little buttercups, but we're going to do them in blue. So what I've done, I've just inked up the very top of the flowers, and then we're just going to start to dot these in, because you don't need the bases of the flowers. We're just going to take the tops, and we're going to make it look like a really florally field that you can sort of walk through here. So just dot those into the top. You could do the whole thing if you want to, but I think we've got enough sort of foliage in the background there that all we really need is a few little flower heads just sort of creeping up there like that. So it's nice when you look at a stamp as well to sort of, you don't have to use the whole thing if you don't want to.
That's such a good way, because suddenly you are adding kind of different sorts of color hue into the card, and they're kind of building again flowers and more scenes and foreground and perspective.
Yeah, and again, just let the ink run out on the stamp. But of course, you've got the other little tiny flowers and things as well that you could add in if you want to. So, for instance, in one of the designs there, we've got a little tiny poppy. So if you want to do little poppies in there, you could. So again, entirely up to you. How much, how little you use. and the colours can make a massive difference. So let's just put a little wording stamp in here. And I think these are going to be on the show next time.
Oh,
these ones, we just didn't get them quite ready in time. So this one is going to go here. And then again, if you wanted to, you could have some of those little hanging vines coming down and things as well. So all I'm going to do now is add in a little bit of liquid pearls or any sort of dimensional pearl that you've got. And we can just add this.
And even if you don't have that, could we use a black marker?
Yeah, you could just use a fine liner, anything to just draw attention to that centre, because it really just makes those little flowers, you know, pop right back out again. And then I think on the one that we've just done, we've sort of shaded a little bit on that path as well. But we want to try and get another demo in if we can. So,
well, we'll try.
I might get a bit of it in. And there we go.
4 minutes. Oh, look at that, gorgeous, indeed. That's so gorgeous. Thank you, Wendy, for showing
Very
this.
welcome.
It's absolutely stunning. And yes, there is a little bit of tiny differences, which means that, you know, these stamps, they're not just one image that you can use one way. There are 63 individual stamps that give you the flexibility to kind of create all sorts of images throughout the year. However, let's talk about, so let's get a little bit serious. Approaching limited stock, which means that approaching 90% of the stock has already gone. Now, what I love about it is, of course, it's brand new, but you are getting the family tree, which is this really interesting, deep, inwardly looking image, which is different from anything else. It's different because it talks about what's going on in the minute, what has been going on, like hugging people, that kind of hibernating. Winter is coming as well, eventually. Summer is coming as well, but, you know, well, that's what they tell us. But you can see it there, that you have got the underneath the ground, you know, that sort of warmth in there. And also venturing out, now that also we are venturing out more, is that kind of mystery of life as well. The kind of holding things really deep and strong into our hearts. There is that sense of building those scenes with all those different characters, the scarecrow. You have got hairs in there, different proportions, different dimensions. And that kind of allows you to build the foreground, the background into these gorgeous stories. You have got chicks in there, you have got pheasants, you have got mountains of little fruits in there, you have got toadstools, you have got mice in different positions. So when you sit down and you are kind of building those scenes and you want the mouse that is dancing or grabbing something, you have that stamp, 63 individual ones, which means that gives you the versatility. And don't forget it also that you have the hedgehog and the florals there. But that's all stock money, because if you're a Freedom member, you have got a £7.60 saving. £32.36 is your price. It stays now limited stock, which means that 90% of the stock has gone. If you want yours, do check out your baskets. 913600 is your item number. Remember to add as well your majestic rods as well. Now, of course, it's a perfect add-on, but it also means that if you are creating those scenes, you can add a stamp in either end of it, and it's so much easier. $12.99 is your price. 781058 is your item number. Now, Wendy, we have about 3 minutes left.
Right, we'll get a bit of this in, even if we don't get a whole card. So luckily I've already coloured this one. So we've coloured the top and the bottom with the scattered straw, a bit of the pink and a bit of the marmalade as well.
Absolutely.
And then we've used the greens on the bottom. So I'm basically just filling in a field like we did before, but then we're going to add a few strawberries. Now, oh, it's me that, isn't it? I'm knocking all the stuff.
You are a strong stamper. Yeah.
Don't know my own strength. So we're going to add a few of these in. And you can see how lovely this just looks. You don't really need to do very much at all.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm not going to do the whole thing. We'll just do a little corner maybe, and then we can get this in. I'm just going to take a little bit of that colour off at the bottom. And then we're going to add in some of these little strawberries because they've never been on TV before and they need a little bit of an outing.
Oh,
so
yes,
let's get these. Let's get the. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we are. Get the little strawberries. More haste, less speed, I think. Oh no, they're right here. Do you know what? Right, so little. This is a bit of burgundy ink. And these have little separate tops as well. But if you look at the detail on these strawberries, they are so cute.
They're so cute, yeah. And of course, that's berries.
It's the very berry. And then the sweet strawberries. So we're just going to add a couple of these in.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to show you, you've got a little top with this as well. So if you do want to add a strawberry top,
yeah,
then if you position this right on your actual stamp, you can just add your little tops. And of course there's a smaller one as well. So we're not going to get to do this card as we would normally like to, but you get sort of the general idea. And then on top of this, you've got lots of other little components in here that you can just use to mix into this little set. And then of course the little mice now can just sit, and actually you can make the mice hold the little strawberries and things. So you've got some tiny ones in there if you want them. Brown ink, there we go.
And of course, we have got a minute left, but Wendy, you are going to be back at 3 p.m. with Leone. So will we see finished this card, or?
Yep, no problem. Well, we can leave it. We can actually just leave it there because you can see this is the card. But we've done a lot more on that one,
well,
so you can see.
Can you show the one that you've done? Because I just think that I love them both, and I think as you have done the one very quickly, like literally in 1 minute and a half, I love it. And this is what you can do as well at home. Now, thank you so much, Wendy.
You're very
welcome. See you
welcome.
at 3 p.m. But we are in single figures for the bundle. And of course, do make sure to check out your baskets. Of course, we are talking about the country walks, which the details will come on the left-hand side of the screen. Now, of course, do make sure to check out your baskets. Very, 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 very limited stock for this brand new stamp set. And of course, 63 stamps in total. And if you want yours, do check out your baskets. We're still in the stock, but very, very limited. Thank you so much, Wendy. We'll see you at 3 p.m. Stay tuned, though, because, of course, we have got another look at the one-day special with the wonderful Leone Pujol. And, of course, those amazing stackable solutions. Those words don't come on. Stackable Solutions one-day special after the break. Then Natasha makes Block of the Month at 1, and then at 2, embossing powders from Wow with Mine.
Hi, I'm Pat
and Mark
from Totally Patched. Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. On our shows, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hello and welcome. Well, how marvellous to have your company. It is your one-day special hour and we have got Deflector. I think many of you know that I'm a little bit of a Deflector fan. However, right, hold on a minute. Let's compare stacks. Here, Liz. Mine. Oh, bear with. Hold on a minute. Oh, look at this. Oh, Hayley, mine. Yeah, don't worry. It just gets a little bit too... I don't want to put that on, otherwise it gets a little bit wobbly. I need my other wheel stack, but I'm not quite sure where it is. But yeah, still winning. I mean, it's not a competition. I'm not trying to compete with Hayley, who's got the bigger stack. But we're both big fans. Now, it is your one-day special. It is Deflecto. I love them because they're so easy to work with. It means wherever I'm going, which granted hasn't been far of late, but it's brilliant for just in the studio, just at home. If you are on the move, absolutely amazing. But they're just so convenient. Personally, I use these for all sorts. They've got embossing powders in, they've got my waxes in, they've got paint brushes in, they've got paints in, my taping, you can see my distress pens in there. Literally all, well, not all my crafty stuff, obviously, but a good proportion of my crafty stuff that I use on a day-to-day basis is in there. Now, 187719 is your item number, over 2/3 of the stock gone. Let me show you what you're going to get, and obviously we will chat to our Sam as well. You're actually getting your wheelbase, and you're then getting 4 of the caddies. We will be talking to Sam, going through this in more detail. That's what you're actually going to get now. Normally, you would be paying for this £79.95. We have got on the show, you can get, I'll go through money first before we chat Sam. You could get these 2. Now, that you could go for 2, and this is really handy. If you've already got your wheelbase, if you've already started, then this is really handy. You've already got a £12 saving on that, $39.98. That means that £12 saving is carried forward for a one-day special, but you're getting 4 of the caddies. So that means the £12 saving is carried forward twice, of course. So £24 saving is already carried forward. And then the wheelbase, which on its own is actually worth $14.99, and that has sold on its own, so you're getting that as well. So you're getting a £15 saving on the bundle, but then a £24 saving carried forward as well. So actually it's a £39 saving. It is an amazing saving. These are so phenomenal. Yeah, you're effectively saving 2 of your caddies, which is such good value for money. And you don't even need to pay for it all at once. £39.98. We don't charge you interest on that. You know exactly what's coming out to your account. If you're a Freedom member, you don't even pay postage. 187719. Now, that's the money side of it, but let's chat to our Sam about Deflecto and about these. Hello there, our Sam.
How are you, Leonie? You okay?
I'm good. Sam, before I even let you go on, I believe you've been saying that I'm a little bit rough, Sam, with me stuff.
Obviously in a really nice, endearing way, not sort of like rough, you beat me up in the car park, just, yeah.
I don't do people over for the Deflecto in the car park. Not that kind of rough. They've all been telling tales, all telling tales. Now then, our Sam, obviously these are a fantastic system, and this is a really good price that we've got as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think, as we've kind of touched on before, Deflecto is a company that have been making products for over 60 years, and it is getting, it's increasingly harder to keep prices where they are with everything that's been going on. That's, we won't kind of go into that in too much detail. You've only got to look in the news to see the issues around the increase in just generally goods as a whole. We still feel that obviously, the price is very competitive. I think, you've been having a look around and you won't find this bundle for that price. You can have a look, do your own research. You will not find it for this price. So that's the one thing. And also, I think when you consider the quality of the products, it really is built to last. And what I mentioned about yourself, Leonie, is that I know that you obviously use them. And as I said last night, you actually buy them. We don't give them to you. You're spending your own money because you can see the benefit in using them.
Yeah.
And I think with how much you use them and how well loved they are, it really shows that they are up to the task of kind of storage on the go, moving from place to place and being wheeled around.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. And stuck in and out the car, because that's what I do. I mean, obviously, you know, I haven't been doing workshops, but my workshops, these would go all over the place. You know, they'd be shoved in and out the car. And I think the system has been really well designed, because it does allow you to mix and match, doesn't it? It allows you to take one compartment and use that specific one. It's just really, really, it's very good for each individual, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, you know, we've tried to design the product to make it as user-friendly as possible. So the fact that you can use layer by layer, so if you know, for example, your stack, I think there's probably 7 or 8 there.
Yeah.
Although you've got a stack that's one unit when they're all connected together, if you want to only use the one layer of that stack of 8, you can do. Or if you only want to use one container from one of those caddies, you can do again. So I think it really is about making it very easy for the, you know, for the person to use the product, but also, like with how portable it is, the fact that they all will lock together, they store away neatly, the canisters are all clear, you know, you can clearly see what's inside, what you're storing. And as I said, there's lots of accessories that we do offer as well that work within this bundle. And I think one other thing that, you know, kind of the feedback that we always get is that, you know, if they bought it 12 months ago and they need to add another one, they can add another one to it, and it works with what they purchased 12 months ago. And, you know, what you find with a lot of brands is that they do change the design over time. Like, we have no intention of doing that.
Yes, yeah, that's a really good point, Sam. Because, yeah, the thing is, when you do invest in a system, especially a really good storage system, that's really annoying if the brand then changes it so it doesn't all fit together. That's a really good point. Because yeah, this is something, once you've actually done that initial investment, you absolutely keep stacking. As you can see, I think we always play that game, don't we, Sam? You know, see who's got the biggest stack.
Clearly you win.
Only Joe, Sam. Haley's nearly pipping me, which is terrible. Right, Sam, I'm going to talk round and I'll let people see exactly what they've got, but we will be back to you in a few moments' time, Sam. Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, so what you're getting. As Sam said, see, I'm sorry, I will keep hiding. As Sam said, what you're getting, they are detachable. So this just unlocks, and I really like these because you can see each one will unlock. So each one of these will unlock and click back in again, which means, obviously, with this one that I've taken off, and hopefully, so with this one taken off, you can easily carry this around. It's super, super portable. And it does mean, obviously, if I just want to take that to my craft room, that's amazing. I can then easily just take this one off, and that will then click on there. So it really allows me to keep that portability. It also means these wonderful little boxes, every single one of these fits in each unit. And these are really handy as well because these are all see-through, so you can see exactly what's in there. Each one fastens, so you can hear that really good click. So each of those fastens. Not only can you, obviously you can see what's in here, but when they're stacked, and this is important, if I go to mine that's actually full, just to show you, so you can see where they're actually stacked. And I really like this. For a crafter, this is absolutely essential because it means I can see what's in here. So literally, when I go down here, so if I want my embossing powders, for instance, let me have a see, that might be in the other one actually. But look, I can see my glitters. I couldn't find them other day. My glitters are in there. I really doing my own head in. There you go, my embossing powders. And that's so handy because that means then I can actually unclip this, I can lift that up, and there you go, I'm right into my embossing powders. Do you know how much time that saves? The amount of time going through boxes, the amount of time trying to label everything, labeling all your boxes, and then obviously you have to change things because then you get more embossing powders or something. They all then click back together and then we're off. And that, for me, this system is, it's essential, to be fair. I use this every single day I'm here. I would have another one at home as well, but actually I should have another one at home as well. What am I even saying? I have got some at home. I've got some of them at home. I've only got 2 at home though. But it is absolutely essential. Definitely recommend this. Really highly recommend this. Now, if you'd love to go for this, at the minute, you do your own research, but we have got the best price for you. We're even beating the Amazon at the moment. So please do have a look, have a see. But if you do want to get a bargain, we don't know how long Deflector are going to be able to bring these prices, because there are so many factors. I mean, we're finding it all the time, you know, on things being imported, manufacturing, people being able to just get the products to manufacture. There's so many different issues, and that is, you know, that is obviously having a knock-on effect. So if you do want to get these, well, we've got that fantastic price. Sorry, they're a bit high up. If you do want to get these, well, we've got that really good saving. £15 saving, but that's off the reduced prices. That's off the prices that have already got a discount, and that's actually a £24 saving. So that's carried forward then an extra £15 saving. Now, if you want to get these today, your first payment is just £39.95, 98 pence. See, you should have had a third payment on there because you're saving £39. £39.98 this today. You know what's next month. Your first payment of postage will be on your first payment, unless you're a Freedom member, whereby you're not paying any postage. 187719 is your item number. Now, something that, I'll put my hand up, I really bugged Michelle because I wanted this on the show. And our Michelle, she was like, right, Leonie, you better sell this then, girl, because I bug her for this. Because you need this. If you're going for these, this is essential. How many times have you not been able to put your paintbrush in any boxes because it ruins your paintbrushes? Bear with, mine are in this one. Off she goes. Now, 3/4 of the stock is gone. We will not be able to get any more. If we're even able to get any more, it's going to be final call, but we don't know yet. But look, I've had to put my ink pads in here because I'm running out of space. But look, and look at all the room my paintbrushes have got. Look, even my really big paintbrushes, look at all that space. I mean, this is essential. So I use it for my paintbrushes. Obviously, my ink pads as well, because my ink pad family's grown. So I'm having to put my ink pads in there. So, my ink pads. But look, on this one, look how many ink pads you can fit in. Seriously, this is just so good. So I've got my VersaFine Clair, and I finally remembered to put my re-inker next to my ink pad. I've also got my Wow in there. I've got my Hero Arts in there. I've got my Ranger in there. They fit perfectly. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know, 7, 14, 28. About 28 ink pads in there. I mean, this is an essential. It's something that I highly recommend. Paint as well. I've got another one here. You can tell I like these. Look, cause, and I mean, I do. I mean, in the nicest possible way, I am a bit rough with mine. I am. I mean, yeah, Sam was absolutely spot on, and I absolutely thought it was hilarious. But he's spot on. I use mine. Mine are carted around. They're dragged across the building. But look, she paints easily fitting. And I've even got extra bits in here as well. It's just so handy. Really recommend these. Now, you do get the big caddy. That actually does come with the little tray as well. So the little storage tray, you can put your washi tapes, you can put you know, your little sponges, all your little embellishments in there. I must admit, I took mine out because I filled mine up straight away. But you might be using that together. It does fit in just perfectly. like so. So all your lovely little embellishments are absolutely spot on. Right, this is now approaching limited stock. If you do want this, you now need to check your basket out. Look, our Hayley's got one. Look, look, look. Oh, Hayley. Oh, Hayley's used hers. And this is the thing. This is what I love. All crafters will use theirs differently because Hayley has used a tray. Hayley's used hers for her pins and, you know, her other little sewing gadgets. And then, obviously, she's still got loads of space for her massive scissors. It is now limited stock. That means less than 10% remaining if you do want to get hold of this. And that's it. What have you got that won't normally fit in? Okay, this is essential. Again, you can see exactly where it's going. And the thing is, look, it fits in. So where you'd normally have either 3 of your smaller caddies or a 2 and a 1 caddy, it fits in perfectly. So that's where the large one will fit in. Ooh, there, I did it, Michelle, it's gone. It has gone. It has sold out. If you do want to get hold of this, you have to check your baskets out. If you don't check your baskets out and it bounces back, I will let people know. But for the time being, that has sold out. I'm pleased about that because, yeah, it is a need, is that. Check the website out. That is thecraftstore.com, of course. On the website, you are going to see all the different goodies that we've got now. We have got some really good 5-star reviews as well. So please make sure you do have a little look at the website. Obviously, Deflector, a brand that we know and love here at the Craft Store, and a brand that I know you guys love at home as well, as you can see by those reviews. If you want to email us in, maybe you want to show us your stack, then email us with pictures. studio@thecraftstore.com. We always love, and let's face it, I'm nosy, so I love seeing your craft room. And I should have done like a before and after because I had to do a tidy yesterday because we got the health and safety man looking around my room. But it's really nice seeing before and afters as well. Now, next we've got for you, and these are really, really handy. So this is your multi-stack storage. Now, things like this, again, are really functional, not just for crafters, but this will be handy in the office, this will be handy in the garage, it will be handy, maybe it's going to be in the shed for all your different gardening bits. I mean, these kind of things are dead handy. What I really love about this is the way that it will actually come to pieces. So you can use that independently, and you can use that independently, which I think is really, really handy. And also at the back, you can see that you can put these on the wall as well, which again is really, really functional. And I do like the way, can you see there's a little channel in there? So, and then that will slot beautifully on there, and it feels really, really sturdy, which means obviously if you want to, you swap them round. It's whatever configuration you want, which is amazing. Or of course this one, oh, it's a bit heavy. Don't worry, she says. Don't worry. I tell you what, that feels well sturdy, which is really, really good because now, I mean, look at that. I mean, this is 2, obviously. This is our Hayley's, which has got all our goodies in, and the empty one. And it's only £17.98, which is a brilliant, brilliant price. 059292 is your item number. And Hayley's got all sorts in here. So Hayley's got, and I like these little boxes. Again, you can see what's in them, which is really handy. She's got a mocha block scraps. Hayley has been good because she's put a little stickers on there. I mean, this top row is absolutely crammed full. She's got all sorts in there. Is our Sam still there? Has he gone for a brew? Is he there? Our Sam, this is such a good price. Only £17.98. That's so affordable, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think with this product, and one thing that will surprise you when you do get it home is it really is it's a good sized product as well. And I think for anyone that, you know, has kind of got a desk or got a workshop or just somewhere where they, you know, either work or do their hobby, it really is a good product to have. There's, you know, you've got the four drawers within the unit, all clear again, so you can see inside. I mean, Hayley's gone another level with labelling what's actually in the drawers. And then you've got that section on the top, which, you know, I always think that Hayley's there, it just looks a little bit like some sort of, I don't know, there's lots of chaos there, but I'm sure she knows where everything is.
Chaos, that's what we do the best here. We provide chaos. It does look quite chaotic. I tell you what, Sam, with so many people working from home now, things like this are really handy, because it's not, I mean, it's brilliant for crafters, but actually for the kids it's great, but for home office it's great as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that we see with pretty much every Deflecto product is that realistically we design it with arts and craft at the forefront, which is why we're offering the products on the craft store. But I think everyone will have their own sort of usage, have their own ideas of how they can use it. You're right, working from home is still very popular. I think that's going to remain. So something like this on your desk at home, just good for for your pens, your different bits and pieces that you use for work. The open space on the top allows you to put maybe your phone or just a whole array, or even for if you've got a child's bedroom, you could use that for kind of makeup, your brushes, nail polishes, all those sorts of things as well.
All those things, Sam, all those things. No, it's really, really versatile. And obviously with this, you can hang it up as well. So if you do want it out of the way, off the desk, you've got that. Now, if you would like to get hold of this, and thank you, Sam, you're making a £12 saving, only £17.98. It's a really nice little unit. And as Sam says, it is a good size. You can get a lot in here. 052 292 is your item number for that one. Do not miss out on these, because these prices are fantastic. Obviously, if there's anything you want, do check your baskets out. Now, we have got our 3-tier stand on the show as well. Now, this can actually hold 41 cake pops. Oh yeah, look, there's a little holes to put your cake pops, or you can get 24 cupcakes on there, depending on the size, of course. I really like that. And the thing is with that, I bet that all comes to pieces as well, doesn't it? So it'll fold down flat when you're not using it for parties, and obviously easy to wash. You can see what's on there, which is lovely. And actually, if you put little lights under it or something, I bet that'll look really, really pretty. If you've got little fairy lights on that, because you're easily to decorate it. Oh yeah, it'd be lovely decorated with flowers or something. It's one of those that'd be so pretty with that. And only £9.97, really good price. Now, and that's the thing, we've got some cracking prices. Remember, if you've got your one-day special, then you are getting your flexi basket as well. So don't forget, anything you put into that flexi basket, you can spread the payments over 2 months. Now, next, these are handy. I've got one of these as well, actually. And I could do with a few of these because I've got that much paint, but you can see mine's full. So what you get with these, you get in the large and the mini. So first of all, you have got that that click at the side there, which is marvellous. You then, when these open up, you can see that it just unlocks it. You're then opening the top up, the lid will come off completely, which is marvellous, and I like that because it allows you to get right in here, so you're not having to worry about the lid, because sometimes the lid will fall back and make this all uneven, but I really like that it comes off completely. You've got your tray. Now your tray has got loads of space in there, so loads of room. Again, brilliant for paint, brilliant for paintbrushes, brilliant for tools. It's one of those that is multi-purpose, is this one. Great for, maybe you're even using this as, for your dogs, to keep all your dog stuff in, like your brushes and your shampoo and things. There's tons of ways you're going to use this one. Oh, Molly and Jack have got this as a toolbox. Honestly, they are really handy. What I like about these, they're dead easy to clean, because when you look in the bottom here, it's not got one of those. Can you see this is all one moulded unit, which means, there's no sort of horrible edges to try and get into. So, if you've got an ink spill in there, or, just any old muck and grime, it's dead easy. It's muck and grime. It's dead easy to actually clean. A4 card fits in beautifully, actually, which is rather handy. So if you weren't putting your tray on top, yeah, you're not getting that. If you weren't putting your tray on top, you could absolutely, if you use it for your A4 without it bending. Obviously, with your tray on top, it would be bending. But you've got your tray. Now, the top part of this, I'll just move that, 'cause It's so tall. Right, so your top part, now that also unlocks, it opens up, and you have got room in there as well. So again, you could be using this for craft, but it could again be in it could be the tools that you're using it for. You could be using it for the garden, and just keeping little odds and ends in there. I do like the fact it's lockable, which everything keeps secure, and it's even got a little ruler on the top there as well, which is really, really handy. You can just about see that little ruler there. Really handy. Now you're getting the big one, and you're getting the baby one as well, and this is exactly the same but cute, and I love this. I imagine this, I mean, you could keep your makeup in there. This is really handy for people like us who come in studio, you know, to keep your makeup in, so you can cart it in every time you're coming into work. I think that's really handy. Again, you've got your lockable sides there, so that's going to lift off, which allows you to pull the tray out, and then it's got that really nice big surface in there, so that really big container, of course, so you can stick loads in it. Yeah, I like these, and I'll show you mine, and again, dead easy, she says, dead easy to lock up again, which for, oh, there you go, I'm just being daft. Dead easy to lock up, and even the little one has got your top tray. Why am I struggling with that today? It's me. There you go. Even the little one has got your top tray. I do like the fact the lid lifts off, absolutely, because that for me is essential. So with mine, what I have got, if I lift the lid off, so you can see, first of all, with your lid, I've got glue in here, I've got tape in there, and I've got some Angelina fibres. So that's in my top bit. Now, I use this. This is actually, so in the studio, I have my trolley. I bring my trolley in that's got paper and stuff in it, but then my paint, so this keeps my paint in, because my paint, I mean, I have got a lot of paint, as you can see from the side there. This is nothing. This is just my studio paint, so, but it's really handy because it allows me to fit all these really nice big tubes in there. Got all sorts. I've got Perio, I've got my Pentar, I've got my Dina Wakely in there. Yeah, there's all sorts, but it fits, and that's the main thing. You see, the smaller paints I can stick at the top, all the big tubes they fit at the bottom there, and I just think that is really, really handy, and it is great if you are using it for painting, because again your paintbrushes will fit in the top as well. Now if you do want to get hold of this, you're getting your big one. Yours will be nice and clean and fresh. You're getting your big one, and you're getting your little one there for just £39.98. Again, really good prices for these, saving £10 on both of these today. 078209 is your item number. Now we've had a picture. So who's this from? From T-E-Z. Oh, Tez. Hi, Tez. I'm sorry, I had to spell that out. Oh, ignore the messy room. Are you having a laugh? That's well tidy. And look at her little dog. I love that you've got the dog in the shots. So she said, her hubby bought her this as an early birthday present. Wow, and he's very kindly bought her 2 more cents. Isn't this the thing, Tez? As soon as you start, it's like, oh yeah, I just need another couple. I need another couple. That looks brilliant and all organised and beautiful. Your room is not messy, Tez. Can I just tell you, your room isn't messy, and thank you for managing to get both storage and a dog. We like that here at the craft store. Storage and dogs. Boom. Now then, next. And obviously that was our one-day special, of which we will be reminding you in a little while. Now, this is a cracking piece of kit. Our Paola loves this one. And I just think this is another essential. Only £41.98 as well. You're getting 2 of these. See, this is such a good price. It means you can fit 150 markers in total. Sorry, 160, of course, 8 each. 160 markers. Now, for starters, your lid. Now, this is important. Your lid does lock on there. Now, that is brilliant because with your markers, there's a lot of storage where it isn't locked. So if you drop it, or, you know, if it falls over, then your pens are absolutely everywhere. I love that this is locked. So it will be a locked marker a locks lid. You've then got, and this is well cool, so you can keep it like this, which is fine, but what I adore about this is the way it opens out. Whee! Look at that, really good. And it means you can store it like this if you wish. You can, I mean, it's so handy, because it's one of those that it allows you to, it allows you to adapt to your room, you know, so however you need it, that's how you're going to be using it. And there's loads of space in there. These are sealed units as well, so yeah, really handy. Oh, now our Molly got one of these for her sister. She's a primary school teacher, and she said she loves this. She says it's really handy because she gets the kids to sit down and order all the pens and put them in order. In colour order is that. Oh, in rainbows. I love that. And actually, noticing this actually slips out. Now, I know Paula would like that, because that means Paula would cram loads of pens in here. Is our Sam still there? Let's have a chat with our lovely Sam. Hello, our lovely Sam. Now, this, I know our Paula loves the accordion marker holder, but this is another really handy piece of kit, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think, you know, especially with this one, it holds 80 in each, so, you know, you're getting 160 in total. I think, as I mentioned earlier on, and I think that the reoccurring theme with our messages is that you do spend a lot of money to buy the materials and the products that you need to complete, you know, the task you're doing, or, you know, the hobby that you've taken up. So storage really does need to be looked at as kind of a key element, because if you've purchased 160 markers, you probably spent a small fortune buying them, so it makes sense just to look after them. With this particular product, it stores them really neatly, so you can almost, I mean, if you've got time on your hands and you want to, you could literally colour code them. I'm sure they're numbered as well, so you could number them, you could colour code them. The fact the lid is clear, you can clearly see inside. It's got that carry handle again, so it's nice and portable. And I think it's helping you to organise your kind of space. And if space is a premium, you know, you can put this in the cupboard. When you want to use it, you bring it out. Whereas there's lots of storage on the market, but it's not that portable, and it's not easy to manoeuvre around the house. That's kind of the key thing, the key message that we believe sets us aside from the competition.
Yeah, do you know what, Sam? I am absolutely with you on that, because I've got some pen storage and it's just there. I can't shift it. You know, with this, I love the fact that you've got, so, you know, the ability to store so many pens, but also so many different size pens. I mean, that one has got your some of the Spectra pens in, but there's loads of room. You know, you can see them clearly. You can also, I mean, you can also store them how you want. Yeah, and I love the fact that it's portable. I think that is absolutely key, and that's definitely what sets it aside. Thank you, Sam. That's such a good point. Now, if you do want this, 2 of these, saving £10. I mean, each one is holding 80 pens. That is 160 pens there. And of course, with this, you've still got your flexi. So today, if you do want this one, only £20.99. Please check your baskets out with that. That is such a good idea. 088 849 your item number. Now, please do remember to check out the website. We've got loads of goodies available. Obviously, today it is our wonderful deflector, which does mean we've got one day special, but we've also got things like the magnetic craft sheets, which are always really busy. We've got your painter's companion. I've got one of them. I really love it. The stackable shelves now, they are super handy. We've also got, and we're going to look at those next, actually, we've also got the carousels, and I really like them. They're super handy as well. You will be getting the white ones there. But again, everything is so convenient. If you've got any of these at home, we'd love to see photographs. If you've got any questions, email in studio@thecraftstore.com. Okay, next. Now, these are really handy. You're actually getting 6 of these. This is a good buy. actually. £41.99. I really like these. And the reason I really like these is because, look, you can, oh, sorry, hold on a minute. You can actually lift these off. So when we see, there we go. So what you can actually do with these, you can actually lift the compartments off. And it's so handy because it means with something like this, again, it allows you to be really specific with what you're putting in, where you want them. And it means if you've got something right at the bottom and you need to take that somewhere, you can get to it. What I do love about these as well is the fact that with something like this, can you see? Actually, these ones haven't got the little thing. But what you have got with these, every single one of them have got the little feet, the little sticky feet, and I really like that because it does mean they aren't slipping anywhere. And I wonder, I should have brought some of my 12x12 card in, because some of your 12x12 card, like your Graphic 45, it has an extra lip on it. You know, it has the sort of barcode. I don't think we've got any, have we? It has a barcode on it, which means it's more than a 12x12. Now, when you have got, when you've got like drawers that are specifically 12x12, those papers don't fit 100% perfect. With this, because it's open, they're going to fit absolutely perfectly. I love the fact they're clear again, because you can see what's in there. I love the fact that when they're stacked, they feel secure. It's a really good system, is this one. Now, yeah, it's brilliant for your workstation. I remember you're getting 6 of these for that price, £41.99. Really, really recommend these. I have got, I think I've got 2 of these, maybe 3 of these. I could do with more of these, actually. For £41.99, that's a cracking buy. Brand new today, though. 6 of those. 278465 is your item number. Now, we've had an email in from Lorraine, and Lorraine says she loves the storage system, and I do believe wow, have we got a photo? Lorraine, boom, that's amazing. Now, she's already ordered 6 more. Lorraine, I am so jealous. Literally so jealous. So, yeah, they look so neat and tidy. And I mean, you've got everything organised. You've got wheelbases and all of them as well, haven't you? That is so handy. And 2 of the pen systems. Lorraine, thank you so much. Doesn't it make it so much quicker and easier? Remember, that is our one-day special. If you do want the one-day special, it is going to zoom in onto the bottom of the screen for you. We will, of course, be talking about the one-day special in a few moments' time. But thank you ever so much, Lorraine. Really like that. If you get, is she getting more, did she say, today? Is she getting more today as well? She's already ordered 6 more, boom. And if you are ordering just 2 lots of caddies, she's getting £12 saving, so even that's got a really good price. Okay. So, magnetic sheets. Now, these have been super busy as well. They're always really handy, aren't they, magnetic sheets? Because we all have so many dies. I mean, dies have been huge, but it's storage. Storage is a pain for dies. You need to be able to find them. You need to be able to keep them right. Storage is a pain. This is perfect. Absolutely perfect. So what you've got in this bundle, you have got in each one of these, you're getting 6 of your magnetic sheets. So, and it works out at 66p a sheet, which is fabulous. We haven't got a craft die, have we, my love, to actually pop on? Yeah, craft die to actually put on a magnetic sheet. Now, only £11.98, so you're getting 18 sheets in total. And what I love about this, see, you've got that really nice smooth side, so it means you can actually, I wonder, can you print on that? Does it say you can print? Our Sam, is our Sam? Oh, it can be painted or papered. Right, yeah, so you're not going to stick it through your printer because it is a bit thick, but you can paint it or paper it, which will look well cool. So, and I like that. That's unusual that it's got the white side there. That's really, really handy. And then, of course, you've got your magnetic side as well. So, yeah, what are you going to use for yours? Are you going to be making it into fridge magnets? Are you going to be chopping it up? Are you going to be using it with the kids for storage? or of course are you going to be using it for your magnet, your actual dies? It is one of those that is an absolute essential. Now let me just have a see. I want the dies to see. Right, so the white side isn't magnetic, this side is magnetic, so that's important, which is brilliant, because if you are decorating the white side, it does mean then you can be cutting it out and using that. So brilliant for creating presents. Now, 2/3 of the stock has gone. It is really, really handy, and again, it's such a good price. Only £11.98 for 18 sheets. That works out at, what does that work out at per sheet? 66 pence a sheet. Oh my word, that is such a good price. I mean, sometimes you can't even get cardstock for that. Right, if you do want to get hold of that, obviously perfect for all your dies as well. So make sure, I'll put dies on one of them, because remember, it's magnetic one side and not on the white side, so that's really important. But there you go, which means you could put, if you've got your dies and your stamps, you could put your dies on one side and your stamps on the other as well, which again is really, really handy as well for storage. £11.98 is your price. That's 601815 is your item number. Now, another photograph. This is from Jill. Wow. So, oh, now this is another step altogether. So Jill has used an app on her phone to do QR codes. Oh my gosh, that catalogues each caddy. So when she scans them, she knows what's in each code. Oh my gosh, Jill, that's another level of organisation. That is amazing. Jill, please come and sort my life out. That is amazing. You're not a technophobe, are you? Wow, Jill, I am so impressed, and they do look fabulous. See, that's amazing. Okay, so Jill has taken these. I mean, I just bung my stuff in and use the clear, the fact that it is clear, and that's why I can see in them. Okay, it is your 1 day special. Again, with your 1 day special, over 70% of the stock has gone. So what you're getting, first of all, you're getting your 4 caddy stacks and the wheelbase. Now, each of these, they will unlock. Each of these will unlock, so that means it does allow you to actually unlock the system and then lift this off. When it lifts off, it does mean you can literally take whichever part of this you want. So, this keeps moving. So it does mean it allows you to use exactly what you want. I mean, it's so handy. Each one of these, they do come out, they're super clear, so you can see exactly what's in. But the fact of the matter is, with each one of these, you can mix them up. So maybe for a workshop, you don't want to take what's ever in these 3, but you do need to take whatever's in this one. Okay, so it means I can now completely decide and be very specific with what's in my caddy. That is so handy, and it does mean, obviously, with these, when you're not using them, you can actually store them at home as well. These themselves are really handy, because you can see there's a little recess in the lid there, and then at the bottom here you've got that little lip, so that means they stack perfect as well. They've literally thought of everything. You've even got, in this one, you've even got on each one of these, there's a little, because Deflecto do the rail, so these will sit in the rail as well, and you might already have that at home. And it's just, this is the thing with Deflecto, they think of all sorts, you know, they tick all the boxes. They're so good at storage for us crafters, but for things around the home, I like the way they sit in as well, because they're secure. Can you see there's a little lip in there? So, and that little lip will then sit in there, and that's really secure. And that again is such a good system. It's so well thought out. The wheelbase is brilliant, because let me show you on the big one. because this is how your wheelbase works. So the wonderful wheelbase is brilliant because it's got your 360 turn, and that, honestly, that is a game changer. How many times have you had a craft bag that, because it won't spin properly, and I've done it tons of times, it won't spin properly and it falls over? And this, oh yeah, this literally gets dragged everywhere through building. I'm not cursing because I have to go from one side of building to other, dragging it with me. But it's so handy. The fact that I can take it on the carpet, not a problem. You know, obviously, you know, your really uneven surfaces, not, you know, you have to be careful. But carpets and things like that, oh, I drag it out at car park. Yeah, it's fine on the tarmac. Yeah, I mean, it's such a good system. The fact, yeah, bottom one's been loved, hasn't it? The fact I can see exactly what's in there, the fact that that wheelbase allows me to spin it to see what's in there, that in its own right is a big deal. This has absolutely surpassed any craft bags I've ever had. It's absolutely, you know, all the other storage systems that I've had have been put to one side, because this is the one that travels with me day in, day out. And there's so much I can use this for. Now, our Molly said, what have you wanted, that turquoise pen? Well, first, it isn't your pen. Oh, Molly, that bird, I tell you, you have to watch her. So, your turquoise pen is that one. Right there. Now, I wouldn't pick all four up together. You can. I mean, they actually, the weight in here, it can hold some weight, actually. But just because, you know, just being careful. Well, no, because I'm in my body. You know, I'm not carting all them. Now, where did it go? There it is. So, there. I always do that. I mean, I've had these years and I always do that. But there you go, you're straight in. And that's my lovely pens. See? And that, Molly reckons that's her pen. I know she's joking. She's joking, I know you are. But look, all my pens in there. And you've got, this one, my embossing powders. There's more embossing powders. My beautiful Stickles glitter glue in there. And it fits my big embossing powders, you know? And it's things like that that can be such a pain to actually store. But in this system, not a pain at all. And then it's actually clicking it all back up again, you know, and you can do it one at a time if you want. You can obviously pick a few up at a time. It's just so convenient. Now, shall we chat to our lovely Sam about the price? Because, I mean, yes, we have got... I can chat on about how convenient it is from a crafter's point of view. But, Sam, I mean, the price is obviously relevant because everything's going up at the moment, isn't it? And at the minute, we've got the best price. I mean, it's value for money, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you are right. We always try and give, you know, the craft store best value, when, especially on our one-day specials and with the caddy itself. And I think, you know, if anyone is questioning whether it is the best price, I mean, really go online and have a look. You know, you won't find it for this price where you can buy it. I mean, you won't find it for that price anywhere else. The fact that you can buy it on the craft store and split it across, you know, 2 payments, again, is a massive added benefit. But as you mentioned, Leonie, about the cost of goods, you know, sadly are going up. We're all feeling that pain, and obviously with yourselves, we've tried to maintain pricing levels as much as we can. And I hate coming on saying about the price is changing, the price is changing. That's not our style. We think the product, you know, the fact we've been trading for 60 years, the fact there's so many really positive reviews, you know, from people that have purchased these products from the craft store, and I think, you know, the quality and the reviews that you'll see are the reason why you should buy it. And on top of that, just to top it off, this price really is the best price that you're going to find it for. And we're not on, you know, we aren't on every month with yourselves. It's, you know, normally every kind of 12 weeks. And if we're on again in 12 weeks' time, I would pretty much guarantee that the price is going to be higher, just because it's costing us more to manufacture that product, and it's costing us more to get that product to you at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Sam. And this is it, you know, strike while the getting's good, because it is such a fantastic price, but a really good product. And that is it. That's what it comes down to. And so many people have said that. Now, if you do want to get hold of this, you are, remember, within this, you are getting not just the actual caddies itself, but you do get the storage systems as well. So you do get the actual housing unit and all the little caddies. How many caddies do we actually get in total? So you're actually getting 16 of the small ones and then 4 of the medium. So, I mean, that in itself is a fantastic buy. But then, of course, the housing units for them and the wheelbase. I mean, it is such a good price, and you are getting all of them. So it's not just this one that you're looking at, but it is this one as well. So you can see when we look at it in full, you can see the whole thing that you're actually getting. £79.95 is your price. Saving £15. You're not saving £15, you're saving more than that, because actually £24 is carried forward. You're actually saving £39 if you're going for this today, and you've got your flexi. So please, and look at that. When you look at it as a full unit, when you don't look at it close up and we look at it as a full unit, I mean, you can see just how much you're getting there. 187719 is your item number. Now, we have got, oh wow, look at Anne. Boom! So, this is only, so what is this? Oh my word. So that's a, so they're all 5 tiers, but she's also got the paint, yes. She's also got the paint bucket. She's also got 7 different of the pen holders. Wow! She's also got spare caddies, and she's got 2 of the drawer units, and she's thinking about getting some more. Wow, wow, you must have so much craft. That is amazing. And I tell you what, I bet this helps you find your stuff, doesn't it? Thank you so much for sharing, Anne. And honestly, it's lovely because it does look neat and tidy. You know, a room that isn't... When I haven't, and I mean, everyone takes the mickey out of me because my room always looks like a bomb city. But the reason is, if you haven't got things to put stuff in and time to do it, then how are you going to organise yourself? When you've actually got storage, you can actually organise yourself. And that's the thing, isn't it? You do need the storage. Now, next, we have got for you this fantastic multi-stack storage, and this is brilliant because, again, you've got a really nice system that you can see here in full, almost. And what I love about this is that incredible price, but also the fact that you can move these. So it means you can split these off, and that allows you, if I try and keep this in shot, sorry, I keep trying to split it, but then you don't. So it allows you to split this, and you can stack it however you want. So if you've got multiples of these, it does mean maybe this is going to be in your home office and you don't want it like so. So maybe, let's have a little play with this, just move that one round. I really like Haley's one as well, but it is organised. But look, maybe you want like both of your big drawers together. You know, you can do that. Maybe you want all your little drawers together. And I love the fact they slot in and they feel so sturdy. You know, even when I've got all those 4 together, that feels super sturdy. And then even with that on top, it feels super sturdy. You have got at the back there, you have got the ability to actually put these on the wall. So if you are putting them in the garage, or, you know, your shed, or maybe in the, you know, your craft room and you've no space on your table, then that is an absolute bonus. They're clear again, so you can see exactly what you're putting in there. You've got your large drawer. I should show you what you're getting as opposed to Haley's as well, shouldn't I? So you're getting your large drawer. What I love about these are nice and light. So when you're not actually when they're not full, they're really, really lightweight, which is really, really handy. Because obviously, if you are moving them around, you want that. So you're getting the large drawer, and you can see with our Haley's filled hers with all sorts of stuff. She has labelled it, so she knows exactly what's in there. She's then got, or we've then got, and you're going to get 3 of the drawers as well. And these are not small drawers. When you take those out, they are deep drawers, as you can see, and you're getting 3 of those. Again, clear, so it does allow you to see in there perfectly. And of course, with our Hayley's, what's our Hayley got in her drawers? So our Hayley has got loads of goodies, and you'll be using this for your craft, you'll be using it for your home office, you'll be using it for the kids' room, you'll absolutely be using this for gardening and for tools. I mean, it's brilliant to put all your seed packets in and things like that. It's just a really good organiser. Yeah, Alex says, Dad, he uses it for all seeds and things. That's it, and it's just handy. And then the top unit is brilliant because our Hayley's actually got one of the little pen holders in there. I like those little pen holders. So she's got a little pen holder, she's got all sorts, absolutely all sorts. And that's it. I mean, it holds way more than you think. And again, it's clear, so you can see where it is. Only £17.98. If you do want to get hold of that, another £12 saving. 059292 is your item number, and it's such a good product. Now, we have got other items on the show. Now, we have got the wonderful paint saver with your storage caddy, and the paint saver is amazing because what you've got with that, it clicks properly. So if you're using your watercolours and stuff, it keeps them nice and fresh, which is lovely. And yeah, it's a really nice little unit, is that. And then you've got your lovely little storage caddy as well. Only £19.98. I know we're going to talk about the one day special, but I am going to show you my paints just because. Yeah, the paint saver does come with a companion. I'm going to show you mine because it's hilarious. I don't think Sam's seen this yet. I mean, I bet this is quite ridiculous. He thinks I'd treat me other stuff a bit rough. Look at that. Look at my paint companion. I mean, how many paintbrushes? I know. So I've got one compartment. I love this because you've got a compartment for your paintbrushes, but then I've got all my palette knives as well. I've got so many palette knives. And then I've got a little bit at the front, which actually you put your paintbrush in, but I put my little paintbrushes in. Love it. £15.98. I had to show that because if Sam can see it, he'll take the mickey out of me for that and all. Anyway, last but not least, your one day special. Anyone thinking of going for this? The main reasons, obviously, it's so practical. It's locking, so it allows you to transport this securely. It allows you to pick it up securely. The wheels are so good because they'll give you that 360-degree turn. The boxes are all crystal clear, which means you can see exactly what's in each box, which means you save yourself so much time rummaging for stuff and getting mad because you can't find it. Each little caddy also, sorry, that's the one that's shut, isn't it? Each little caddy also locks, which means they're safe as well, and that in its own right is so handy. But of course, it's the price. That saving is huge. It is the best price that you're going to find these, but you do need to check your baskets out. If you want to get these today, saving £39, 187719. I've only got a few seconds left, so I can't really say see it to Sam because otherwise we'll probably cut him off. But thank you, Sam. I know he's probably listening. Thank you very much for your help and, of course, for being with us in this hour. Do check your baskets out. Don't miss out on your fantastic one-day special from Deflect On. Get organised. Coming up next, Natasha's in the building and she's making the block of the month. We've then got wow embossing powders with our lovely Marion, and then country walks with cardio. What a fabulous afternoon.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Did you know you can continue watching the craft store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand whether you're on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Hello there and welcome back. Now this is rather an exciting hour, the reason of which I will explain to you in a few moments, but we are busy already. We did give you a little bit of kind of sneaky peek at the end of the last hour with our lovely Natasha, but this is it. We have gone live and it is a popular deal that we're bringing to you. Over 10% of the first block of a series of blocks has already gone. Oh my goodness, you're causing rather a stir with this one, my dear.
Do you know, I am so pleased, and thank you, by the way, because the craft store's never done this before.
Okay.
This is, so we're testing the water. This is something that we've never ever done, and I've done this on Natasha Makes, and we're now on to our third quilt with Block of the Month. And it's been incredibly popular. So sometimes taking on a whole new project, especially a quilt, can be incredibly daunting. So what we do with the Block of the Month is break it down into block by block. It's exactly as it says on the packet. It is a block per month. So this is Lisa Chandler's Oriental Baltimore. Now Lisa is an incredible talent. She's an Australian lady. She is not only an amazing fabric designer, you will see some of her fabrics on the show today, but she also she trained as a botanical artist so that she could draw botanically correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of attention to detail.
Yes,
then.
Absolutely. So when she decides that she's going to
Natasha, just while we've got this on the camera, this is the block that we're learning to create.
Yeah, so this one today is the Clematis. This is what we're doing today. So when she decides to do an applique quilt, each block will bring us different forms of applique. Okay. So by the time that we've created the entire quilt, and let me just get out of the way.
It's a whole skill set. Then.
It is an entire skill set, and I really want you to know that I'm not an expert, which is why I'm doing this.
Okay.
Because I wanted to learn, and there's no better way to learn than to do. So.
Love it, absolutely beautiful. You can see the centre one there, and
we're going to start with this one.
The series of all the months, all the others will come into play.
Yeah. So when you get it, I will. I'll send it to you in a little pizza box, because you won't put. So for this one, you'll make all the parts and you'll stitch part of it down.
Oh, so don't get ahead of yourself.
No. So don't get ahead of yourself. And in fact, because the whole book itself, if I were to send you the entire pattern in one go, it's 72 pages, and it's really easy to be overfaced and make mistakes, as I did.
Yeah.
So we've broken it down block by block. So each month, and you can just get that. And if you wanted to just do that as a cushion or a bag front or whatever, you absolutely can. Like, we're not holding you to doing the whole thing if you don't want to. But as a whole thing, it is rather stunning. And there's a bit of fluff stuff on it there. And then block
Gorgeous
2 will
quality
be
fabrics.
the cherry there.
Oh, cherry
blossom
beautiful.
there. So that
Very
will be
much
next
an oriental
month.
feel about the whole. I mean, obviously you've got the symbols there as well, featuring within
They're
this
the
particular
seasons.
quilt. Oh, okay.
So
I was
it's,
going to
it's
ask
very
that.
seasonal. So it's going to be one. Oh, there's my spray. So it's going to be one that you can have out all year because it's got all of the seasons on there.
Just to recap, we're talking about the blocks, but will we learn how to put it all together as well?
That's what I'm going to do. That is the mess that
Wonderful.
I have created here. So each block we will learn how to do it. So that's going to be 9 months.
Okay.
And then on the 10th we will we'll show you how to do all of this, how to do all of the sashing, and all of the backing. We'll show you how to do the whole thing. So if
Oh
you've
my
never
goodness,
ever
what an
made a quilt,
experience.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Beautiful.
I
Absolutely
saw
gorgeous.
it and went, Lisa, I need to do this.
Yeah.
And she's like, I will teach you anything that you don't know. So any gaps in my education, Lisa is filling me in.
Love
So
it.
I've got an amazing mentor there.
And this is amazing, because have a look. This is the box that you will receive. If you're going for the first opportunity, should I say, it's going to be the first of 9. You're going to love this one. And we are very, very busy. Already 20% of the stock has gone. You've got beautiful elements in here. Now, obviously, some of these elements you're going to put to one side. You're not necessarily going to use these straight away. So be patient. That's the key thing. Don't go too far ahead, because this is something that is completely new, not only to us here at the craft store, but also to Natasha as well. So if you start racing ahead, you're going to get ahead of yourself. Natasha's not going to be able to support you. She's going to go at that pace that everybody can learn. And I think that's the key thing. Just hang tight and you will create. Even your backing fabric is in there, the most incredible fabric. I mean, how do you choose these fabrics? They're beautiful.
So a lot of time and effort has gone into choosing them, and what threw me was that this is the 3rd time Lisa has made this quilt.
Okay.
So the sample that I have behind me is number 2 that she made.
Okay.
But the photos were number 1, so I was going, hang on a minute. So what I learned from that is that, especially because we're using a lot of batiks in this, we'll use a lot of Lisa's fabrics in there as well, is that actually it's rather lovely if each one is slightly different, and that's what you'll get with a batik because of the nature of how they're dyed, every single bit. So it might be that your fabric looks a little bit darker or a little bit lighter. It's just the nature of the batik, and don't worry about it. You are still going to end up with this overall effect that's beautiful, but it will be personal to you and beautiful for you, because nobody else will have one exactly like it.
And part of your journey as well, here you can see the illustration there, that's going to be your inspiration for how you put it together. But as we say, don't do that 3-dimensional aspect. Keep that fabric ready for when you are sewing alongside our lovely Natasha here, and that is the key thing. Everything is in there. Your templates, your tuition. It's step by step. It's very much a manageable size piece. And I think, who is it now? Oh, it's a lovely Katrina from Rowan. She often says, go with your passion. Because I'll say, well, if you're a complete novice, which one would you start with? And she says, if you see something that you like, just go with your passion, because your passion will be your encouragement to get the task completed. Very busy with this one. 30% of the stock has gone. It's the first item that we're sharing with you. I've got some amazing fabrics I need to tell you about before we get to demonstration, but let me give you those details. 800851. Please do not leave it too long before making your decision. The way that this is flying out, potentially you could miss out on this one. And this is the first instalment. So if you're wanting to get hold of this, and I'm guessing as time goes on, we'll kind of craft alongside you and maybe get the blocks in advance.
Yeah, that's my aim. I'm just waiting on the rest of the fabric to arrive, and then next month we can offer you block 1, block 2, and then block 3 for those people that want to buy ahead and start to stitch ahead, or just have it there ready to sew along with me, and have the instructions there as you go. So that's what we're aiming to do for you. I'm incredibly excited. Like I say, Lisa has done this numerous times, and so all of the instructions are done. They're pattern tested. We know that they work because it's been done so many times. But that's in Australia. It's never been done in the UK until
now. I love it, and you can get involved with the details that are on your screen. But do not just leave that in your basket, checking your baskets out and thinking, oh, that's done, I'm done with. You are not done with. You have got the most incredible fabrics. Now, I know lots of you have jumped ahead, and you may well be shopping on the website, but honestly, looking at these fabrics in the flesh, every single one of these has got a little bit of foiling in there. Very much that oriental feel with this. I love this. This one's called Summer Palace. Beautiful gilding in these. Absolutely gorgeous silver work with these as well. These are incredible.
Right, so let me tell you about Lisa. When she does something, she does it absolutely to perfection. Like I say, this is the woman that decided to train for 2 years to be a botanical artist so that she could draw botanically correct flowers, as we've seen in previous florals that we've brought from her collections. Now, then she decided to take a tour around the world, bringing different influences from different cultures. This is Summer Palace. Where Lisa gets her fabrics printed is actually in Japan. There are very few mills that will do the gold work and the silver work on these that they have. They add an extra $1 a meter onto the cost when they're being printed. It is the 16th, it is the last of the screens that goes down. So you have an option of 16 screens to use when you have fabric printed. And the metallic is the last, which is why it's so glossy, because no other colour has gone over the top of it at any point. So, you know, in terms of fabric, $1 a metre on the cost of your fabric is a lot of money. So this is absolute top-notch. When I first met Lisa, she made the very bold claim. She said, oh, my fabric's better than Liberty. And I hadn't seen it at that point. I went, that is...
It's quite an accolade to make.
Huge, huge statement, Lisa. She's not wrong, it's amazing.
They're beautiful.
It's absolutely stunning.
Incidentally, that beautiful red one that I showed you with the gold work on it, that is proven to be one of the most popular. Team up alongside the cherry blossom that you're looking at. So this one here with a larger print on it, almost like a chrysanthemum featuring on there. Absolutely beautiful.
But look at the lattice next to it in the green. It's pulling that beautiful green through with
this
it.
Is it. You can go in whichever direction you like, because it might be that you're going for the cherry blossom that we just teased you with alongside that one. They work beautifully. Naturally, you've got those colour tones, but then the green from the leaves, as you quite rightly said, that almost lattice weave that you've got with that one. Again, the Chinese symbols featuring with this one as well. Right the way through. The blues, have you seen this quilt behind me? The blues are absolutely incredible. And you've actually got 4 fabrics here, so you could quite easily go for 2 of these with your one pick and mix and then come back in and get the other 2. And this will just give you a little kind of insight as what you can be doing with it. I mean, this is very much a blocky style of quilt, so not looking at anything that's overcomplicated, taking squares, taking rectangles, bringing them together with some beautiful sashing. Applique work as well. We're going to learn so much about applique work over the next 9 months. This is absolutely incredible. 051008. I mean, this is beautiful. You can see all the foiling that you've got in here. The cherry blossom, I think this is one of my favourites here. Absolutely beautiful. Small repeat. So again, if you are wanting to use that and you wanted to use it for your sashing or even your binding, you could get away with that particular one. Again, over in the far corner, you've got the blue version of that red one that's proven to be so popular. So again, that's another one that you're liking the look of. Again, that one is available as it is. Absolutely beautiful. Now, all of these, now hang by, wait for a stampede now, because this next sentence, you could get knocked down in the rush for this. When they've gone, they've gone. Okay, off you go. Off you go. Run for the phones, run for the website, because you could potentially miss out on some of these. Now, the floral ivory red with those large flowers, that one that we saw at the end there, over half the stock has gone. So this particular one, if this is the one that you've got a hankering to get hold of, because let's face it, whichever you go for is gorgeous, but that is a beautiful piece. That one is incredibly vulnerable, so that's kind of gone ahead of us. Now, the floral blue-green, this one here, again, we saw that one in that quilt. This is beautiful. And it's that foiling. This time, if you like your cool tones with your silver, this is a nice alternative to the red one that we just saw.
Absolutely, but again, use it with that green lattice as well. It's that same green in there. It's really, really beautiful.
Absolutely
really beautiful.
Gorgeous, isn't it beautiful? I could just sit and look at that and not even cut it. But cut it, use it. That's what it's there for, and that's what it's going to look so amazing. $15.99, 2.5 metres. Could be 2 repeats of the same. And am I right in thinking if you go for 2 repeats of the same, it would be a full metre?
Yeah, so I'm the UK distributor for Lisa Chandler Fabrics, so it is coming from me, so it will be me that cuts it, so it will be cut to order for you. And it's just, it's really, and it must be confusing because I crop up with various fabrics, but this one is coming from me.
I remember you pointing this out to me when you first came across her fabrics and showing me.
So excited.
Even on the little screen on a phone, they looked amazing.
It is. It's just beautiful, and there's almost a dragon. Well, almost a panel, but with dragons on, and we've got it in the jade.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Yeah, and we've also got it in the gold as well. It's just beautiful. Look at that.
So if it's, I mean, I'm thinking. I know, obviously, we get male crafters, female crafters, but I'm thinking if you want a statement piece, oh my goodness, can you imagine that on the back of a jacket or something like that?
or even just a laptop bag, or something like that. You know, it just is beautiful. beautiful.
be anything
And we've got it in the
overcomplicated.
gold as well, so it's, yeah.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So there you go. Right, okay, website's the place to go. That's where you'll find everything. I'm just looking for, there's another version of that one in gold as well. So the green and the gold together would look absolutely amazing. In fact, they're all under that pick and mix that you can see there. And of course, you've got patterns if you're wanting to add your patterns in. You can do, if you need some threads, we can help you with that as well. And also, if you are wanting to invest in a sewing machine, you can't go far wrong with the NX7. We did see a show with this one. I think we saw a couple of shows on Sunday, 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. Is that right? Oh, 11. Ah, 1 hour out. But anyway, you can go back and watch that show. Lovely Gary was here taking that machine through its paces. So again, it's another one that you might be thinking about. But anything you're adding into your basket, obviously, if you're spreading your cost, then you can do. And all you need to do is place your order for £60 or more. But I would suggest you go for your block of the month, because don't forget that. I mean, the fabrics are beautiful, but don't step away from the fact that we've got that amazing block for just £25.99. Now, before we go to Natasha, I need to let you know half the stock has gone. Oops. Okay. If you're wanting yours, please be quick. Don't forget it comes with your instructions, but we are going to learn from the lovely Natasha of how this comes together. But don't go too far ahead. And that could quite easily happen, couldn't it, when you're looking at these gorgeous patterns?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you get, because you've only got one block, you can only do block one. So you're not going to go too far ahead. So it's absolutely fine. But, and the reason that we've did it is partly because I was that person that got overexcited and didn't read the instructions properly and just went straight ahead. And on the phone, he's like, what have you done, Natasha? So the very first thing to say, you will get a fat quarter of black fabric. Later on in the instructions, you will cut it into this shape, but not yet.
Okay.
Because of the amount of handling that you're going to do. Now, I've had to overlock my edge because it started to fray because of the amount.
That's a good tip.
So don't do as I did here. Okay, I did it wrong, but by the time that I'd realised I'd done it wrong, I'd stitched everything down.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to start again. So just don't do that. Just use your fat quarter.
Yeah.
Is absolutely fine. You will trim it back later and you'll get a far neater effect.
Could we overlock the edge of the piece that we get?
Absolutely.
So don't cut anything away?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, you can absolutely do that. If you don't have an overlocker, don't worry, just zigzag stitch around the edge. But to be honest, you know, there's going to be a lot cut back. I've got it here to show you just how much extra I cut away. So, you know, there is there is a fair bit, so you know, don't worry about it. No, because it's good scraps, isn't it? It's all good stuff to use at a later date. But that's the very first thing. And so I do put my hand up. I did exactly that, and Lisa was like.
But this is kind of where it's good because we can learn from. Because if you've done it, you can guarantee that somebody else will do it.
So that's another reason why you're not getting all of the instructions. So you won't get that. So you won't actually be able to do that.
So you won't even know how to do it.
You won't even know. No, absolutely. So you won't even get to that stage. So for now, what you will need to do is piece together your template. Okay, and that's what you will need to do. And then I've marked off quarters on it, and then I folded my fabric into quarters so that it tallies. Now, because we're working onto black, a light box is going to prove difficult, but what you can do is well, you've got a few things that you can do. So the very first thing that I put down was the outer border.
Okay.
So I cut in the middle of the border and then drew around it and then place it down. Like I say, each one is going to be slightly different, and because you've got the different width of the stem is really quite interesting anyway. So it's the fact that no two plants are the same is really beautiful.
Turns it into organic. And if you are looking for something to trace to, I'm sure we've got something that is called, oh gosh,
copy paper, carbon paper.
Yeah, there's like a little wheeled tool that you can get.
The chalk
wheel.
wheels.
Yeah.
So you can do that, or you can get this, which is a dressmaker's carbon paper, and this is what I now use. So you would then, and the trick is not to do the whole thing. It's to find the little bit. So if you were to put down like a little bit here, for instance, and just use a blunt bit, or actually, you know those cuticle sticks?
Oh yes,
they're quite good. And just to do like the top of it and the bottom of it. So find those points, and then lay your templates down over that.
Okay.
And then it doesn't rub off then, and it keeps everything to how it is. Now, on this particular piece here, we've got the leaves that will, the petals, sorry, that will go down, and the centres. We've got the leaves in 2 different greens. We've got the buds, but we've also got 3D petals as well, which we will put in our pizza boxes and save for later.
Okay, I love that.
Well, it just means that
Is it a good idea to make a note on each of the box which block they're related to?
They'll have a sticker on the front.
Easy.
I just forgot to print them off before I came. So
That's
you will
okay,
have a
that's
sticker on it
fine.
that will say Oriental Baltimore Block 1 Clematis.
Lovely.
Or clematis, I can never remember which one's the correct one.
Either or. You say
Tomato, right?
Exactly. Talking of tomato reds. That's what I'm showing you with this particular fabric. Just to let you know, with this one, has it gone all together? Yeah. I was meant to tell you a little while ago, so apologies I didn't. But obviously Natasha was explaining to you what's going to be happening with this block.
Sorry.
I didn't know. You were fine. I was paying attention and learning. So yeah, if this one is in your basket, you are in luck. You can check out your basket and it will be on its way to you. But sadly, with all of these fabrics, when they're gone, they've gone. So all those people with it in your basket, if you do check your basket out, that will be the end of it. But if you don't, then I will let people know, because there are some people that missed out on this one as well. The floral blue green, which is a similar version to this one. So if you have missed out on that one and you like your cool tones, then the blue is exactly the same print. So again, this one is a very vulnerable one. You're liking those larger blooms. I don't blame you at all. They're beautiful. So if that is one of your choices, especially if you're looking at getting a full metre of that one, doubling up on your lengths, then you need to be quick with that one as well. But whichever of these you go for, 2.5 metres, £15.99, a brilliant value for money. Sorry, Natasha, back over to you.
No, absolutely no problem at all. So, first thing you want to do is cut yourself a strip of one of your purples. Now you get 2 different purples, and it's entirely up to you which purple you put behind and which purple you put in front. Like I say, this is your quilt, so it's, you know, it is entirely up to you how you want to do it. Now, obviously there's a fold one side, and then empty raw edges on the other. This is your template. Now, I've cut this out of my instructions, but if you are some people like their instructions to remain pristine throughout. So grab yourself some template plastic and just trace it, and also because I think we do 15 of these, so there are quite a few. So if you know, if you're worried about it, or if there's so much fabric in here to start off with, you will use some of these greens in other months, but there's quite a lot there. So if you wanted to practice a couple of leaves, or maybe it's not quite what you wanted.
I was going to say that if you've got something similar in your stash, could you perhaps do a little bit of a practice run before you use the actual fabrics in your kit?
Yeah, absolutely can, but you do have enough for a practice.
Perfect.
In here. So you can see I had a long strip, and I've done this is now my 16th, but you then want to decrease your stitch length.
Okay.
You can do this by hand, but this is quicker on a sewing machine. And then so take it right down to about 1.5,
okay,
and then stitch on that line all the way round.
Okay.
So you can see I've done that here. I've stitched all the way round, and you know what? I went a little bit pokey around there, so I went in and re-stitched.
But
just
again,
took
it's
that
a
edging.
new way. It might be that you're used to doing bags and large pieces.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then you want to cut the seam allowance away.
Okay.
Okay, so stitch it first.
Right.
Don't cut it out and then stitch it, because your machine will just chew.
That's a good
everything.
tip. Yeah.
It's a bit like what I make a lot of the Tilda toys, and they've got really thin limbs, and it's exactly the same. You draw it, you stitch on that line, so have an open toe on your sewing machine and stitch with a small stitch length around, then cut it out and then turn it through. What I am going to source for you, and I'm hoping I will have them for next month, are these, but I want them in a prettier colour.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I know.
They do look a bit medical, don't they, as they are? So
well,
nice
they are.
Colours.
That's the thing. These are medical forceps, so I'm going to get you prettier ones. And it's just an easy way to turn. Now, most people, when they try and do these, put it in like that.
Okay.
And you're just not going to get the grip. Put it in with your thumb up. Then you'll get the fabric.
Oh, so tuck it into the jaws, right.
And then and then you can pull them through. If you don't have that, maybe you've got, I used a print turning tool before this arrived, and that worked, but it's just a great way to just be able to pull them out and then give them a good press. If you have got something like one of these.
Okay, yeah.
And actually paper crafters will probably have something
I suppose
similar.
the only thing you need to be careful of is you don't want anything that's too pointy, so like a stiletto or a poker
No,
tool.
so this is a corner former.
Yeah.
It's by Prim, and it's made for exactly this. It's made for shaping corners, for getting into all of those little edgy bits that you want. But this is also why you take your stitch length down, is so that you can get that shape and get it around and about, and then give it a little press. Now there are embellishments, stitched embellishments on these, and it's done in a stem stitch.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the very first stitch that we're going to learn today, and it's super easy. Now, I got asked the other day by someone who had started it, because we've started this on my little channel, Natasha Makes, and someone said, "Oh, should I stitch through both layers?" That's entirely up. It's entirely up to you.
The embroidery.
I have, I have on mine.
Okay.
Because you're not going to see that underside. So by the time that they're finished, they're going to sit up like that. No one's going to be looking underneath them.
And sometimes it's easier to just go through both layers than to kind of separate them out when you're stitching.
Well, you know, absolutely.
And it adds form. It's almost like a backbone to the petal, isn't it?
And your
if it goes
petal
right
would
the way
have
through.
that anyway. You know, it does have that ridge out the back of the petal anyway. So we will get to how we get to that stage in 1 second. In your kit, you have embroidery floss. Okay, so you're going to take a length of this. You get a needle for sewing everything down. Next month I'll put in one for these as well, but it's just, I'm still waiting on those to arrive, so we'll pop those in. So
it's very generous as well, because I mean I'm looking at the embroidery. Obviously I'm not right on top of the quilt to see all the embroidery in there, but a whole skein, there's a lot of fabric, a lot of thread within that skein.
Well, there is, but it's also one of those things. What I didn't want was for you to get the kit and then not do it because you hadn't got stuff. So that was you know, quite an important thing for me.
Now, just while you're threading up your needle, oh my goodness, busy, busy, busy. We're 25 minutes into the hour, the launch hour of this fabulous kit, and 60% of the stock has gone. Now, of course, this is the fabric that you're going to need to create that first block. It might be that you're creating the first block and you love it, the flower, the clematis, and you're thinking, I'm just going to do one of those blocks. That's okay, you can do. You don't have to get involved with the whole journey, but many of you, I am sure, will be involved with it. So you'll go on and create the other 8 blocks, and of course, Natasha's going to explain how they all come together, how you get that incredible 3-dimensional work. All the fabrics, absolutely beautiful fabrics, as you can see here, with that batik theme to them, which is very much in keeping with the kind of organic feel that you're going to get with this very much a 3-dimensional quilt. Talking about lots of applique, lots of embroidery, and when I say lots, I don't mean lots of embroidery. It's all enjoyable stuff. It's all 3-dimensional. Well, not all of them are 3-dimensional, but lots of 3-dimensional, lots of layers. There's going to be a little bit of hand embroidery going on with this one. So again, perhaps that's where your passion is, the hand embroidery. What an amazing quilt to do something different. But what if you're a quilter and you've never hand embroidered? Likewise, flip it on its head. This is another experience where you're bringing a new skill into play. You can see there the clematis sitting in the centre there, but as time goes on, you'll create and make more of those blocks. Next month, it's going to be the cherry blossom, a really pretty, dinky little flower, as you can see. But all of these coming together over time, over the next 9 months, giving you the ability. But it's that first block, which is going to be your first opportunity to get involved, and you can get involved for as little as £25.99, 800851. But when your kit gets to you, don't go too far ahead. Natasha has broken it all down, so there's only so far you'll be able to go with this one, and then obviously you'll be able to continue the journey. And this is the thing, it kind of all comes together in the end.
It really does, and it's been really carefully thought out by myself and Lisa as to how far we want you to get each time, and so it's, yeah, like I said, Lisa's done this on several occasions now, so she knows, and I'm being led by her, and also just sitting down and working through which fabrics to send you when, and it's so exciting, and some of the fabrics that I've got lined up for you are just so stunning. So if you're loving the Lisa Chandler fabrics there, know that there is a lot of Lisa's fabric that is going to be in here as well. So yeah, lots and lots and lots to come. So my top tip for you with the stem stitch, and this really helped me because I hadn't done it before. It wasn't a stitch that I was like, oh yeah, no. And also, I don't know about you, I have a dreadful memory for stitches.
Oh yeah.
Like I can do an entire project with a stitch and then completely forget it. I'd be like, have I ever done that? I've never done that. Never done that before. So, by the time that you've done all of these, you're going to be an absolute whiz at them. What I would say is draw your line on for where you want to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is my top tip. Now, in one of these versions of the quilts, they have just one.
Okay.
In some of the others, they've got 3 going off.
Right.
So how, again, this is another way that this is going to be yours. So on these petals up here, they've got 3. On the original one, they only had 1.
Okay.
So, you know, it's, again, this is up to you. So take one strand of your thread and then double it up through your needle. Okay. So thread it through and then knot it at the end. So you're working with 2 strands.
Okay.
And that's all you need. I've knotted it because I'm going to have something that will cover the base of this. So that will be fine. You're going to go up. Right, now then, here we go. I'm just checking how you can see this. You're going to do a slightly larger than usual stitch, and it's going to go down.
Okay.
Now, your thread is always going to be one side or the other of that line.
Okay.
So decide now which way you want it to be. Because you're going in a straight line, it doesn't really matter which way.
Right, just make sure
So
it's all one side.
I'm going to keep it to me,
Okay.
towards me, and then as I come up on that line but halfway, you see that thread then is going to come to that
Right.
side.
Okay, yeah.
So then I go a little way in front, and then this time when I come up in that hole that I left there,
Yeah.
I know, actually, let me just get it right there. Then again, it's going to come on that side. Now you can make this as
okay.
tiny as you like and as neat as you wish. It's always really awkward trying to do it for the camera.
That's okay, you've got to keep ever so still. I've noticed as well, with your thread as well, you haven't got a huge piece of thread, you're keeping it quite small, so it's not getting tangled up as you go.
The thing is, I'm not doing a huge run of it.
That's true, yeah.
So there's kind of no need. It's not like I'm going to get halfway through and then be like, oh. But also you don't want to get knotted. You don't want to do too much. The more thread that you've got, the more chance there is of it getting twisted or anything like that. And so you work your way up, but keep on that line and then just make sure that your thread always goes to whichever side of that line you decide.
Just keep to the
but
same
it's just having that guideline. Otherwise it's really easy to wander, and I discovered that on my first bits of stitching. And the beautiful thing about this for me is that already I can look back on you see, there we go, bits that I've done and see where I've already improved.
Yeah.
And that's a really nice thing, you know, for me to sort of be like, yeah, you know, we've done that. That's all good.
Now we have got so many of you embracing this
Have we?
brand new opportunity. Rapidly approaching 80% of the stock has gone. Now, we knew it was going to be popular. We've got lots of those kits all ready to go, but we didn't expect it to be quite as popular. It's a little over halfway through the hour, and for us to tell you that 80% of the stock has gone, this is phenomenal. So if you want to get involved, the details are on your screen. You're just investing in the first block. You don't have to go any further than that first block if you don't want to. You've got all the fabrics in there, you've got your tuition, and of course you can tune in to any of those shows that Natasha's bringing with us. It might be that you're creating the first bit and think, oh no, it's not for me, but you've still got all these amazing fabrics that are featuring in here, so you can go on and create something else. But to be honest, what's not to love about this? It's a new project, it's a new series of skills that you're going to be learning, skills that are going to be with you for a lifetime, and creating maybe something in an applique, a three-dimensional applique that you've never done before. Now, many of us will have done applique, but quite often it's kind of like a flat applique, where it's just literally, it's almost like two-dimensional, it just sits on the surface and it's quite flat. But with this one, you've got the depth and dimension, which brings it its own character, and I think that's the key thing with this one. It's just so different. And of course, all themes around the 4 seasons of the year, which is where you've got those symbols featuring in there. But with the original quills, the three-dimensional aspect that you've got from these flowers is phenomenal. Obviously, all those petals coming together, as Natasha said, I think you've got 16 of those. But when you start creating it and you're doing your hand embroidery, you can see how it all comes together. But you're not going to go too far ahead. You're going to create your petals, but you're not going to put them in place yet, because we haven't got to the point of how you put them in place. You need to wait. Now, 80% of the stock has gone. It's going to be a busy one, this one. Can't wait to see all the other blocks come together. And it's the cherry blossom, which is going to be the next one that comes alongside this one. Now, very, very quickly, I'm going to show you these fabrics before we head back over to Natasha, because the pick and mix, oh, this is divine. You have got the most incredible fabric. Starting off with this one, which has got almost like a Celtic look. Obviously, you've got that Japanese influence with the symbols and everything here. Absolutely gorgeous. But there you go. Look at that. Now, that symbol there of the dragon, we see that one at a later stage with more of a mustard tone and gold again, but beautiful. Look at it alongside that cherry blossom. How amazing does it seem? And with this one, the cherry blossom, you've got this in a whole different range of colours, so you don't necessarily have to go for the 2 greens together, but those are your first couple of options. Then we're going with those kind of deeper purples, and again you will see the influence of the cherry blossom coming through. On this one, you've got those motifs, and this is where the range comes together so well. Obviously, you've got your colours which tie everything together, but when you look at the inner detail, this one has got like a basket weave with this one. Of course, we saw that kind of basket weave coming up a little bit later on. Some of those fabrics, you will see the dragonfly appearing, and this is where it all comes together. But nice and simple. If you want to keep it simple, then those 2 fabrics alongside each other would be a perfect one. Now, the floral blue. I was going to say I'm going to pause on this one because I've got a feeling that I have got some news to tell you. That one has sold out, so not surprising its slightest. We did sell out in the red version of that one, so yeah, keep your eyes peeled. I'm sure Natasha will be bringing more of these, but for the time being, any of these fabrics, when they've gone, they have gone. So we're going to have to say goodbye to that one, unfortunately. But we've got the cherry blossom. This is beautiful. And the cherry blossom still works with the next one, with the basket weave in there, as it does with the cherry blossom that comes to the other side of this. And you're going to get little influences because this is the kind of connective between different colours. So whether you're going for the jade green, whether you're going for that gorgeous purple, that connective of the cherry blossom will work. Here you go, you've got your wicker blue with this one. Again, the wicker blue works well with that gorgeous blossom blue ivory. That one, half the stock has gone of that one as well. Then you're seeing again that feature with this one with the wicker, and again you've got those symbols coming into this one, so perfect if you're wanting to applique those onto a project. But the dragon gold, this is the one that I was talking about when we were looking at the jade earlier on. Again, beautiful, and again it's another one that you could use alongside that the green if you wanted to. Beautiful. It works so well alongside that wicker, as you can see. Now, talking of wicker, we've got the green with this one. So this one, again, if you did manage to get hold of the red fabric earlier on, I think I've passed it over to our lovely Ben, but that one worked beautiful with it. And you can see actually alongside the cherry blossom there, because you've got those little hints, those little accents of the green leaves in this one. So again, that is a connective element between the two. And half the stock of the cherry blossom, or the green, yeah, the blossom red ivory, I'm not surprised. It is beautiful. And don't forget, we're talking about quilting with these, but you can use them in loads of different ways. If you wanted to, you could actually make garments with these. Obviously, you'll need larger than your half-metre piece, unless you're a very, very little person. But what you can go is you can double up and get a metre of these, and equally so if you want to go for 3 metres, 2 metres, whatever you want, just increase the quantity to enable you to do so. Absolutely beautiful. They look gorgeous, as you can see them there, even more so in true life. Now, the dragon jade, which is where you've landed yourselves on there, this one is now limited in stock. So if you're liking this one and you wanted it, oh, look at that foiling. How amazing is that? Please be quick. You're just looking at $15.99 for 2 half metres with We've had 2 sellouts already, but do make sure if you're liking this one, you don't find yourself being a victim of those sellouts. You have to get in early. And this is the only hour that we've got with Natasha featuring these beautiful fabrics and, of course, that wonderful block to start off with as well. So 051008 if you're wanting to get hold of this one, $15.99. Now, of course, when we're talking applique, we naturally think about Bondaweb. We have got that on the show as well. I don't know whether you'll need this within the project or not, but we've got it there. So if you want it, you're going to get 30 centimetres wide with that one. So you're looking about 12 inches wide, and you're going to get 5 metres for $18.99. 584711. Now, something else that has launched today and is on the website as well, our book of the month. And this is brilliant. If you are into your embroidery, your hand embroidery, there's a lot of embroidery within this particular book, templates and all sorts. And it's a style of embroidery that I've seen, because my grandma, I've got pieces of her Victorian embroidery from obviously Victorian times, but in here it's showing you how you can actually work with these, and it's a very clever technique where you're working with linen and you can do your embroidery, but also you're doing kind of little snips to give lace effects with these, making little holes and building up the design. Sorry? Hardanger. Oh, I don't know.
It's where it's where you pull out some of the threads of the linen and you stitch around it to create the holes.
Let's have a look. 91 and 93. I am here to please. There we go. 91 and 93. Oh, so this kind of like where you've got that lacy work that you're making out of the linen.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Isn't it effective?
Yeah, I'm absolutely terrified to ever try it, but I'd like to at some point.
Beautiful, and it just shows you within here. It actually shows. Well, learning from a book, you can't go far wrong, actually, can you? So maybe this is the book to do so, and it breaks it down as well. Diagonal box stitches, you can see there, coming in different reversible cable. There's loads that you can be able to learn within here. Absolutely beautiful. So there you go, $14.99, brilliant value for money, and you've got templates in there as well to get you started with your first project, maybe. 640651. It is our book of the month. So of course, if you want to get hold of it, you've got a month to get hold of it with the deal on there, and then of course just check out, because each month we'll bring you something brand new. So there you go, details on your screen. Back over to you, Natasha.
Okay.
How are you getting on?
So to finish off our petals, what you're going to need is some strong polyester thread. So you know, rather than working with 100% cotton, which could snap under pressure, you want to get yourself some strong old polyester, and then just a little gathering stitch along the base. You do not need to be really neat with this, for the simple reason that it will be covered. So this is just your mechanics of the petal,
and
it just shapes it.
Coates moon thread, which
that would be perfect.
It's kind of entitled machine thread, but you can use it in all scenarios. Can't
Coates
you?
So Coates is a polyester thread, and it's absolutely perfect for this. So you'd be laughing, and then just pull it tight at the bottom, finish off that, stitch however you please. Like I say, this is going to be hidden.
Okay.
Under a Suffolk puff.
So is this all part of the instructions that we're going to get within the first block?
All in your instructions. Absolutely, absolutely. So that is.
Look at that.
That's your petal.
First to get started.
And you see, these will. You have a layer of sort of background petals, and so that's what I love about this, is that you don't see these as much. They're sort of needle turned, but you see then these will sit over the top. So if you're new to appliquing things down, stitch appliquing things down. Now you could, if you wanted to do this on the machine, then just blanket stitch around it. So you know, don't feel like you have to. You could just raw edge that and then blanket stitch around, and you would have a different look again. But you see, that's going to sit on there, and then eventually we'll put our Suffolk puffs. We'll do Suffolk puffs on another show in the middle there. So when you've done these, just pop them to one side.
Put them back in the box.
Absolutely. Now we're going to look at these.
Oh, okay, right.
And I want you to look at how badly my first ones were done.
I don't know.
Okay, so
which one's the first
can you
one,
see round here? The curve on them is straight edges. It's not a curve.
Okay, right.
And that got me really upset. I was like, I want this to look nicer. How do I do it? So hence a lot of research. And I've now worked out how to bring, can you see just on that one, how it's much, it's, you know, I've upgraded myself. So this is what I mean. Already within one round of petals, I've improved, and I'll show you how, so that you don't have to have this one, because you will trace this off your template.
Okay.
Okay. Now you can use a light box or whatever you please for that. I'm just going to move this out of the way. Okay. So yeah, you can do that. And what I had been using, and I'll show you because I kept them, is freezer paper, because it's brilliant for it's brilliant for this. But it can. I don't know if you can see. I started at, there's a couple of things that I just want to go over with you. But can you see where I've pressed it with the iron? It's actually flicked the edge.
Right. Okay.
So it just wasn't quite robust enough.
Okay.
Now you can use cardboard. You can use your cereal packet, whatever you know what you want to. But then I discovered that what you can do with freezer paper is you can adhere it to itself.
Okay, yeah.
No idea such things were possible. And this was a game changer for me. I was like, what? No way. So you are still obviously going to, so if you haven't ever tried freezer paper before, so you can use paper templates. You can trace this onto paper and you can do it that way. But the reason that freezer paper is so brilliant is because it's got a slightly plasticky side.
Yeah.
And so that will then adhere onto your fabric for as long as you need it on there, and then it's easy to peel off. But here's the thing, you can adhere it to itself, which is genius, absolute genius. What you will need is some sort of Teflon pressing sheet or something so that you don't mess up your iron, because that's really not a clever thing to do. But if you do it with a pressing sheet, obviously the plastic will come up, but you can reuse it. So let that cool, and then you'll peel it back. And what you will get then,
that's sturdier, yeah,
is so much sturdier.
Yeah.
So that's brilliant. The other thing is you're cutting out. Okay. If like with my first ones, I was in a hurry, trying to find them now, and I cut them out really badly, thinking, well, you know, I'll needle turn it, I can put it right as I sort of needle. Prior and proper preparation prevents poor performance.
I'm glad you said that, not me.
So the thing with it is, go in with a big pair of scissors and sweep around. Don't go with little choppy bits, because otherwise you're going to end up with jerky edges, and we do not want that.
You move the paper and
you
not
do
the
move the
scissors.
paper. Yeah, absolutely. And I sort of knew that from paper crafting, which I was very, very grateful for. But you see, if you don't get that curve, how can you possibly hope to use that as a template if you haven't started with a curve?
Yeah.
Now I've got a little nick in my blade, so I always get a little part way, which is really annoying. But here's the other thing. Did you know that once it's doubled up, you can sand off
I've never tried sanding it, I must admit.
any little rough bits. So if you do have any little bits that you think aren't quite right, just sand them down. It's like, what? This is genius. And because you can then reuse this template
and use your basting stick.
Yeah,
as well,
you know,
you
can do all of that.
Oh, I need to give an update.
Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness. Oh, we are so busy. This is the first time I've seen this. And as we said, through the course of the hour, people have been placing their orders before we even got to it. It's not surprising. It's a beautiful quilt that we've been chatting about. But I need to let you know that approaching limited stock. approaching limited stock. It's the first time that Natasha has brought this beautiful Baltimore quilt to you. We're working with the clematis, being your first block of the month, that gorgeous purple flower with the big petals. You're going to create these as Natasha's shown us, and she's going to be back every single month to help you with the next block and the block after that and so on. And this is the flower that you're creating. Now you're going to make those petals, but we're not putting it together yet because she will show us at a later stage how you draw it all together. But the embroidery, the stitching, the turning through, you are going to do all of that, and you're going to gather those petals up. You're going to keep the petals within your box and also keep the additional fabrics. Now don't think to yourself, oh, I've done all my leaves and I've got all this fabric left over, I'm going to make such and such with it. Don't, because the way that this evolves, you may well need that fabric for a later stage, and that's the beauty of this one. It's kind of slow and steady, I'd like to say, with this one.
Yeah, at the end you will have a lot left over.
Yes.
But you never know when you're going to need it. But
Exactly.
you do have enough to do practice leaves and practice bits. I've made sure of that because, you know, it's important. So, with my iron, I just press that plastic side down onto my fabric.
Okay.
Now, also bear in mind that one side of your batik is going to be more intense than the other.
That's true.
And again, that's just going to be down to your personal preference as to which side you then wish to use.
Okay.
So you're then going to cut out with your seam allowance.
And is it best to stick to the same for every one of those? So kind of remember which side, whether it's the vibrant or the more muted side, or does it matter if you accidentally get them wrong?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter in the least because nature isn't perfect.
And then also, when you've got a flower that's opening, sometimes there will be petals that are darker or petals that are more vibrant. So yeah.
It really isn't a thing that is of concern.
Tiny
If you are using if you're using paper rather than freezer paper, then what I would say is, yeah, like you said, use your Soline glue pen.
Yes, yeah.
Which you would use for English. Well, I use it to baste English paper piecing. Now, I'm going to go in and make a little nick where we've got corners, where we've got curves. Okay.
Right.
I'm not going to go right up to the edge, but just enough, just a thread or so off.
Nice sharp pair of scissors then.
Absolutely, absolutely. So up we go with those. And actually there probably my seam allowance is a little bit generous. Now, here's the thing. If you want this curve to be nice and smooth, fabric works really well when it's a little bit damp.
Okay.
But if you spray the whole thing, you're going to get yourself in a mess. This is my top tip for you, because when you press it, you want it to stay in place as well. Get yourself an old paintbrush, and I mean this is ancient, but it needs to be flat and short bristled
and clean.
Yeah, and if you don't have a short bristled one, just cut the bristles.
That's a good tip.
Like it's not the state of the bristles isn't important. Now you'll see me use a starch spray a lot, and all I'm going to do is decant a little bit out of my spray, dab dab dab, and I'm just going to paint it onto that seam allowance.
Okay.
Which then allows me to manipulate that fabric,
yes.
and
Much
then
more fluid.
When I then press it, that dries it,
Yes.
and because it's got the starch on there, it's going to hold it there.
Ooh, busy, busy, busy. Now we've had an email in from who? Sorry, is it from Lisa? Is Lisa watching?
She did threaten to watch.
Oh, well, she's watching as well.
She's going to have a nap so that she can get up and watch
I
it.
love it. Oh, Lisa, thank you for joining us. Now, there is a reason for her email. It's not to say that we're doing
Have I
anything
done it
wrong or
wrong?
anything like that. But the pick-a-mix fabric, the dragons. Oh, they're a perfect quarter-inch part. You know, I was looking at these and I was wondering that, because you've kind of got that little line that's running there. So can you see how you've got kind of your, is it a hexagon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I forgot where I started. 8.
I think it is.
It's an octagon, isn't it? If we go for, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, octagons. So where you've got your octagons, can you see that you've got that that gold line between the two. So what Lisa is saying, and thank you so much, because I saw it and I meant to ask and then it popped out of my head again. If you're cutting on there, it means that when you come to do your 1/4 inch, it's going right the way up to the edge of that geometric sign there. So if you are working with it, if you are wanting to chop into it and use it that way, or you're wanting to do your needle turn with this one as well, that's what we're learning with this project, your needle turn. So you could do that quite easy with this one. It might be even that you've got a pre-made garment and you're wanting to embellish it with one of these. Oh my goodness, amazing. But then you've got these beautiful kind of nether-ending knots. I keep saying that they're like a Celtic knot, but obviously they're not, because they've cut the theme with the dragons that we've got. But it's all kind of that intertwined, no beginning and no end. I think that's the key thing with these, isn't it? But absolutely beautiful throughout. But it's the foiling that you've got with this that makes it such a special fabric. And again, thank you, Lisa. So that is going to give you your 1/4 inch. So if you are wanting to stitch them, then you can do. That is the first of your many pick and mixes. We did have more of those, but some of them are sold out. And that is a very popular one with the dragons on. They've also got it in a gorgeous gold tone as well, so it's worth jumping ahead and having a little look. And obviously you've got other fabrics that are going to support each one of these. The cherry blossom, that makes an appearance a lot throughout this one, beautiful. But every single one of these, when they've gone, they have gone, and some of them have gone. Now hopefully we will see them again at some point, but not today, and I really can't tell you when we will see them again. So if you like the look of them, you need to get involved as soon as you possibly can. 051008. But I've got some exciting news. Exciting news, but also a little bit of a panicky news as well, because we can have both of the same with these. So those are your pick and mixes, but we are here because we are launching a brand new kind of series, and that's what we've got on the screen there. Your block of the month. This is your first block. That beautiful Baltimore quilt coming together with that initial block, the fabulous clematis you can see in the centre at the top there. And what was that? Limited stock. We knew it was going to happen, didn't we? We did know it's going to happen. We are going to see more of these, obviously, because it's going to be a rollout with regards to design. So with this one, absolutely beautiful. £25.99 will get you all of the fabrics to create your block. Now, with the instructions, it will take you through some of the elements. You're not going to complete this block within the instructions that you've got here, because there's a reason being. When it comes together, there's a certain way those elements need to come together. And that's why it's just slow and steady with this one. Follow the instructions. Don't second guess this. Don't think, oh, I know what to do next, I'm going to stitch this one, because don't forget that's what Natasha did. She cut her block to that kind of octagon shape that you've got there. But that wasn't the right thing to do. She needed to leave it. Now, obviously, when you're working with the fabrics, if you wanted to safeguard the edge, then you can do a little zigzag, you can overlock it, but leave it in its piece that it is. Don't do any cutting until you're told to cut anything in there. And I know it's difficult because so many of us are sewers that have worked with fabrics before, and you kind of think, and in your head there's a process, and you think you know how to do it, but there's little hints and tips along the way that you could miss out on if you do go racing ahead too much. So make sure that you just follow and do as much as you need to, and then get excited for the next month. Now, if you're wanting this one, you need to be quick. £25.99, 800851. The next block after this one, if you are interested, is that fabulous little cherry blossom, which again is a really pretty design. And this is another one where you're going to learn how to make those beautiful little teensy-wincy cherry blossoms. Such a dainty little flower, but it's something that you will see over and over again in anything that's got that kind of oriental theme to it. Then the cherry blossom makes an appearance, but you're going to learn so much. I love it. Coming back over to you, Natasha, we're running out of time.
I know. So just to show you the curve that we've managed to get through there.
Beautiful.
And so that's what we're doing. That's why we take that extra time. And then because you've used the starch in there as well, when it is time to take it out, it will stay in there. Just give that a little press, and that will stay. And then all you need to do, I mean, I put a tiny bit of my sew line glue pen on there just to hold it in place as I then stitch. And this, I think this will be the last thing that we have time to show, but it's just the stitch to just keep it all in place. So you want to come up right on the edge. And let me just get rid of that thread.
You kind of angle your stitch, so you're kind of taking more of the back fabric from underneath the petal, so you don't see your stitches.
So you're going to go down, just like Hayley says, almost behind it, and then run along underneath the black fabric, and then you're going to come up right.
Just catching a couple of those threads.
Yeah,
isn't it,
right
fabric,
on that edge, and then when you go down directly opposite, so that you barely see anything. And again, this took a little bit of practice, and I can see where I started, and I can see the ones where I've gotten better at it.
Oh my goodness, down to the last 20 seconds. Natasha, I can't wait for this journey to continue. Limited stock. I hope if you're watching on repeats, you are going to be able to get hold of that block. We've got less than a handful. Details on your screen. If it's in your basket, check your basket out, but make sure you come back and keep an eye on the schedule so as you know when we are going to come back with this. Well, I'll give you a clue. It'll be on a Thursday because that's the day that Natasha comes and joins us. Now, we've got more coming up after the break. Wow Embossing Powders, looking forward to that hour before we go on another country walk with cardio. And then we've got Final Call.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies, that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning. Well, isn't that gorgeous, beautiful finish, colors, glitters, and of course that raised image that embossing powders deliver. Whether you are using stamps, stencils, die cuts, or direct to MDF, and of course embossing powders give you that glossy professional finish with that sparkle added in many of those colors, because we are celebrating, of course, Wow Embossing Powders, which deliver you amazing results every single time and glorious brand new colors. Now, of course, to celebrate a brand new today, of course, well, not only embossing powders but also stencils, masks, and of course the stamps, we have got the wonderful Marion Emberson. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Very good.
Great to have you here in the studio, because we always say, and it's absolutely true, a statement that what you don't know about embossing powders is not worth knowing.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Love that. Yes, own it, girl. Own it. No, because, you know, we have known each other for many, many years, and I remember when you got involved with Wow Embossing Powders, suddenly it's like, embossing powders are great, but I only saw them like a stamp, an embossed powder, and maybe ultra thick. Now you bring them into
with stencils, with acetate, you know, what else? I mean,
I think it's just about looking. You know, it's like looking outside the box, isn't it? So, like once I saw a lady using inks with marbles, and I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. I could do that with embossing powder. So I found a way to do it. I'll have to do that on my next show, actually, because it's really, really good. Yeah, it's just, you just try things. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But you tried it.
And
so.
also with your embossing powders, what I love is that if it doesn't work the first time, you can always put more embossing ink on the top and then do another layer.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then, there's so many possibilities. And of course, all the stars with embossing powders. Now, we have got a brand new colors, brand new trios as well. Now, it is a pick and mix, so you choose any two bundles of 3. So basically, you will get 6 in total, no matter which options you go for. Now, shall we start? I'm going to show you the boards in here because now, of course, you are getting 3 pots, and you have got 3 different colors in total. In the Moonlight, designed by Natasha Davies, you can see, look at that, the grey sky at night, midnight, and of course twilight. I love this one because this one is a kind of, is it a color with metallic sparkles in there?
It's got like ultra highs in there as well. Yeah, it's just, and one thing to say about embossing powders as well, they go such a long way. They're in 15 ml pots, and you don't use a lot.
Yeah, that's true actually,
you know?
Because I have had pots. I mean, well, I'll tell you about it. The pots that I have had from Wow, and some of them I use a lot, and still, you know,
there's
I'm
still like half
through.
left. Yeah.
Now we have got Cocktail Party, Fruit Tingle, Midori Splice, and Blue Diamond, and then we have got Pinkalicious with You Made Me Blush, Fairy Fun, and Bubblicious. I love that. Bubblicious. I love that. And then we have got Winter Dreams with Rosy Cheeks, Icicle Teal, and Powdered Snow. And finally, you can see all 3 with a sparkle. And finally, putting on the glids. Now, these ones are 2 of the all-time favorites, but of course, we have got a brand new white glids color in there, which is kind of, I don't know how it has got that beautiful sparkle, but it's very sophisticated.
It's got little shards in there. That's probably the only way I can describe it. So you get these tiny little shards. It's gorgeous.
Absolutely
I just love it.
Gorgeous. Now, put it on the glids. It's actually on the lid. I'm so happy. The red one, the one I brought in 2/3 of the stock has gone. Now we have, of course, the gorgeous, the Moonlight, also one of the favorites. This is a great way to create a galaxy background quickly and easily.
If you pick up that's it, that one there, Claire Baker made that, and she's used the Blue Diamond as a background. Yeah. Then she's wrote it on the back there, she's taken some of the white glitz as well and just thrown it on, and some of the, hang on, let me look. Twilight, I think, is it Twilight she's thrown on there as well? Then heated from underneath, and that's melded into the background, and it just looks amazing.
Love that. And then, of course, we have those Pinkalicious with those, I think it's Pinkalicious? Yeah, Pinkalicious, they're gorgeous. Now, this is die cuts, right?
Yep.
Die cuts. So do you die cut it first and then use the embossing powder?
Personally, I ink up my cardstock, cover it in embossing powder, then I die cut it.
Okay.
I think you can get, especially if you're doing like an ombre effect or a multicolour effect, you can then choose where you want to do the die cutting.
Right.
So, yeah.
So it doesn't crack or anything like that?
No.
So that, because see, I would have thought, I mean, this is what I love working with Marion, because she's a fountain of all knowledge when it comes to embossing powders and crafting as well. I would have thought that embossing powder would crack when you die cut it.
No, not at all.
Fabulous. And of course, the Faces of the Moon with that moonlight in there. Look at that. It's just gorgeous. Now, of course, 764400 is your item number. Oopsie doopsie. By the way, this Marion is my new thing. Well, not my new thing. I have been saying for years. You know, I cannot say. Well, I learned it oopsie daisy wrongly.
Oopsie daisy.
And then I kind of went oopsie doopsie.
Oh. It's like a whole new meaning.
Exactly. 764400 is your item number, and now whichever. Sorry, I didn't mess it up. Oh, yeah. The hello went a little bit.
hello's trying to say hello, isn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly. It's not, right, of course, if you want to go for the embossing trios, remember it's a pick and mix, so putting on the glids is the most popular one, followed by moonlight. And if you want to go for them and you don't have an embossing ink pad, we have got the one embossing pad, the clear one, ultra slow dry, Marion.
It is ultra slow drying,
How,
yeah.
was it 48 hours?
48 hours I done it for, yeah. So basically I stamped up with that and Versamark, and I just left it in my studio for 48 hours. I came back and I put powder on and it stuck to that. And a little bit stuck to the Versamark, but not all of it.
What? I mean, it's a very good question. Like, as crafters, we are thinking, we know why we want it slow, but if somebody kind of is brand new to us, why is it so important that it stays sticky for longer?
It just gives you more work time, but it's also more important that it's sticky rather than wet, because if something's wet, if it's a wet ink, it's going into the cardstock, so then that's disappearing. So if you don't get it on in time, it's not going to stick to it. Yeah.
So
the other USP on this as well is the actual pad itself. It's often
different,
yeah.
isn't
If it is totally different, yeah.
It's a sponge,
dense,
but it is denser.
Yeah.
So it's a kind of almost like a hybrid between a felt and a sponge.
Exactly. So that means the coverage, especially on fine detail stamps, is so much better.
Because if it was pure sponge, you wouldn't
You're
get
going to get bits you'd miss.
This,
yeah.
This one is kind of that sort of specially designed. This is why you want to go for a set of two. $11.98 is your price. I recommend it to go for it because 773490 is your item number. You might want to have one in your stash and one just in case you misplace it, like me. I have misplaced mine. Anyway, now we have also the embossing inks, and this is also something that I had never seen before until Wow Embossing brought it in. And of course you have the roll-on. So I'm going to put it here. So one of them is a roll-on, right?
Yep, one's a roller. So it's the same ink that we use in our pad, exactly the same. You take the roller, you just start rolling it around onto the pad. I usually go in circular motions and then I start just going up and down. You don't need to flood it, you just want little bits to go on there because you're working from the surface. But also you can go direct to card with it and create amazing patterns. The brush, again, if you want to be even quicker, you just brush that onto the pad and let it go in. But then also take lots of it off and then just start brushing onto the card or the canvas, whatever you're doing it on. Look, you can see how gloopy it is. Yeah, it's lovely. It is. It's lovely.
We went all. I mean, I have to say, I wasn't listening. I was just watching.
He was just mesmerised.
It's like liquid gold. That's what I was looking at. 534-359. It's not liquid gold. Let's make it clear. $9.99 is your price. Right. Of course, moving on to stencils. Now we're gonna say it's a set of 5 stencils. However, you are getting 3 masks as well. So you can see that you are getting 3 there extras that we haven't even put in the description, but of course you'll get them there. Now, Marion, they are beautiful, and I kind of look at them, and except for the snowflake and the trees, they are all year round.
Oh, totally. Yeah. I mean, well, no, actually, I disagree with you there, Paola. I'm sorry, I disagree.
You can disagree.
Snowflake, yeah. The trees, no, you could do a lovely masculine, like a forest background, because you can just keep moving it slightly and doing like slightly different colours each time. Yeah, you can get really good.
I was thinking as well, like when you do the scenes, like for instance, cardio that has got the amazing scenes.
Exactly,
that would be amazing because you can put it in the background and then bring it in those images. For instance, the little, the country, the wildlife as well. But of course, the masculine sort of theme as well of these ones, it's just stunning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, this from across the miles, and this is just such a gorgeous element. And of course, you have. This one is one of my favorite cards, and it's because it's white on white. It's a little bit difficult to see it, but look at that. Look at that. Now, this one is from the white glitz, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that.
It's a shame we can't get really close up to that.
Oh, you are challenging Joe. Challenge Joe. Okay, there
Come on, Joe, you can do it.
Look
at that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's coming in. Look how close.
It's got texture in there. It's got some glisten in there. It's just beautiful. It's really gorgeous. Well done, Jo.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And of course, you have the beautiful stars as well. There, not the stars. It's this one. The snowflakes. Yeah, kind of there, and then I add that one as well. A starry night, sorry. And then we have got the confetti stars, absolutely glorious. This is one of my favorites.
We bought you confetti circle and confetti heart last time by Verity, so she's completing the set now with a confetti star, so we wait to see what she's going to do next time. But yeah, no, she's gorgeous. The queen of it.
Now, the confetti star on individually for the pick and mix is the most popular one, so if you wanted, make sure to check out your baskets. And of course, we have got the trees in there as well. And look at the stars there, you can see there. Now, if you want your bundle of 5 stencils with the 3 added masks in there, that is, of course, you're not paying extra for those 3 masks. £23 and 25 pence is your price. £23 and is your. £23 and 25 pence is your price. You are saving £3. That's what I wanted to say. Right, and now moving on to the stamps. And now we have got a bundle of stamps, 7 stamps. Yeah. A7, yeah, correct. Yeah.
There's too many numbers there, isn't there, for you?
It's the same number. I should know it. You know, so it is the next bundle that I got confused with. And of course, beautiful sentiments that mix and match, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And I love the way that you can put an in and out, like boulders.
Definitely. Yeah.
So, of course, if you're wondering what an in and outie are when it comes to stamps, it's, of course, using one stamp on the front and one on the inside with the bolder sentiment. Because, for instance, sending one wishes, you can just use the bolder sentiment inside it. I mean, it's not in here, but you could use then maybe one of those ones like have Merry Little Christmas or something. Have yourself a Merry Little Christmas. So this one, you could have it inside it, like that. That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely.
They'd be nice on shrink plastic as well. You've got dropsies today.
Oopsies of galore. And we have got, it's the most wonderful time of the year. I love this one. Simple, but absolutely stunning. Amazing penmanship there. £33 and 8 pence is your price. And of course, you're getting the whole bundle. £3 and 67 pence. That's the saving. 6353 4386 is your item number. Now, this is what I was getting confused with the A7, because we have got also the A6 stamp sets, and you're getting 4 of them. Now, here you can you have a pick and mix option if you just want to go for 2 of them. Details at the bottom of the screen. However, if you want to go for the full bundle, then you're getting all 4 of them. I love how you are getting sentiments in there. And also they mix and match, and they're not repeated in the smaller bundle, are they, the sentiments?
No.
Gorgeous.
Well, they've been done by 2 different designers. So Natasha's done the Snowy Christmas one, and Verity's done the little A7 ones.
Yeah, it kind of makes a lot. It works so well. And of course, you are getting those gorgeous modern winter forest. You are also getting the sparkling presents, and you're getting the abstract triangle. Now, on the Pick and Mix, I believe that abstract triangle is the most popular one, because of course you have the ability to bring it as, of course, the bunting, and of course you can use it as Christmas tree, as backgrounds. I think this one, do you know the technique, Marion, that you did before with the stencil? That you use the stencil, then rotate the stencil.
Oh, yeah.
That would work really well.
Oh, totally. And just offset it slightly as well. Yeah, absolutely.
I love that.
Great for masculine as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. 250937 is your item number. £27 is your price. £3 saving. Now, of course, you will find it on the website, thecraftstore.com, as alongside with everything else, including the embossing essentials, which is a bundle that has got the heat gun. It has got 6 essential embossing powders from Wow, and of course that embossing pad, ink pad, as well as the pen. Now, also very, 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 very well rated, you can see 5-star reviews, is of course the set of 2 A4 cardstock. You are getting 25 per pack, and of course you are getting 2 of them, so that means that you're getting 50 sheets of A4 in total. Absolutely stunning cardstock that our Marion makes also her blank cards from them. And remember, there is pick-a mixes for the stencils, the stamps, and so much more. You can choose that or go for the full bundles, which mean of course you have got a bigger saving there as well. Right, of course you will find that all on the website, thecraftstore.com. However, well, you will find live now is Marion in action, so take it away.
Okay, so I'm going to get my glasses on first of all. I'm going to be using the gorgeous tree background. It's just lovely, this stamp. When they're, little tip, when the stamps are in their packaging, I just take a knife and cut across, and then you can just go in and pull them out that way. You haven't got to keep peeling it, etc.
And that means that you have got the storage ready to go.
Exactly, yeah. So, are you still dropping stuff?
I don't know what's going on today. I'm just like, really.
Okay, so this is a technique. I do it a lot, so I do apologise to anyone who's seen it before, but it's a lovely technique, and it just works really well with these backgrounds. So let me just pop that on there. Not too bothered because I'm going to cut it up a little bit.
Okay.
There we go. Let's just stick that in there. So I'm going to be using the Winter Dreams. So I'll take all my pots and get them ready. Rosy cheeks. And then let's...
So you just dab like any other ink
just
pad,
yeah, just stamp it down. And you know, I mean, if you're working with like really fine detail stamps, you don't want to squidge too hard, but you can be a little bit firmer because it's such a firm pad that it's not going to squidge right in between, if that makes sense.
It does.
I just want to make sure I've got it all. If I did miss it, it doesn't matter because I can just redo a bit more. I'm just going to go down, just transfer all that ink. So this is a multicolour embossing technique. As I say, I've done it loads of times. It's my favourite technique.
You can mix your own colours as well, can you?
Yes, I will show you that. Remind me again, just in case I forget. So I'm just going to pop on in little pockets the colour. What I don't want to do, and I see some people, is just doing that.
Why not?
Because you're not going to see hardly any of it. So you need to have like sort of solid colour as such.
Good dollop of embossing.
A good dollop, that's the right word. And then I flick it over.
So you did that flick action. Is that so because if you kind of held it one end, it would kind of run away
Exactly.
everywhere?
So I'll show you again when I do this one. So I'm just going to throw that in there. So if I picked it up slowly and went like that, it's just going to go onto everything. But if you pick it up and flick it, then it just all drops off that way. Make sure you get it back in the right pot.
Yeah, that's what I would do probably. Would you say that a beginner should put the lids back onto the right pots?
Well, even experienced people should, because there's many an occasion where I've knocked them over. Okay, so with the third colour, and this can be as many colours as you like. And this is where it's great with the ink pad because it stays open for so long. So I could have done 7, 8, 9 colours. But
that's a very
whatever
good
is your last colour, you cover the whole thing. All right.
So basically, you should keep for last your favourite colour.
Yeah, I mean, some people say, is it the last colour that's going to cover the most? But not necessarily. It depends how much you've covered in the initial colours. So let me
first
just...
and last should be the ones that,
So I'm just going to grab that there. I mean, that just on its own looks beautiful. Just start heating. So I hold it in one position until I see it. Can you see it start twinkling?
Yeah.
Now I'm just going to start moving that around.
Yeah, that's when you can see the convergence, the melting of the...
But you get a really muted effect with this. because it's not solid colours. You'll get solid areas, but then you'll get areas that are just muted. Let me just see if I can. I'm sorry, Kirsty. She's probably thinking, stop moving.
No, that would be Joe. It's
oh, is it Joe? Sorry, Joe.
He's taking it on the chin.
He's good. I just didn't want to burn my fingers on here. And when I've done that, when it's a big piece, I just finish it off, just like that. I just give that a little finish. Let's move that over there. And then I'm just going to chop that, just chop the edges,
just the edges
off of that. I mean, look at that, it's just so stunning. Yeah. So stunning. I still get excited about it all. I think I might have missed a little bit there. That's all right. Okay, I can just go back in. There we go. You see it sparkling at me. So once you see it start twinkling, that's when it's changing. So I wasn't paying attention. Okay, let's just get that bit off and then a little bit off there. But that's the nice thing, you can always go back and do a little bit more.
And of course you're using the colours from Winter Dreams, which two-thirds of the stock has now gone. So if you want it, please make sure to check out your baskets. You are loving this collection this hour. And of course, putting on the glaze, approaching 70% of the stock has gone. So make sure to check out your baskets. And remember, you're choosing any two trios, so you're getting 6 pots in total. So 6 pots of 50 ml, you said, right?
15 mil, yeah.
So my pronunciation is so bad.
It goes such a long way, it really does.
You know what would be my favourite? One of my favourite ones is the platinum.
Oh, yeah. Have you seen Platinum Sparkle?
Well, yes,
Sorry, hit my mic then. Platinum Sparkle.
I remember kind of getting the bigger pot because thinking I'm using it so much that it, you know, the bigger part you cannot even see it that I have imaged, and whether the smaller one, I just still am halfway through. So it just lasts, and this is about, we're talking about, when did you start getting involved with well embossing powders? Was it?
Oh, me? Oh gosh, I've been with them like 11 years, I think.
So 11 years, my positive, because I remember getting it because you recommended it.
Yeah. Oh, it's so beautiful.
It is. But every single colour, and I know a lot of people, you know, collect them as well. You know, the older colours.
Mm-hmm.
Which stamp are you using, Marion?
Okay, so I'm using the From Our Family to Yours, which I think is quite apt this year.
Yes.
From the little Christmas A7 ones. And then I'm going to mix it from the Snowy Christmas ones, saying have a wonderful Christmas. Yeah. So it's have a wonderful Christmas from our family to yours. So I'm just going to pop that on there. Ink that up. And this is nice as well when you find that, oh, I think I've done that a bit wonky. Oh well. When you find the ink colours that you've got that match nicely with your powders as well. That's the worst stamping ever, Marion.
No,
but you know,
it's a piece of art. Don't worry. It's live on TV.
Like, here's one I made earlier.
This is why it pays to be prepared, isn't it? No, Marion, if it's going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong live on air.
Exactly.
I'm not clumsy at all in real life.
And with my friend Paola as well, so that's fine.
You know, I'm not clumsy. I never have oopsie doopsies in my real life. I never, you know, never. It's always happened when.
Fortunately, it was just the stamping that went wrong and not the embossing. So, but can I just quickly show you something? So I'm going to forget that one, right? Put it together later.
It's fine.
But what I do want to show you. So if I take, let's just grab a bit of card. I do like to use a brayer.
Yeah.
So I just ink up with the brayer, and then I'm just going to show you this one, just so that we've got a nice little comparison. I'm just going to sit that there.
I mean, look at the juiciness of that ink pad.
Oh, I know. They're very juicy.
It's because you are transferring to a brayer and then playing it into the card. And
yeah.
Still.
Okay, so Remember they're static free, so and the pots are static free as well. So you always want to make sure you use metal implements. So I'm just going to take a bit of the icicle teal, and then I'm just going to clean that off.
So you would recommend to keep any empty pots that we have, keep them because they are the perfect to create your own mixology of.
And then exactly. And I'm going to take, let's go 2. I think I've done 3 on a previous one. Just go. This one. So 3 of that. And then I'm going to give it a good shake. So you know you're getting tone on tone now. Let's just move that out of the way. Bring my brayer back in.
Yes, you do. And these 2 colours are from the same...
These are from the same set, yep. So this is powdered snow and icicle teal. And look at that. Oh, it's just...
And that's a kind of...
So beautiful.
We can be our kind of... We have... Because you do this as well. You create your own blends for a while, right? So that kind of is like... You can be a little Marion in our studio,
I don't know about little, but yeah. You can be a Marion if you want. But that's what we've done with our design team and that. We was like, girls, just play, mix together and just come up with them, you know? And like Jo Herbert's Pinkalicious, she loves pinks. And she obviously loves cocktails as well. So.
Well, who doesn't?
Let me just flip that round.
Obviously, always drinking moderation. I need to get our virgin versions of cocktail.
Okay. So just to show you, like, that's from that colour, but just adding some of that in there.
I love that. Because it kind of...
It's so sparkly, you don't even see it properly.
But, I mean, it's one of those ones that in real life is even more beautiful. It's always like those ones, the embossing powders that God doesn't do it justice the camera because, of course, you're losing a little bit of a sparkle. Thank you so much, Marion.
No, you're welcome.
While Marion gets ready for the next demonstration, let's have a reminder of the brand new embossing powders now. One embossing powder is one of the industry standards when it comes to embossing powders. Working for years behind the scenes with thermographic powders for the printing industry as well as for other companies, what having them creating their own blends means with working with people like Marion and Joe, Martina, and of course Natasha, means that they are kind of blending those colors that as crafters we want to use. I love the different finishes as well. So when you're looking, for instance, at the pick and mix, you are choosing whichever 2 set of 3. So you are going to get 6 in total. Now, Moonlight being one of the most popular, 2/3 of the stock has gone in here. And you have, of course, the Grey Sky at midnight. You have got Midnight and Twilight. What I love is that you are getting one kind of undercolor. Then you are getting the chunky bits in there with the metallic and white. And I love the chunkiness because, of course, it's still a smooth, but it is, of course, that really kind of spark of the stars at midnight. Then you have got the Cocktail Party with the Fruit Tingle. Now, they are all, of course, glitters in here. And you are getting the Fruit Tingle with that beautiful lilac with kind of blues and pinks coming through. Then you are getting Midori Splice with that glitter green. And then finally, Blue Diamond. Then Pinkalicious. I love this one. You Made Me Blush. Fiery Fun and Bubblicious. I love Bubblicious. It's like kind of love that. Anyway, so pinks in here, and then we have got Winter Dreams by Martina, and of course we have got Rosy Cheeks, Icicle Teal, and that Powder Snow. Approaching 80% of the stock. These 2 are the ones that, of course, Marion was mixing up to create a 3rd shade, and then, of course, putting on the glids with the all-time favorites of red glids and green glids, but of course the brand new white glids. Now, 80% of the stock has gone for them. So if you want yours, do make sure to check out your baskets. You could go for whatever set of 2 you want. So for instance, Winter Dreams being one of the most popular ones, and of course that putting on the glids as well. Is your choice. £17.50 is your price. 764400 is your item number. Right, let's head back to Marion because I think you are ready.
I am. That was quick, wasn't it?
Are you using the moonlight?
I am. I'm going to use moonlight, and I'm going to use a bit of the opaque bright white ultra high that's on the end of coal. So this little technique, so here I've used it on white cardstock, so on our white cardstock. I'm really getting into mini slim lines.
Oh, yes.
So that's what this is. So I just make them from our cardstock.
A4 half and then
I can't remember the dimension.
So
I've got them at home. It's that. It's
Okay,
7 by 3.
Okay.
Yeah, so you fold that in half.
Okay.
So you've got 7 in the doodah length, and then 6 across in half. Yeah.
That way.
I'll send you the measurements when I get back. Can't remember now. But yeah, so this technique is where I'm showing it there, just on white, but then here I'm going to show it on just on a piece of navy cardstock.
Okay, yep.
So that's really nice to be able to use them on different colour cardstocks as well. So I'm just going to get that out of the way. I'm taking a water spritzer, but I'm not spritzing.
Okay.
I'm actually, what I want to use is this little guy, this bit here.
Okay.
All right. So I'm just going to flick my water. I don't have to be fussy with it. Pour my powder on, and then I'm not gonna heat yet.
So the water has grabbed some of it?
Yep.
Oh. And why did you use water and not sprinkling a little bit of the embossing ink?
Because as much as I love the embossing ink and it's fabulous, it's too thick.
It's too thick.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could water it actually. I might try that.
Is it water based?
You've just given me you've just given me an idea.
So yeah.
I like. Richard's sitting there going, "Oh no."
You're gonna be in the car. By the way, hello, Rich, if you're watching. Rich is your other half, right?
Oh no, Ricky's my other half.
Sorry. No.
Oh, you've known Ricky for years.
Ricky. No, Rich.
Richard's my boss. Ricky's not my boss.
I'm like, can I go now? Can I go? I know them both, and I just kind of do a switcheroo of names, you know.
He won't let you in our house anymore, you know that.
Well, you know.
Okay.
Ricky is your other half. Rich is, of course, your boss.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's
They're
not my other
close
half.
enough names.
Yeah.
Can I have my defence?
Okay, so I'm going all 3 colours on now. And then, because I want to, I'm just going to add a bit of the white as well. So I'll just get rid of that. And then, so it's the same technique all the way through. I'm just flicking.
Flicking and then sprinkling.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have got a question from Christine, and Christine is asking, can these be used on textile, shiny metals, wood, or are they just for card and paper?
No. Well, like I said in the previous show, you can actually use them on anything that isn't going to melt.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as long as it's, for instance, acetate, as long as it's heat resistant.
Heat resist acetate, yeah.
Metal, definitely.
When she mentioned textiles, so personally, if I was doing it on fabric, I would actually sort of key it a bit first, as in I'd put some powder down or something, because it depends on the weave of the fabric. Yeah, and then that way when you stamp on it and then put your embossing powder on, the rest is going to fall off apart from the stamped area.
The other question just she asked, Christine, is are they fine powders? It depends, right?
Okay, so we do a range of super fine as well as ultra high. These are classed as regular. But if anyone knows our powders, our regular ones are rather fine. Yeah.
So I guess we need to go. So for instance, if you're working and you have like a specific question about a specific colours, then we can tell you whether they are super fine or they are regular or they are the chunky ones, because of course the Moonlight are a little bit chunkier because they have flex.
Moonlight's got regular in it, but it's also got some ultra high in there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's in there. You can see that. If I open it, you can see it. Come in.
So that
Look
water
at that.
just holds it, and then the water will disappear with the heat, and then that just holds it all. Just lovely. It just gives like really interesting backgrounds, and you can finish off bits on top. But what you're getting here is, if I do a close-up, well, correct that, if Joe does a close-up, sorry Joe.
Directing from the floor, you know.
If I hold that still, and then you can see the gold bits in there, so you're seeing the colours in there, the silver, the navy, the gold, the white. Just beautiful, really, and yeah, really interesting for mixed media projects on canvases, art journals, anything like that.
And
yeah,
I love the white. That is such an opaque white, because sometimes, like with paints and the spritz, that doesn't give us that opacity. But with embossing powder like this,
it is a beautiful, beautiful white. Actually, I'm going to use a clean bit of card, so I'm just going to ink this up. I'll just do a quick dip, and then I can always use that to cut some more out with. So this one, I'm going to use... Oh, do you know what? I'm going to change it out a little bit. I'm going to put me white glitz on there. But before I do, I'm going to take...
I thought that you say, "What? I'm going to put my white bits in."
I've got a lot of white bits. I haven't been on holiday. Like many of us. Okay, so I'm just sprinkling a little bit on there. Get rid of that. And then, oh, I love this. Right, Joe, get in. Look at that. Seriously. Oh, honestly, that is just so beautiful. Look at it. It's just...
Look at that.
He's probably shouting, "Stop moving it."
Oh, no, he's not actually. He's like, "Yes, I'm coming in. I'm coming in."
Isn't
don't
it
worry.
beautiful?
He's got your back.
I love it. I love it. So all I've done, I sprinkled a little bit of colour in there first, and then went over the top. So it's a bit like the multicolour embossing, but just with a more of a sprinkle, and then more solid over the top.
But I love that way of mixing them up. You can mix them in the pot. You can mix them on the paper. You can mix them onto, like doing different layers. There's so many possibilities.
Exactly.
So if you
It's
go
all
for
about playing.
Yes. And if you're going for the pick and mix, you're getting 6 colours. So the possibilities are almost endless.
Yeah, there's so much you can do.
You can see the speckles there as well perfectly.
This is if you just want like a little dash of colour. Oh, and then look at the little shards. Can you see that?
God.
That's it.
So
Hold it still. Look at those.
Oh, look. I love that confetti. That is different,
They're just
isn't
gorgeous.
it?
It's just
for weddings
beautiful.
As well. It's beautiful and wedding stationery.
Yeah.
And by the way, if that of course is on putting on the glitz, which is 80% of the stock, as is Winter Dreams, and of course Moonlight as well. Those 3 are 80% of the stock on. Please make sure to check out your baskets for those options. And then you can die cut it.
Yep.
I love that because, see, I love working with you because you kind of learn all these things that I didn't think that you could die cut after embossing powder.
I just think it's like this. So originally I'd put that there, and then I thought, actually, I haven't got much of the icicle teal coming through. So if I put it over there, and then that one there, I get more of it. So you can choose where you want to go with your dyes, which just works lovely. It's like a workout, isn't it? Okay, let's get rid of that. And they just cut out beautifully. See, you asked me in the previous show about die cutting first and embossing first, that sort of thing. The reason, well, one of the reasons I do it this way is what I've just said. You can choose where you want to cut from. But also, if I've got like a tiny little star and then I emboss that, I've got to then try and heat it You know, I mean, I can hold it down, but it's just not so easy. Whereas this is much easier, and then it means you've got extra bits that you can die cut later as well. Okay, so let me just stick that on there.
That's beautiful.
That's with me. Oh, I've got to find me little doodahs.
There's some foam pads in there to
Yeah.
dimension.
I'll just get a small one.
I love the background. That is just sprinkling embossing powder over water, and then. How many colours did you use in the background?
So I used the 3 from the trio.
Yeah,
and
moonlight.
then I also added in some of the opaque bright
yeah.
white ultra high.
If you want the opaque ultra high, it's an end of call offer, or when you go to checkout, it asks you, how about this one? And of course, you don't pay any extra P&P. It's £2.75 when you check those the baskets out.
And to save time, I cheated, I'm sorry, but I went in and already stamped and embossed in a white superfine from our family to yours, which is from the Christmas, the little A7 stamp. So when I show you this, you'll see how well it's embossed. So let's just go from there to there.
I mean, send in love at any time of the year. I love that as well. That's just beautiful. From our family.
It's lovely, isn't it?
And look at the texture from the background. And it
just makes, you know, you could just sit there and make so many different colours. Yeah. And then you've always got backgrounds. You know, when you need a quick card, like we all do, you've got your backgrounds there. I often do that now. I make lots of backgrounds in different things, and then I've got them sitting there ready to just put a sentiment on. That's where these stamps
they are great.
Are just brilliant. Yeah, absolutely brilliant for that.
Thank you, Marion. Will we?
Thank you.
Do you have another demo for stage 4?
I do. If I might start prepping it.
Okay,
yeah, we'll see.
Perfectly. Perfect. We will join you in a second, but of course we want to remind you of the brand new trios. Now they are brand new, designed by design team members from, of course, Wow Embossing Powders. Now the Moonlight option, of course, by Natasha. Hello, Izzy and Tabitha. Now, of course, now they are absolutely stunning colors, aren't they? I love them. This is one of my favorites because it's different. It has got the traditional fine powder from, of course, Wow, but then a little bit of the chunky ones or the thicker elements into it, so it looks like a Moonlight. The 80% of the stock has gone now. If you want Cocktail Party by Joe Herbert, Fruit Tingle, Midori Slice, Blue Diamond, then Pinkalicious with You Made Me Blush, Fiery Fun and Bubblicious. Then Winter Dreams, approaching limited stock. That means that 90% of the stock has gone. Grab it. It's beautiful 3 colors. Of course it is for winter. Of course it is for Christmas. Of course it is for the summer. Think about refreshing ice cream stamps as well in here. I think this is like a strawberry. This is like kind of the sort of, is it mint chocolate? So imagine putting a little bit of chocolate card in there. And of course powdered snow over it. Then putting on the glids, the traditional red sparkler, the green glids, and of course the white glids, of course, is the brand new that Marion was using. Now, whichever option you go for, you are getting, of course, those set of 2 trios. So you are getting 6 pots of 15 ml in each. £17.50 is your price. 764400 is your item number. Now we have, of course, the stencils. Now this is a set of 5 stencils, however you are getting 3 masks as well, and this is why you know that Wow Embossing Powder is kind of working with crafters like Marion, because Marion kind of works in make sure that you are getting as much possible for your money. Now this one designed by Martina as well. You can see them that have like the mask and the stencil, so you have got both choices in there. 6x6 in size. The confetti stars, absolutely phenomenal. And of course then we have the snowflake as well. I want to show you this sample because I love this one. Imagine using the mask, then dabbing your embossing pad all over it, and then sprinkling the glittered embossing powder over it. Absolutely stunning. Now, if you want your set of 5, £23.25 is your price, saving £3. Now you can pick a mix. So for instance, if you are like me and your favorites are the snowflake and the confetti stars, you can do that. Of course, the biggest saving is when you go all for 5 of them. Now you are like me, you are loving the confetti star. Well, if you do that one, 973866 is your item number, £10.50 is your price. Then we have, of course, the set of A7 stamps, 7 of them, and of course you have got innies and outies, and of course you have got the kind of possibility to customize the sentiments you are getting. I love the font because the mix of fonts, that sans serif font, the modern bolder one for the smaller font, and then that beautiful swoosh and script font, it gives you the movement. It's almost like kind of saying, kind of the femininity and masculinity all in one, and of course it means that you can customize the sentiment and you can mix it up with other stamps as well that you may have. Now if you go for the full bundle, 653436 is your item number with a £3.67 saving. However, you may want to go for just 2 of them. For instance, you wanted to have a little Merry Christmas. If you want that one, or you want Winter Wishes and a Snowflake Kisses, you can choose them because there is a pick and mix option. You are choosing any 2, and they are A7 in size, and of course depending which 2 you go for, you will get of course the larger ones or the more of the smaller ones, so you can pick and mix which sentiments you are writing in there. £10.50 is your price, 869655 is your item number. And remember that, like Marion was saying, they are not just for Christmas as well. There are other ones. Now, of course, we have got the A6 stamp sets in here. Now, these ones, of course, you are getting all 4 of them if you want to go for that. Of course, with the saving of £3, you are getting the Modern Winter Forest, the Snowy Christmas sentiments with, of course, the snowflakes in there as well. So you have got that variety there. And, of course, you do have sentiments like Season's Greetings, Let It Snow, and the gorgeous brush script kind of elements of the trees in there. But you also are getting, if you go for the full bundle, the gorgeous sparkling presents and the abstract triangles. The abstract triangles is one of my favorites because I kind of see all sorts of possibilities, not just for a background, but also for, of course, you can see Christmas trees and things like that, and you can bring them in, or even bunting. Love that. I mean, you can see that I have a clear favorite, but of course you can see the snowflakes as well, that they are beautifully in here. You can fussy cut them if you wanted to. Now if you go for the full bundle, you are saving £3, so you're just paying £27. However, if you are something like you are thinking, well, I just want the sentiments and of course the triangles, well, you have a pick and mix. It's choose any 2 for, of course, £15. 590655 is your item number. Now we have also the other deals. Now you may want to use a large heat-resistant mat, because then of course that means that you can put it onto your mat and protect it for embossing powder. Now this one also has got a backing, a silicone backing, which means that it won't slide from your mat. So if I put it on the camera, I'm gonna do a Marion and tell Joe. Can you show this?
In you go, Joe.
But here you can see that it doesn't slide. So if it was the same, so that would slide in here. But then, of course, you put it in here, and it stays now and steady in there. Right, thank you, Joe, for indulging. And of course, it is 53 centimeters by 30, which means, of course, that is larger than an A12 by 12 in the sense, or an A3 even. So it protects your surface, and it comes also with that protection. Now, of course, this is a 7-day saver, so it's $9.99. Your price with a saving of £5. 855 is your item number. By the way, always roll it up, never fold it, otherwise the inks, you will crack it, and you don't want to crack a Hickman. 855 is your item number. You will find it alongside other 7-day savers on the website, thecraftstore.com, including, of course, the jumbo roll of foam tape. You have got also cardstocks in there. You have got, and there you have have it. Large heat-resistant craft mat there, as well as watercolor cards. If you wanted some watercolor cards in A3, there is this. And if you want some cocktails, we were talking about cocktails. We have got a Boston shaker and a strainer. Ooh, you know what? I'm immediately thinking acrylic inks and dyes as well to put them in and shake them with glitter. Not cocktails. I'm just thinking colors, you know. Kirsty's like, you have your way. I have got my way for that. Next. Maybe. She's talking about coffee, just mixing out the coffee and the milk and mixing it up. That's what she's thinking of. Right? Right, Marion, back to you.
So just to save time, I've taken a piece of the cardstock. I'm using the beautiful snowflake stencil, and I've just taped it down. Perfect. And then I've just picked up my ink, and I've just gone through with my ink, okay? So I'm just going to remove that a moment. I'll take those little bits off, come off there, and then I'm just going to heat it slightly because I want, even though it's a dye-based ink, I want it to be dry. If we do get a little bit of powder on there, it really doesn't matter. Oh, let's just shake that off. Normally, I would have a bit of powder there. I could just go like that. So I'm just, that is a technique, to rub it on your trousers, So
hey, whatever works.
Exactly.
You know,
if it works. Well, it might not. We'll see in a minute.
Do you have at home like a jacket or a apron or something that you wear always when you craft, so you kind of?
I never wear an apron.
Okay.
Which is terrible, really.
I never do either. So
I always get so messy. Okay, so I'm just going to line this up to where I want it. And then, shall we use one of the pinks? Do you want to use a pink? What do you want to use? What do you want?
You know what? The Pinkalicious, you may, Bubblicious, because it's a bright pink.
Okay, so we're going to go against the Twilight Grey. This one's by Joe Herbert. Look at the colour in that.
I just thought that the Bubblicious, because it's such a bright, almost like, that toy, that girl's toy, the doll's toys, pink.
Married to Ken.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
It's that sort of thing, but with, of course, the sparkle. So I think
well, it is, but if you actually go close up on them, there's a few different colours in there, so they're like blends. Really beautiful. Okay, let's just throw that out of the way.
Yeah.
And then this is how I know whether me ink was dry.
Okay.
Oh, I think we've done all right. Got a little bit. That's all right. Can deal with that. Actually, that looks really nice against that grey.
Okay.
Let's just. I always give it a little flick, get any excess off.
By the way, of course, the ink pads, the wall-mopping ink pads. Right, can we see it in a still?
It's because they took blood from you, wasn't it? That's what it is.
No, of course, the embossing ink pads, that's just $11.98 is your price for both of them. Remember, they stay open for a long time. 773-480. Think about more than ink pads. Think about a medium that comes into a pad, so then you can use it like Marion has using with the sponges. They can do it with the stencils. You can use it with the brayer. I mean, there's so many ways as well.
Right. I've got to remember if I had it round this way or not. There's only one way to find out, isn't there?
Yeah, it is.
We'll do it. If it works, it works. There's all sorts of things going wrong today. So what I'm going to do is I've laid it back over, and I'm just going to... Should I do it with my sponge?
Yes.
Or I could do it with this as well. But I'm just gently tapping in a few places, so I don't want it going all over the place, and I can always add to it if it hasn't. And then I'm just going to throw my opaque bright white on.
Look at that. Is that ultra thick, the white? Or
It is, yeah.
One end of gold.
Okay, so I needed to tap a bit harder through there, but just so you get the idea, because I'm aware of the time. So can you see we've got bits sticking just where the stencil was?
Oh,
that's the idea of it. Yeah, that's it. That's perfect there.
Yeah.
So whereas I could have picked it up and just gone like this, this way I can control where it goes if I inked it properly.
That is, well, yes. We have about a minute to go. I want to remind everybody to check out their baskets. They are brand new colors. Do not miss out on these amazing brand new sets from Wow Embossing Color. And I love the story behind it, that they are inspired or created by design team members from Wow. So it means that they are colors that are created by crafters like yourself. And of course, don't forget, of course, the embossing pads. Very gently, I'm going to hold them here. You're getting both of them. Details at the bottom of the screen are now coming on the left-hand side of the screen. Now, Marion, it's always a pleasure to see you. I know when I'm going to see you next, but of course that's off camera. But now, when are you here with us next?
Probably about 3 months. We try to do every 3 months, something like that, because we make all this ourselves.
So
it's a process.
Well, thank you so much, Marion.
Thank
Even more
you.
reason to check out your baskets and great the Wow Embossing Palace. Well, we have got a cracker next with Country Walks with Cardio, and of course the fabulous Wendy and Leone for that one. Then a final look at the one that is special at 4, and then the wool shop leads.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hello and welcome. Oh, how excited am I to be doing this wonderful show. I love Wendy's stuff. She's so clever. We are seeing some beautiful, beautiful images from the wonderful Country Walk. Now, the Country Walk did sell out in the break. We have got extended delivery. You only have to wait an extra 4 days, but already we're approaching 10% of stock gone. All the imagery, all the cards that Wendy's created are just beautiful. You might be creating cards, you might be creating wonderful pieces of artwork for the walls, for framing. Oh, there's so much you can do with these, and you're getting so much for your money. Wendy, I am so pleased that I've got a show with you.
I know, it seems ages, doesn't it?
Literally, it feels like years.
Yeah.
Years.
A few stamps come and gone in between there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah. There's a few stories to be told in between them.
Sure.
I think we've even had a pandemic.
Yeah, that's true.
We have. See, lots occurred. I love your stuff. How long has Cardio been up and running now?
Oh, I think it's 2002-ish.
Wow.
So quite a while.
Yeah.
We didn't do stamps straight away, though we've probably had our own range now for about 10 years.
Amazing, amazing. I love it because I look at your stuff and it's immediately recognisable. I adore the way you build up your scenes. I mean, in this collection, bringing the animals in as well, they're just absolutely exquisite. But I adore that because it looks, I mean, when you look at, you know, any of these beautiful creations, and you look at them and think, how am I going to do that? But actually, because of the way your stamps are designed, these are utterly achievable, aren't they?
Yeah, because I actually think the stamps do a lot of the work for you. There's a little bit of blending in there, but pretty much the stamps are doing all this for you.
Yeah, and they are just incredible images. And the thing is as well, if people have invested in other Cardio stamps, there's so many that will mix and match, isn't there?
Every time we bring out a new range, I always try and pull in some of the other stamps that we've designed and make sure that we can make them fit. But obviously, because it's theme building, you've got perspective involved as well. So if something is a little bit bigger, you can put it towards the front, and you know, if it's small, you can take it towards the back. So.
You can get away with it, can't you? Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, they're just fabulous. I mean, look at it. Isn't that just gorgeous? Every single image. OK, we better tell you what you're going to get. It was such a super busy show earlier on. And again, it is going to be a busy show because they're lovely. And look at how many stamps you're getting. So this is a Country Walk. So, first of all, shall we start from the tree? Or which side shall we start at, Marcus? Tree or hedgehog? Tree. Now, these, all the individuals have gone, so the only way of getting it is that bundle. Now, the tree, straight away, Wendy, I love that because you've got so many options with it. I mean, we've seen you've done it so it's underground, you do it overground. There's so much you can do with that, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, that one we've done for autumn, but we're going to do the first one that we do is going to be winter.
Beautiful.
So, I mean, again, you can use it with the roots, without the roots. So you've got it all year round.
Yeah, I absolutely adore it. And it's one of those, I love it because it is almost, well, it's the bare branches, but you're filling it however you want. It's just, and the roots are just beautiful. The roots, though, I mean, they're your roots, but you could actually use that another way and it be sort of hedgerow.
I was thinking you could turn it upside down and use it as like a sort of archway as well. So you could use it that way. It just depends how you see them, really. There's so many different ways.
Absolutely.
And even though I've been playing for 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks with these, I haven't actually even touch the surface of what can be done with them.
It's such a cracking stamp. So that's your beautiful tree, and I mean, oh man, there's so many lovely finished samples, and you can see all the little extras, you know, like the flowers, the leaves, the beautiful vines coming down there, stunning. The next stamp set we've got now, this is where we start to go on the lovely little Country Walk and see all the animals. Now in that one, I mean, you've got the pheasant, the rabbit, well, the hares, the beautiful birds, the scarecrow, the lovely little hedgehog, the little ducks. I mean, there's so much. The mouse, I mean, that mouse is gorgeous.
Well, there's 2 different sizes of that one, simply because the little one there is great for hanging on the scarecrow, so he's sized to hang off him. But then we've got a bigger one, so you can hang them off the flowers and the daisies, and so many ways.
Oh, I love that stamp set. They're amazing. I love that they're silhouette as well, because that just makes that impact, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, for winter it looks amazing.
Yeah.
But then for summer I tend to use 2 or 3 colours on them as well, so you get that sort of dimensional look as well.
Yeah, they're beautiful. So that, because with this one, that's got like that hazy look to it, hasn't it?
Yeah,
Like
well, I've just started using some of the Distress Oxide, so I can do a bigger sort of background.
Yes.
Where normally I would only use the Versacolour, but actually I really do like the effect that you get with those.
Yeah, oh, they're brilliant. Next we've got, so that's your scarecrow with all your little animals. The next one that we've got on our lovely country walk, obviously we've got a little spider there straight away. This is called Field Day. Oh man, look at the little foxes playing. You've got that beautiful wishing well. You've got the hares. Now look at the little hares. And the mouse is a lot bigger this time. I mean, you do have to put them with right ones, otherwise it could look like he's been on steroids. Moving down, I mean, look at the hare at the front there, and the apple core, and the little mice is dancing. Honestly, that is absolutely divine.
Well, the little apples and things, I was thinking of more like a harvest store. So at the bottom of the tree, you can put the apples, the berries, the little mouse, and whichever little animal wants to hide out in the bottom, really.
Yeah, the foxes playing is beautiful, beautiful. And then we've got for you, you're getting all of these. This isn't a choice, you're getting all of these. And then the last one, I mean, again, there's nothing here that you don't want to, you want to use the lot, don't you? They're beautiful. So next one is your beautiful florals. So with this one, you've got your florals, you've got the hedgehog, you've got the... you've got, I'm doing my best to be a radio presenter for a moment. So you've got the lovely florals, absolutely. I love the poppies at the top there, and again your little mousey. Oh, it's lovely, and the hedgehog. I mean, you need hedgehogs in life.
Yeah, and these ones are different. We've done hedgehogs before, but never standing up on the back legs, which I think is really, really cute.
Yeah, I think they're beautiful. They're beautiful. Oh, don't you just want these? Okay, folks, so it works out, if you're a Freedom member, it's only £32.37. That is 51p a stamp. I mean, let's forget about that. You just want them because they're beautiful. You just want them because they're just gorgeous. 20% of the stock has gone. So much you can do with this. Obviously, it is extended. You only have to wait 4 days. It is worth it. You've got that saving. Freedom members, you don't have to pay postage. Only £32.36. That is such a good price, honestly. It's that kind of stamp set that you'd just pay anything for because they're just gorgeous. Okay, now we've got more. This is just adding to that collection, and that is amazing. The path is just perfect.
I love
that, and I love the grass verge as well, just sort of disappearing.
The nice thing about that is you can use the path on its own. You can use the path with the grass verges, or you can just use the grass verges on their own. So there's so many ways just to use that one stamp.
It's a cracking stamp, is that? Absolutely cracking. And then the other one, of course, that comes with it are all the beautiful vines. I mean, and the butterflies. That is one of those that's so ridiculously handy, isn't it?
It is. I mean, that'll mix in all through the year.
Yeah, I love that. Now, the path one, we did actually have a little path. Look, there's one right in front of me. That is such a good card. Can you see the little path there on that one? Look at that. See, that is cracking. Absolutely cracking. And it's just as you were saying, you know, your eye is literally going down that path, so your size of your animals, obviously you reduce them to get that perspective. It's perfect.
Well, it tends to be why, if there's designs that I really like and I know I'm going to use them a lot, I'll put more than one size in.
Yes.
Might tweak them slightly, flip them so they're different facing different ways.
Yeah.
But generally, if I know I'm going to use it, there'll be more than one in there.
Yeah, that is absolutely stunning. I mean, there's so many beautiful cards. Okay, if you do want this collection, it's only £11.99. Pop that in your flexi basket, and it's like, what, an extra £6 this month, £6 next month. And of course, if you're a Freedom member, you're not going to be paying postage. 356028. This one was already on extended. However, 40% of the stock has gone there. That is an absolute must. Please check your baskets out on that one before it does sell out again. Now, last but by no means least, in the wonderful stamps, the berries. And this is wonderful because this again is, when I think cardio, this is exactly what I think. You know, these wonderful little stamps that you can build up. And the packaging is brilliant because the packaging immediately inspires you. It immediately shows you what you can do, doesn't it?
Yeah, because I think it's one of those, especially the strawberries. I mean, the strawberries have been out quite a while, but they're new to TV. But because because we've not doing the sort of black, you don't actually see that it's strawberries.
Yes.
So it's one of
Yeah.
those, it has to be stamped out so you know what it is.
Yeah, and it just, I mean, look at that. Obviously mix and matching it up with the beautiful little mices. And you can bring in all the flowers that we've got in the main collection. You know, everything matches beautifully.
Yeah, it is lovely. You could go on and on and on and never make the same card twice.
Absolutely. I mean, that could just be a cracking background. You know, oh yeah, they're so lovely. Now we've got immediate dispatch on these, only £11.99. When you look at them, you've got your beautiful strawberries. I love that you've got the berry and then the little grassy bit on top separate. You've got the tiny little leaves which are adorable. You've got on the other one, you've the butterfly and the flowers, and yeah, you can see, and it almost looks like the strawberry almost looks like just a solid heart, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But it's actually strawberries. The berries are beautiful. Don't the berries look good? And their hedgehog, oh, see, our Molesy's wanted everything. On that card you're looking at, it's really interesting because that one little branch from the tree is on there. You know, there's so much. And look at that one. Again, you're building up a full background. You've got your focal image, you've got the gate, but in the background, without that card would be empty. The berries and everything, that absolutely makes a card.
It fascinates me sometimes how just those little berries and the little leaves, you could literally do your whole card. Well, we're going to actually later, we're going to do, because I thought we'd take us back to basics where we started.
Lovely.
And do a nice little wreath with the berries.
Oh, do you know what? Weird, I just thought, oh, a lovely wreath. Is that what you're doing as well? Amazing. Yeah, this is an absolute essential. You've got your berries, you've got your strawberries and much more there. 18 stamps for £11.99, 911708. Now, an absolute cardio thing at the rods, because you can see right through these. Obviously, for your teeny tiny stamps, they're absolutely perfect. And of course, you can put a little stamp on both sides of them as well. They're only £12.99. Really, really handy. That is 781058. But 60% of the stock has gone. If there's anything you want, please, please, please check your baskets out. Do not miss out on any of these. Adorable. Absolutely adorable. And the main collection is absolutely flying out the door. In fact, 40% of the extended delivery has gone. It is obviously extended, but you do not want to miss out on this. 913600 is your item number. Just £32.36 is your price. Right, we better. I'll just let the end of the sweep so you know what you're getting. OK, let's get over to Wendy. Wendy!
I could barely see you then with all the cards.
I know, mine is.
It's sort of surrounded in cards.
Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely.
Right, so the first one we're going to do is that family tree. Beautiful. And we showed the sort of the autumnal one.
Yes.
So this time we're going to do this one, which is the winter version of this one.
Oh, that's so pretty.
Right, I'll tell you what, if I put it there like that.
Amazing.
So we'll do the winter version.
Spin it. Oh, there you go.
And get there in the end. Yeah, we'll do the winter version of that one.
That is absolutely
I've
gorgeous.
already started this just to sort of speed us up a little bit. So the first thing I've done is apply the yellow in the middle here.
Beautiful.
And now I'm just going to put a little bit of edge on the bottom there with the black. And I'm just going to give myself a rough idea of where the ground is going to come in, because I want that top line to be white. So it's just a guide at this stage. So I'm just going to add a little bit more of the dark here. Now, I would usually use grey, but I think I've left my grey at home. So I'm just using black. I would usually sort of have it with a bit of grey in there as well. So you've not got such a transition, but we can't. So
we have had an email actually from Jane who's saying, how come you've gone on to using your brushes?
Well, with the oxides, I find it actually easier with the brushes rather than, because I am sort of known for the dry baby wipe technique, and I would still use that with my Versacolour. But because we're doing such a big amount of space, then I find it easier to use the brushes.
Yeah, yeah. And it does, I mean, it's such a lovely blend. We have got serious queues on the phones, actually. If you do get on the website, you'll be able to check out straight away. Or, of course, you can use the app. But we will get to you as soon as we can. But, yeah, there are queues on the phones. I apologise, but thank you for your patience. Back to you, Wendy.
So we've just done the bottom. I'm not bothered about the white. We're going to leave a bit of that white for now.
Beautiful.
And then what I'm going to do now is start to work on the top. So I'm just using the other half of the paper that we had, and I'm going to start to add a little bit of colour just around the outside of here.
Gorgeous.
And I'm still new actually to the oxides. Still very, very new for me.
It's quite interesting, is that? Because I mean, that's, you know, they've been.
I know they've been out for years. I was surprised. I thought, oh, I'll have a go at these, and they've been out for absolutely years. I'm just getting into it.
Well, it's a part of that.
The thing is, what I had there worked so. What I have already worked so well. The verticals work really, really well, and it really didn't feel the need. But at the moment, because I'm doing whole backgrounds, it does make a difference. Especially like I said this morning, I'm not getting any younger now, so my old shoulders are giving me a bit of jip. So I need to sort of do something that's quite relaxing and easy on there.
And like you say,
you cover a big
quick
space.
And easy.
Yeah, you cover a big space, don't you, in a short space of time.
And I mean, the colour palette's beautiful. It's perfect as well for this, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I found the ordinary distress inks a bit more difficult, but with these, it is so easy.
They are really easy, aren't they? They're
almost
just a
too
dream.
easy. You just want every single
Absolutely.
colour. Yes, you need every single colour. Right, so we've got our ground in there, so I'm just going to remove this little strip. And we can see where we've got the big yellow area in the middle. That's where our tree is going to go.
Beautiful.
Now, normally, I would give this a little bit of time to dry because I don't particularly like stamping straight over the oxides because sometimes it's a little bit damp.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
And I still go back to sort of my archivals and my VersaColors for stamping with because I just find I prefer the impression that you get from those.
Yeah.
So we're just going to stamp our tree base in here. I've been doing this. I'm knocking all the cards off.
It's okay.
I must be
any fall off, I'll pick them up so I can show them. So it'll be fine.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
So you want a good coating of ink in this. So I apologise if this is a little bit blurry on here because the inks are still a little bit wet. So we're going to take this and we're going to pop it just sort of in the middle here.
So you're having it falling off the card there as well?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it does anyway, because the tree sort of comes to an end, but it's got the little branches, so it will look like you've still got a full tree on there, whether you have or you haven't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very clever. It's a very clever design.
Okay, so there's our little tree.
Oh,
and then
man,
we're just going to put
gorgeous.
our little roots on here as well.
Oh, I love that image.
This, I don't know where it came to me, but I just thought, like I said this morning, I'm being a bit greedy because I just don't want what's above the ground now, going below.
Yeah, I love that. It's such a good idea. And it is the fact that you can use that in so many ways.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of looks, you know, like, it kind of looks like where did I go? Somewhere abroad, and you get all the little stuff that hangs off the tree.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways you could use that, isn't there?
Yes, yes, it is a really cracking stamp. Beautiful.
So we're just going to do the other half. So you don't even have to line this up exactly, you just sort of, because we've got all the other little branches and things that you can either use to hang down for the tree, or you can do your little more roots with them as well. So all I would do for that,
that's fabulous,
just ink up the very ends, and you can sort of carry on trailing out all these little roots. It's nice if you take them, you know, inside that little circle as well.
See, that's another cracking stamp. But it's one of those stamps that you'll use over and over and over again, and that really works. I like how you're doing first, second generation as well, because it
gives
just
it a bit
gives
more dimension, doesn't it?
It makes it look more natural, and I love how you're not really worried, you know, about where the stamp ends.
I like stamping to be easy, and so I'm not panicking all the time about the impressions. The design is such a way where if you do something you don't like, you can easily rectify it. So it sort of takes that worry away straight away, I think.
That looks so ridiculously effective. It's beautiful.
So, let's get these little rabbits in first. Or hares. I was saying, because hares don't really burrow underground, so if they burrow underground, the rabbits...
Yeah, that's true. Hares live in the the side, don't they?
Yeah, they don't really go below, do they?
No, so these are bunny rabbits.
Well, they can be whatever you want them to be, can't they?
Oh, whatever they are, they're beautiful. It's so water-shaped down right now.
It is, isn't it, actually? Yeah. Showing our age, though, now.
Oh, yeah. It changed my life to water-shaped down. I think
Did
that...
it?
Yeah, I think that made me vegetarian. Honestly, I cried.
Oh, well, my mum gave me that book when I was ill once. I think she thought I was dying. She gave me this book to read, and she came back from one day at work. She said, "How was your book?" I said, "Oh, I've read it all." I was lying, obviously. It's like this thick, isn't it? Ridiculously thick.
Boom, nailed that.
Yeah, I think she must have known that I hadn't actually read it.
Especially if you weren't crying. You know, you had to be a mess if you'd have read it all.
Yeah. So we're going to put our little hedgehog in now as well.
Oh.
And then what we'll do is put our paper back and we'll start to add some little bits of grass.
Wonderful.
And just start to finish this off.
I love how it builds up. It's so adorable.
So let's get that back in. But you could put all sorts of different things under that ground.
And that's it. It's just the possibilities are literally endless. And you've put the paper down again, and that's just to make sure you've got that lovely crisp line, isn't it?
I just want a nice edge there.
And I love again how you're doing like first, second, third generation, especially over the hedgehog.
Yeah, because
then
you always use second and third over him, so he sort of comes forward.
Yeah, because otherwise, you'd have just obliterated the poor little hedgehog
Yeah,
with grasses.
definitely. So we've left him where he belongs.
Oh, that's perfect.
And then what I'm going to do, if I can find my yellow. No, there we are. I'm just going to add a little bit of orange, so we're going to see these little stripes just coming through here. There's not an awful lot of room here, but just for sort of little beams of light.
Beautiful.
That are just going to come through there. And then a little bit more orange, and then we'll put our little branches on.
It's so busy. 60% of the extended delivery has gone, and there really is, there are queues on the phones. If you can get on that website, I know it's dead irritating if you can't, but if you can, it would absolutely be the way to shop. It is, what is it? No, just craftstore.com. Please get on website. That looks amazing.
So this is where now we're given the illusion that this is part of the tree.
Beautiful. And that's the extra little branch, isn't it?
Yeah, this is was designed for the branches, but actually, like I said, I was using it for the roots a minute ago as well.
Yeah.
So again, it's just how you use it, really.
Yeah,
and they're so delicate as well. Just a lovely.
And that tiny little extra stamp is just amazing. Those little stamps are great. But the designs are so well thought out. And that, you see, things like that are essential, aren't they?
Definitely.
You love the little vines. That's ace.
Just really is adding to that sort of overall effect, isn't it?
That's so lovely, Wendy.
Okay, and then
I
all I'm
could
going to do...
literally watch you for hours. People do, though, don't they?
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh, they do. You know, when we used to do shows and watch you demonstrate, and people would stand there for ages.
People used to bring chairs. Chair down. Yeah. Right, where's my glitter? There it is, hidden. So a little bit of glitter on here. Now, because the inks are wet, it's going to pretty much stick everywhere. But just that touch of sparkle just on that snowy area.
Yeah. And it dries, like when it's all dried off, the glitter falls off, doesn't it? Apart from where your glue is. Oh yeah, we're getting there. That's so cool. That's beautiful, Wendy. The way that you use your colour, and I love that you leave that open space. Because that absolutely creates...
I think it's one of those, isn't it, not to be afraid of it?
Yeah, it's really, really effective. I love your designs. See, we can learn a lot from our Wendy, can't we? And I speak for myself. We can learn a lot. I can learn a lot from our Wendy. Can I show some of these on the back? Because, oh, look at that. I mean, the way that you can use the stamps, there's so many ways you can use the stamps. I adore this because just your monochrome, just your black and white. I love the little mousy pushing the berry though. I know, it's adorable. You've got the little rabbit at the top there. I mean, as a full card, that is absolutely beautiful, just beautiful. When we scooch along, and see, again, it's the way Wendy uses ink and colour. I mean, that beautiful blend. Look at that. That's got so much white space, but then just that soft blend. That is absolutely exquisite. The rabbit or the hares, they are beautiful. And the tree, used in a completely different way. But again, it just allows you variations. Again, when we scooch along, you've got that wonderful, wonderful soft background, which looks incredible. This time, using the vines at the top there just to frame it. And then, of course, using all your wonderful grasses and the hares. Isn't it adorable? Shall we show one more? Because we can. Let's show our lovely little hedgehog. Because, oh my gosh, don't we just love hedgehogs? I was so pleased. I was driving nice and slow the other day. One trotted in front of the car, and obviously because I was driving slow, I just watched him cross, and it was lovely. I stopped, watched him cross.
You don't see as many now, do you?
No, well,
it's a
no,
shame.
it's anyway. I'm not going to go into that. So. You need this. That is beautiful, and the little hedgehog is adorable. Okay, if you do want this collection, I know a lot of you have been trying to get on the phones, and I do apologise, it is very busy. We are approaching 2/3 of the stock. If you can get on your app, if you can get on the website, if you can get someone else to get on that website and on the app, do it. It's like getting a Glastonbury ticket. They're absolutely beautiful. You've got your wonderful the wonderful flowers there that you can build up the scenes. The mushrooms, I mean, even the little mushrooms are ridiculously gorgeous. The lovely little picket fence with the scarecrow there. I mean, this is the thing, you're creating so many different looks. You know, as we move across there, you're then getting, obviously, your animals that are a lot bigger, so it allows you to create that beautiful dimension. Just stunning. That beautiful big fence again, right at the front of your card. And then last but not least, of course, you have got the tree. I mean, they are just sensational. Please check your baskets out. This is such a beautiful collection. You are getting all 4 stamp sets, and that collection, what a price, because when you look at what you're getting, how many you're getting for just £35.96, Freedom members just £32.36, you are saving £7.60. Freedom members aren't paying any postage. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the price is just, it isn't irrelevant, that's flippant, but it's so affordable when you're getting these, and when you see what you can do, it's that. I mean, they are adorable. 913 600, that's your item number. Now, we've had some lovely emails. Carolina said, Wendy's so clever. I always buy her stamps. You know what, Caroline? Yes, she is. Lovely Amanda has said, hello, Wendy and Leonie. Hello, lovely Amanda. I just want to say thank you for these sets of stamps and the pathway set. I was watching this morning and thought this was a perfect way to record my country lane walk, which has kept me so positive and uplifted over the recent months. I bought the complete set and the pathway set. I will have many happy memories creating artwork and cards to remember my walks, inspired by your lovely demonstrations. Amanda, thank you ever so much. And do you know what? This is it. I look at these, and because I love my planner, these would be beautiful for a planner. You know, if you've got an art journal, they're amazing for your art journal. There is so much you can do with these. Oh, that wishing well, adorable with the path. Oh, gosh. Okay, 70% of the stock has gone. Please check your baskets out, folks. Okay, we have also got the path. This is the one that Amanda's just said, and you've just seen it on one of those cards. 2/3 of the stock has gone. This is the extended stock. So please, again, make sure you check your baskets out. The pathway with the grasses, and then the extra little vines and the beautiful butterflies. Honestly, it's another absolutely gorgeous set of stamps. And that price, only $11.99. And it's when you think about all the things you can do. I mean, when you look at the detail of these, they are sensational. 356028 is your item number. If you would love to go for those. Again, absolutely flying. Now, next we've got for you the beautiful berries. I love these. You've got the tiny lovely little berries, you've got the gorgeous little strawberries, you've got the leaves on here. I mean, it's such an incredible collection, and again, one of those that you can do so much with. You've got the butterfly on there as well. They're just stunning, aren't they? You've got 18 stamps in. Now 80% of the stock has gone. It is on immediate dispatch. If you do want to go for this one, it isn't, we don't reckon it'll be on immediate dispatch for long, but next few people get hold of this, then please check your baskets out. And obviously, obviously you can do loads with it. I mean, just have a look at that. Absolutely stunning, isn't it? If you would like to get hold of this, and look at the berries in the top there. If you would love to get hold of this, that is 911708, your item number. And what? Approaching limited. Okay, so on the immediate dispatch, approaching limited stock. £11.99, your prize. Please check out the website. Remember, if you do want anything, please pop it in that flexi basket that you're going to get if you get in your main collection. Like, of course, your majestic rods. But yeah, we'll stick to the rods. And I tell you what, we have got some cardstock when you're checking out your baskets. Okay, it's a 7-day saver. We've got some super smooth cardstock. So if you do want to get hold of that, pop that in your basket as well, because you would be able to, if you're popping it in your basket now, you'll be able to flexi it. So anything that's, you know, an essential. Because I tell you what we have got as well. We've got some beautiful Crafty Individuals paper as well. And actually, stuff like that, these stamps, because they're a silhouette, decorative paper with these over the top look absolutely divine. So do have a look at your 7-day savers as well. Right, enough of me. The best bit. Wendy. What's next, our lovely Wendy?
So we're going to do a little scene, but I'm changing it up a little bit. So we're going to do a little scene like that.
Oh, adorable.
And I'm just going to sort of add a little bit more into the background.
Beautiful.
So I've already started doing the edges of this. So we've done the green at the bottom and the yellow at the top, just to save a bit of time.
Beautiful.
I torn a piece of paper in half, and then I've used a little bit of repositionable adhesive on the back, and I've just coloured down with a little bit of green. So what I'm going to do is just have a little tiny bit of a scene there. Yeah. No, it's a bit blue because I picked up the wrong brush, but we won't go there. So all I'm going to do now is just to mask this out while I put a little bit of the fence up here. So I'm going to use the tiny little foxes. Now these are the foxes that we had last time, big ones, and I've done a little tiny scene with these. So this is really cute. So you've got the little fence in here. So what I'm going to do, all over with my palest brown, and then I'm going to use the darker brown here, and we're just going to pick up on the little fox. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but I want to make sure that I've sort of highlighted those foxes. And then on this end here, where we've got the greenery, I'm just going to go in with a little bit of green.
So you've been quite specific with your good old ink
Yeah,
pads.
but not too specific that you'd have to worry about it. So I'm going to pop these right at the top, just over this paper here.
Beautiful.
So these are going to be sort of behind the hill in the distance.
Oh, look at the foxes.
So then we take this away. In fact, let's use, because this is actually quite nice to do. So the on the pathway set, if you just take up a little bit of this, and ink this up in green, I can just take a little tiny bit of it.
So you're just getting a lovely bit of grass.
Yeah, so you're just putting little bits of grass behind there. So I found that very, very useful, that little stamp. So you've just got those little bits of grass in the background there as well.
Before you do anything else, it already looks adorable.
But you know, you could just put a grease on that, couldn't you? You
Course you
don't need
could.
loads.
That's
My cards
so
seem to get more and
adorable.
more minimalist as time goes on. So I'm going to pop this piece back here.
Lovely.
And we're just going to add some green in. And I'm going to make sure I pick up my actual green brush this time instead of the blue one. And we're just going to go with a bit of old paper.
Beautiful.
And we're just going to blend.
These would look absolutely, because I do love my happy planner. On your happy planner pages, these would just look amazing. Your stamps are perfect for that though, because you can build up so many different scenes.
I mean, it's quite deceiving, isn't it, because they're so small, but the amount of sort of space, and you can go really tiny. There's a really tiny card on the front that Laura's done for me. It's absolutely beautiful. It's about this big.
Oh, I'm
It's
gonna
got a full
find
scene
that.
in it. It's tiny little, it's just there somewhere, I think. But you honestly, it's just amazing what you can do.
Oh, I've seen it. Can I?
It's so tiny.
How's this one? Oh my gosh.
How tiny is that?
That's ridiculous. That's so cute. Look
She's
at
a clever
that.
lady, she is.
Yeah, that's well cute. That doesn't look like it's been made from this set of stamps, does it?
No, that's what I said. It just looks
so different from
amazing
these.
what you can do.
Yeah, it is. That's beautiful. And I mean, they do look like proper works of art, don't they? Like proper, you know, like you could be doing a beautiful watercolour set with these. You could do so
Definitely.
many different looks with them.
So what we're going to do, I've just made a little bit of space here because I'm going to put the top of the fence in.
I love the way you use your ink, Wendy. It's really interesting.
Well, I sort of use these the same way I would the Versacolour, so I've not really changed too much
But I
in
like
that
the
respect.
way you layer it, you know, but it's that white space again. I really like
Yeah,
that.
I don't ever feel the need to sort of fill everything
I'm
in the
going to
colour.
learn this, Wendy. I like this. It's a lovely technique.
So we're just going to ink this fence up, and again, I'm going to do it in two colours. Now, again, I'm stamping over wet ink, so we're just going
Right.
to sort of hope for the best.
Yeah.
So it might not be as crisp as I would normally like it, but
Beautiful.
2 colours all the way around the edges
That'll
here.
give you that. And this is a lovely thing, isn't it? You're using your ink to literally colour your stamps in, and because you're using your 2 colours, that gives it a different look straight away, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I love this because it's textured as well with fence, so it's got sort of peeling paint look to it, so it's an old unweathered fence that we've got.
Ah, I see many of them on my walk.
Okay, so there we go, that's
lovely.
fine. Now, on that card that we showed you, we actually had the little pheasant on there.
Yes.
But what I'm going to do is put the cat on there instead.
Oh, lovely.
So I'll have the little cat just stretching.
Beautiful. You've got that many lovely little characters in here. I mean, it's ridiculous. You've got so many. And I love now doing these in black, because now they're the ones that will pop.
Yeah, this one will really, really stand out.
Oh,
So
yeah,
there's our
look
little
at him.
cat having a little stretch there.
It's beautiful. The detail on that is just exquisite.
And then we're going to pop in some of this grass. The grass has been fantastic because it's a great filler.
Yeah. It's a filler innerer. And
So
that grass is the one that comes with...
This is on the pathway.
Yes.
And then there's it's not a big version of this, it is different grass on the field florals.
Beautiful.
But I've used it and used it and used it.
And again, it's the way that you use first, second, third generation. And it just looks so... I love the way you do that, because it almost looks random, but it works. Because it's grass, it needs to just be all sort of...
And you can take it all the way up as well, you know, so you can make it as full as you want.
Yeah, that's ace.
I can see me sort of using this on a day-to-day basis. You know, like you have some stamps that you never put away.
Yeah.
And I kind of got this impression that is going to be one of them.
Yeah.
So I'm going to add a little bit more because we're going to put the pathway in a minute.
Tell you what, I know you were saying about, you know, your ink not being 100% dry, but the way the green is mixed with that ink is beautiful.
Yeah.
That's given it such a lovely colour.
Okay, so we're going to take that one away, and we're going to add some more in there in a minute, so we'll fill it with the grass. But first I want to use the little pathway. I'm just going to put it in this space that I've left a little bit paler. So if you can't, I mean, a lot of the time I've no idea where I'm going, you know, what I'm going to be doing next. But if you do know, it's nice to sort of leave a little bit of space there that's a little bit paler, because obviously the stones are going to be sort of a browny colour, but I'm just going to edge them in a bit of green so they stand out a little bit.
Beautiful.
So we're only using those 3, and they're just going to go in here. And then what we'll do is surround those by grass.
Oh, that's it.
So we'll get our little rabbit or hare.
I love your imagination, because you are building up
I'm sort of in there with them.
Yeah, you're building up a whole story. And the rabbits, the faces, oh, they're just lovely.
So again, a little bit of brown, so we've got a little bit of highlight on the body, and we're going to pop that just in there like that. And once we've got all our main components in there, we can just start to build this up. So I'm going to use the bigger grass, and we're just going to use in green. I'm just going to go all the way around the front here. So we're going to start to add the big ones in. So you can see it really quickly starts to fill this out.
Yeah. Oh, that looks really effective. The detail of those grasses are phenomenal.
Yeah, well, each one is drawn individually and then grouped together.
They look it. I mean, you can tell. That is beautiful.
But I think it does make a difference.
Oh,
If you've got beautiful
absolutely
detailed
does.
stamps.
I mean, even in green, because sometimes with a coloured ink, you don't see the same detail as you will black. But even in that green, the detail is absolutely exquisite.
So we filled in most of that, but now I'm going to use the smaller one. And what I'm going to do, because I'm sort of going in between here, I'm going to take the really harsh bit off the bottom just by dabbing that with my finger. Or you can use a paper towel or something if you want to.
Yeah, just so you don't get that harsh
I don't want
line
a sort of a line on there. So it's just a little filler.
That's so quickly building up. I mean, that is a full scene, isn't it?
Yeah, well, what we're going to do is put a few little strawberries in here. So this demo might take a bit longer than the others, but it means I can put a few bits and pieces in that we might not get round to using.
That's lovely.
So it just gives a lovely, lovely effect.
That's beautiful. Now, those wonderful berries. They are, sorry, we're giggling. Me and our moles. The berries now are limited. So if you do want these, I mean, you've got, first of all, you have got those, I mean, they are fabulous. You've got the wonderful little berries, which are so cool. I mean, look, you can see the blackberry there. Isn't that lovely? And then you have got the little strawberries and the lovely little flowers. They're so pretty. But obviously you've seen how detailed the cardio stamps are, Wendy stamps are. Yeah, exquisite. You need to check your baskets out, $11.99. Now, limited stock. 911708 is your item number. Definitely back to Wendy, please.
But I love the way that this whole scene pretty much could be winter.
So, don't mind me. They're bound to happen. I'm just helping you tidy up, Wendy.
Yeah, that's appreciated, that.
Bound to happen.
So we're just throwing in a few little accents in here. So I'm just using some bits off the tree, the family tree. And we're just filling this space out. So we're giving this a little bit of foreground now. So we've used a few of those branches that we used for roots earlier on. So it just shows how versatile they are. And we're just having a few of these little things hanging. So in there, we're going to put a few little strawberries as well.
Gorgeous.
So I've just kept out the small one.
Now, and this is when your lovely little rods come in, isn't it?
Yeah, and because I'm going to be rotating these, it makes it so easy to use if you've got them mounted on these little rods. Now, they're not going to stand out as much because they're on actual dark green, or on a darker green base. And then we've got, on the other end of the rod, I've got a little tiny, the edge to the strawberry, so you can just line that up. And
I like that you've done that separate.
Well, it means it's easy, because it's so small, not quite so easy to sort of do a two-tone on there with your ink pad. So at least this way, it's not showing up that well on here because obviously I'm stamping on the green.
Yeah,
but
they look
you get
really
the general
pretty though.
idea.
Amazing.
And I'm just adding a few little bits. This is also in the little strawberries set.
Gorgeous.
And if you wanted to, because you've got the big strawberries as well, you could put some big strawberries in the foreground of that.
Yes, of course.
And then let's just have, what we'll show you this morning is some of the little flowers that you can just sort of ink up a little bit of them, rather than ink the whole thing. So I'm just inking up the flower heads. I'm going to make them look like they're sort of popping in the grass.
Ah, wonderful. So it's got,
just
oh
like that.
Yeah, that looks so effective.
See, the stems on, if you did the whole thing, it would look a bit too full. So all I'm doing is pulling out just the little flower heads themselves.
That looks so exquisite. It works so well, doesn't it?
It does. It's surprising, isn't it? It's just a different way to sort of use. And just put like a blue haze across there as well.
That's amazing.
Okay, and there we go.
Oh, Wendy, you're so clever. I love that. Isn't that just beautiful? Absolutely beautiful. You could so easily just frame that. It's such a work of art. Wendy, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Love your shows. Okay, this is your main collection. You're getting all 4 stamp sets. 80% of the stock has gone now. This is your extended stock. It is all 4 stamp sets. This is the last show. Let's show you some beautiful finished samples. And again, it is all 4 that you're getting. Now, 913600 is your item number. The detail is incredible. The quality of the stamps obviously allows you to create all these beautiful scenes. I mean, there's so many different things that you can achieve with these. Please do not miss out on these. Every single one is a work of art. You know, you can see now this is obviously the kind of style that Wendy was doing, and you can see when we look at the full card, you can see how the whole scene comes together, which looks absolutely exquisite. I mean, look at that. That is so adorable. I love it because they can be, I mean, that it can be so atmospheric. You know, you can create so many different looks with it, and obviously because you've got so many different, and that's like the one that Wendy's just created, because you've got so many different elements within this collection. It really does allow you to be super creative. I mean, you've got that beautiful little wishing well that is in the stamp set. The fence, you know, know, a completely different way of using the fence. So it really does allows you to walk down that garden path. I mean, the strawberries, you've seen the strawberries, mix it with the beautiful berries, sold out. They're now back on extended delivery. If you do want those, again, they are just sitting there, extended delivery, only for 4 days you have to wait. They're absolutely worth it. And look, I mean, I love showing you as many as we can because they are all absolutely adorable. Okay, if you do want that big collection, 913600, we're over 80% of the stock gone. Be a Freedom member, save your £7.60, save your postage and packaging, but most importantly, make sure you get these home because you are going to love them. 913600 is your item number. Now, we've also got for you that incredible pathway. Over 80% of the extended delivery has now gone here. I'm not surprised. It's £11.99. It just makes a really interesting piece of art. And then, of course, I love the trailing sort of foliage as well. Only £11.99, 356028. Now, we've also got for you those beautiful berry jewels. So with the berries, you have got the strawberries, you've got the blackberries, you've got the wonderful little butterfly on there as well, and the teeny tiny little flowers, which are just adorable. Now, they did sell out, but we've got extended, remember. So only 4 days, still only £11.99, 911708. Can I show a couple of finished samples again? Because let's go to board at back, just because I'm not sure. I'm bored at the back. I'm bored at the back. No, never. Again, you can create atmosphere. I do love the use of the way Wendy uses ink, but it is creating those wonderful stories. You know, you're creating so many different scenes with these. I mean, that is just adorable. When we move on, you have got that beautiful pathway, and the pathway is leading behind the tree. You can see the lovely little hedgehog in there, and the flowers, remember, from that small set that allow you to, again, to build up your scenes. And this is beautiful. I love it because you've got different boards for different seasons, and that's what you can do with this. You know, you can create every single season with this collection. The next one, and I love that hazy colour. You know, it's just so lovely. It does look like, you know, when you walk the dogs really, really early in the morning, it's got that haze. No, you know, when it's a 4 or 5 o'clock walk and it's got that haze and it's really cold and really wet with the morning dew, but it looks beautiful. That's what that reminds me of, that hazy, or that summer haze as well. Moving down again, just bringing in the white space again, and of course building up those lovely, lovely scenes. This next one is, I really like that use of the card, and also, you know, the space, because it's creating such a different look, but it looks absolutely amazing. Now, we have only got under 3 minutes, so I'm going to shut up, and we're going to get the quickest. We said you'd have to do the quickest demo ever, didn't you? Right, she's ready.
I'm ready.
She's ready. If you do want them majestic rods, please make sure you do check your baskets out with those, because remember, if you have got those small stamps, these are absolutely for you. £12.99, but they are approaching limited stock on immediate dispatch, of course. 7800. No, they're not. 781058. Right, Wendy.
Right, we're heading right back to basics, and we're going to do a lovely little wreath.
Amazing.
So if I can get this done in 3 minutes, that's
no stress there.
If not, I've got one I made earlier. So we've just done sort of a little clock face.
9 minutes. Oh, we've got 9 minutes.
We've got loads of time.
From then. Oh, I misheard. It's not 3 minutes at all. It's 9 minutes. Chill out, mate.
We've got another one.
I could have sworn he said 3. Oh, that's good. 9 minutes.
Oh, dear.
Nice, chill out.
So we've just sort of done 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock as spacing.
Amazing.
And then basically all I'm doing now is filling in. So this is where these little rods come into their own. So we're just filling in these little spaces, and again using that second and third generation stamping that you were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Because it gives it that lovely dimension.
It looks so effective.
And it's great, this, because you can do a little scene inside it if you want to as well. So I think we'll have time now to do that little scene that we were talking about.
Oh, good. Now we've got
more
I've
than 3.
extended the time.
So I'm just sort of filling in. Again, at this point, I'm not really bothered whether it's circular. It doesn't really matter. We can use all the little tiny stamps later to sort of help balance that out.
Oh, that looks so
So
cool.
we'll get some flowers in. So I think this one's got 2 sizes of flower in here.
Oh, yeah. The flowers, I've noticed you've used those in loads of your scenes, haven't you?
Yeah, but everything just works so well together. You can just do so many different things.
Yeah.
So I'm just balancing this out now, really. Just sort of drawing on that sort of circular shape that we want. And you've got the tiny berries in this one as well, which is really, really cute.
Oh, that's so cool.
And what's nice is the little mice can be holding these tiny berries.
Yeah, they can be swinging off them, they can be
Yeah,
holding
yeah,
them.
yeah.
You're just literally, you're just building up a scene that everything else sits with, aren't you?
Yeah. So these little berries are great for sort of drawing the eye as well.
Yeah.
So if you need to sort of shape this up, you can just use this little one.
Yeah, that's
just as a little filler. And it's always the way, this sort of card is always one of those when people say you've made that with individual stamps and they think it takes ages, and actually it's probably one of the quickest things ever to do.
And I suppose because because it's first, second, third generation ink, that's why it's so quick. Or that helps with the building up of it, doesn't it?
Definitely.
Because
you're getting 3 to 4 sort of stamps before you actually have to re-ink it.
Yeah, and obviously with that, I mean, it does allow you to create easily. It allows you to create that beautiful depth.
Definitely.
It looks so effective. And so this is the wreaths. I must admit, that is what I think. Yeah, that's sort of the stuff I remember you doing.
Yeah, because it's right back to where we sort of started. As well.
Yeah.
So with this as well, like with the strawberries, you've got the little tops to them as well.
Yes.
So I tend to mount them towards the edge of the actual rod, and then you can actually see when you're stamping, so you can line that up exactly where you want it. So it's very, very easy to do.
And I must admit, this is where your lovely little wands, your rods, the wands, they really come into their own, don't they, on this?
Definitely. So we won't do every single one of those. I've just pulled out little ones there, so you can see how easy really that is to do. And then you've actually got some other little bits and bobs here that you can sort of add in, if I can find them. There we go, there's one. And we're just going to sort of fill in with this one.
Wonderful.
So there's a nice little fine sort of berry bud that you can just sort of have trailing outside there. And then what we'll do is a tiny little scene inside here.
Oh, good.
So we'll see if we can get a little mouse holding a berry, if I can find them.
Beautiful.
So I'm going back to my little baby wipe now. I'm just going to use a little bit of this
minutes
ink
as well.
Oh, we've got plenty of time.
Not 25 minutes. Or 2.
So this is quite a nice one because it's quite quick to do. So there we've got our ground. So this is just using our Versacolour ink.
Beautiful.
And then we're just going to sort of mask that out a little bit. And I'm going to pop a little bit of the... in fact, I haven't got a yellow with that because I've just bought the distressing, so I'm just going to use a little bit of this.
I better tell everybody. We're approaching limited stock on the main collection. The main collection, almost gone. That is your restock stock. You have to check your baskets out. They've all sold out individually. If you want the whole collection, £32.36, please make sure you check your baskets out. I know those phone lines have been so busy throughout the whole hour, and I know I'll probably irritate you going, you can get them on the website, but if you can, have a look on the website, have a look on your app. Now, also the tiny trailers is now limited stock as well. So the pathway and the beautiful trails, gosh, and that's on extended, but that is also now limited stock. 356028 is your item number there. Okay, can we get back to our lovely Wendy?
There we go. So we've just put
Wendy,
the little tiny mouse inside there, and we've just had him holding the little berry as well.
That's ridiculous.
So we can just put, actually, if I can find one, couple of little flowers in here.
That's adorable.
As well. So let's just finish off with a couple of little tiny flowers. Let's have a little bit of glitter in there as well. But the berries look lovely with a bit of glossy accents over the top as well, you know, just to give them a bit of dimension.
Yeah. And a little bit of glitter on that is just perfect.
Okay, there we go.
Amazing. There we are. Oh, Wendy, that's so cool. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. How many wreaths do you think you've created in your life?
Oh, a few 100,000.
And they still look right good. I bet they never get boring. They never get boring.
I love doing this.
And the thing is as
There's
well,
the other one as
you
well,
can
just showing
change
that.
it in so many ways. Because you've got that beautiful little branch. I mean, I love it. I love how many options. Oh, there's a
So
beautiful
that's
little
one
branch.
where we actually finished and put the gloss on and
Yeah.
everything to give you that dimensional
That looks
berry.
beautiful. Beautiful, Wendy. Thank you so much.
Very welcome.
Okay, limited stock. So the full collection is now limited stock. If you do want to get that, you do need to be checking out your baskets. Remember, that is on extended delivery, but it is limited stock. That means less than 10% now remaining of that big old stock. 913600 is your item number. Please, if you can, check your baskets out. If you're not on the phone lines waiting and shouting at me, then please check your baskets out. The beautiful, now your majestic rods. You've got your different sizes. These are very popular. I love how crystal clear they are. They're fab, aren't they?
They're lovely. They're very tactile. You just want
They
to pick them
are.
up whether you're stamping or not.
Well, it literally looks like I'm holding magic. Can you, like, it's the way you can just see through it. It's fabulous. But yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Only £12.99. Also limited stock. Almost looks like a silver bar, doesn't it? But yeah, limited on immediate dispatch. 781058, your item number. The beautiful pathway with the lovely trails. Next 3 people to get that basket checked out. They'll be yours. If you're number 4, not yours. That is 356028. So yeah, ridiculously limited there. And then of course the beautiful berries. Please again make sure you check your baskets out on the berries, because they have also been seriously busy, and especially after seeing what Wendy was doing with those. 911708 is your item number. How much time have I got? Ooh, 40 seconds. Look at these. I'm pushing my limit, aren't I? Pushing it. But honestly, I want to show as many of these as I can. Wendy, every single one of these is a work of art. I wanted to show that. Oh man, that's beautiful.
Laura's. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, it's just so nice. Okay, and look at that. Oh, quick, Leonie. Look. That's like proper poppies that are just, you'll get a magical little poppy. Anyway, Wendy, thank you so much.
Leonie.
I've loved it. When you back?
Lovely. Hopefully in a couple of months.
Amazing. Please make it sooner, but thank you. Check out your baskets. Harassing your guest on air to come back sooner. Stackable Solutions, it's your one-day special coming up next. We've then got the wonderful wool shop from lovely Leeds, and then Sentimentally Yours, it's your one-day special.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Are you struggling for ideas or need a little extra creative inspiration as you start your crafty preparations for Christmas 2021? From Thursday the 1st of July at 6 p.m. to Tuesday the 6th of July at 6 p.m, we'll be bringing you the Craft Store's festive Flextravaganza event. Tune in and be inspired by a fantastic selection of your favourite crafty experts who are guaranteed to get you in the crafty Christmas spirit. Also, as an early Christmas treat from us to you, if you add at least £5 worth of any any items to your shopping basket during the event, either online or on the phone, you will qualify for our festive Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offer. This means you can spread the cost of your entire order over 2 equal monthly Flexi Buy payments, offering you a more cost-effective way of shopping with us. Flexi payments for everyone. So get ready for Christmas 2021 by tuning in to our festive Flextravaganza event from the 1st of July at 6 p.m.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Oh, I am in a happy place, surrounded by Deflecto. And of course, this is 4 o'clock, so this is your last opportunity to see your current one-day special, and you have been loving it. I know lots of you getting involved with Deflecto, perhaps for the first time. Well, it'll be the first of many of those caddies that you'll be investing in, I am sure. Now, I've got the one-day special by the side of me here, and just to let you know, 80% of the stock has gone. It's a brilliant way for you to get involved with the system. It's also a fabulous way for you extending what you already have within the system. I know lots of you have got plenty of these caddies already. Now, they do come with the little wheels at the bottom. Now, you'd normally be paying £14.99 for that wheelbase. We've not got it available anymore, so you can't get hold of it by itself. But then the caddies that you've got, this is a brilliant deal, because the saving that you've got on your screen, just to let you know, that saving £15 isn't really what it appears to be, because you've got an additional saving. The reason being, with these, let's break it down to what you're actually getting with regards to these. You're getting your 2 caddy systems and your set of wheels. Whoops, nearly lost the wheels then. So that's what you're getting. Now, breaking it down, you can get hold of these by themselves as they're sets. The details are on your screen there, £39.98. But you're actually getting a £12 saving with that one. You're also getting a £12 saving with this one, which is a £24 saving overall. And then you've got your additional £15 saving, as you can see there, which is why the saving on your screen there isn't quite the £15 you might think. It actually totals £39 in total, and it gives you a brilliant entry system to the Deflecto system, or it takes you that little bit further with the system that you've already got. Now, I'm not on my own. I've got the fabulous Sam joining me again during this, and I have to say, Sam, you've done it again. You're bringing us a fabulous one-day special with regard to this one. Yeah, this is a brilliant system. You're going to get all of these. I'm going to get Sam to explain to you kind of a little bit about the system and the company, just in case it's the first time that you've come across them. But a brilliant system, and lots of you are getting it in your basket already. The details are on your screen, so if you want to go for this one, 187719 is that all-important item number, but then you can spread the cost over 2 payments. 2 payments are £39.98. So, Sam, I mean, Deflecto, so many of us love the brand and what you bring to us. And do you want to explain a little bit more about the company and why it comes to be such a brilliant deal that you've brought us?
Yeah, so I think kind of one of the main things that I'd like to touch on is Deflecto make all of their products in-house. So we design the products, we actually make the products in-house, we ship the product from our own facility. So the whole process of designing and making the product happens within a Deflecto facility. So I think that's key to us keeping an idea on the quality. Obviously, we have full quality control all the way through to it being delivered from our UK warehouse in South Wales. Now, with this particular product, the caddy itself, we designed it with arts and craft in mind. We really did listen to the market. We did plenty of research, and it is by far probably our best, it is our best-selling craft storage solution. And the reason that we say it's a solution is it's not just a kind of, it's not just a one-hit wonder. It's not just a clear storage box. There's lots of different accessories that we've had on previous shows, and again, I think we've got actually some of them on this show to show you as well. The fact that the canisters can all be removed from the caddy base, from the caddy frame itself, again makes it really easy to use. the fact that that handle will hold up to 18 kilogram of weight within that unit, so you haven't got to worry about, you know, how much stuff you're storing in there. There's really good quality in the product itself. And then I think the fact that it does lock together, and the fact that, you know, you can have a modular system that then locks together, and then it's just one item that you're moving around. Now, if you do want to take just the one layer with you, as you've just demonstrated there, it's very easy just to take that one with you. And then you can go a step further. If you just want to take a canister with you, you can just take the canister. So I think kind of that, you know, the main things are with Deflecto, we make the products in-house. We've been in business for over 60 years. We have full control over the quality of the product, and as I said, we actually distribute this product from a UK facility in South Wales. And I guess kind of, you know, the last thing is it really is good value. You know, don't be put off. You know, pay the price. You won't go and find it cheaper anywhere else. And if it is the first time that you're seeing it and you're thinking, you know, well, nearly £80 for storage, you know, have a look at the reviews from people that have purchased our product through the craft store, and you will struggle to find anything negative about our products. There's lots of glowing reviews on there.
Definitely. Now, the price that you bought to us, I mean, let's talk about that for a few moments, because this is a brilliant saving you've bought to us. In fact, we've got the details on the screen there of the first Flexi Buy on your one-day special, so you're going to get everything that you're seeing here. Now, the price at the bottom of the screen is for you to get hold of one of these sets, which is brilliant value because you're getting your 2 tiers, £39.98. But have a look at the first Flexi Buy on your one-day special. You're getting 2 of these, so yes, a second payment in a month's time, but don't forget those wheels are included as well. So you're getting the saving that you'd normally be getting at $39.98, but you're getting those additional wheels. You will find yourself adding to this system. As you can see by the side of me, there are several towers of Deflecto, and we've seen loads of fabulous photos from you guys as well. And this is a system that once you've invested in that first set, maybe it's going to be your one-day special. I know Natasha has invested in this. She placed an order earlier. I think she went for 3 sets of these because she realised just how you can get yourself organised with these quickly and easily. Now, I'm going to pop that one on there and show you some of the other bits and pieces that I've got tucked away in mine. We've got a very wobbly table again today. I'm not quite sure what's happening with the table, but let me just pop that down to the side just to show you some of the things that we've got within here. So you've got your caddy system that you're investing in. Maybe you're going to be a little bit like me and you're going to be adding to your system, because we'll talk about other pods that you can pop in here. There can be all sorts of things that you're putting in here. I've got my endless zips in there, as you can see. I've got magnetic clasps, so when I come to do my bag making, I've got things like those featuring in here. I've got my little split rings in there. In this particular one, what have I got in this one? They've all got a bit jumbled up, to be honest, but literally they will stack like this, taking up no more really than a piece of A4 paper, because the footprint of these is the key thing. It's not taking up a lot of space. So if I just lift it like so, you will see that that area that's taking up content of your work surface, your floor, is less than an A4 sheet, but then you can use it in so many different practical ways. I mean, look at that. Keep all your glue sticks in one place. In one place, and that's the beauty of this. Of course, you've got your different size pods, so it can be your small elements that you're popping into these. Things like your needles. I've got all my needles in there. On this side, I've got paints standing up, because you've got the height with these particular pods, so you can fit quite a lot in there. This particular one, I've got a selection of acrylic blocks, so they're all tucked away. They're very sizable bundles, these particular pods, so it means that you've got the scope to add all sorts of fabulous little goodies into these. What have we got at the bottom? What have we got down the bottom one here? Oh, now this is where I've added to the system. Now, this is something you will find yourself doing as time goes on. You might find yourself buying additional pieces. Now, this one is your 3 pod, so you can see there you've got 1, 2, 3. So this is one that will sit in the whole side of one of your one-day special pieces. And I know we sold out of these earlier on, but we have got them back again. So we'll probably talk about that one. In fact, let's bring the details up at the bottom of your screen. It's got a lovely little tray in it. It's on extended delivery, so if you did miss out, it's only 1 extra day just to give the guys opportunity to get those ordered. But you can see there, you've got all these little components. What's that? bit of fabric, not sure what that is. Random, but it could be jewellery findings that you've got in here. It could be little fine details that you've got to do with model making. It could be little itsy bitsy nuts and bolts or anything like that in there, but you've also got a larger area at the end here. That sits neatly inside that caddy, but then the caddy itself is a full length of one side of your caddy system, which means you can put your larger pieces in there. So it might be your scissors, your rotary cutter, all of those kind of things, all there, neat and tidy, so you know exactly where they are. And this is literally my caddy system that I've got to the side of me here. I bought it in this morning and I wheeled it out from it. It's actually tucked away in a recess behind my craft door. So it's there all the time. So if anybody wants to get to it, they know what's there. Incidentally, if you want that large caddy, we have got the details on the screen there. Dispatched on the 2nd of July, those ones as well, but we haven't got a huge quantity of stock of those. So if you did miss out, then do make sure you get hold of this one. And every single one of these, and I'll show you this one, I don't know if we've got it on the show, but you have actually got the ability to get a wall bar. It might be in the brand section, or it might be when you come to check out your order, you might find it as an end of call, but it gives you the ability to actually take these and kind of hook them onto your wall and almost park them when you don't need them within your storage system. It really is a clever system, and it's one of those systems that so many people have got involved with regards to these. So it is an absolutely amazing system that you will start off with maybe your one-day special with your wheels, with your 2 layers in there, but then you will start adding to it and you'll realise just how useful a system it is. This is where it all starts, with one of those elements, with your one-day special, your 2 different sets, as you can see, with your wheels, and then it's a case of the story begins. Now, there's lots of reviews on the website, so it's worth having a little look at those as well. 5-star reviews, all saying the same thing, that it's an excellent system. It's a system that you'll use over and over again, and it's a system that you will buy into and get more of these as time goes on. It really is a clever way of storing things, but storing things so as you can find them. That is the key thing. Not storing them so as you've forgotten that they even exist. Absolutely brilliant, over and over again. And I love that idea, bought as a present for somebody. What an amazing gift idea for somebody as well. Now, over 80% of the stock has gone though, so if you are wanting your one-day special, this is your final hour to see it live here at the craft store. You could potentially miss out on this one. Hopefully you've got enough stock to see us through to 6 o'clock, but the key thing is if you place your order now, you know you will get it on its way to you. And this is just another reason why you need it in your life. It really is an amazing system. Please do not miss out on it. And I love seeing how different people work with the system and kind of make it their own, because that's what it's all about. Now, other things that we've got to share with you on this hour. Well, we're kicking things off with the magnetic sheets. Yes, let me tell you about these. Now, these have been very popular throughout the course of the day. Now, rapidly approaching 40%, 70% of the stock. How did I get those two mixed up? I really don't know. But this is a brilliant system where you are able to obviously use your magnetic sheets in a craft environment. And I have to say, Sam, I mean, this is brilliant value for money. You're getting 18 of these for £11.98p.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the magnetic sheets, ours are slightly different with the fact that obviously you have the white on the back of there, so you can you can add some. I think it actually says you can colour them in or you can paint them, so you could do some different designs on there. But also they're just really useful to have for storage of your dies and different things like that. And we actually had these on kind of last time, and they absolutely just flew out, so we decided to bring them back again for you. You obviously love them.
This is exactly it, and I love it's exactly as you said there. It's having that white background on them that means that they're so useful, because you can print on these, you can put your papers on these as well, you can turn them into all sorts of different projects. I love the ideas, the inspiration that you're getting from the packaging as well. If you've got steel rule dies, then you'll often be able to find that you can die cut these. Obviously be careful, be mindful when you're putting them through your die cutting machines, and if you have got an electronic die cutting machine with a deeper blade, then potentially you are able to cut them out on those as well. So there's loads of possibilities, and you are getting 3 packs of these, 6 sheets in each one of those, which means you're actually getting 18 of those. So whether you're using them just for simply for your die storage, and little tip from me, whoops-a-daisy, if you are going for these and you're using them with your dies, cut out those dies and actually stick them, the cutouts, to the white side of your magnetic sheet. That means it's a nice easy way for you to actually kind of document those. And yeah, sorry, I twisted that one, so it kind of got a little bit of air behind it there, so it fell away. But there you go, brilliant value for money, £11.98. If you're wanting to get hold of yours, it's been a popular one, so yeah, do not miss out on it. Incidentally, if you're adding any of these in alongside your one-day special, then obviously you have got the ability to spread the cost with those as well. So again, it just works out just £5.99, so it's you'd hardly notice that actually going out of your account, would you? But you certainly would notice 18 craft sheets arriving on your doorstep, ready for use in whichever way you so choose. Now, can I introduce you to this caddy system? I'm sure you'll have seen this before, but this is something that, I could not be without. Now, it's a brilliant system, and you can see this is a very well used and well loved. It's actually got labels on it. My lovely daughter, bless her, she was trying to get me organised, and she put all these little labels on there. This is a brilliant system. It's one of those systems that I didn't know I needed it until I got it, and then I won't part with it, if that makes sense. And that's a sign of a good product. So here you've got your multi-stack storage. Now, the reason it's called multi-stack is because it comes in 3 parts. So you can see you've got your top part, as you can see there. I say top part, it doesn't have to be actually stacked on top of this system. You could just have it by itself if you wanted to, on the corner of your desk. It's entirely up to you. But then you've got this particular element here, which this stacks. So these 2 parts separated, as you saw with the top, and they can be interchanged. So you can either have this one sitting on the top, you can have that one sitting on the base. If you've gone for a couple of these, you could go even higher with these. But this is an incredibly useful system. This is the way I tend to have it at home. I have the 2 sat like so, and then I will have this one sitting on the top. And you will regularly, if you've caught any of my sewing shows, you will see this usually on the set, because it's got everything I need in there. And it's just a brilliant system. I mean, again, Sam, this just shows how you can get such a lot of storage, again, on such a small area. I mean, again, it's probably no bigger than an A4 sheet, or thereabouts.
Yeah, and I think we try and be creative when we're designing a product to, make the most of the space, put different size drawers in there to accommodate different size items that you're trying to store, which is why you've got those deeper 3 drawers across the bottom, or again, that could be the middle if you wanted it, because you can interchange them around, and you've got that one wider drawer, in the middle of the product itself. And then, obviously, with the compartment that you have on top, the reason why we left that open was, you've demonstrated perfectly there why we have that open top on there, because there's lots of things that, that obviously you need to trying to help you out there.
You may well sit there and laugh, Sam. I can see you. It's because I'm sat at the wrong angle. You do need to get them going in at the right angle. They've got little kind of runners there, which means that they'll sit in their place that like so. But they do go in. It's just when you're sat at that angle. I promise you, they do go in. She hits it with a hammer. No, they do. This is one that I wanted to show you as well, because this shows just how much storage. Because I've got fat quarters in here as well. So it's the depth and the width of these that I think is key. Like you say, Sam, lots of storage in there. And then the middle tray, I mean, this one, again, it comes out entirely.
Yeah, and I think the reason, as I was saying earlier, we try to give some different variation in the size of the drawers. There's no point just having all kind of large single drawers, because you end up with that, you know, that classic kind of drawer that you have in the kitchen or in your dresser at the side at home, where it's so big you just chuck everything in there, and actually there's no organisation. You can't find half the stuff in there, which is why we do have those different compartments. And you've got that clear kind of piece on the top with lots of different dividers in there, and you know, and as I know this is your personal one, and you can just see there's lots of areas for storing your stuff, really. And I guess with people working from home a bit more at the minute, well, for the past 12 months, I should say, you know, you obviously have, you're going to have desks at home set up. So even if you've got a workshop or a craft room, it's just a great addition to have by the side of you or on the shelf.
Well, this is a thing, and I've just taken out the little pen pod there, because that doesn't actually come with this, just to let you know. But you can see it's the same size as any of those pods that you get within the Monday Special that you could actually pop in there as well. It's been a popular item, this particular one. I've forgotten which way around it was now. That's got to go over there. With regards to this one, you're just looking at £17.98. I couldn't recommend this one more. It is such a brilliant system to have, but 3/4 of the stock has gone. And as I say, this sits in my sewing area. It's not particularly neat the way that I've got it laid out, but of course you could make it much neater if you wanted to. But incidentally as well, I forgot to mention, you can actually wall mount it if you're wanting to. Doesn't come with any screws or raw plugs, but of course if you want to, then you can do that. Obviously, and take a bit of guidance with how you're going to be able to pop that onto your wall. But the details are on your screen. If you're wanting this one, £17.98. You are saving £12 on this one. So again, saving throughout. If you wanted to take advantage, 059292. I would certainly treat yourself to one of these, but can I make a recommendation that you get hold of a couple of these if you're thinking of giving this as a gift? Because if you buy one to give as a gift, you won't part with it. You'll want to keep it yourself. And it is something that you could have a kind of like in a dressing room or in a bathroom. It's somewhere where you can store lots and lots of pieces in one place. So it could be that you've got makeup sponges in there. It could be your brushes that you're putting in the top. There's all sorts of different ways you can work with this one. 059292 if you fancy getting hold of this particular one as well. So if you're wanting to, then do pop it into your basket. You might like to pop it in alongside this one. Now this is a clever one. Again, it's a stylish look, and it's something that you can use in a very practical environment. So you've got your 3 tiers, as you can see. The beauty of this one is you can kind of play around with it. So the depth and the gap between each of those tiers is down to you. They kind of hook into place. The beauty is it's not kind of screwed together or glued together, so you can flat pack it. So if you are off to kind of craft fairs and things like that, you've got the perfect opportunity for you to store and display things. I think it look fabulous with cupcakes on. £9.97, 616 823 if you fancy getting hold of those. Now your 12 by 12 papers can be a bit of a tricky one to look after and keep neat and tidy. Well, not when you've got the Deflecto system. This is brilliant. You're going to get 6 of these trays at 12 by 12 with a little bit of kind of a extra space on there, so you can get your fingers down the side of those papers without damaging them. £41.99 for all 6 of those, and again they've got little feet on there and the ridges, so it means that you can stack them whether you're going vertically or horizontally with them. And that's what it's all about with Deflecto. It's all about getting it to suit your personal needs, and that's what I'm talking about with this next set that we've got, because these are your fabulous accordion folding kind of pen system. We've got 2 here, one full as you can see and one that is empty. So when it comes to you, let me explain to you what you've got. You've got the lid. In fact, Sam, I'll get you involved with this one as well, because I mean this is again was another one where it was all about a design feature and something that you learnt about, and also how much we spend on pens.
Yeah, so this product here, I think I generally believe this is kind of one of the cleverest products that we have. I think that's kind of saying with Leonia early on, is that what you find with a lot of marker storage, and there is lots of good marker storage already in the market, but what we found was that actually it wasn't that portable. So, you know, you would have it on your desk or on your shelf at home. It would look great. It did exactly what you needed, which was store your markers. But then, you know, what if you want to go into the garden to do something, you know, do some drawing there? Or what if you don't want to have everything out on the side? You want to be able to move them away. So this product can be stored on its side as well. We tried to research the actual height or the length of a marker. So if you were to kind of topple that over onto its side, the markers aren't all going to come out of the cube organisers that we have in there. And the fact with that clear lid, you know, you can visibly see what colour markers you've got there. If you wanted to do them, you know, have them in colour order, number order, you know, you can do that as well. And I think the fact that it locks together, that carry handle makes it really portable. It just makes using the product a lot easier. And the reason why it's called the accordion is just because the motion of the product. So you can see the way that it actually opens out. So again, you know, it's I think with Deflecto, it's all about tailoring kind of the storage to your own need. We don't, you know, we try not to focus on just having one way of storing something.
Yeah.
There's lots of different ways you can use our products.
And that'd be perfect if you wanted to pop it on something like a windowsill or something like that, because you can see there the expansive area that you've got. You could obviously stack another one on top if you're wanting to, but of course the whole idea is that when you need to take it on your travels, then you can do that very easily. You bring it together with that accordion fold and you get that lid in place, clip that lid in place like so, and again you can take everything off with you. Now this particular set here is our lovely Paola's, and Paola gave me some tips with regards to the way that she's actually working with this one. So I'm going to take the lid off, and the first thing that you'll notice with this is she's actually taken out that internal system that you've got with this one. She's taken it out, she's using it somewhere else to be honest, but she's done that because she wanted to be able to fit a real huge amount of pens in here. So I don't know how many pens she's got in this system, but as it is, with that rubber insert that you've got with these, or the silicone insert, should I say, you can actually put 80 markers in each one of those. So, is it 80? It's 80 pens in one of these, isn't it, Sam? I think that's right, because it's 160 overall, yeah. And it's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, Paola's probably got a few more in there, because, I mean, to be honest, we would say leave the dividers in there.
Okay.
But yeah, Paola's got she's probably got substantially more than 80 in there. I mean, you know, you can see there she's using them for pencils.
Yes.
You know, it's not just for markers. It's for, you know, you probably fit quite, obviously not the really long paintbrushes, but if you had quite a large paintbrush selection as well, you could use it in there in that product. Paintbrushes in that product as well.
I love it. And of course, yeah, as you mentioned there with the inserts, I'm struggling to get that lid back on in place because obviously it's not lining up perfectly because you haven't got the pen system with those little dividers in there. So fair point with regards to that one. But you're going to be able to fit 160 pens in here. Now, the beauty is it's on 2 flexi buys. So what you could do if you wanted to is actually add in another set, which means you're really maximising. Might be using some for your water brush pens, maybe your watercolour type pens. Maybe you're going to be using one for your alcohol markers. Could be that you're going to get another one for your pencils, because of course you have got that area within here where you can put your pens. But of course, if you're putting pencils in there, what you'll often find is those pencils are a little bit narrower, so you could potentially fit a few of those into one of those little recesses that you've got there. I think comfortably you could probably fit about 4 pencils in there, so you can really maximise. So if you've got 80 in there of your regular size pens, 80 times 4, 8 times 4 is 240. Is that right? That seems very quick. No, 320. Don't do your maths for me. Yes, yeah. I was like within 100. That's not bad going, is it? So yeah, if you wanted to get hold of yours, then obviously you're going to get 2 of these coming to you for that fabulous price. It's one of those ones, again, it's one of those systems that when you've got it, you do not want to be without it. And that's the thing, if you've got a need, if you've got those pens and you want a nice storage system for them to work with, then I would certainly get hold of this one, because just like me, with my storage system that I've got for my crafting and my sewing bits and pieces, I would not part with it now that I've got it. Both of these coming to you for first flexi buy £20.99, and the second payment obviously in a month's time. Always a popular item, and even more so when you can see just how it dances. fabulous company. I mean, they help us so much with regards to our storage. I think they kind of know how a crafter's mind works, because we don't just stop at one of these systems. We invest in more and more of them. I think we saw somebody earlier on sharing about 20 of these systems. And I know when they are dispatched that they do regularly see multiple orders going out. In fact, so much so that one viewer actually ordered a pallet load worth of these. So it's one of those ways that you can really get yourself organised. Now, Natasha was watching the show earlier on, and she's invested in 3 of the one-day specials, and her phrase was to get the kids' stuff sorted and from under the stairs, because many of us have got that little storage space where you kind of throw things away, but you not throw things away, throw things in there, quick and easy storage, but you don't necessarily find them again once you've put them in there. Now, of course, your one-day special, the deal is on your screen. It's a phenomenal saving, but we need to talk about the figures that we've got here. So the price on your screen, it's highly unlikely that we'll be able to get it back at this particular price. A few different reasons. Many of us, and I'm sure you will have come across it before, the price of plastic has gone up. Considerably so, but do your own research, go and have a little look. But we think we are incredibly keenly priced with this one, especially because you can spread the cost over 2 payments, but we are rapidly approaching limited stock. Now have a look at this. This is where you've got a lot of storage space in a small area. So each one of these caddy systems, you're probably looking at about 5 on each one of those there, but you can go taller with those if you want to. I think I've got about 8 on mine, so you could go for 2 of your one-day specials. You'll have an extra set of wheels, which you will use as time goes on, I can assure you of that, but it's one of those systems that you will add to. Now, if we separate this up, so for instance, if I take this particular connector and open it up on this side, simply open it up on the opposite side as well. And what that means is that will separate up our one-day special. Now, usually for £39.99, that is what you would get. It's brilliant value for money. $39.99, you would get 2 of those systems. So what you're actually getting there is your pods that you would see. So all your different pods there, 5 different compartments that we're speaking of, all included within your money, stacking together beautifully. Brilliant idea, I hear you say. But what about that being your first flexi buy for you to get hold of not only another set of those, but also the wheels as well. Now, incidentally, that price that I told you about, that $39.98, that is with a £12 saving. You'd normally be paying more than that. But the £12 saving that you generated from this duo, and the same for that duo as well, is £24. But then you've got a £15 saving, which is covering the cost of the wheelbase. You'd normally be paying $14.99 for those, but you're getting it all. And this is the beauty. It's such a fabulous system that it literally just interlocks. The bases of these sit within the pods that you've got previously down, whether it's a case if you've got a set of 3 singles in there, or you've got a double and a single, or you've gone for that wider set where you've got the 3 kind of little recesses on one. But then all you do is you lock it in place, it will sit within there, you lock those elements to the side there just into place like so, and then you know that that is locked in place. But the beauty is, if you're wanting to access something that is further down, then you don't have to worry. You just find that little kind of element that you've got there to literally unhook it on that side. Just make sure you've got them equal on each side, and it means you can access wherever you need to, even if it is the bottom of that tower. Now, if you are stacking these and you're multi-stacking them, then do be mindful of the weight. Was it to 18 kilos, I think we said? So just be mindful, because obviously the handle, if you're going to be lifting it up, it's going to be taking all of that stress. If you're moving it around and wheeling it around, not so much. But with regards to the handle, if you're picking that up, you need to be aware of the weight that's attached to it, because when you start adding in all your goodies, it soon starts getting a weight on. Now, this is my turn. Now, this is... Can I stand up and show you what usually happens with this one? Because I've got 2 sets of the one-day special side by side. So when I'm at home, this is how it stands. And I've got a lot of pods within there. But it's kind of waist height. So it's a useful height. Many of us will sew or craft when we're standing up. Well, you can see it's just at the right height there, so I can access that easily. But equally so, if you're going for the set of 4, then when you're seated, it's a really good size as well. But I started off with the set of 4, found that I was kind of having to lean over a lot to actually get hold of it. In pure laziness, I invested in more, and also the fact that I've got so much stash. But this is the one that I use the most. So with this particular one, this is where I've got my little kind of elements of fabric. Oh, I've opened up the wrong one. There we go. Take that one there. bring that out. So this particular one, which again I'm going to separate out, this one I use over and over again. You'll have seen it on the shows that I've done with Handmade by Hayley. In here I've literally got pods with pieces of fabric that I've die cut, waiting for me to use them on different projects. So they are all there, different sizes, all stored away, so I know exactly where they are. Now the next one that we've got, which if I open this up, this is one that my Phoebe uses a lot because she likes for cake decorating. And in here we've got all the pieces for cake decorating. We've got birthday candles. Incidentally, these are fabulous little boxes. You get 2 of those in there, fit in perfectly. Cake pops, have got all the elements that are needed for those. We've got the little silicone moulds again tucked away in there. We've got all sorts in here. What else have I got there that I haven't shown you? It could be DIY actually that you're working with these as well, so it doesn't have to be. Absolutely. So let's move these round again. So this is the sort of thing that you're going to be able to get in 2 of these sets. So what we've got in the next couple, let's bring this one up. So here we've got paints in this one, indigo blue. We had the lovely Marion here earlier on with wow. So I've got all my embossing powders in there. I can get to those at a moment's notice. I can also find what I've got, because how many times is it you're thinking, right, I need, I don't know, my white embossing powder or my clear or whatever fancy embossing powder you're working with, and you can't find it. So you go and order another one because you think, well, it's going to take me too long to find it. I'll just order a fresh one. Well, you don't have to, because you can easily get to all of those items. And here I've got my ink pads. I've even got my re-inkers in there as well. Other side, I have got, look at this, all that there. Who's got them barcoded? Jill. Oh, Jill, this sounds interesting. Let's have a little look. So, Jill, oh, look at this. That's a clever system. So she knows exactly what... Oh, my goodness. This is a tech-savvy lady. Look at that QR codes on there. So I'm guessing that she can scan that. She knows exactly what she's got in each one of those. That is very organised. I'm impressed. I am. I'm not that organised, I have to say. And Leonie, I mean, Leonie's. She's got everything in there as well. So she's got herself quite organised. I say quite organised because this is Leonie, and let's face it, quite organised. It's about probably as best as she gets organised. But she knows where everything is. When she's doing her show, she can literally just bring this into the studio. If she's doing a demonstration and she deviates, she needs, I don't know, her distress crayons. She knows that they are there. She can see them straight away. And the beauty is each and every one of these pods is crammed full of crafty goodies, so as you know where they are. Now, if you've not placed your order for yours already, then why not? It's rapidly approaching limited stock. Can I suggest that you add in one of those additional caddies? And I've just noticed that Leonie has got one with her, so I'm going to bring that one in to show you. This next one down, oh, Leonie's. Little sticky notelet on there. I have to make sure we don't get these mixed up, because otherwise she'll suddenly find fabric and wonder how she's got that there. So here you go. This is the 3-pod caddy that we've got on Leonie's, and she's got all the distress markers in there. So this is something that sold out earlier on. £11.98 is the price, but you can see how it takes up the whole side of one of your caddies. It's your 3 pods though, so that means that when you come in with your next layer, it will still sit neatly on top. This is the beauty of this system. It's a modular system that you kind of hone it to how it needs to work for your craftiness, and that is the beauty of this. You decide, and then you get it all organised in the way that you need to. So it could be your paints, it could be your glitters, could be your fabrics, it could be your little bricks. You know, the kids play with those little bricks. Well, they could actually organise them so as they know where they are. If you're a model maker, going into the garage, going into the shed, bike parts, all sorts. You have got the ability to store such a lot within here. So going back to that large caddy, if you're wanting this one, £11.98. It is now on extended delivery. Sold out earlier on, but we have got it back in stock. But just to let you know, a quarter of that extended stock is the key thing. It does come with a little tray. So Leonie's little tray, she's taken out, but you can see here the tray is there. I forgot all about the little tray, actually. It does come with a tray. And the beauty is that, yeah, you can put all sorts of bits and pieces in there if you wanted to. Could be your jewellery findings, and then underneath you put in all your wonderful... Did we see Ben then? Oh, right, okay, I thought we'd missed Ben then. So, yeah, all of those goodies. I've got himself a right pickle now. They're all over the place, these pods. It's all over the place. This is going to be interesting at the end of the hour. I'm going to decide what bits belong to who. Oh, storage carousels. Let me tell you about these. These are brilliant because they rotate. And you've got, on one of these you've got 6 tubs, and on another you've got 9 of these. You're getting 2 of these rotating units, and you can see there, £37.99. Please do not pay £5.97. For your post and packing. Become a Freedom member, and this is something that we have actually got in our tech office. So I don't know, what do they keep in there? Screws, nuts and bolts and stuff like that. Okay, fair enough. I didn't know that. £7.48. Try again. 748084. I'm getting a bit delirious now, I think. It's because I've been up since 4 o'clock. Now, the large caddy. Is that what we're chatting about next? Oh, okay. Over half the stock of this one has gone. Oh, is that the... Oh, that's not that one. That's not that one. It's the 3-pod one. It's the long one. I'm just doing that, yeah. Is it a film? Is it a book? No, here you go. It's that caddy system. There you go. I've got it here now. So, yeah, if you're wanting this one, what was it? I forgot what you said now, Katie. It's been such a long time ago. Over half the stock has gone. So you've got your 2 elements there. We've already checked with Sam. This is it. We haven't got any more of these. So if you're wanting this system with your little tray that obviously sits in or you can take out, you need to be quick. You could miss out on this one. Oh my goodness, Sam, it's all gone a little bit crazy. I hope you've got some, you're kind of keeping us on the straight and narrow and on track, Sam. We're looking at another system now, and this is the set of 2. £38.98, and there's such a lot of storage within these as well.
Yeah, so this one, you know, these 2 products, again, I think, you know, we've designed them with arts and craft, you know, kind of at the forefront of why we've done what we've done with them. But I think what we find is, especially with these 2, is that they're such a good all-rounder. I think one of your floor managers uses it as a toolbox at home.
Oh, nice.
Last time I was in, they were asked very nicely if they could borrow it. And they haven't never returned it because I did give it to them. They use it for a small little toolbox. But I think, you know, with this product, you are getting both of them. So again, it's, you know, I see it as it's really good value with both of those kind of storage boxes that you get. There's 3 different sections to it. You've got the lid, you've got that lift out tray, and then you really do have a lot of space underneath that tray to store, you know, numerous different items. It's slightly opaque, so you still get an idea of what's inside that storage unit, which I think, again, is one of the features we always try to do, is make it easy to use and make it easy to find the items that you're looking for.
And again, the top area, I mean, no area of this is wasted. The top area, you've got your different storage compartments in there, and you've also got that ruler across the top there in inches, which is always useful to have. Incidentally, with this larger one, if you do decide to actually take out that tray, you can store your A4 papers in there. So that is worth considering. If you wanted to put your large papers in, you can do. But of course, you can see here, I think this one's Leone's, so there's loads within here. So you've got your larger caddy, and then you've kind of got the little baby one. Well, I say baby one, it's like a little brother. And you've got a lot of storage in there, similar sort of design. So again, it's got those little flips, as you can see there, and it's got that lid, or should I say, a handle that folds flat down. Again, you've got your little caddy system in there where you've got your little tray, and again, you've got that additional storage sitting on the top there. So it means that you can open that up and get into there and access that area as well if you so need. So might be another one that's nice maybe for your jewellery making, again with those little components in there. £38.98, brilliant value for money. If you fancy getting hold of this one, then this could go in alongside your one-day special. But don't just take my word for it. It doesn't have to be just paints that you're popping in here or jewellery. There's all sorts of things you could be popping in. Have a look at this. fabulous applications there. And I think the thing is, with any of the Deflecto items that we've been sharing with you, especially if you are limited on space, sometimes you don't have the luxury of having a large area to keep all your crafty goodies, so making sure that you're using it and storing it in a smaller area as possible can sometimes help around and about at home as well. Now, this is a nice set. Now, I'm going to bring Sam in to have a little chat about this one, because this one was put together with a reason in mind. It's a two-part system. So you've got, first of all, this fabulous little paint saver, and it comes alongside this caddy, which I'll show you in just a few moments. But the paint saver, the designs that you've got with these, Sam, it's all about the thought and the attention to detail. That's what I love about Deflecto.
Yes, so with this one, the reason that we're referring to it as the paint saver is you'll notice on the lid there's a rubber seal that runs around the edge of the product. Now what that does, once you clasp it shut, that acts as an airtight lock, which obviously just prevents your paints from drying out when they're not in use.
Yes.
We've also included, which you just removed, the clear mixing palette as well. So if you did want to kind of experiment with some different colours, and the benefit of being able to take it out is that then it's very easy to clean when you've finished, mixing different paints that you might need to mix. And the reason that we teamed it up with the single storage compartment that we've also put in with this bundle is that, if you're just starting out, this would be a great start to your storage and also for your paints. The paint saver fits perfectly underneath that single tray. So not only do you have the benefit of the paint saver, we've also included the single tray compartment storage there, so you can put different paints in there, your paintbrushes in the top, and then also you've got that carry handle kind of function on there as well at the very top. It clasps nice and tight when it is locked. And again, it's about the product being portable, so it's kind of crafting on the go. And we just think it just makes sense as a bundle, especially if you're just starting out, you're starting to do some watercolours or some painting. Yeah. It's a good starter set.
Really good point. You've got plenty of room, as you can see there, for your paintbrushes to sit in there, keep them safe and secure, and it just really is a clever system. Again, it's a popular one. You're getting the two parts together. Where have I put it? Oh, it's inside there. Tucked away. You're going to get, obviously, your paint saver that we touched on a few moments ago, as well as that internal tray that you've got there, and of course the lid that's going to keep everything together. Good amount of height there as well, so if you've got any paints that are in tubes, then of course you've got plenty of room for those in there as well. And for £19.98, I think you will agree it's a brilliant set of two very, very useful tools that you'll be using over and over again. 786-906 if you're wanting those. Now we're going to swap things out a little bit, because the paint saver actually appears in another little bundle that we've got for you, and this is called the Painter's Companion, because both of these pieces come together. And again, we've spoken of the virtues of the paint saver, but the Painter's Companion, this I think is such a clever design, Sam. I mean, even down to the handle, you've got the ability to use this in so many different ways. I mean, those ridges, very, very clever way for you to actually put those brushes when you don't actually need them, when you're just letting them dry potentially.
Yeah, so I think, with this product, it's easy to look at it and think it is a bucket, a small bucket. It has, obviously you can put water in there. It's designed for cleaning your brushes, but there's lots of different sections to this. So you've got three different paint wells, three different kind of brush cleaning stations within that. You've also got the little drip tray at the front with a cutout there, so, you can rest your brush nicely in that V shape at the front. And then the handle itself, if you're in the middle of something, I don't know, the door goes, or you need to answer the phone, or you're going to make yourself a brew, you can pop that paintbrush on there. It's not going to roll away. Just helps. For us, it's a really, and that's why we call it the Painter's Companion. We see it as it's going to make your interest, your painting a little bit easier. If you do buy more than one, the way that they've been designed, they will interlock together as well. So you can see from the bottom of the product, looking down on it, it will. There we go.
Love it. Make sure you take your water out first, though, because it could be interesting otherwise. Now, talking of water, I love the fact that you've actually got your 3 components in here. You kind of your 3 water wells. The reason being is when you come to actually clean your paintbrush, first of all, what a huge amount of water you can have in there to make sure that your paintbrush is clean. But you've almost got a brush to kind of clean your paintbrush, then you've got a rinse, and you've got that final clean with regards to your paints as well. So I think it's really clever. And then you've got the ability that you can just pop your paintbrush in there and rest it when you're working. You just need to kind of just pop it down somewhere. So if you're wanting this particular one, then the details are on your screen. Comes alongside your paint saver, and it's just £15.98. So very affordable, very popular item. Again, 295,529 if you're wanting to get hold of it. Do not miss out on it. But what about your additional storage? Oh, this is my little caddy. Well, it's not actually my caddy. Oh, 80% of the stock has gone. I am glad that you're taking advantage of this one. If you've not invested in one of these before, I would certainly consider it, because it's a brilliant idea. Gives you the ability to store so much in such a small area. Again, that is the thing with regards to this one. So again, it's going to be something that you go to time and time again, somewhere where you can store all your bits and pieces, whether it's sewing, whether it's drawing, or whether it's jewellery, makeup brushes. It doesn't matter what you're putting in there, but you've got those deep drawers that come right the way out. Sometimes drawers will have stoppers on there, which means you can only kind of access the first third or maybe 2/3 of the drawer. With those, you can pull them out completely, which is what I often do with my quilt clips. £17.98, 029292. The beauty of that item is you could add it in alongside your one-day special and spread the cost. Now, I've got news on the one-day special. Thought this moment would come. It's limited in stock. Now, if you've not invested in yours yet, you really need to be making your decision. This is the last live hour with it. Now, if we do have stock allowing us to see right the way through to 6 o'clock, then good news, you'll be able to do so. But I've got a feeling that we could potentially miss out on this one. Now, the deal on your screen is a phenomenal deal, because it's actually made up of 2 sets of your caddies. So you've got your 2 sets of 2. So normally you'd be paying £39.98, should I say, for one of these, where you've got your 2 tiers. So you've got your 2 caddies there, coming for £39.98. Now, that price includes a £12 saving. The beauty is, with your one-day special, you're getting 2 of those, and you are getting that £12 saving carried forward. So £24 we're up to with regards to the saving. But then you've got an additional £15 saving, which means the price of the wheels is included with this one, which is why, if you're considering going for one of these sets, please do not go for just one of these sets. Take it as your first flexi buy on your one-day special, because you will find that one caddy system will not be enough. You'll be using this and you'll be adding addition bits and pieces. You'll want more. If anything, go for 2 of your one-day specials. You can, or like Natasha, she went for 3. But the price on your screen there, I mean, this is a phenomenal deal. It's a price that we're unlikely to see again, Sam, I'm hearing.
Yeah, so I think, kind of without going on too much about the problems with, shipping goods, the ever-increasing costs of product, and we don't come on that regularly, so it's not like that we're on the craft store monthly. Generally, it's around about kind of 10 to 12 weeks, and what we're finding is that we were able to kind of offer a similar sort of price level to what we normally would do for this show, but kind of who knows, in another 10 weeks we are seeing cost of goods increase. We import and export product all over the world, and the cost, when we're seeing it as consumers, stuff that you would normally buy, you're having to pay a little bit more for it at the moment.
Well, this is it, and that's across the board. I mean, we've seen the price go up for anything that's manufactured with plastic, and it's like you say, it's the actual transportation costs that have gone up as well. Everything has gone up of late, and that's the thing. We are finding that time and time again. That's why, do your research. With these, if you're going for the individual sets, then obviously do consider going for the bigger bundle, because that's where you're getting, for the price of 2 of your pod sets, you are getting the one-day special with that additional £15 saving, meaning that you've got the wheels. You can't get the wheels anywhere else. Don't forget, if you do want to add in that 3 pod, you have got that available as well. I don't know where mine is. It tucked away somewhere, but yeah, it's just one of those ones that did sell out earlier on. So you've got your little storage tray inside. I've got little kind of safety pins and all sorts of bits and pieces in, but it could be jewellery findings that you're putting in there. Leonie has taken that all together, and she's just filled this with her distress markers, because it's up to you. But it's a good size. If you're thinking of keeping your scissors or your rotary cutter, I would definitely get hold of this one, because it's by itself, and this is a safety thing. When you've got your rotary cutter and you've got your scissors, you don't really want anything else in there, so you want a dedicated area, and because of the length of this one, you'll probably find that you will need to go for the larger one to fit those items in. So one day extended with this one, £11.98, but it's what you do with it. I mean, mine, they're kind of all over the place now, but let me bring mine in. Now this is, I don't think we got as far as the bottom of mine, did we here? So what have we got within this one? So this particular one, I've got all sorts. I've got paints, I've got sprays in there, as you can see, so I've got loads of fabric paints in there. On this side, I've got kind of like an overspill of some of my threads, because literally I've got that many threads, I've got them all over the place. Ribbons featuring in here as well. Incidentally, obviously ribbon storage is something that we see from Deflecto as well, so check out their brand section. Again, if you wanted to go right to the base of this one, you can do. All I need to do is open that up and I can get straight into the bottom there, where I've got bundles of buttons in here. Look at these, all the buttons that we've got in there. We've also got your needles in there. That's what I've got in here. I've got more threads in these as well. And the beauty is it will stack one on top of the other very quickly and easily. So let's look at, if I get a couple of these in, so if I bring in another set, so this one here, so let's pop that one on top there, because that is in effect your one day special. So there you go, you've got your 4 stacking system, but I've got so much in there, and it's only taking up the size of that base, which is not far off an A4 sheet with regards to these ones. So I'm going to pop this down on the floor. I'm going to gather up all the other ones if I can. We're going a little bit rogue now. So obviously, the weight that you've got in here, do be mindful of the handle on this one. So I'm just going to be careful when I actually bring this one down. So let me bring this down. This could go terribly wrong, couldn't it? So let me just pop that one down there like so. Can I gather up my other ones? Because they're all over the place. I've got them over here. But, oh, I've left one behind there. I'll have to go back for that one. When you're putting them in place, all you need to do is open up those like so. And this is a real life scenario there. I'm going to pop that one on there. Again, those side clips. There you go, look at that. Can never find the glue sticks, can you, when you've got your heat gun? But there you go, you've got the glue sticks there. You could even be storing your heat gun in this as well. Open it up, popping those. We're getting busier and busier. We're down to the last 2 minutes of the hour. Make sure you're getting hold of yours. I've got one more. Hold on, I'm just reining in the last one. This is the one with my fabrics in there. I'm back again. But again, here you go. Now, I'm not suggesting for a moment that you attempt to pick this up, because everything in here is going to far exceed that 18 kilograms. But if you craft and you're standing up, there you go. You can see it's just the right height. So one day special is brilliant, but I would certainly extend that to make sure you've got the height there, so you can kind of move it from room to room. You've got 360 degrees rotation with those wheels, but you have to take advantage of the deal while you've got the chance. I'm worn out. I'm going to sit back down again. Sam, thank you so much for bringing this deal. I just wish I could say to people that just keep going, but with limited stock, I mean, potentially it could sell out, this one.
Thanks, thanks for having us again, Hayley. You always do such a good job, showing our products. Hopefully, the next time we're on, I'll actually be there in person, not sat in the study. But no, yeah. I mean, I think for me, that the products, just go on and check the reviews. The reviews speak for themselves if you're sat on the fence.
Definitely, and that's the thing. I mean, Like-Minded Crafts, there's loads of reviews on there, not just for the caddy systems, but also all the other things that Deflecto bring to us. So, Sam, thank you for your company, and yeah, I hope it's not too long before we see you back in the studio. You've been missed.
Thanks a lot. See you soon.
See you soon as well. And one little notification there just to say goodbye. Now, I love it. It's a one-day special that if you take advantage of it now, you will be able to get these on their way to you. But if you're leaving it and you're going to wave it right the way up to 6 o'clock, potentially you could miss out. Please do not miss out. You've got an incredible saving with this and a brilliant system. I will see you very, very soon. Oh, we've got a fabulous hour coming up. The set looks amazing. The Wall Shop Leeds, you're going to enjoy that one before we launch our Christmas event with one day special from Sentimentally Yours.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies. I'm Kathy. And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. On our shows, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it and make sure that everything's perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Well, good afternoon. If you are just joining us here at the craft store, well, it's great to have your company. If you are continuing today with inspirational, well, you are in as well for a treat. Now, of course, we have got the wool shop leads, and of course, that means we have got the fabulous John and Sue. Hello, how are you?
Hello, Paula.
It's been a while.
It has, yes.
Too long. Too long, I agree. It's definitely have been too long. It's been since December, right?
That's right. Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Well, we are very, very, well, we have missed you, so it's great
Thank
to
you
have
very
you
much.
here.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody has actually missed your previous shows and doesn't know anything about you or the wool shop leads, can you tell us a little bit about yourselves and the company?
Well, it's a very, very small company. It's...
Him and her.
and we take it in turns on who makes tea.
Okay, that's very important. That's
yes,
always
it certainly
important.
is. But no, it's been how many years now?
12 probably.
Yes, so it's been in existence for 12 years, and it's just been thoroughly enjoyable to do a show like to do a business like this, because you're creating things. And you're making money at the same time.
That's indeed a very good way. Now, of course, you love quality. You get really excited about. We have got such a variety of different yarns in here, but we have got some really sublime yarn in here as well, haven't we?
Literally, yes,
literally,
sublime, yes.
Yeah. And of course, amazing patterns. Now, I'm very, very proud to wear one of the creations, so we will see it later. And I have to say, I adore how it feels on the skin. It is warm, but also feels fitted. And of course, now that we are eating more outside, literally, this is perfect, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, we tend to design a lot of garments now with that in mind. Yeah, because it really is important.
Yeah, indeed. Now, of course, shop ahead because we have got plenty of different options for you. And of course, you will find them all on the website, thecraftstore.com. There you will find those sublime, gorgeous yarns, of course, with patterns. And of course, you have got rugs, we have got scarves for you. We have got, of course, the Numpty Duo and the Tea Cozy Knitting Kit. That's one of my favorites. It's so fabulous. And of course, we have got books as well. But let's have a look at one of the first, because you remember, that's about, I guess, almost 2 years ago when you did the screen test, and I remember being there.
Oh, that's right,
And
yes.
I remember, of course, you had your travel slippers and your boot slippers, and it's such a good concept.
It's amazing. It just carries on selling. All we want to do is just introduce new styles. So basically, you've just got two designs.
Yeah.
That's the travel slipper and the slipper boot.
Yeah.
And then we introduce different styles.
Including,
yeah.
I love this one. This one, this is for, you know.
For your eyes only.
For your eyes only. I love that because 4 eyes.
That's it.
You know, for your eyes only. I love this. This is, now, this is the blue option. Now, you can see in here. Now, when we go for one option, we have got 7 different options, I believe. What patterns do we get?
There's 2 patterns. You get the one for the slipper boot and the one for the travel slipper. The 200-gram ball of yarn supplied will knit 1 pair of slipper boots or 2 pairs of the travel slippers.
Perfect. So basically we get both patterns, so we don't have to choose which pattern beforehand.
No, you get both of them in the kit.
Okay, and so therefore you only have, basically right now, you only have to choose which color of the yarn you want, and then you're going to get both options of the patterns, and then you can make the decision whether you want the 4, the 4 eyes for your eyes only, or maybe you want to do the travel slipper as well. This depends, of course. Now this is the chocolate on top option in here. Now I remember as well, John, when you put it together, it feels really smooth, right?
Yeah, because we designed it to have a seam that actually goes up the front of the boot and a seam that goes up the back. So there's nothing there to feel awkward on your feet.
Yeah, because if
but
there
again,
was
I'll show you a little bit later in the demonstration exactly how the thing goes
it
together.
Really, and this is it's almost like a hybrid between a slipper and a sock, right?
That's right.
It's just, that's really good. So then if you have got carpets at home and you don't want the slipper, I always lose a slipper, you know, because it's kind of, but this I wouldn't lose it because it would be always in it. I'm not Cinderella, I wish, but, you know, I don't wear glass slippers. Anyway, so we have, of course, the next option is the plum. It's a very beautiful, rich color. Now, I can see as well, John and Sue, different kind of styles within, variations within this. Do we get the instructions of those variations?
The instructions are there for all the finishing. Whichever style you want to make it, the instructions are there for the tassels. The flower, I've got a flower to demonstrate how that's put together. The small tassels like the penny loafers, we've got a demo to show how to do those. The I-cord, we're going to demonstrate how to do the I-cord. Yes. So all the finishes are on the pattern.
So this is even better value, isn't it? Because you are getting, of course, the plum. If you can go for the other option that you have got in here, that gorgeous, the pink, lilac, and grey. You can see it here. That absolutely stunning. And remember, with one of those balls, you can do either 2 of the travel slippers or 1 pair, of course, of the boot slipper or a slipper boot. Then we have the pink and grey. Then we have, I have to say, this is one of my favorites, the royal and emerald. Beautiful jewel tones in the hair. They're
all really, really clever colours.
They are. They're really rich and vibrant. And of course, we have them here. You can see them there. 933792 is your item number. The red, of course, that's my favorite. I mean, I have to say that's you know, I don't know why it's my obsession with red. I just adore it. And of course, that makes a lovely pair. Of course, if you want to go, remember, you can make 2 of the traveling ones or 1 pair of the boots slipper. And finally, the lime and blue, absolutely glorious. This is very spring-like. This is very fresh, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got combinations of everything. And the nice part about it is that, when you see the colour range at the front, you can see that there's all different colours there, but when you actually see them knit up, it gives you the proper idea of how the colours come out.
It does, and it kind of is really fun and fresh. And now, of course, at £14.99, remember, you will have the instructions I'm going to show you. So, for instance, you have got here, if you're going to make the travel slipper. You have got 3 different finishes or styling, but you're also getting the instructions for the boot slipper, which has got 5 different variations in terms of styling. You are getting all those instructions, and of course you are getting enough yarn to make 1 pair of the boot slippers or 2 pairs of the travel slippers. £14.99 for whichever option you go for. Now, the easy Celtic knot as rug, which now you can see there, details are there, and a small and medium sizes, and then we have got the large and medium size as well for you. Of course, it changes the amount of yarn you are getting. 832-209 is for the small and medium. Now, I need to tell you that we have got small amounts of each of those options, so make sure to check out your baskets. £24.99 is your price. Love this rug. It feels so nice on your skin. That is a truly sublime yarn. It just feels like, well, the best way I would say it's like almost cotton candy. It's just that super soft in one. And of course, your details on the screen is for the small and medium. You are getting not only the pattern, but you are also getting all 6 balls of that yarn, whichever option you are going for. And now, if you wanted to go for the larger size, you're going to get 7 balls of that sublime yarn. Now, if you want to go for this one, you're going to have got color options. Of course, the price reflects that extra ball of yarn, and this is how stunning is that one. It's just beautiful, and you can wear it front to back or back to front. It's up to you. If you wanted more kind of the neck more protected or more kind of a V shape, you have got those options. But remember, once those options are gone, coffee and cream, pinks, greens, and peach and lemon are your color choices. 272548.
Actual yarn, it is exquisite. It's the softest and finest cotton in the world. It's Egyptian, and it's called
Mako cotton.
Oh, Mako cotton.
And it's so soft. It really is amazing.
It really is. It has got that kind of ethereal nature. Right, do check out your baskets, of course, at thecraftstore.com. That will find everything else. But I believe you're going to show us the slippers next, aren't you?
Oh, right. A demonstration on how it's put together?
Yes, if you want to.
Certainly will, yes. Yeah. Can do. So the slipper boot itself, when you actually knit it, that's the design you get. Okay, so it really is very, very simple. So you're actually knitting in a T shape. So once it's actually finished and you cast off and you've done everything it's been told to do it in the pattern, what I want you to do then is to use mattress stitch to actually sew it up. And it's an edge to edge. So in other words, you're butting the edges together, so you're not really actually getting a seam. You're actually near on knitting it together again. Okay. So once you've actually got the end and you've cast off, and you've cast off to the last amount of stitches, you then thread the stitches through the last amount of stitches it tells you in the pattern. Pull that tight. That gives you then the circle part. Now, to actually start sewing the seam, I want you to just actually put your sewing up needle in the bump from the actual seams that are going round. Do it from the opposite side. This is like mattress stitch, or the principle of mattress stitch. Go back to that one, and then go to the next one. This way, when you pull it tight, or slightly tight, you can now see there's no seam there, and you're actually, in a way, knitting it together. So you pull that way, and you keep going until you get to the style that you're actually wanting. Again, follow the pattern, but as I'm doing this, it will actually show you then that there is no seam that's actually there.
So basically you are kind of almost knitting it together. Almost.
That's right. So if you look on the inside, there's no seam. It's just actually putting it together, so your edges are going butt to butt. Okay? Now, what I want you to do as well, once you've actually done that and you've got to the style that you want, because if you go to within, I think it tells you in the pattern, a certain amount of centimetres, it will there come to there. You finish that off, then you've got that style. So this style now, you can actually introduce a flower on the front, or you can then use it just as a plain one, or then you actually sew it right the way up to the top right? That then becomes another style. But again, in the pattern, that actually shows you. So basically all I'm doing today is showing you how to put the seams together. Yes. So the back seam, again, same principle as the, let's just have a little look, as the mattress stitch. But again, I'm wanting you to do it as an edge to edge. So you join your two seams together. Okay. Just have a little look there. Now, I don't want you to make a seam. If you put that there, you can actually see the edges. Yeah. So I'm wanting you then to put your sewing up needle in the middle of the seam. So then when you then come to the next one, you do exactly the same, but on the opposite side. Yeah. And then you keep working down your boot, again, taking the two stitches together, really, as you're working down. But you're working on the edge of the actual seam, not wanting to put a seam. So once you've actually done 2 or 3, you can then just pull that gently, and that then puts the boot together. And again, as you can see, there's no seam on that side, so it's not going to, you know, sort of feel it when you're actually wearing it. There isn't a seam there. And again, just carry on all the way down to the bottom until you've completed your boot, and that is your slipper boot finished.
That is fabulous. I love that. It's just such a simple idea of how not to have seams on your booties. Now, very busy on the phone line, so if you have got access to the internet, the craftstore.com, that will be the fastest and easiest way to check out your baskets. Now, the most popular of the slippers are the plum option and the pink and lilac, and they are approaching 10%. Now, if you want yours, do check out your baskets. Now, I also love the idea of making Christmas presents, now kind of knitting them now ready for Christmas, because that would be a lovely incorporation.
Superb presents, yeah.
It's superb, yeah, and it's a very useful present for, of course, the winter months as well. 933792 is your item number for the travel slippers, or of course the boot slippers. Remember, you are getting the patterns for both, and of course all the different variations on how to style it, how to finish it off, whether it's with cords or of course the flower or even the tassel. So you have got so many different options for you. Now we have got the Christmas numpty duo in here and the tea cozy. This is really cool. I love that. It is so funny. Now, you are getting enough, is it to make one of the duos?
No, you get a ball of the red, a ball of the green, one ball of the white faux fur, which will knit 2 of the beards, and the black knits everything. So there is enough in the kit to make 2 numpties and a tea cosy. Right. Whether you do the red with the green or the green with the red.
Exactly. So you have got. So it depends which one you choose to do. You will have
with the tea cozy.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. That is such a good, gorgeous. I love this. And of course, we had it demonstrated. We are not going to demonstrate it this time. But John, last time, that made it a lovely elf hat, so you can put your ears through it. You can see that.
So social distancing has its advantages.
I'm allowed to. Can I put it on?
You certainly can, as long as your ears come in between each one. Look at that. That is so becoming.
You can see the hair. Like a little hair. I love it. It's just gorgeous.
It's a known fact, actually, is it not?
It is a proven fact. If you leave an intelligent person in a room with a tea cosy, they'll try it on.
Well, it only took me a few seconds. I might be on the side. But what I was going to say is, like, I'm going to put it again. Now, if you can sew it together, if you want to,
definitely, yes.
I'm the Christmas elf. Anyway, love it. I love it because it's just, this is the numpty, it's the numpty duo. So, of course, this puts a smile in our faces. And, of course, you have in here. Now, so we get into the instructions as well?
Yes.
Instructions, and of course you'll have 2 of these ones. Do they make good door stoppers? Because I think if you put a heavy
you could put a weight in the body, yes, but the legs might get trapped in the door.
Well, maybe that's what they want.
In actual fact, you do have it in the pattern. It tells you exactly how to do it. You do have a slight weight in it, purely and simply because it makes it sit, really well.
Yeah. I love that. And the hat comes off.
Oh,
it does, yes.
Yes.
perfect hiding. No, the perfect hiding place for something.
I can't think what.
Oh, well, well, it could be, I mean...
Chocolate orange.
Yes, of course, yes.
Moving on from that, 7387 is your item number. I was thinking probably, well, I mean, I shouldn't say this in our bed. It's kind of the keys of the house. If you put it out, well, but of course, it's, you know. But
you've given the game away now.
Now you've told everybody on national television.
If they see an empty my house, they don't know, nobody knows where I live. I hope, fingers crossed. Now, of course, the numpty there. And now we have, of course, these scarves in here. Gorgeous. Is the Pitura?
That's right.
Pitura yarn in here. The scarf. This is one of the ones that I just seen Leonie on the Presenters Lounge, and I think
it's similar. Yeah, it's a similar shape.
I love this one because this is what we are wearing, Sue, isn't it?
Sometimes you just want a little sort of a skinny mini scarf that you don't want a big one, and it just fills the neck of a t-shirt.
Yeah, Sue's wearing one as well.
And I love the idea of having something that kind of just brings some warmth to it, but not necessarily kind of overwhelms it. Now, of course, let's have a look at the colors. Now, we have got the Michelangelo option, then we have the Gauguin, then we have got the Kandinsky option, the Grand Odalisque, and Frida Kahlo, all inspired of this amazing artists, of course, from the past, except the Grand Odalisque, which is actually a piece of art. But you have in here the amazing kind of colors, and you can see in here, for instance, this one is Gauguin, absolutely glorious knit in here, and you look at this. I love the color, and this is something that I kind of totally see. Of course, well, Leonie has got one of them, you know, wearing for, you know, you can see it even on a festival, but kind of perfect as well for a night out. You know, you just want something, you know, you're going to have dinner. Also, I'm thinking, Sue, this is also for kind of a wrapping around the head, like, you know, when you want to have headband.
Yes, the headband.
Could do.
You could, yes. Yeah. But there is 5 different styles in that one kit. Yeah. So when you get the pattern, you get all 5 styles
so you get
that you see there.
Easy drop stage triangle. You're getting the large triangle.
Yes.
You are getting the small triangle scarf with your picot edges, which is this one.
And the yarn will actually knit 2 of the small ones. One of the larger ones or 2 of that small one.
And then we have got the garter stage asymmetrical, which I think is this one, isn't it?
That's it.
Gorgeous. Love the yarn. This one would be, I believe, this one would be the Michelangelo option or the Frida Kahlo.
Your pronunciation of those colours is exquisite.
Thank you, Ali. I mean, I was waiting all my life for somebody to tell me that, you know, that my pronunciation is good. And then we have, of course, we have the gorgeous, this one is the Easy Drop Stitch Triangle, which this one would be the first one. So, no, this one is the Michelangelo. The first one was the Frida Kahlo. The Frida Kahlo is a little bit more darker one, the border one.
Yes. Just slightly different. The Italians are so clever at putting the colours together.
And then there's the one on the mannequin behind you, Paola. That's one of the ones, the one with the orange in.
That would be, that's a gorgeous. That option, I'm going to pull it here so we can see. This one is Kandinsky. There you can see they're gorgeous in here. Absolutely stunning choices of yarn. Right, if you want yours, 614751 is your item number. £17.99 is your price. Do check them on, of course, at thecraftstore.com. You will find them all the different options there for you. And of course, you're getting 5 different patterns in there, so you can choose whichever pattern you want to. And of course, you will find, then you have got the choice. Gauguin over there, of course, we have got Gauguin, which is the gorgeous bronze colors. Then you have got Kandinsky, which is the kind of more earthy tones. Then you have got Michelangelo, which is the greens and teals. Then you have Frida Kahlo, which is more the blues and greens. And then, of course, we have got the Grand Odalisque, which is the pink lilacs and deep aubergine tones. So whichever option you go for, £17.99 is your price. And of course, it has got a 75% wool in this one, doesn't it?
75% merino, 25% bamboo viscose.
So that means it's super soft and warm.
And also, it's all natural fibres, totally natural.
Of course, that's a very good point. Right, of course, now I believe you have got a demo for us, Sue.
I have. I'm going to show you how to do the picot on the edge, because the small triangle and the large one, you actually put the picot on as you are going. So that is how you get the shape of the increase. So your pattern tells you that you're going to cast on 4 stitches, so just use a normal cast on to put 4 stitches on.
What sort of needle sizes do we need for this yarn?
All of these are done on a 5mm.
Okay, all of them?
Yes.
Oh, fun.
Yes,
so we don't have to worry about
no,
what
5mm, and you're sailing with any of them.
Fun.
Even though the yarn is, I think it's 4-ply, is it not?
I think it's slightly thicker than a 4-ply.
Just slightly, but so normally with that type of yarn, you'd be knitting with needles a lot thinner.
Yes,
with the small, but because Sue has designed it and put it on 5mm.
I just tested them and I just try them so you get the drape with all of them.
So in other words, a bigger needle gives you a lot more drape.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Michelangelo option, of course, is the gorgeous blues and teals here. 10% of the stock has gone. Right, back to you, Sue.
So you've got your 4 stitches cast on, and now you're going to cast off 2.
Okay.
So just your normal cast off, knit 2 stitches, pass one over, and then your second one. And that's it. You've done your picot edge, and then you just carry on knitting to the end. So every row you knit increases by 2 stitches. So I can whistle on to the end if you want to talk a bit more, Paula, and I'll put another picot on the other end.
I've got a question though before we do that, because it's like I'm a complete there is one craft that I can't do, and it's knitting. But obviously people like you inspire me. Could I pick it up? Could I, as a complete and utter beginner, could I do this?
No, you'd need to be able to read a pattern and know how to cast on, cast off.
Okay.
But I mean, once you can knit, this particular one, it's all garter stitch, very, very simple pattern.
So that means that it's just knit only. There's no purl stitches within it.
So just keep doing the same and
That's
the
right.
same and the same. So it's a good way of maybe I have learned the basics, then come to these, because then it's just repetitive, so I kind of learn
I think you'd be able, yes, if you'd learn the basics.
Yeah.
I think if you just sat down nice and concentrated, I'm sure on one of the most simplest styles that we have there, of the 5 styles that you've got in the kit, definitely you'd be able to sort of
And it's just a
that.
1-row pattern, so once you've mastered your picot, you're just plain sailing with your knitting.
Because picot looks complicated.
Yeah.
It's not. As Sue's just demonstrated.
Yeah, it's just really simple, isn't it?
Well, it saves as well finishing your scarf and then having to pick up and do some edging all along the edges. It's once you've cast off, you finished it. You're
so
ready
that's
to wear.
it. That was it. I mean, that's as simple as it. That's so simple. And of course, if you go for this option, you're getting the easy drop stitch triangle scarf. You're getting the small triangle scarf with the picot edges, the garter stitch with the eyelet asymmetrical with picot cast off edge. You are getting the garter stitch asymmetrical scarf, and then you are getting, of course, the large triangle scarf with picot edges. I mean, you are getting all 5 of them, and of course, you are choosing your yarn. Remember that if you are going for this option, you will be able to do 2 of the smaller ones, and of course, 1 of whichever larger one you want to go for. 614-751 is your item number. Now, Michelangelo, Gauguin, Frida Kahlo, Grant Obelisk, and Kandinsky are your options. The most popular being, of course, Michelangelo, with those beautiful teals and blues and greens as well. Now you can see them all on the website, thecraftstore.com. You will see everything there as well, and of course we have got more to show you coming through as well. So remember to check out your baskets, and remember that there are lots of different options there to come through. And of course, Grant Obelisk is the last option for the scarves. Now we have another fabulous, project for you. Now, of course, we have got the willow pashmina, and you have got different color options. You have got 5 color options, but of course, whichever option you are going to go for, you're going to get 6 of the yarn in here with a beautiful willow yarn in here. Now, this is a really, when I look at it, 94% merino wool.
And the other 6% is like a nylon sock that it's blown into. And that's why it's a really bulky yarn, but incredibly lightweight.
Yeah.
And that's how the Italians get that sort of actually feel. I think I've actually said this before, it's more like a merino sausage. Because it's blown into the actual thing. So the actual netting that's around it is very clever.
It is
very
absolutely gorgeous. Now, of course, if you wanted to go for also the kind of gorgeous, how you call this, the element to...
The shawl pin.
Oh, the shawl pins, yes.
I was going to call it a hat pin, but it's not a hat, so therefore I was like, no, it must be something else. It's an end of call offer, which means that when you go to check out your baskets, then of course you can add that and you don't pay extra P&P. You can see there, of course, you have got that free delivery add-on. $9.99 is, of course, your oval wooden shawl pin, and it's, of course, a beautiful project. Now, the pashmina, the wool you have explained very well, John, how light it is, but also feels the perfect complement to, again, having dinner outside.
Exactly, yes. The sales have gone up with that tremendously because of, unfortunately, COVID, for people actually sort of dining outside. And they just need something over the shoulders to keep warm. And that's exactly the right garment. It's absolutely superb.
And I was the other day, because of the situation, there's theatre in the park, lots of, instead of theatres, and then of course it was kind of nice and light during the day, and then of course it got colder as it, and this is a perfect thing that you take because it's lightweight, so it's not heavy. You can use it even as a cushion before it, and then of course you wrap it around as the temperatures drop. Love that. So we have got 5 different color options for you. So the first option, of course, being the red, and you can see here you're gonna get 6 balls of yarn. So we can make one of these beautiful pashminas, of course. And then we have the other options below it, and you can see them in a second. So we have got the gorgeous, is it the plum option?
The claret.
The claret, sorry. Claret, then we have got the fudge, then we have got the black, and then finally we have got the bluebell. Remember, whichever option you go for, you're going to get 6 balls in total, and of course the amazing instructions as well included in the bundle. Right, 099027 is your item number, £24.99 is your price. Then we are going to the Botany lace scarf in here. This is really intricate work.
Looks it. But again, Sue's actually put the design into it to make it pretty simple, really.
It's one of the most complicated, but in the kit with the pattern, I've actually put a sheet in that's got your row and stitch count. So once you get on to doing the eyelet work, the lacy, you know at the end of every row how many stitches you should have.
Now, this is a really fine yarn, but still we are talking merino, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely gorgeous, soft and light. I love that. Now, of course, shall we go through the different options that you are getting? Because these ones I also can't pronounce properly. I'm going to go full on Spanish here. These ones I can't do. Finally, we are talking about Jerez. And we have got the gorgeous greys and gorgeous kind of terracottas. Then we are talking about Alicante, the beautiful seas and the beautiful skies. Then we are talking about where my parents live or nearby, Palma. And then finally we're talking about Mahón. You don't pronounce the Mahón. You don't in Spanish. You don't pronounce the H. So there's Mahón. But I love the mustardy green, yellow.
They're just exquisite on the colour ranges.
And knitted up, Paola, they're behind you to show the different shapes of them.
So we have got Palma here with the oranges, and then we have got, of course, Mahón here with the gorgeous yellow mustard. I love this colour so much. And then Alicante. with the blues, the seaside. It's such a, and also showcases that there are different ways of finishing it.
Well, you have 3 different styles. That one there is, the orange one is a drop stitch triangle, if you want to take it off and hold it up.
Yeah. I'm going to take it in
And again, they look complicated, but I can always tell when Sue's designing a certain scarf or a certain garment how complicated it is for the amount of swear words that comes out. And there wasn't many. There wasn't many at all.
Oh, well, you know, that's a good one.
And I can do a demo to show how easy the drop stitch is.
That would be amazing. That would, and then we have that gorgeous. I love these.
That one, the crescent, is the most complicated. So you've got the lace on that, and then you've got the picot cast off edge as well.
Yeah, it's just gorgeous. And of course we have got the blue right here. Now, of course, do check out your baskets. And now 234154 is your item number. The 4 options are Jerez, Alicante, Palma, Mahon. Yes. Can't pronounce it. 234154 is your item number. £17.99 is your price. You're saving £2. Now, so you promised us that you would show us a little technique with this one.
Yep.
So,
the drop stitch, you've got the drop stitch in both the botany lace one and the pechora, but it's a simple stitch. You're literally going to just wind your yarn twice round your needle, so just put a border on it so it doesn't curl, so as if you were going to knit, but instead of just taking the yarn round once, you're going to do it twice.
Okay.
So I'll whistle onto the end of the row.
Okay.
And for something so simple, the effect is amazing.
Well, and
the way that it sort of drops the stitch.
And your scarf grows quickly as well.
Yeah. Yes.
So this one is just your 2-row pattern. So row 1 is twice round the needle until it tells you in the pattern until you get to however many the last number of stitches. This one I've just put a border on so it doesn't curl. And then when you reach your stitch that was a wrap stitch, you just drop the extra wrap over.
And that's what gives it the ladder look.
So you get your elongated stitch.
And remember that you can catch up on Rewind after 60 days on our website, thecraftstore.com, to watch again Sue's demos. So again, are you using the 5mm needle?
That one is on I've done it on a 4.5, but I think if you look at the pattern, those are different ones.
Okay. So this one, yes, 4.5 centimeters needles, or 4.5 mil, 4 mil for the stocking stitch.
Yeah. But you can see there, if we've still got the camera, that that's what you get when you've wrapped your yarn round twice.
It is fairly quick to make as well, isn't it? Because it's that repetitiveness that you go over and over. £17.99 is your price. You're saving £2. 234154 is your item number. Now we have that sublime Evie collection. It is really sublime, isn't it?
It is.
It is like the softest thing ever. We are talking about 94% cotton. It's really incredible, beautiful cotton, Egyptian cotton in here. Now, of course, now we need to mention that if you wanted to go for the small or medium, there's a different item number that if you want to go for the large one. The reason being, of course, if you go for the small one, you're going to get 6 balls of yarn. However, if you're going for the large one, you're going to get 7 balls of yarn. Now, £24.99 is your price. If you're going for the small and medium, 832209 is your item number. Now, shall we go through the color options in here that we have for you? Now, we have the coffee and cream, which you can see, I think that's the one that we don't have a sample, but you can see they're absolutely glorious, variegating color. Then we have the greens in here with the gorgeous kind of aquas and turquoises and mossy greens, you're all coming together. Then bottom of this here we have got the pink ones.
And that's the one that's
that we
actually have the sample of.
Absolutely glorious. I love that. And this is the one that we can, I'll turn it around. that can be worn as well.
It can. This one here, if you have a look at that, that will be showing you that you can actually sort of wear the Celtic knot at the back. So in other words, wear it like a cowl.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Because of course the only means, I mean, obviously you kind of just showing like this. Even I know that it's backward, but you have got that beautiful element of silver bubbles.
Sue likes to wear hers like that. I must admit, it really is attractive to have the actual Celtic knot on the back.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. So of course, if you, I mean, I have to say, I want to touch it. I mean, it's a little bit.
It is. It's made
like,
really soft, isn't it?
It's so soft.
Yeah. In fact, I told you before, I'd love a pair of underpants knit out of it. It is amazing.
You know, whatever you like, that's very good.
He's
for you.
knitting his own, pal. I'm not going there.
If you know how to knit, John, of course.
Oh,
so you know, so you can knit your own underpants in that one. It's free. I mean, to be honest, is that soft? 832209 is your item number. £24.99 is your price for them. Now, we have also the Celtic knot, of course, in a different sort of yarn in here, which is the one that I'm wearing, which I have to say I'm completely in love as well. Look at that gorgeous red. Now, you have got the puzzle element in here, and remember, you can wear it back to front if you want more a cowl or kind of elements in here. Let's put it there. There it is. Kind of, you can see it better there. No. And look at that. I just love the softness as well of this yarn. And I'm going to rotate. So I'm going to put my hair up, and then I'm going to show you how gorgeous is that bag as well. It's just kind of, I feel a little bit of Red Riding Hood, but you know, it's just my style.
It's the variegated colours that actually move like in a shadow or a shadow spray rather than sort of definites.
You know what, you're very right about saying, because I feel that it's not one solid color, so therefore it's kind of, there is more, it's more, how can I say, forgiving if there is a little bit more of, you know, elements in there. Also, if you're eating too many chocolates like I sometimes do, you know, you can hide away a little
And that
bit.
one's 100% acrylic for anybody that can't wear wool.
Well, yeah. It's funny because I'm one of these people that I love wool, and I have got many jackets of wool, but I need to be very conscious about if I expose it too much to my skin, I wouldn't, you know, kind of, but this is just feels so nice and warm as well, because it's really beautiful. Now, the scarves, we have got different options for you. We have got the chocolate turquoise first. Excuse me, chocolate turquoise, so it's the beautiful hints of chocolate, cocoa, that brown, and of course that teal in here. Now we have a finished sample over there. We can see it as well in the back, right in here. Absolutely, look at how the blue turquoise is coming through that knot in there, absolutely stunning. Now that's one of them. Then we have, of course, the blues in here, which is the one that we have got back to front, and that makes a beautiful element of that. Come back to her. They're pointing to Joe. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. And of course, we have got that one in there, absolutely gorgeous. And then we have the pink and lilac, and so the pink and lilac in here, and then finally we have the red at the bottom. Now, absolutely stunning. 6713202 is your item number. Now, I believe you have got a demo with them.
We have. Can I just say as well, there's 3 sizes on the pattern.
Okay, yes.
And the 2 balls supplied will knit any one of those 3 sizes.
So it doesn't matter what size you are.
Yeah.
The actual kit itself for $17.99 will actually knit all 3 sizes.
So basically,
one of 3 sizes, not all 3 sizes.
Yeah. So one of 3 sizes. So I suppose that if you're going for the small size, you will have more left over.
That's right.
That's right.
Fabulous. So then, of course, that's great, because then you can get them, and if you are like me, that you eat too many chocolates in between here and there, you kind of go for an extra size if you need it. Right, and so how do we start? How do we...
Well, I've got a demonstration on how to... It is, again, another simple knit, because we've both designed this to actually come... So what I'm going to show you now is exactly how the Celtic knot goes together. Because if people are actually looking at it, they think that it's incredibly complicated. They might think they need cable needles, but they don't. They really don't. This will give you a complete idea on exactly how it's put together. again, all these are actually in the pattern, and you have photographic instructions as well as written instructions, step by step on exactly how to do the Celtic knot, because I know that it looks difficult.
It does.
But it isn't. So basically, you are just knitting a nice long scarf, right? So all you do now is you place it over as though you're going to be wearing it.
Yeah.
You then turn it over there. So then, again, this is all very simple. Again, it's shown you in the pattern how to get to this stage, but this stage is where you actually then make the Celtic knot. So if I put that like that, you now start with the bottom one.
Okay.
And you then, where the other side, the other legs are, you actually put it underneath and you weave it. In, out, over the top, and you leave that at the end. Now, a quick, lovely little secret here. I use another knitting needle, right? Just a spare knitting needle. And again, using a nice sort of like finish one, about 3 1/4, 4 millimetre, whatever. You then pierce that through. And the only reason you're doing that is that whatever you're doing the next leg, it's not pulling the other one through. It keeps it where it should stay. Your next leg, which is this one, goes the exact opposite to how you started. So in other words, that one went underneath, this one goes over the top. And again, you follow it through, so you're weaving again to that one, and that comes out again. Again, this is where your knitting needle now pierces that leg, that keeps it all in place. And again, don't worry if it's really tight, you need it tight to give a nice look of the Celtic knot. Again, your third leg, this one, that one went underneath, so this one goes over the top. And again, it gets tougher to actually get the actual legs pushed through, but don't worry about that, because as I've said to you, it needs to be nice and tight. That comes over the top, you then pierce that through. And this your last one, again, it looks incredibly tough, but it's not, don't worry about it. That one went over the top, so this one goes underneath. Let me have a look, there, and there.
Can I just say as well, make sure you weave it before you put it back on the needle, as I've done one. That I felt really tough with myself. I'd finished it all. I said to John, I finished that, ready for all the ends tying in. He says, I've not woven it.
She said, I said, you haven't given it to me to actually sort of weave the... So she completely wasted
I got so carried away, I'd finished it and not woven it.
So now you can see all those are together. So now, because I've got the knitting needle through, you can pull, and you can see how it's all now taking shape. And because the legs are knit in stocking stitch, that has a natural curl with it. It curls together. So this is why you can now see, and you just keep pulling that over, and you can see that the knot now is taking shape. Once you've finished all that, again, take some time in doing this to get that absolutely laying flat. Pull that over, so that turns in there. Pull that over there. And again, you can turn it over, and you can see how those have curled in, so you can actually keep doing that. And eventually, once you're satisfied that all that is nicely done on your Celtic knot, this is where you're now, because they're all on safety pins, they're all on nappy pins, you can now actually put them back onto the needle.
Right.
So it's now then become just a normal thing to carry on knitting.
Of course.
And that's put it all together, that knits that there, and it's Celtic knot finished.
So you would finish it off this bit here,
That's right. And that
makes
finishes
a lot
the...
of
So
sense.
again, looks complicated, but it's really not.
It just makes so much sense, doesn't it? Oh, that's fabulous. Now remember that you can rewatch that bit if you have got any questions. Also, you can email with the instructions. You have got contact details for yourselves.
Any problems? Yep, just get in touch with us.
Sue.
Follow Sue. No, John, just Sue. Well, you know who. You know.
If anybody wants to phone and praise, phone me.
Okay. Questions, Sue.
I'm complaints department.
Oh, I see that makes sense. Right, no commenting there. 671-302 is your item number. Now, the chocolate and turquoise is one of the ones, the most popular one so far, and I'm not surprised because that's one of this ones that for autumn will be absolutely stunning. We are also have been very busy on the phone line
online. So if you have got access to the internet, the craftstore.com will be the fastest and easiest way to check out your baskets. And of course, you can see it there on the website, all the products in the show, including the amazing Sublime Evie Celtic knot. Now, the Wool Shop Leeds today has only 1 hour. We have been welcome. Well, we are really excited to have them back since the last time they were here in December. So it's been a while. So make sure to take advantage of that and check out your baskets. Now they are absolutely fabulous kits, really different options, amazing yarns as well. And of course we have got, if you want to do a little bit of crochet, we have got the crochet hooks in there on the 7-day savers as well, and we have got more as well with books and stuff that you will find it on the website. Now, of course, we started the show with the slippers. You remember, there is 7 color options, right? There are 2 different type of sizes in terms of the boots or the travel one. Whichever one you are going for, color option, you are going to get the patterns for not only both the travel and the boot, but you also have got, you know, like about 8 different styles in here as well. And of course you have got like kind of the tassels as well. Now, shall we go through the different options? Can I ask, now, John and Sue, which one is your favorite color option?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the blue one, I think it's superb.
The blue,
the 4 eyes only. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, that's your favorite pattern.
Oh,
favorite,
yeah.
you know.
It's great. It's great.
Imagine that. And I was like, also I was thinking this could be a different version. If you go for this one in red for Christmas stockings, like
yes.
kind of, you know, and then it's actually, instead of a stocking, it's something else, so something that you can then, you know, use it for yourself. I love the eyes, it's just so fun. And by the way, everything that you can see today, of course, is exclusive to the craft store now, because it's nowhere anywhere else at the minute. And now, this is the blue option. We also have the chocolate and turquoise in here. So you can do the puzzle Celtic knot in the same colorways than the slippers.
As the slipper boots, yes. Yes, and the travel slippers as well. And also to point out, the yarn, the black and the white yarn for the eyes, that's included in the kit as well.
Oh, so no matter which one...
So no matter which style you want to actually produce within your kit,
you've got the yarn,
to do it.
Right, so if you want to add 4 eyes to your project,
exactly,
have it in there.
Yes.
I love for your eyes only. I love that. That's just such a cute one. Now, of course, we have got the plum option here for you. I got a question though. For instance, we were talking about sizes of feet, and of course, if I have got like a smaller feet, can I make it smaller, bigger? Do you give us instructions?
Yeah, it tells you in the pattern. If you're actually knitting for a UK size 5, what size shoe are you?
3.5.
Oh, good God, really? Do you fall over a lot? Yeah. Well, yeah, we're struggling there. Basically what it is...
Don't worry, I'd rather have lots of roomy. Like, I always go for a size bigger and shoes.
Now, knit to the pattern, and it's about a 4.5, 5.
So that would be fine for me.
But then it says, but never knit them too big, because they're going to stretch with them being knitted. But then it does tell you in the pattern for every extra shoe size, I think we say another centimetre.
Yes. Again, a certain part of the pattern, it tells you when to actually sort of then knit it to extend the shoe size. So it will go up to probably about a size 10, maybe 9, 10.
Fabulous.
But you wear a size 5, don't you? Because they stretch.
Yeah, because they stretch. So again, you know, we've put it actually in the pattern. Don't knit them too big, because they do stretch.
They do stretch. And now, of course, you have got the pink options, the pink and lilac, the most popular one, actually. Then we have got the royal and emerald, gorgeous deep colors. Then, of course, we have got the red. Look at that. I mean, I just look like, you know, somebody. You know, or actually it's the heels, right? Now, of course, that reference. They're not glitter, but they are red. And then, you know, and then, of course, you have got the green option there as well. Now, 933792 is your item number. But, of course, we have got the scarf options as well. So the Pitura scarves in here. You have got different options. Love that is this one is the smallest one, isn't it?
That's right,
yes. That's the one Sue's wearing as well.
And I love, I really think it's also the sort of thing that you can have in your handbag, just always ready to, if it gets a little bit chilly, just to wrap it around your kind of neck. And the fact that you can style it in many different ways as well. Like you're having. So you have 5 different options in terms of color. So let's start with Michelangelo is one of the options. Then we have got Gauguin. Then we have, of course, Kandinsky, the Granodalisk, which is the pinks and purples, and of course those beautiful aubergines, and finally the Frida color. Now I'm going to put them side by side, the Michelangelo and Frida color, so you can, it's kind of hard to see, but of course the Michelangelo is more green and teal, and of course the Frida color is definitely more blue and green in there, so you can see the difference in there more. There it is. So those ones are your options, and you have got different options to knit it as well, and means that you have got all that knowledge included in there as well. Now remember, you're getting 5 different scarves patterns, and each of these balls will make one of those patterns, or 2 in the case of the smaller ones. So not only you are getting the yarn to make one of the larger ones, but you're also getting the instructions for all 5 of them. 614751 is your item number, £17.99. Then talking, of course, that was fine merino, but of course we have got even more of that merino wool in here. This one is the Sublime Willow Pashmina scarf. It has got 5 different color options in here for you. The red, you can see it here, gorgeous. 6 balls in total that you are getting for whichever option you're going for. Then you have got, of course, the claret option, the fudge, the black, and the bluebell. Is it the bluebell? Blue. £24.99 is your price. 099027 is your item number. Now we are going on to the Botanic Lace gorgeous triple choice scarf in here. Now this one you have got 4 different color options, and of course you have got 3 patterns,
3 styles, 4 options for color.
Okay, fine. So you can see there perfectly one of those options of the styles. Now, if you are getting whichever color option you're going to get the pattern for all those 3 options. Of course, that one is Jerez. Then we're talking about Alicante. This is super fine merino.
It is, yeah. It's finer than a 4-ply.
Yeah, it just feels so soft and lovely. And then we have got, of course, the Palma, which is the oranges, and then finally we have got Mahon, which is that mustardy, mossy green.
That exquisite, that colour, that yellow. Absolutely exquisite.
It's like sunshine.
Yes.
It's just like kind of that warmth, and it's just beautiful.
Yet, if you're wearing something like just a plain navy blue or a plain black, then that just lifts the whole thing.
You know what I was thinking as well, over something like jeans or something like this. That could be.
It's so versatile.
It is absolutely stunning. All right, of course, if you want them, 234154 is your item number. £17.99 is your price. You are saving £2. Now we have, of course, I love the kind of Celtic, the Celtic knot, or the puzzle one, of course, that John was demonstrating, and of course you can see in here how gorgeous it looks, but you can wear it back to front as well. Now, of course, we have got 4 different color options in here. Now, we have got the chocolate and turquoise, which has been the most popular, and of course, it's a beautiful, rich teals in there as well, with those browns and chocolates. Then we have, of course, the blue option in here. Then we have the gorgeous reds in there. And then, of course, the one that I'm wearing, the red one, I love that. I love it. And it's just really nice because it feels really soft. And then, of course, we have got the pink and lilac as well, which we have got also behind the scene, so we can see there with those gorgeous lilacs and pinks. It's such a gorgeous yarn, even though it's 100% acrylic.
It is.
Yes.
So, of course, it's easy care as well, isn't it?
Yes.
And we can use it back to front if you want. You can see there in the blue option there that is just absolutely stunning as a cowl.
There's actually another way, when we actually designed that, another way of actually wearing the Celtic knot shrug. If you have a jacket on, right, and if you take it on the one there, you can actually put the Celtic knot on your shoulder.
Oh,
that drapes across the front. And then when I say because you're wearing it over a jacket,
Yeah.
you need that because you need a bit more width.
Yeah.
Because ladies' shoulders are usually quite narrow.
Yeah.
It will slip off. But if you have a jacket on, use it like a shawl by putting the Celtic knot on your shoulder and drape it across the front.
That makes
That
sense.
looks good as well.
That's amazing. Thank you
Yeah.
so much, John and Sue. We have
You're
about
welcome.
seconds to go. It's been always it's always fun, isn't it, when John and Sue are here. Do check out your baskets. Remember all the different options. Amazing low price points. So it makes it that knitting very affordable. A perfect present for Christmas as well. £17.99 for a rug. I mean, isn't it just great? But stay tuned because we are launching Christmas here at the craft store with the one and only Phil Martin and Leonie Pujol with Sentimentally Yours. Well, indeed, Sentimentally Yours festive one-day special after the break, then Christmas with crafty root designs at 7, and then another look at the one-day special at 8 here at the craft store.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies, that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders. We have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Hello and welcome. Well, this is it, the first Christmas show that I have done this year, which is rather exciting. Woohoo! And it's the first show I've done with Arthur for ages. Hello, love. Oh, it feels like such a long time. Bear with, we might not have his mic on. So, while he's doing that, I'm going to talk to you about festive flexaganza. So, your flexi-travaganza, I can never say this. Basically, if you are spending £5, if you're spending, actually, it's anything more than £5, until next Tuesday, it's going to be split across 2 payments. That is amazing. So, you could be spending £6, 3 months this, I went for an easy math. 3 months this, £3 this month, £3 next month, which is fabulous. So, it does mean, I mean, mean, we have got dyes on the show. You might just be going for dyes. You might, and they are beautiful. Everything is beautiful. Everything is seriously cool. We've got a big bundle, and the one-day special is already busy. So please bear that in mind. So the Flextravaganza, please bear that in mind. With that £5 that you can split, over £5 you can split into 2 easy payments, interest-free, of course. Now, are you ready, my friend? That were funny. We were chatting in the back and you were saying, yeah, and you said, oh, I haven't got my mic yet. Oh, because it were someone anyway. Anyway, it's Mike, he's here. It is so exciting.
It's really so exciting. Yeah, really exciting. So Christmas 2021, let's face it, we all need a bit of jolly. We all need a bit of festiveness. I know it's July and the sun's shining, but let's get ahead of the game. Yeah. So what I've done here is I've brought you a really, really pretty... This is my comfort zone. Yeah. This is right down my alley, this is. So you've got Rococo Splendor. So I've put together a collection of stamps that give you everything. So you have the traditional Christmas sentiments, you have phrases, which are bigger, so they're like you could use them for the inside of your card. You've then got the foliage that is just so stunning, and as Leonie gets down the counter and shows you everything, it will all become clear how I've put this collection together. The whole thing works so well together.
Yeah. You're getting a lot.
Absolutely.
I mean, look at all them stamps. I love them because you can do so much with them.
I know. Your backgrounds, you can decorate your toppers, you can do your borders, etc., etc. These are the festive phrases you've got there. So this is the Rococo Splendor font, which is the swirliest, most elegant that I've ever done. It's
the swirliest font ever. Yeah, that is gorgeous.
It's the swirliest one ever. And it's really elegant, it's really classy, it's really stylish. So you know you're going to be using these year in, year out.
Yes,
and I know we say that all the time, and then next year we'll bring you something else, but these really are timeless. Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. And then what I did was I did 2 little background stamps to go with this collection. And the reason I did those, so it's a tiny, tiny, tiny script, so the one you're looking at here is one that says Noel. It's the same Rococo Splendor
And I am
font.
going to show you one with the card, because actually you can, in real life, you can actually read that.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
I can read that in real life, and actually I can even read that, I mean I need to squint because my eyesight's rubbish, but I can even read it when it's been embossed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is incredible.
You know me, there's no point doing a stamp if it's not legible and you can't read what it says. But what I wanted was two really, really dainty, delicate, tiny fonts, backgrounds, so you've got Happy Christmas and you've got Noel. These are amazing again for your backgrounds, for creating your toppers, for stamping over your poinsettias and etc.
Yeah, nice,
and embossing, and because you know I test them with embossing powders, you know you're going to get a really good result with those.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
It's really beautiful, this collection.
I really like this set. It's absolutely gorgeous, right? It is very, very busy. We have got a big bundle, which I will be talking to you in a minute about, which has got a bigger saving. So, however, what you've got, as Phil says, those 2 beautiful background stamps. I really like them. As I say, in real life, you will absolutely be able to read them, and I love the delicacy of them. They're so elegant. You've then got some beautiful sentiment stamps. So you've got things like, with love at Christmas, wishing you peace, love and joy, which is stunning. And these are such a beautiful big font. And I know on the packaging, it doesn't, the packaging isn't the same size as the stamp. If I just slip that one in for you, you can see that they are bigger than the packaging, and they're absolutely gorgeous. You've then got that incredible foliage. Oh, in fact, you know what? Let's talk about you get the foliage, you get sentiments. Okay, but bear with. So if you did want your one-day special, 091874. Now you're saving £9 for that. Okay. However, we've then got papers and embossing folders, and actually everyone's going for the complete. So if you do want the complete, you do need to be checking out your baskets, because that's what people are going for. With the complete, you're also getting the brand new embossing folders and the brand new papers, 2 paper packs, and that's an extra £5 saving. So altogether, if you are going for everything, so that's your papers, that's your embossing folders, that's all those stamps, then 100, bear with, it should be £108.90. That is going to be changed for you, because it is less than that, because remember you've got that £5 saving, then your extra saving all of that bundled together, and then you have got your flexi. That will be changing in just a few moments' time. Phil, this is such a lovely collection. I'm going to flick through the papers.
You're making me badly, aren't you? Even lower price than
I'm going to show papers first.
The papers are absolutely stunning. So remember at the beginning when we first started looking at the stamps, I said to you all will become clear with that set of foliage stamps.
Yeah.
So if you look at these papers, you will now see how this whole collection is coming together. Christmas it there upside down, darling.
Oh.
Christmas is when we make the most cards generally.
Yeah.
So I wanted it to be easy as we can, but classy and absolutely stunning and beautiful and coordinated. You can get this complete collection home and you've got everything by your card blanks and your glue and your glitter and what have you to make some really, really stunning cards. When we eventually get to show you the samples, you'll just see and I know I say it's easy, it's just the papers themselves give you inspiration.
Tell you what, they're nice papers.
I know they are, yeah.
They're good quality. I really like these.
Yeah, they're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, that's your decorative papers, so all your really pretty backgrounds. And then you've got your beautiful backgrounds. The colour palette on this is divine.
Stunning. So as always, I always bring a duo of papers, so we have the decorative pretty one, and then what I wanted to go with this was kind of a shabby chic wood grain. So you have 10 different colours in the wood grain accents papers.
Lovely.
All 10 of those colours are picked from elements within the foliage paper. So you know you've got complete coordination, with that. And they're amazing for you to stamp over, amazing to heat emboss onto, which is what we're going to do in a second. They're just really, really beautiful papers. It's so easy. That's
really like
80 sheets of paper. With the 2 paper packs, it's 80 sheets.
That's amazing.
Crazy.
That's really amazing. All parts of this big deal. That big deal already over 15 actually, because I missed the 10. Already 15% of the big collection has gone, which is amazing. I am going to tell you as well about those wonderful embossing folders. I'm really pleased you've put embossing folders in, because I love we don't use them enough, but these are just glorious.
I use them constantly.
You do.
Constantly.
And they look amazing. They make your card look cool.
It's just texture. It's instant texture that's in the background. You can use it in the foreground. So you've got the falling snow. You'll recognise when we get to the dies. So that is the falling snow. The next one Leona's going to show you is the holly flourish, and when we get to the dies, that will completely coordinate with one of the new dies.
Gorgeous, And
then the next one is the mistletoe sprigs, which again completely coordinates with the new dies.
Amazing.
And with the papers and with the stamps. So the whole collection
goes together.
It just works.
Everything works together. Right, Phil, I'm going to talk to him about money because it's right on your screen now. So, what you are getting for that £108.90, you're getting those beautiful papers, you're getting your 3 gorgeous big 8x8 embossing folders, and you've then got all of those stamps. Everything coordinates, everything goes together beautifully. Now it's saying £4 saving, but of course you've got your saving from your stamps. That's carried forward from your beautiful ODS of One Day Special, and £9 is carried forward there. Added to your £4, of course, that's your £13. But then you've got, have we another saving as well, I thought, when we were talking about it? No, so it's making things up.
I mean, come on, I've still got to eat, love.
Do you know, when we were talking about it, I thought that's me and our Adam's maths, that is. So if you do want to go for this, now not only have you got that saving, but you have got your flexi. So today, all you need to pay today to get the whole collection delivered to your door, £36.30. We don't charge you any interest, and obviously if you're going for it all today, you know when your next payments are going out. You've got 3 payments there. Interest free, you know exactly what you're paying, but you get to craft straight away. Can I show you some gorgeous cards? Because you lot have been busy.
There's loads. And then before I forget, so I need to say thank you for the to my design team, so to myself, to Karen, because Karen's made some, to Linda, to Alison, to Joanne and to Lozzie, because these samples are amazing.
Yeah, they're really
If you follow Sentimentally Yours on Facebook, you will see I created an album this morning. and there's over 50 samples in there for immediate inspiration.
Amazing.
So go and have a look, and you'll see all these cards Leonie's showing you are going to be on in the album permanently, so you can get your collection home, and straight away you've got some ideas to start working with.
These are beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful,
Aren't they gorgeous?
Aren't they?
And do you know what? I mean, the thing for me is Christmas, like I say, is when we make the most cards.
Yes.
It doesn't mean we want to do them quick and easy, and they look quick and easy.
Yeah.
These are quick and easy because you've got coordinating products, but they look stunning.
Absolutely.
Every one of these looks stunning.
I must admit, you're looking at these, you know you want your embossing powder, and your embossing powders, but your dies.
Yeah.
I mean, the dies they just finish everything off.
Touches.
You've got your beautiful, obviously your sentiments. You've got the wonderful papers. You've got the texture on those papers, which looks amazing.
It's the embossing folder, so the papers are good enough quality for you to run through the new embossing folders.
Look at that. I love just white card embossed. How good does that look?
Classy. Classy in the glass.
Absolutely beautiful. It is classy, always classy.
Classy, not
never brassy.
Never brassy.
Phil. Oh, never brassy. Okay, we are 12 minutes in. This is a brand new launch. We've got that big collection, but already a quarter of the stock has gone. I mean, have a look at it. So from me to him, all of that. I mean, it's a wonderful collection. All you need to pay this month to get that delivered to your door is £36.30. You've got a wonderful flexi basket opened up, which means you might be popping extra goodies in there. 047121. Right, let's talk dies, because
beautiful.
These are ace.
I've even done some little boards for you, love. Look at that.
Hey?
Look at the little boards. I've done them for you.
Get you.
I know.
Oh, you've been busy,
I'm just too good.
Phil. Oh, look what our Phil's been doing. Tell ya, this is what he's been doing. He's been doing a cheeky bit of boarding. Did you even stick them on the board?
Yeah.
Did you even
I've done it from start to finish, darling.
Did
and
you
the
even?
cutting.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Wow. You've changed.
Shall I tell you why? Because you know when you look at the pictures and you actually look at the dies, you can't see what the actual die cut looks like.
Yeah, absolutely.
And these dies are amazing, Leonie. You've got all my deboss detail in them, which I'll let you show everybody the board in a sec.
Yeah.
There you go. I love mistletoe.
Yeah,
love
that's
mistletoe.
lovely.
It's featured throughout the papers within the complete collection as well.
Yeah.
So the winter foliage has the mistletoe in it. So what you've got there is a left-facing, right-facing, large, small, then a smaller middle one, and then the 4 berries.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, and I love the texture in it. You know, you have got, in fact, if I show you that card, look, with the beautiful mistletoe on, how does this work?
I know, I had to think, squeeze it there.
Oh, there you go, squeeze
it's
it.
It's one of Joanne's.
Give it a squeeze.
Give it a squeeze, love, give it a squeeze. It's one of Joanne's.
Squeeze.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Joanne.
She's really clever.
Joanne, you're pushing it. You're pushing me.
I was the same, love, when I was trying to figure out what to do. But doesn't it look gorgeous?
Yeah, and you can really see the texture of the mistletoe.
Absolutely.
That is just gorgeous. Now, already 10% of the stock has gone of the beautiful mistletoe. Only £17.99. You can pop that into that flexi basket. Obviously, because we've got our festive flex. That you can still split the payments into if you are getting it on its Todd. 114871. So that's your first brand new one. That is your beautiful mistletoe, the next one. And this is lovely. And again, as soon as I see that, that's your papers, isn't it?
Absolutely. So complete coordination, that's what it's all about. So the actual holly leaf, the actual holly on that, they took ages to get right. I'm going to tell you that right from the offset, because these are really, really delicate. But if you look at that properly when Leonie shows you the little board, you've actually got a minimum of 4 or 5 ways you can snip into that. And that was by design. I did that on purpose. But if you, I don't know whether you can get in close enough on the actual holly petal, that's got the I'm back. I was only here last week doing the same. But the holly petal, the holly leaves actually have the deboss detail in them as well. It's not just about doing pretty shapes for me. It's about going the extra mile and putting the detail in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
it's like you say, because they are so cuttable. It's the size as well. I mean, if I stick my hand in there, that is a big
It's nearly as big as your hand.
It's nearly as big as my hand. Now. I do this. There you go. Boom. Look at that. fixed, because Phil's been making boards. If you do want to get hold of this one, that has been super, super busy. £19.99, 10% of stock has gone. 655 552, 15 minutes into the programme, and this is absolutely flying, as if by magic. Thank you, Molly. Next, we've got for you, oh, now, these are essential. And you are 100% right. When you look at that picture, there's no, and the dies, there's no way you think they're as elegant as they are. And then when you look at that, it's like, oh yeah, that's superb.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course the pine cones have got the debossed detail, so slightly different to things you might have seen before, because the actual shape of the pine cone is debossed. They're really, really classy.
Yeah.
The branches, I'm just going, this is how particular I am. The branches are actually in the papers with the robins on. So the robins are nesting on some branches in the papers, and that is the branches I've used to create these. And I have wanted to do these for, I can't tell you how long. Can't tell you, because we can use these all year round, not necessarily Christmas, and I love foliage, as you know.
They are essential. I mean, there's some beautiful cards at the front using all the dies, but they are essential. This will be something that you use with your florals. It'll be like your autumn.
Now you know why this is my zone, because pretty foliage, all the embellishments, the decoration is completely me, and this collection is just me.
Completely.
It's gorgeous,
it's completely. You can tell with the cards. Now, if you do want that, that's an absolute essential. £17.99, 423 565 is your item number. Now, it wouldn't be Christmas if we didn't have some poinsettias, and these are your delicate poinsettias, of course, and as ever, you've got that beautiful embossed detail. I haven't mentioned either, you do get the magnetic mats that you're seeing. I'll twist that so you can see all of them there, Neela. And that is, again, beautiful. I love, again, that beautiful debossed detail.
Right, well, it's not. So last year, if you were unlucky and you didn't get my festive poinsettias last year, we have a little bit of stock on the website. I won't be bringing those back, just to give you a heads up. These are this year's poinsettias, which are the same size, the same shape, but these are delicate, so can you see the veins cut out? I absolutely love these, and I'm even going to go as far as to say I think they're my favourites.
Favourites?
But let me just warn you, everybody, they are really, really delicate. So when I did my Facebook Live last night, I was showing people how to shape these, and once you've got the gist of it, you've absolutely got it, but these are just so classy.
Yeah, I really like those. And they do look, if I pick up a card...
You need to find one that's got the open one on. That might be last year's.
Oh, that's last year's. That's last year's.
There'll be some somewhere.
Oh, that's one. That's got the open.
There you go.
Open. Or is it?
I'm using them as well.
Oh, no. We'll have to wait. I'll have to rummage. I can't rummage.
There's too many.
I can't rummage. I know there's cards on the front, but I can't get hold of them. OK, so the next one that you've got, and again, this I think is my favourite. I really like these,
you can't go wrong with fern leaves, can you?
And they're such a good size as well. Again, these are really good for snipping.
Yeah, absolutely.
Proper snippability and shaping.
Absolutely. So you've got the left facing, right facing, and the two different sizes, because it's no good me just having two leaves. I want it in bigger, larger, and smaller. But you have got loads and loads of snippability within these. The fern leaves actually come on a DL magnetic sheet. Because we managed to get them onto a DL, which is why I've managed to... Because if you look at how much metal there is, it's quite a lot. But I managed to squeeze them onto a DL, so it's kept the price to less than 20 quid, which I thought was marvellous.
That's marvellous. Well done, love.
Oh, I'm just so good saving money
with
like
magnetic sheet and the dies, less than 20 quid.
But more importantly, these are going to be used year in, year out.
Yeah, they are.
You can use them with anything.
They would be my go-to. For me, definitely, so far, my favourites have been the ferns and the branches. I think because they're the ones that I'll get so much use out of. Only £17.99, so again, such... is it the right way? Yeah. Such good value for money. 328178 is your item number. Now, the next one. This is a good one. Now, this is your favourite, everybody. In fact, 30% of the stock has gone already. £24.99. These are really different,
Are they just?
Yeah.
So, remember when I brought my original border dies out earlier in the year, I did 3 different patterns with a plain one to go behind it. Haven't done that with Christmas because I thought it was, to be honest, I thought it was a bit cheeky. You don't need 4 poinsettia borders, you don't need 4 holly borders, so I've put it together as a trio. Again, you've got the debossing detail, again you've got snippability with all of them. All of them you can cut down the middle, which is what I've done on my first demo, and create smaller borders. All of them, there you go, the deboss detail, and they're just really beautiful, Leonie.
Yeah, they look
and I've
really
catered to everybody, because although my theme is foliage this year, Trudy's isn't, so I've got the snowflake in there, so when we're here with Trudy's soon, that works really well with Trudy's collection.
Amazing. And I do like the size of these, because they'd be
20.
lovely to have a ribbon through middle as well, wouldn't they?
20 centimetres long, the same as my other borders, so they're almost 8 inches.
So again, everything matches. Okay, only £24.99. Of course, with these, everything mixes and matches, but they're all completely standalone. 961216. If you do want to pop those in that collection, you've got your flexi. So it does mean, I mean, if you're going for your big collection, you're splitting this into 3 payments, not 2, which is really handy. And you've got some beautiful cards along the front there. Yeah, these are just exquisite, and I love the papers. I mean, look at those poinsettias. Now, they're the poinsettias.
Can you tell that's one of mine?
Oh, well done.
I don't know what gave it away, but look how gorgeous the detail is in that poinsettia. More importantly, if you have got last year's festive poinsettias, the one with the deboss detail, they work with them. You'll see lots and lots of samples, particularly mine, where I've mixed and matched them, and it looks really gorgeous.
Oh, they're beautiful. And look at the borders.
I know.
The borders look so good. First, when you first see that, that does look like part of the paper. But actually, that is amazing. Oh, you're loving your borders. 40% of stock has gone. That is absolutely flying. 961216 is your item number. Oh, I do want to show you more. Honestly, there's so many beautiful finished samples as well, but brand new as well. We've got the cardstock, and this posh.
Yeah, it is posh.
Posh cardstock, our
It really is. It really is.
Oh, look at the shine.
This is the first
this is
7.
Lovely.
The first 7 colours, of our lustre cardstock, which I'm going to be introducing throughout the rest of the year. So we've got the whole collection. Obviously, I've put together a festive set, so you can pick and mix and pick and mix. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can choose the ones that you know you're going to use the most, i.e., like the red and green, what have you.
Yeah. I love that blue.
This is absolutely lush.
Look at that blue. That's
They're all lovely,
tremendous.
This is because originally they were 6, and I couldn't stop.
So
because they're all just too nice, and like the hot chocolate there, the brown one is good for your branches, for your pine cones. The blue one and the silver one obviously are going to be good if your theme is snowflakes this year. So you really can't go wrong with that. It's really, really good cardstock.
That is lovely quality. You can feel it straight away. That's such nice quality. And I love that you've got a pick and mix. So it's up to you what you're going for. So you're choosing 3 colours. So you can go for your hot chocolate that you see there, the beautiful new gold. We've also got the majestic blue, absolutely my favourite. You've got the beautiful snow white that we saw. You've got that imperial red, proper red, and then that gorgeous rich green, and then of course the silver. My favourite's the blue. That blue is just delicious. You're choosing 3 of them, 20 in each sheet, so that's going to be 60 sheets of card for £22.49. It's double-sided. That beautiful lustre, just exquisite. 692269. Now then, if you do want anything, check your basket out. However, that one day special, that has been busy as well. So please, you've got so many choices. Obviously, the one day special, that is all your beautiful stamps, the background stamps. Hold on, we're doing the live walk. Oh, are you there? Are you there? Oh, moonwalk. Quickly. Adam says quickly. Are you sure quick? Adam said quick. I was like, are you sure? Are you sure? Okay, your one day special. You've got those 2 beautiful backgrounds. You've got sentiments. You've got the incredible foliage. There's so much you can do with the one day special on its own. £59.95 is your price. That gives you 2 payments, £29.98, saving £9 on that one, 091874. Okay, that's if you're going for your one-day special. However, if you want everything, you've got your 3 flexi payments. It means you're getting your beautiful one-day special. You get those sensational papers and the embossing folders. What I love about this, Phil, obviously the design and everything, but I love that the majority of the stuff are tools.
Yeah.
So things that you'll get out year after year after year.
Yeah, absolutely. So the stamps, you know, you're going to use all the time.
Yeah.
The embossing folders, are, you know, you're going to use all the time. The papers are obviously a consumable, but if you use them, cleverly, you're going to get at least, well, a minimum of 80 cards out of it.
Yeah, easy.
Times that by 2 if you do like 5x5s. So that's just from the papers.
Yeah.
It's a really gorgeous collection.
Oh, the paper. Oh, that's, I mean, yeah, the price is phenomenal when you think about what you're actually getting. And you've got your 3 flexi pays. Only $36.30 today to get the whole bundle delivered to your door. And it's absolutely flying. In fact, we're already approaching 40% of the stock on the big bundle. 047121. Right, our lovely Phil.
Right. So let me just tell you a little story. So before we start, so I was saying to Leonie before, I'm only here for 3 hours. You've got me for 6, 8 and 8 in the morning, and then the lovely Julia takes over. So I've prepped 5 demos. And when I was talking, I know it's ambitious, but when I was talking to Julia, I said, what I'll do is I'll prep 3 of my normal ones and 2 that are quick. Anyway, by the time I finish prepping the quick ones, they're normal ones.
So basically, they all take about an hour.
Yeah, minimum. They all take about an hour. But what I want to try and show you is the different looks you get. In fact, before I start, you know, here we go again. You know, on where the pack shot is of the one-day special, there's a gold and silver card at the front. It's one of mine. But I just want to show you how different that is.
Oh, yeah, with
how different that is to the foliage, but it's still using the one-day special stamps.
Yeah.
So you can see that gorgeous Noel in the background.
And that's that cardstock, innit?
Yeah, it's lush. It looks almost mechanical, that.
That looks lovely.
And I am going to demo a version of that tonight.
That's beautiful.
I've changed it up a bit and we're doing it traditional colours just to show you how versatile they are.
I'm going to interrupt you.
Go on.
There's borders on that, isn't there?
Yeah.
Those borders are flying. Half the stock of those borders have gone already. This is the launch hour, 30 minutes in, half the stock has gone. Yeah, you know what to do. Please check out your baskets out on those ones and get that cardstock. You've just seen how beautiful that looks. Do not forget to get that cardstock, because that is, I mean, look at the lusciousness on that.
The lusciousness.
Oh, it's luscious.
And do you know what? Every one of those colours gives you the same sheen. It's just beautiful, beautiful cardstock.
A luscious lustre.
Luscious lush.
Lustre. 692269. Over to you, Phil.
Right, so let me just tell you where we've got to.
Where
so
have we
I've got
got
a 20 by, no it's not, it's an 8x8 card blank. I've got on there the Imperial Red as a layer.
Yeah.
I've got the Rich Green as a layer.
Beautiful.
And then the top piece, I'm just going to wiggle so you can see the embossed part of it. Yeah.
There you go, yeah.
So this is using the Falling Snow embossing folder.
Beautiful.
On the new Snow White cardstock. Can you see? Well, yeah, it's
you
blinding
can.
everybody. Sorry,
yeah,
everybody.
it's that shimmer, isn't
that
it?
shimmer is,
yeah, that's
it's just,
lovely.
It's classy though, because this sounds really awful, but you know, years and years and years ago when I bought Pearl Card, I've not liked it because it looked a bit
meh.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit meh.
A bit that, yeah, a bit that.
A bit.
This is really classy. This is really, really elegant.
This is what,
right, so that's where I've got to on that.
Beautiful.
I've over-prepped because you know I never get anything done. So what I've done is we're doing a little bit of a scrapbooky style card here.
I love that paper.
I know.
That's
Do you see
really
what I mean about
cute.
the twigs look? Can you see twigs that match your dies?
Yeah, that's really sweet.
The colours, we've not even shown you the embossing powders yet, but when we get to them you'll see that the colours of the embossing powders are perfect as well.
And it matches the stamps
as
well, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So we've got a little bit of a scrapbooky style going on. We've got that layer going there, we've got this one going here that we're going to emboss onto, and then we've got this one here that we're going to have the sentiment on. I've got the borders already cut in the Snow White pearl cardstock,
beautiful,
and I've chopped it in half, as you can see.
Yes,
right?
of course.
So what I'm going to do is all the work that you need to see me do. So this is one of the
Background papers.
Yeah, one of the background papers from the wood grain accents.
Beautiful.
I think there are 3 or 4 different shades of green in there, so I tend to favour the darker shades of green.
Yeah.
But remember, all the shades are picked from the patterns in the paper.
Yeah, so they're going to match, whatever you choose.
Absolutely. So we're going to overstamp on that with one of the Rococo Christmas. We're going to overstamp on that with one of the
look,
Rococo Christmas.
It's been
I'm just too
You're so organised, Phil. Yeah. I don't know, actually.
Festive.
Look, he's got,
festive dimes. You would save yourself loads of time.
Yeah. I would save myself loads of time.
You would. If you just invested a bit of time.
If I had you sorting my life out.
Yeah, because obviously I've got so much time to do that. I'm just looking for my acrylic block.
I mean, all time you've saved. Hey, I always know where my acrylic block is. Are them the 3 acrylic blocks right there on your counter next to your glue?
No, love, I need a square one, don't I?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, everybody.
I would have had my acrylic block out. You haven't got a box for that.
Right, we'll do it.
Do you want me to talk while you rummage?
Yeah,
what
give me a minute to rummage.
Platform?
Can you do anything? No, because I need to go edge to edge.
You've got loads of cards. I want to show cards.
Come on, then, you do that.
You rummage. Right, he's going to rummage. I love that has happened just after you've been showing off about your organisation. That, babes, is karma. Real life, my friends. Now, have a look at this. This is absolutely beautiful. I love that you've got the paper in the background there. I love the gorgeous frame. You can see the embossing the embossing folder on there as well. You've then got the gorgeous, gorgeous flowers and the swirls, which are absolutely sensational. Obviously, there's so many different looks. You have to get hold of those borders. Those borders are flying. I really like these, Phil. I think they look so elegant. They look, I don't know, they've just, especially when you look at things like that. I mean, that has just got a really beautiful, proper festive feel to it, but it just feels special. You know, really, really special.
They're your mantelpiece cards, aren't they?
Yeah, they're right. Yeah, that is absolutely gorgeous. Just gorgeous. It's funny, isn't it? Like July, and you think, oh, Christmas at July. And then when I see out cards, it's like, oh, they're just lovely.
I know.
They're lovely. And then you don't mind.
I think the thing is, it's like I said, because we know that Christmas is when we make the most cards, because we send them to just about everybody we know. So the earlier you get ahead, the better.
Absolutely.
And this is why I work hard to put collections together that make it fun.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, years ago, I used to be so stressed doing Christmas cards, trying to make them look different for people, but still as good.
Yeah.
And because you've got so many different styles of papers within this, they're going to look same but different, but all gorgeous.
Yeah, no, they look beautiful.
So let's
crack on.
I'm going to do
it's only half past.
Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to overstamp on this with the Noel background.
Beautiful.
And this is why I found my block. It was here.
Right next to you, love.
I know.
And you know what you needed? A label on it.
I should have had a label on it that said acrylic.
If you'd have had a label,
I should have had... Or a big arrow that says
do you want me to tell you get organised in your life?
I like to put labels on tubs and things.
You should have had a little label on that. Everything would have been better. You'd have been
right,
safe.
so we're going to use from the embossing powders. This is how many we've got now in the
Ooh.
Yeah, I know, in the premium embossing powders, this is how many colours we've got. So we've got the 6 Christmas new ones, and I'm going to go with the pine tree, which is the darker shade of green.
Oh, nice, a darker shade of green.
So
nice.
you've got six different colours, and I've purposefully not called them Christmas red, Christmas green, because it puts you in the mindset that you can only use them for Christmas.
Yes.
So the bright green one that you can see there is actually called New Leaf, and it's amazing for all your flourishes and your swirls and everything.
Yeah.
You're doing a grand job at that.
Thanks, love. I just had to move my head out of it, though, because that were annoying. Now, I really like these colours. And the thing is, with our Phil's powders, they're really nice big pots as well. You get a lot for your money. I love that one, the mulled wine. That's beautiful.
Mulled wine is gorgeous. And again, the colours are picked to go with the papers and everything.
Gorgeous. Yeah,
but
they're
you know
rich.
you're going to be able to use them all
the
the
mulled
time.
wine's lovely. That beautiful deep green is absolutely exquisite. I love that lovely light green as well, because that is super pretty. You've then got, you need that one, don't you? The great oak. Imagine doing all your beautiful the branches in that. Yeah, they look so good. You've got your wonderful berry, so that's your berry red, berry red, and then you've got the stone hearth. Oh, that's a nice
Stone
colour.
Hearth, I think, might be my favourite. That card there, the tall one here.
This one?
Yeah, that's one of mine, and it's got the, look at that stone hearth colour.
Oh gosh, that's gorgeous.
In that,
Is that the stone hearth?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah.
It's like a dusky beige colour, and it works so well with all the brown tones
Phil,
and
that's
everything.
beautiful. That's beautiful. Hold on, can we see the whole? That's it, the whole card, because you've got
It weighs
so
a ton,
much going on
doesn't
there.
it?
That is absolutely beautiful. And at the bottom there, is that the embossing folder?
Yeah, that's the mistletoe.
Oh, that looks
mistletoe embossing
good on the
folder,
brand,
yeah.
doesn't it? Oh yeah, that's lovely. Obviously you can get everything on its own if you wish, or the embossing folders, but obviously it is in the big bundle as well. 22 nearly.
Right. Whatever do you mean? Right, so I've inked this within an inch of its life with the Versamark. I'm doing, obviously I'm using a block because I need to go edge to edge, and I wouldn't be able to do that. If you were doing this at home, you could stamp it and then cut it out afterwards.
Yes.
So I'm just going to turn it on its side because I find it easier to stamp this way.
Marvellous.
And I'm going to go over the top and still try and keep it straight. So this is the Noel background.
Beautiful.
And it's got a little star detail in it.
Yeah. I really like these, and it was like you're saying, you know, stamping and embossing off your flowers and stuff,
Yeah.
because they're that delicate. They will utterly work.
Julia's done gold, I think, on the Imperial Red cardstock on one of her samples, and it looks incredible.
Yeah, I bet.
It looks really posh. So let's just get that off, and then we'll get this embossed.
Beautiful. Oh, you can hear that.
Yeah, but that's how much pressure I just put on it. And these embossing powders, so these are premium embossing powders, and they will pick all the detail up. I'll just remind you that they do have the built-in anti-static, so keep them in the pots.
Yes.
You can see that already before I even...
Yeah.
And look at that.
That's so nice. Look at the detail.
Oh, have I got a... Is it the aircon?
Probably, love.
I think the aircon did that. I just said no, it were you. I don't do mistakes,
It's like you either... this is it, TV Life. We blame aircon and the lights.
Everything except for us,
it's the lights. It's the lights.
I think that's what it was, Leonie. I think the light
The
must have
light.
just dazzled me as I was doing that.
I tell you, oh, now that's the aircon. We saw that blowing your doodah
Yeah,
away.
see, you can't blame me.
Yeah,
You can't blame
yeah.
me.
Yeah, cheeky bit of aircon.
Right, so I'm just going to emboss this from above. Normally, as you know, I would do this from underneath, but it's only going to be a background texture. This is what I meant by the whole collection working as a complete collection. So when you get this home, you're going to think, oh yeah, that'll look fab in the background of that. That'll look fab stamped on this. And the choice, to be able to have the choice is what it's all about.
That is such a beautiful stamp. The elegance of that. It's so delicate.
And because it's small, it's one of those things that you don't see it. I'll show you in a minute. It's one of those things you don't see immediately. It's one of those details.
Yeah.
And
it's amazing.
My job, my motto is it's all about the details. I've always said that for the many years I've been crafting. But the details that you don't notice immediately, and that's what makes them special,
It's one of those as well. It's actually quite tricky to show on TV because it's that. But look, that actually, we can really see it there, especially in the green. When it embosses and you can still read it, that's incredible. I mean, obviously the embossing powders, they're beautiful, fine embossing powders, and that's why they pick the detail up as well so well. But yeah, you can absolutely read it. It's amazing, isn't it?
Isn't that clever?
Yeah, I really like that.
So
I'll
just do
strong.
A little wiggle for you, just so you can...
It's a wiggle. Oh, bear with, Phil. There we are. Yeah, that's really nice. And that colour of green is beautiful.
And that font is 8.
It's who?
It's 8, the size 8. It's tiny.
Ah, right, okay.
It's who? It's what you had about size 8? Oh. Right, so I'm just going to stick this on. And then we'll get on to the sentiment.
Well, you're sticking, my love. Now, the beautiful festive border dies, shall I get them? Half of the stock has gone. If you do want to get hold of these, please check your baskets out, because these are absolutely flying, utterly flying, and they are superb, I must admit. These are another favourite. I think what I love about these as well is the fact there's such good thick borders. So when our fills actually cut them in half, they work and they look really cool. I mean, whatever you put them on, I mean, look at that. How beautiful is that? And of course you can, you know, you're using them as borders, but you can edge your card in them. You can do so many different things. Chopping them up, obviously putting your ribbon down the middle. Looks sensational. Only $24.99. Pop them in your flexi basket and split that payment. That is 9... Sorry, I can't see screen. I haven't a clue. I know it ends with 216. 961216. That's your item number. £24.99 is your price. So,
right.
Knew you made. Over to you, my love.
Are you about to do it before you come back to me now?
Back to you.
Right, back to me. Right, so I'm just showing you a different way of using the borders. So remember I said at the beginning of this, I'm kind of doing it as the layout is a little bit scrapbooky style.
Yeah.
And the borders, I wanted to show you that you can use them for other things. So we're literally just going to do the top and the side of the next one, just to make it a little bit different. And it means you get a bit more use from them, rather than thinking, oh, I don't like putting borders through the middle of a card. Well, you don't need to.
Yeah.
So we've now just created a crown, if you like, or a frame for this.
That looks so cute.
Yeah, it will do when I've got the pearls on. I'm just going to do the same with the other one.
You've been very specific as well. You've lined it up beautifully.
Yeah.
I have noticed now. Yeah, so it's just spot on.
I'm just making sure I'm
it
doing it
does
the right
look,
way.
you know, when like that, it looks like lace.
Yeah, it's really pretty, and the detail. I mean, I don't know whether I've been on with you when I've said to you, but the debossing detail that we get in the dies is not a standard. It's not a standard manufacturing process. I pay a little bit extra to have that done.
Yeah.
So this is why when you get these dies home, you don't need to put them back through with a rubber mat or anything. It does all the embossing in one go.
Yeah.
And it's quality, and it's what makes it a little bit different to everything else that's already there.
That's
so let's just
beautiful.
snip that off, and then we'll get on to the sentiment, and then I'll do all the assembly while you recap, because you don't need to see all that until you get to the poinsettias.
That's gorgeous. I can't wait for the poinsettias.
So I wanted to show you that this gorgeous new luster cardstock, you can actually heat emboss onto it as well.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so we're going to do that live, and if it don't work, it's the aircon's fault or the lights' fault.
It's the lights. It's the Christmas lights on the tree. That twinkle on the tree.
They dazzled me. Right, so I am going to use my platform for this. I have just used an anti-static bag because pearl card just seemed to pick up all the bits. Now, my mate Julia sent me a packet of them.
She's good as your mate, Julia.
Because I had 4 and then I broke one. And but
oh, it's easy to break magnets. I've done that, yeah.
But that hurts my eyes. I don't know why I only took 1 out instead of 4.
Yeah. Why did you do that?
So I have to put it out of the way. Look, it's up in the corner.
Just because it does your head in?
Yeah, it does made it. And she sent me a pack of 4. I should have just swapped in for all 4 on.
Yeah, yeah. I'll have your spare 3 because I broke a couple of mine. You go mad at mine. I've got like scraps of magnet.
What, like little cut-off bits? Oh, where they've snapped and... Oh, Leone. Oh, right. So back to this, because at least I'll get to finish one demo.
You say that, it's quarter to, love.
So I've used the charming rectangles to create this lovely little lacy scalloped edge. These are on the show. They are on the website. I'm just going to do my old thing again and tell you that no more stock of the original charming once they've gone. So if you didn't get them when they sold out when I was here the time before, now is the time to get them before because there just won't be any more.
Yeah, and they are just gorgeous.
They are. There's so many. Right. So this is the point with these stamps. So I did the sentiments, which are the traditional ones that you would expect. You've got your Merry Christmas, your Happy Christmas. You've got the mini sentiments, the words Noel, peace, joy. You've got the smaller font. Oh, there you go. So you've got the regular size. You've got the smaller one. There you go.
Beautiful.
And then you've got a couple of border sentiments in there as well. That is packed on its own.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just there are 17 different sentiment stamps in there.
Yeah, I think that's, amazing. And the font, like it says, beautiful.
Yeah, and then if you move on to the phrases, so the phrases are a little bit more like wishing you peace, love and joy, date the halls with boughs of holly, we wish you a Merry Christmas, which is the one I'm going to use now. So these are a little bit bigger, so these can be your focal points.
Yes, and like you say, they're beautiful for inside the card as well, because they are a nice bigger sentiment. Yeah, I love that.
And I love the fact that we've got choices. So I could have, if I wanted to, cut a little tag out and stamp the word Noel and add it as a little extra topper on my card to make it even more scrapbooky looking.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? That kind of style.
Yes.
So I'm going to do this the same in the pine tree. Ooh. And the pine tree, the counter's rocking. That's not me.
We've got a proper wobble on.
It's got a wobble on.
And that we can blame the counter. It's properly jigging. It's jigging. Phil, calm down.
So now if this, I mean, who makes that card that heavy?
Who made
it? It must have been one of mine.
That'll be you, Rob. That'll be you. It's got 2 tubs of embossing powder on it. 20 dies.
Right, so we've now got
the
we wish you a Merry Christmas on there, and we're going to emboss this again in the pine tree.
Stunning.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
That'll be enough time for me to get the poinsettias on.
Oh, you need to be getting those poinsettias on.
So I'm just going to emboss this. Beautiful. I mean, look at that on pearl cardstock.
Yeah, that is.
So do you need to do anything while because I'm just going to heat this up?
Yeah, I'll give some reminders. Well, our Phil does that again. Obviously, if you do want the embossing powders, you can get hold of those because they are beautiful. We do need to tell you. There's so much to tell you. The embossing powders. First of all, if you do want those, remember you're getting that beautiful 20% of the stock has gone. So you're getting that beautiful mulled wine. You're getting that wonderful new leaf. You've also got the wonderful berry red. You've also got that and this one is amazing. The stone heath, that's absolutely sensational when you see it on the card. You've then got the bark, and I love that. Great oak, oh, that's really nice. It's proper deep dark brown. And then the pine tree that our Phil's using. If you want your embossing powders, premium embossing powders, $32.94. Again, you can put them in your flexi. 917869. We've then got those border dies, which are super, super busy. I'm not surprised. Now, we're already approaching 2/3 of the stock gone. So you've got the beautiful holly leaf with all that embossed detail or debossed detail. You've got the wonderful snowflake, and then you've got the beautiful holly leaf there as well. I really like all those three. Maybe if I can show all three. I really like all those. They're absolutely exquisite. £24.99 is your price. 961216. Your item number. We've then got one of my favourite, the fern leaves. Favourite. 1/3 of the stock has gone. These are absolutely flying. Remember, you do get the magnetic sheet with these as well. Oh, I love those. You'll be using those again and again and again. I love fern leaves. See, fern leaves remind me of forests. That is 328178, your item number, $17.99, your price. Do remember your one-day special. Again, absolutely beautiful. Phil's been using the gorgeous stamps already. The elegance, the detail. I mean, you're getting so many stamps. So many stamps in here. 56 stamps in total for £59.95. That is your one-day special price. Do remember, this is only while stocks last, or while, of course, the time lasts. So please check that baskets out. Today, £29.98 to get those delivered to your door. It is the launch of the Christmas event. Whoop, whoop, whoop. With our Phil. What a good way of launching our lovely Christmas.
In July, when the sun's shining.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I mean, obviously, I've been designing these for ages, so it's actually really nice to get them out and have a play with them and make cards with them.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anybody will be getting Christmas cards this year. 10 minutes, Phil.
7 minutes, love, and I want to see your poinsettias.
So this is where
that looks lovely, Phil.
This is where we're at, look. And I'm just going to pop the... Oh, I'll show you that, actually, just to show you how well they emboss.
Oh, that's lovely.
Because it's all in the detail.
Yeah. The green and white looks lovely. Glass. Yeah, that's lovely.
I love embossing powders anyway, and particularly when you've got really swirly, delicate fonts like the Rococo sentiments are. So I'm just going to put that on flat.
Beautiful.
And I'm going to chuck it underneath my mat just to keep it flat for a second. Oops, underneath that mat.
Obviously, check out the website for all Phil's essentials, like the glues, etc.
Yeah, they'll all be on there. And now my little bag of tricks.
Oh, look at you, all organised.
My little bag of tricks.
Oh, yeah. You've got, and the poinsettias. Have they been cut out to that beautiful red card then?
Yeah, this is the Imperial red card, but how absolutely stunning are these poinsettias?
The shimmer on that looks divine. They'll get you. Look at that.
Gorgeous. Now, normally, as you know, I would do like 6 or 7 layers on 6 or 7 layers on the flowers, but you know what? You know, because the detail in these is just so good. You don't need loads of layers. I think the most I've got is 3 or 4.
That looks divine.
Don't they look good in that cardstock? And you know, because it's double-sided, it looks good if you catch it from the other side as well.
So when you shape them up, they look fabulous.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That is lovely.
Right, so I'm just going to pop this on and then we're going to decorate.
Beautiful.
Do you want to show everybody while I'm just doing this?
Yeah, I will do, lovely, Phil. That cardstock, I mean, this is brand new. It does fit with the whole collection and it's just so exquisite. You have got that beautiful, the green, the red, the blue, the gold, that beautiful brown, the silver and the white there. Sorry, if I try and get back and then I can show you them all together. Only £22.49. Isn't it nice? That blue's the best in the world. 692